Chapter 1. Audition Registration, May 11th, 2009, 8 a.m. University of Washington. An ordinary campus basketball court. The hour is quite early. The atmosphere appears rather desolate. Only a solitary figure is present, dribbling the ball. I am your little red apple. Dear girl, will you love me? I long to tell you. You are the most beautiful blossom. I wish to celebrate Valentine's Day every day. This song, belonging not to this era, escapes the lips of a youthful Asian gentleman, nearly 2 meters tall, with pronounced muscular arms. Thud, 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 crack. These are the sounds of the basketball and sneakers making intimate contact with the floor. Hoop. A thunderous windmill dunk. An axe-like slam dunk. A 360-degree spin. Once, twice, 3 times. He appears tireless, executing these maneuvers with remarkable ease. His dunks surpass even those seen in the CBA All-Star Game by a significant margin. He relentlessly assaults the rim again and again. He has already been training for an hour here, the warm weather causing beads of sweat to form. GG. After a spell of dunking, the ringtone of a mobile phone placed beneath the basketball hoop reverberates. He halts his fervent assault on the rim. Approaching the hoop, he retrieves the phone. As soon as the call connects, a deep, booming American voice erupts from the other end. Xue, you must immediately fly to Chicago to participate in tomorrow's joint tryout. I have invested significantly for this opportunity. This is your final chance to prove yourself. If no team invites you for a tryout afterward, our collaboration will cease. Tom, okay, I understand. No need to be so agitated. You must trust my talent. You saw it just a few days ago. I am destined for the NBA. Damn it, spare me the talk of your so-called talent. I believe in you, but those team general managers and scouts doubt that you, as a Chinese, can play guard. Your stats are dismal. They think Chinese players can only play center. If you were just 30 centimeters taller with your physique and muscle, I could surely maneuver you into the first round. Hey, no need to grow that much taller. You should know, I am actually of a similar height to Kobe and Michael. I am certain my future can mirror their achievements. Entering the first round will not be difficult for me. Xue, your confidence and competitive spirit can indeed be compared to those of Kobe and Michael. However, you must also acknowledge the reality you do not possess the fame of Kobe or Michael. I've sent your training footage to the general managers of all 30 teams in the league, and even Mori, who is typically amiable towards Chinese players, has shown little interest in you. It is quite disheartening. Could it be that they haven't viewed the video? XueDing asked, puzzled. Impossible, I've sent it directly to their inboxes. Tom replied emphatically. Well, if they are blind, they shall miss out on a genius, XueDing asserted confidently, without a hint of doubt. Indeed, you are correct, they are indeed blind. But let me remind you, the draft is in the hands of these very blind individuals. Whether you get selected depends entirely on them. Humph. Just wait, I will demonstrate my genius through actions. See you in Chicago tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. XueDing into the call. His gaze remained fixed on the hoop. 10 days prior, while playing 2K, XueDing had inexplicably found himself inhabiting the body of a basketball youth also named XueDing. Of course, along with this peculiar occurrence came an entity known as the 2K system. Additionally, there were talents awarded by this system, akin to those of certain basketball stars. With the phenomenon of transmigration already an extraordinary event, the presence of a system felt less surprising. After a few days of adaptation, XueDing calmly accepted this reality. Since he could not change it, he resolved to immerse himself in it. XueDing began to embrace all the memories of this world's XueDing. In this reality, XueDing was a freshman at the University of Washington, a mere 12th man on the Eskimo Dogs basketball team. Being the 12th man meant he was a player outside the rotation. This year, the Eskimo Dogs had claimed the Pacific 10 Conference Championship and advanced to the NCAA Tournament's Sweet 16. However, everything regarding Washington basketball was irrelevant to XueDing. During the madness of March, XueDing did not take the court. He could only watch helplessly as the Eskimo Dogs were eliminated in the first round by Boston University. With a sense of regret, XueDing bid farewell to all his teammates. He then announced his departure from the collegiate basketball team. To everyone's astonishment, XueDing chose to enter the NBA draft. Naturally, no one took his application seriously. Most of his teammates regarded it as merely the final struggle of a talentless, yellow-skinned teammate. In their understanding, XueDing's registration for the draft was merely for the sake of a title. What title, you ask? Brother Ding once participated in the NBA draft, but unfortunately, fell just short of being selected. What an ostentatious statement. Whenever the NBA or the draft was mentioned, they felt they could boast about it back home in China. They were also certain that XueDing could not possibly be selected. After all, even this year's star forward from the University of Washington, Jackson, could not secure a spot in the second round. As for Thomas, whose scoring prowess is undeniable yet stands at only 175 centimeters. What team would choose him? With both Thomas and Jackson lacking hope of entering the NBA, what chance does a mere benchwarmer like XueDing have? It seems he registered for the draft merely for amusement. In this world, XueDing is not participating in the draft for any trivial recognition. He is simply chasing a dream of his own. Although that dream may be distant and nearly unattainable, he wishes to reassure himself, to affirm to the self who has diligently trained for more than a decade, that he has indeed made an effort. No regrets. The NBA has historically maintained minimal requirements for players wishing to declare for the draft. Any college player who is at least 1 year removed from high school is eligible, however. Being selected by an NBA team is far from easy, considering there are only 30 teams. Choosing a total of 60 players amidst the countless individuals worldwide who play basketball, it takes a certain level of confidence to even consider registering. This version of XueDing has always been a remarkably self-assured individual, his confidence stemming from an almost unparalleled prowess in his home country. Standing at 196 centimeters and weighing 92 kilograms, he plays as a point guard. Exhibiting deft ball handling skills and a respectable shooting ability, he dominated his peers with relative ease. However, this dominance was confined to his home country. In high school, he opted not to join the CBA's professional training program, but chose instead to venture to America. He yearned to challenge himself in the NBA rather than settle for the CBA, yet upon his arrival in the United States, XueDing's talent felt rather ordinary. Many athletes of African descent surpassed him in both vertical leap and speed. If he attempted the same layup moves as he did back home, he would be easily blocked by guards shorter than him. Isaiah Thomas had once given him a resounding rejection. If he drove to the basket with the same intensity, he would be knocked off balance. His fundamental skills were not as exceptional as he had envisioned. Within a month of arriving in America, XueDing's confidence began to wane. To improve himself, he trained diligently every day, dedicating an entire year to honing his fundamentals, and he worked harder than anyone else on the school team, including Isaiah Thomas. Unfortunately, the gap in innate talent became a formidable obstacle in his path. Aside from his height and wingspan, he fell short in other areas compared to Thomas. This is a primary reason why his progress since entering college has been less than evident. Talent is crucial in basketball, encompassing far more than mere height or weight. It includes numerous dynamic attributes as well as tactical awareness. These disparities cannot be bridged solely through effort. They have become an insurmountable barrier in XueDing's pursuit of a professional basketball career. Only efforts of equal caliber yield meaningful results. The recent draft selection was merely a means for XueDing to provide himself with closure. Should he falter in the draft, he would find himself unable to pursue NCAA basketball, thereby extinguishing his basketball aspirations and resigning himself to a quiet continuation of his studies. Having traversed into this realm, XueDing radiated confidence, for he carried with him the coveted gift of talent. Thus, he began to truly value the draft process, which transcended mere personal pride. With his innate abilities, the prospect of entering the NBA loomed on the horizon. In preparation for the draft, XueDing dined with Jackson a week prior, obtaining the contact information of his acquaintance, the agent Tom, a well-connected figure from the esteemed University of Washington. Chapter 2. The System. Every player with the potential to be selected by the NBA possesses a collection of business cards from numerous struggling agents. Jackson, a promising prospect from the University of Washington, naturally held some such contacts. Subsequently, XueDing entered into a contract with Tom, a modest yet ambitious agent. Though lacking extensive resources, Tom mirrored XueDing's tenacity and harbored aspirations of breaking into the industry. Regrettably, more talented players had already been snatched up by well-established agents, leaving Tom with little more than scraps. Thus, the adage of garbage attracts garbage rang true in their partnership. Together, XueDing and Tom diligently recorded training videos and reached out to teams. Unfortunately, the current NBA scouting system is highly developed, and it appeared that all 30 teams had some awareness of XueDing, the Chinese player who was deemed lacking in talent. With this knowledge, XueDing's hope of slipping under the radar vanished. Uncertain whether scouts had actually viewed his footage, he noted their reluctance to even produce scouting reports. He received no invitations for tryouts from any NBA teams, which starkly demonstrated the inadequacy of his recorded performances. This included teams like the Houston Rockets, known for their amicable relations with China, further casting doubt on his future in the NBA. Shaking his head, XueDing ceased his troubling thoughts. The present was markedly different. Open attributes, he silently commanded, contemplating the peculiar 2K system. Displayed before him were 4 prominent icons. The first in noted attributes, the second skills, the third lottery, and the fourth task. In the days preceding, XueDing had delved into this system, finding little in the way of anomalies. It resembled a narrative-driven system, albeit an incomplete version, with functionalities that seemed yet to be fully revealed. A 3D projection, visible solely to him, materialized on his retina, presenting a model that mirrored his own likeness. Name: XueDing. Gender: male. Age: 20 years. Height: 196 centimeters. Wingspan: 211 centimeters. Hand size: 23 centimeters. Weight: 92 kilograms. Occupation: student member of the school team. Salary: $2,000 per month. Professional attributes: speed: 180. Strength: 137. Close combat: 133. Near shot: 175. Mid-range shot: 146. Long shot: 132. Dunking: 170. Passing: 180. Ball control: 176. Defense: 159. Rebounding: 161. Blocking: 71. Overall rating: 153. Data increases when angry. NBA star evaluation: B. Current talent template: Russell Westbrook, rookie level 0. Current skills: none. These attributes are indeed impressive. Those familiar with playing 2K like XueDing recognize that such attributes are remarkable for a rookie. However, this is relative to his previous lackluster attributes for top NBA rookies. They are rather commonplace. Upon traversing into this new realm, the system granted XueDing a significant transformation, enhancing his physical talents to that of Westbrook's caliber. This was unexpected. It swiftly elevated XueDing, previously devoid of NBA-level talent, into the realm of the so-called enhanced upgraded version of the gifted turtle. Could this be considered a novice gift package for his unexpected journey? A recompense for inexplicably crossing over just as his former self had achieved a championship with a dynasty? The gifted turtle's abilities are not mere boasting. In the NBA, the turtle can repeatedly redefine fans' perceptions through relentless breakthroughs, showcasing explosive power, speed, and technique, firmly establishing him as a representative of the new generation of attacking guards, a point guard renowned for his powerful drives to the basket. Undoubtedly, he is also one of the most extraordinarily gifted point guards in NBA history. Such talent is the foundation for XueDing's ability to execute a variety of jaw-dropping dunks. Beyond the attributes panel, there exists a skills panel, comprising 2 categories of skills. The first category encompasses basic skills LV1, LV5, including dunk specialist, precision shooter, assisting maestro, offensive rebounder, resistor, fatigue resistor, quick shooter, sharpshooter, breakthrough elite, finisher, clutch performer, team leader, and so on. The second category consists of advanced skills LV3, LV8, including Wrath of the Turtle, dunking master, lightning breakthrough, instant pass king, sharpshooter, and fighter, among others. XueDing is aware of the meanings of these skills, yet he is puzzled as to why he possesses none. The system clarified that to unlock the corresponding basic skills, one must undergo specialized professional training after entering the NBA. As for the advanced skills, they can only be unlocked through specialized training or by completing tasks that reward special items once the corresponding attributes have been achieved. The third lottery icon is yet to be utilized by XueDing, and it is rumored that anything could potentially be drawn. Certain conditions must be met to partake in this lottery. The fourth task bears little difference from those encountered in previous gaming experiences, and players have the option to accept or decline it. Currently, XueDing has accepted a task that involves entering the NBA, with the reward being the opportunity to develop an advanced skill. This system also features a universal currency known as star points. At present, XueDing remains uncertain of its purpose. It appears to be related to skill upgrades, but as he is still a novice, he cannot ascertain its significance. The system seems somewhat rudimentary and lacks intelligence, leading to numerous unanswered questions. Could it be that time travel has rendered it faulty? Although XueDing possesses a talent comparable to that of a divine turtle, the distinctions between him and such a creature are considerable. Beyond their differing heights, the most notable divergence lies in their appearances. The divine turtle is characterized by its unique visage, while XueDing exudes a striking handsomeness. The interpretation of individuality and unattractiveness is subjective, varying with each individual's aesthetic sensibilities. However, XueDing's attractiveness aligns with a universally accepted standard of beauty. To what extent, you may wonder? During his university days, numerous affluent women hinted at their desire to support him financially, including even some renowned actresses. These wealthy women spanned various ethnicities, black, white, and Asian, demonstrating the vast appeal of the robustly built XueDing. Although he could easily thrive by leveraging his physical attributes, XueDing, in both his past life and this one, has always regarded basketball as his foremost aspiration. Thus, with such innate talent, his thoughts naturally gravitate towards entering the NBA to earn a living, rather than seeking the patronage of wealthy women. The upcoming joint tryout undoubtedly presents a splendid opportunity for XueDing to showcase his abilities to the general managers and scouts of NBA teams. This joint training camp operates on an invitation-only basis, determined by the NBA, and typically features a select group of highly sought-after prospects, with only a handful of international players receiving invitations. XueDing's participation may well be a result of Tom's concerted efforts. Essentially, the joint tryout serves as a grand recruitment fair. Young athletes aspiring to carve out a career in the NBA must adhere to the principle of proving their worth. At this juncture, XueDing must seize the moment to exhibit his skills, ensuring that teams and scouts take notice of him. Subsequently, he hopes to receive further invitations for additional tryouts, allowing him to fully demonstrate his divine turtle-level talent. If all goes well, he stands a chance of being selected during the draft in June. All of this is quite promising. Chapter 3. The Joint Tryout. 10 a.m. XueDing returned to his dormitory, packed his belongings, bid farewell to Jackson, the star of the school team residing in the same dorm, and promptly purchased a ticket for an afternoon flight to Chicago. XueDing hails from a middle-class family, being the only child. His pursuit of dreams through studying in the United States has already incurred significant expenses for his family. Therefore, despite having merely over $2,000 left in his pocket, XueDing refrains from soliciting further financial support from his family. Chicago, situated in the heart of the Midwest in Illinois, boasts the magnificent Lake Michigan, one of the Great Lakes of North America. It is renowned as an international financial hub and ranks as the third most populous city in the United States. Often revered as a sanctuary for basketball, the city's status as a basketball haven can be attributed to a singular fact. It was home to one of the greatest players in basketball history, who once played for the Chicago Bulls. Following the Bulls' illustrious era, a prolonged period of silence ensued, lasting at least a decade. It was only after Michael Jordan's second retirement that the franchise found renewed hope with the selection of Derrick Rose as the first overall pick in the previous draft. In his rookie season, Rose averaged 37 minutes on the court, scoring an impressive 16. 8 points alongside 6. 3 assists, 3. 9 rebounds, 0. 2 blocks, 0. 8 steals, and 2. 5 turnovers per game. His shooting percentage stood at 47.5, with a free throw percentage of 78.8 and a three-point shooting percentage of 22.2. His remarkable performances led the Bulls to a balanced record of 41 wins and 41 losses, securing the 7th seed in the Eastern Conference and propelling them into the playoffs, while also earning him the prestigious Rookie of the Year award. XueDing harbors a profound admiration for Rose, particularly for his unwavering commitment to the game even after enduring injuries. Only those who possess a genuine passion for basketball can truly persist in such circumstances. While it is true that Tom is a rather inept agent, his ineptitude still bears some utility. In pursuit of securing a spot for XueDing in the joint tryouts, Tom went to great lengths. He approached a corpulent, single female supervisor in her 30s at the NBA league office, and after spending 3 nights with her, he managed to secure a substitute spot for XueDing, an opportunity not publicly listed, but rather an addition as a backup. This endeavor represents Tom's investment. Had he not witnessed the extraordinary talent of this individual, he would never have committed such resources. After 3 exhausting nights, Tom's brother was left not merely fatigued but in genuine pain, rendering him unable to accompany XueDing to the joint tryouts, leaving XueDing to navigate the challenges alone. A total of 64 players were invited to participate in the joint tryouts organized by the NBA. XueDing is not particularly well known in China. Consequently, the media there is largely unaware of his existence. He can be considered as having entered the scene through less conventional means, remaining largely under the radar. Otherwise, he would have garnered widespread attention akin to that of the renowned Joda, whose participation in trials instantly captured the nation's interest. Upon arriving at the rookie combine in Chicago, XueDing observed the bustling crowd around him, feeling a surge of excitement. Despite the fact that no one paid him any heed, XueDing beheld numerous familiar figures: Sha Fun, Meng Ku, and the bearded Harden. Indeed, this place resembled a haven for prodigies. Unlike XueDing, the solitary underdog player, these prominent draft prospects were surrounded by throngs of admirers, scouts from various teams, agents, media representatives, and staff from training camps. XueDing is profoundly grateful to Tom, although he remains unaware of how Tom managed to secure such an impressive opportunity. This opportunity is of paramount importance to ChueDing, as it gathers the finest scouts from nearly all NBA teams, allowing him to simply showcase his talent. ChueDing was determined to treat this agent to a lavish meal, a feat not easily accomplished, especially on such a globally scrutinized platform. ChueDing is confident that his performance will stand out. In such a gathering of prodigies, after comparing talents on a common platform, a rough estimation of superiority and inferiority can be made. If ChueDing can demonstrate a talent that surpasses those of his peers during the evaluations, it will not be long before teams take notice of him. As long as he excels in this environment, ChueDing will officially enter the radar of general managers and scouts from all NBA teams, making subsequent team tryouts a mere formality. He is welcomed by an ordinary white staff member. ChueDing is perhaps the most solitary rookie here, unnoticed by anyone. Under the guidance of the staff, he quietly endures a series of static physical assessments. This trial event, organized by the NBA, encompasses various static tests, including height width and without shoes, wingspan, standing reach, body fat percentage, hand length, and hand width. Dynamic tests, such as vertical jumps, running jumps, bench presses at 185 pounds, 34-yard sprints, and baseline shuttle runs. Shooting evaluations, three-point shots from designated spots, covering high school, NCAA, and NBA distances, mid-range shots for various positions, catch-and-shoot attempts, and time-moving shots, as well as numerous competitive and non-competitive tests. To cater to the young players' desires to showcase their abilities, the NBA has invested considerable effort into the organization of the event. They have arranged for teams and media to be present, which is one aspect. More importantly, players are afforded the liberty to select which tests to participate in. For instance, if a player believes their jumping ability is exceptional, but their shooting is lacking, they may opt to engage solely in the jumping tests, foregoing the shooting evaluations to avoid revealing any weaknesses in their game. The most sought-after rookies are surrounded by numerous scouts and staff during each of their tests, and ChueDing occasionally hears astonishing remarks drifting through the air. Wow, Stephen Curry managed 10 reps on the bench press, just 2 fewer than Noah. What is so remarkable about that? Harden lifted it 17 times. That's different. That guy is quite hefty. Curry had a crowd around him during his physical assessment. Many scouts and journalists are buzzing with excitement. After all, if the NCAA scoring champion can adapt to the rigors of the NBA, his potential is certainly significant. During his collegiate years, Curry's three-point shooting range and ball handling skills had yet to reach their full potential. His decision to remain in college until his sophomore year was largely influenced by his father, Del Curry, who believed that his son's slight frame was not suited for the scoring guard position in the NBA, hoping he would refine his ball handling and passing skills further in college. However, judging by today's bench press data, it appears that the challenges of NBA-level competition may not pose significant issues for Curry. While a throng of people gathers around Curry, ChueDing finds himself with only one staff member, who is diligently recording his results. His bench press statistics read a maximum of 150 kilograms, with 16 repetitions at 84 kilograms. The young staff member, likely an intern, seems somewhat oblivious to the significance of these numbers. ChueDing was uncertain of his ranking among players, but he presumed it to be superior to that of an average guard. As the static data evaluations progressed one by one, ChueDing observed that his statistics bore little discrepancy from what he had seen within the system. His height remained unchanged, and his wingspan was still the same. The static data testing felt rather solitary, lacking in attention. However, during the dynamic data assessments, ChueDing has begun to attract some attention. In Chapter 4, James Harden, along with several future lottery picks, participated in dynamic testing. A vertical leap of 76 centimeters and a running jump of 86 centimeters can only be deemed rather ordinary, although the jump height is not the highest. ChueDing's speed is exceptionally swift, a quality that is not readily apparent during the testing. In his rookie season, while Russell Westbrook showcased explosive energy, it was not yet the most formidable version of himself. It was only after entering the NBA that he experienced a truly terrifying growth period, clocking 100 meters in 10.8 seconds. ChueDing's speed is rather astonishing. During the group tests, whether with the ball or sprinting without it, ChueDing outpaced his opponents significantly. This displays an impressive impact. After the entire dynamic assessment was completed, ChueDing's performance has begun to capture the media's attention, prompting some outlets to seek out his static statistics. Who exactly is this individual? His name was absent from the published roster, yet he managed to bench press 16 times, astonishingly. He is also Chinese. With such height and wingspan, his natural talent is indeed impressive. Chue's bench press figures are truly formidable. and his speed is remarkable as well. However, his competition data from university appears somewhat disheartening. Is he yet another talented individual who struggles in competitive settings? Scouts and journalists have started to engage in lively discussions, and the name ChueDing is gradually etching itself into their minds. Indeed, talent is a wondrous thing. The joint trial is proceeding in an orderly fashion, spanning a total of 4 days. During the first 2 days, the intensity of physical performance was striking. ChueDing began to garner some recognition. However, it was insufficient to attract significant attention, as journalists and scouts, after conducting their inquiries, unanimously deemed ChueDing to be a person of superficiality. ChueDing's background is that of a player from a university that is not particularly renowned for its basketball program, and he is merely a bench warmer, far from being a regular in the rotation. To many, ChueDing is at best a talented amateur. As for entering the NBA, one can only chuckle at such a notion. Nevertheless, a few Chinese journalists are quite elated, eagerly relaying the latest developments from the United States back home. The name ChueDing is gradually surfacing within the realm of domestic sports media. American commentators believe that ChueDing is destined to go undrafted, as historical data suggests that he lacks competitive prowess. If he were a towering center, there might be room for gradual development, but as a point guard, how can one hope to refine such dismal statistics? The perception among reporters that ChueDing is quite rigid off the court, yet remarkably pliable on it, has been widely circulated. However, following the commencement of the third day scrimmages, the sentiments among American media journalists began to shift somewhat. Participation in the group training was not obligatory for all players. For instance, neither Curry nor Harden took part. Nevertheless, Griffin did join in, attracting a swarm of reporters. ChueDing was fortunate. During the group match, his team faced off against the squad led by Griffin. How exhilarating! Griffin's prominence was undeniable, with cameras surrounding him. ChueDing decisively basked in the glow of Griffin's limelight. Click, click, click. Countless flashes converged on Griffin, anticipating the display of various powerful dunks from this white behemoth in real combat. However, as the actual game commenced, a portion of reporters gradually shifted their focus towards ChueDing. Who is he? Remarkably swift? Has he already snatched 3 offensive rebounds, even over Griffin? This Chinese player was undeniably a madman. While other players instinctively opted for jump shots upon receiving the ball, he charged directly to the basket, smashing the ball through the hoop. Alarmingly, it seemed he was completely oblivious to any distinction between himself and the other players. Goodness, was he actually attempting to dunk over Griffin? It was a near miss, and Griffin was visibly incensed. Is he truly a point guard? How could he have more dunks than Griffin? ChueDing possessed an astonishing athleticism and explosive power when attacking the rim. Could he genuinely be of Asian descent? In the spacious context of this scrimmage, ChueDing appeared exceptionally unique. His style was undeniably assertive. He played as if the ball was his to command, as if the world were at his feet. ChueDing excels in the competition, showcasing his prowess in fast breaks, layups, and dunks, demonstrating unparalleled versatility. ChueDing relies on his physical prowess. The opposing black point guard experienced the explosive power of ChueDing's physique while matched against him. ChueDing's dribbling maneuvers are not ostentatious, for he requires none of that. With a mere acceleration and change of direction, he effortlessly eludes defenders, surging into the paint for an unexpectedly thunderous dunk. Does he possess the ability to play on the court? Is his talent merely average? This was evident in the recent scrimmage. ChueDing is a prodigy. Following the conclusion of the competition, both American and Chinese media were astonished. Where did this remarkable individual emerge from? Soon, the scouting reports from various teams began to include information about ChueDing, and his own scouting report was released. ChueDing is not primarily a passing-oriented point guard. Rather, he excels in straight-line drives, showcasing remarkable explosiveness, extensive strides, and impressive vertical leap. Despite his inefficiency in finishing at the rim against intense defensive pressure, he has the ability to generate significant fouls, relying on free throws for scoring. His body fat percentage, coupled with his formidable strength, indicates that he is a unique point guard. However, his mid-range shooting percentage merely aligns with the league's average, and his long-range shooting is similarly mediocre. His poor shot selection poses a substantial limitation to his development. This Chinese player bears a resemblance to last year's 4th overall pick of the Thunder, yet he stands taller, embodying a larger version of Russell Westbrook and a smaller iteration of LeBron James. Projected draft position within the top 5 of the second round. If a team is willing to gamble a second-round pick on this young man's potential, they may find it a worthwhile investment. XueDing's remarkable talent swiftly distinguished him from the ranks of ordinary players, particularly during his time in the locker room. When XueDing greeted lottery picks like Curry and Harden, they expressed genuine interest in conversing with him. Previously, he had encountered them in the locker room, but had refrained from initiating any greetings as they were not acquainted. The lottery prodigies enjoyed sitting together, engaging in light-hearted banter. Although the invisible class distinctions were not overtly pronounced, a palpable sense of distance lingered. Nowadays, XueDing found himself on a similar level with them, which naturally rendered their conversations much more egalitarian. Xue, your dunks are incredibly ferocious. It's remarkable that you, like Steven, plays a point guard. By the way, which university did you attend? Harden inquired. And your strength is astonishing, far exceeding mine, DeRozan added, equally perplexed. I attended the University of Washington. Are you familiar with Brandon Roy? He and I are from the same school. I was a reserve on the varsity team. XueDing exuded confidence. Feeling no shame in his previous role as a substitute, in comparison to others, he believed his only shortcoming lay in innate talent, for he considered himself a diligent genius. Of course, he was aware of the Trailblazers' Yellow Mamba. Indeed, both Harden and DeRozan mentally searched through their recollections for XueDing's name, yet found no familiarity. However, such details were trivial. With a plethora of players, it was inevitable that some formidable talents would escape notice. Xue, what is the media's projection for your draft position this time? Harden inquired earnestly. The media predicts that I will go undrafted, XueDing replied, his tone still imbued with unwavering confidence, unaware that scouts had raised his draft expectations. Harden and DeRozan simultaneously muttered expletives under their breath, observing XueDing's assertion. The previously self-assured DeRozan and Harden, who had anticipated a guaranteed spot in the lottery, began to feel a twinge of pressure. Xue, with your remarkable talent, could you really face rejection? Is the competition in the NBA truly that fierce? DeRozan stands up, feeling overwhelmed, and excuses himself to the restroom for a moment of respite. To alleviate the pressure and avoid succumbing to despair. Which team do you aspire to join? Inquires Harden. I am open to any opportunity. Wherever I am wanted, I will go, Xue responds, merely seeking a position, prioritizing selection above all. Your answer places a significant burden on me as well, replies Harden. He has never encountered someone so extraordinarily gifted, yet so modestly self-effacing. Is this an act of pretense? It seems unlikely, as Xue's gaze unmistakably conveys sincerity. Hey, you need not worry, at least within the top 3. I have faith in you. Is that so? Haha, I share the same sentiment. XueDing's flattery greatly pleases Harden. Chapter 5. Harden's Preferences. XueDing's encouragement has greatly boosted Harden's confidence. In truth, Harden has his own preferred teams he aspires to join. However, he harbors a stronger desire to be selected by a high-ranking team. Xue, what position did you play in the past? Harden inquired proactively. XueDing pondered seriously for a moment, reflecting on Westbrook's rebounding prowess, and replied, in truth, I can play any position from 1 to 5. If I were a tad taller, I would be better suited for the center role. Point guard as center? The disparity was rather significant, leaving Harden momentarily perplexed. During his more boastful days, Harden often proclaimed that he could play from 1 to 5, but surely that was during his high school years. Wasn't it? LeBron, may I pose a personal question? After a brief conversation, XueDing naturally settled beside Harden to tie his shoelaces, as DeRozan had stepped away to the restroom. Go ahead. Harden, possessing a high emotional intelligence, was quite open to conversing with XueDing. Do you have a preference for voluptuous women, like Khloe Kardashian? What draws you to women with ample figures? The previous life of XueDing sparked immense curiosity about Harden's particular taste. With his innate gossiping tendencies, he seized the opportunity to inquire directly. Harden's complexion flushed a shade of red, a blend of embarrassment as he pondered how XueDing discerned his inclinations. Well, she is incredibly alluring, and her figure is exceptionally appealing. Whenever I see her, I can't help but. All right, I understand. Just refrain from indulging too much tonight, XueDing chuckled, patting Harden on the shoulder. Please don't mention this to DeRozan. He is completely unaware. Even in his current state, Harden exhibited a hint of shyness, struggling to articulate his thoughts, though he would not deny his fondness for Kardashian. I get it. LeBron, you should grow a beard. It would enhance your charm, and I believe Kardashian would appreciate it. XueDing, still unaccustomed to the clean-shaven Harden, boldly offered his suggestion. That's a great idea. I've been contemplating it. It seemed Harden entertained the notion as well, feeling increasingly at ease in his exchanges with XueDing. Their conversation flowed more effortlessly, culminating in Harden sharing his phone number with XueDing. With so many participants in the joint tryout, interactions among players were rather limited, often confined to brief exchanges during scrimmages or while waiting for testing on the sidelines. XueDing possesses a cheerful disposition and has made numerous acquaintances here, including Jordan Hill, DeRozan, Noah, Harden, Curry, and others. They're all part of the same cohort of players, and it is quite possible that they will meet again as teammates in the NBA, fostering a sense of camaraderie among them. Any pretentiousness or disdain is kept concealed within, never openly expressed. Griffin is also familiar with XueDing, as XueDing's attempt at a dunk over him, though ultimately unsuccessful, certainly took him by surprise. Griffin is acutely aware that had he not leapt with all his might, he could very well have been on the receiving end of an emphatic dunk. The thought of being dunked on fills him with apprehension. Tomorrow's headlines would undoubtedly be sensational if that were to occur. As the final day of the joint tryouts arrives, it marks the beginning of the interview phase, wherein representatives from various teams will select players for interviews. XueDing's trial training data ranks him 8th, which is quite commendable. Despite Westbrook's innate talent, he does not stand out as the finest among this group of rookies. The one who truly excels is Griffin, aside from having slightly shorter arms, a few more blemishes on his face, and a penchant for ball hogging. He possesses exceptional qualities in every other regard. XueDing has participated in interviews with as many as 8 teams, including the Rockets, Lakers, Cavaliers, Mavericks, Heat, Clippers, and Grizzlies, all of which are seeking backup guards or aspiring to nurture new talent. However, the player ranked 9th has undergone interviews with as many as 16 teams. XueDing is acutely aware of the implications of this situation, which subtly hints at racial discrimination. Last night, upon observing the draft predictions, he realized that the media does not hold him in favorable regard, likely due to the color of his skin. Sun Yu struggled to maintain his position in the NBA, while Jilian's performance continues to decline. There is a pervasive skepticism among Americans regarding the ability of Asian players to excel in basketball. This mirrors the situation of Jeremy Lin, whose athletic measurements surpassed those of John Wall, yet Wall was the first overall pick while Lin went undrafted. The interviews posed numerous inquiries. For instance, Ainge asked, "What other drugs do you use besides marijuana?" XueDing, "Does drinking cough syrup as a child count? I used to sneak it." Angie Plesty inquired, "Have you ever had a girlfriend?" XueDing, his face flushed, remarked, "Does middle school count? We only kissed. Nothing more." Presti Maury inquired, "What is your favorite tactic?" XueDing pondered, "Kobe's strategy is for all of you to spread out while I take on the challenge alone. This applies not only to basketball, but to various situations." During the interview, Kupchak even asked XueDing, "How many cents are there in $100? XueDing retorted directly, "Mr. Mickey, I am Chinese. Please do not insult my intelligence." XueDing, with an expression that suggested American individuals were oblivious to such simplistic mathematical conundrums, spoke up. Upon hearing his words, Kupchak couldn't help but chuckle, promptly offering an apology. Inquiring about the proficiency of Chinese individuals in mathematics, that indeed felt like an affront to him. Thus, Kupchak felt compelled to ask, "Do you believe the finest basketball player resides in the NBA?" XueDing pondered for a moment, believing that Kupchak could not possibly pose such a simplistic question. He finally replied, "Mr. Mickey, have you ever watched Basketball Fire?" Kupchak appeared utterly perplexed, wondering if it was not related to the NBA. The strategies employed by these teams were rather straightforward, easily discernible by XueDing, presenting no significant challenge. Following the conclusion of the joint training session, XueDing's trial training data has been transmitted back to the country via the rapidly advancing internet. While those outside the realm of basketball enthusiasts remain oblivious to this news, the fans on Hoopu responded promptly, quickly posting detailed personal information about XueDing on their forum. XueDing's performance metrics are quite sensational. However, his NCAA statistics of an average of 4 points, 3 rebounds, and 5 assists are undeniably disheartening, provoking a wave of ridicule. Who is this individual? Has he drawn courage from Liang Jingru, averaging merely 4 points and aspiring to enter the NBA? While he possesses explosive talent akin to Jilian, his statistics fall drastically short, rendering him yet another hollow figure. Astonishingly, Maury is reportedly investing heavily in the pursuit of acquiring him, aiming to swap Tracy McGrady for a draft pick to select XueDing. Posts of this nature are all too common. Jokes aside, such statements have left XueDing, while scrolling through his phone, feeling quite discontented. Even though the news has been presented with utmost accuracy, a multitude of onlookers continues to indulge in mockery, finding discomfort in the situation. ChueDing is perplexed as to why he harbors a fondness for basketball and aspires to pursue his dreams in the NBA. Is it a reflection of the inadequacies in the character of our compatriots? ChueDing is acutely aware that in the past 2 years, after Jilian's foray into the NBA, sensationalist headlines have entered a true golden age, with increasingly sarcastic topics proliferating. Particularly notable was a previous viral post online. With a one-handed putback dunk and 8 rebounds, he offered a slight smile, having regained the trust of his coach. That viral post garnered over 1.6 million comments. However, did he truly deliver an outstanding performance in that game? In just 22 minutes, he shot 3 out of 9, contributing 6 points and 8 rebounds, which, in fact, was not particularly remarkable. Critics have managed to embellish this unremarkable performance with vivid descriptions. ChueDing must acknowledge that this is indeed a skill. This post has sparked a significant amount of reflection among netizens, ultimately implicating Alien, who has become the subject of mockery and derision, relegated to the role of a comedic figure. ChueDing, who has always radiated positivity, is encountering these online trolls for the first time. Observing the disparagement directed at him inevitably evokes discomfort. The malevolent psychology of these individuals is quite excessive. However, after a brief period, he shook his head and promptly closed the Hoopoo webpage. It suffices to focus on playing his game. Why concern oneself with so much? After all, didn't Kobe McGrady and LeBron also face their share of criticism? What does it matter? ChueDing's aspiration is to align himself with them. Chapter 6, The Frantic Training Session. ChueDing opened a post detailing the rankings of various NBA teams. 1. Los Angeles Clippers 2. Memphis Grizzlies 3. Oklahoma City Thunder 4. Sacramento Kings 5. Minnesota Timberwolves 6. Minnesota Timberwolves 7. Golden State Warriors 8. New York Knicks 9. Toronto Raptors 10. Milwaukee Bucks 59. Los Angeles Lakers 60. Miami Heat. It bears a striking resemblance to the previous era. ChueDing is contemplating which teams would be suitable for him. According to predictions from the ESPN draft website, his ranking is positioned in the middle of the second round. However, ChueDing believes he can strive to ascend, aiming for a spot in the first round. In the year 2008, amidst an abundance of superstars, Russell Westbrook was the 4th overall pick. Although his own statistics may not be impressive, he firmly believes he should at least secure a place in the first round. Armed with his innate talent, ChueDing does not perceive himself as weak. He is confident that he is no less capable than the rookie Westbrook. Shortly thereafter, his agent Tom called. Chue, the Lakers, Thunder, Warriors, Knicks, Kings, Cavaliers, Bobcats, Timberwolves, Suns, Spurs, and Rockets have all extended invitations for workouts. Will you attend them all? Yes, I will go. ChueDing thought for a moment and concluded that it would be better to showcase himself extensively. All right, I will make the arrangements. Tom's voice radiated excitement. With so many teams interested, surely one would recognize his potential. ChueDing harbors a fervent desire to re-enter the NBA and reaffirm his capabilities. His innate talent is commendable. However, his past performance statistics evoke a sense of melancholy, and he has faced considerable disdain, which is quite frustrating. At this juncture, he cannot afford to bask in his natural gifts, for failing to secure a place will be nothing short of humiliating. As for the teams he is considering, ChueDing possesses his own inclinations. The Lakers did not retain Sun Yu during the summer, as he fell short of their expectations. With Kobe striving for a consecutive championship and a scarcity of players in the point guard position, and given that Phil Jackson has a penchant for taller guards, ChueDing's height as a point guard is advantageous. His transition there could be favorable, especially in a major city where endorsements are more accessible. Regarding the Warriors, ChueDing recalls their interest in guards. After all, this year, he notably thwarted the Knicks and caused Curry considerable disappointment, although the veteran Nelson may not regard him highly. The Cavaliers? Next season marks the closest the franchise has been to a championship in its 1-0 phase, boasting a formidable roster. Yet, should they fail to clinch the title, LeBron may seek to form a super team in Miami, making it unlikely for ChueDing to be chosen, as they lack the patience to develop rookies. He senses that playing alongside LeBron could be somewhat awkward. As for the Timberwolves, Minnesota is a pleasant locale, but East Brother faced considerable challenges there, with the frigid climate reflecting a certain chill in the atmosphere. ChueDing greatly admires the Forest Wolves management team, pondering how they could consecutively select 2 point guards this year, while overlooking the opportunity to draft Stephen Curry. It is evident that their decisions from top to bottom reflect a certain foolishness. Ultimately, it would be preferable for him to avoid joining that team. Nevertheless, the Wolves possess a multitude of draft picks, 5th, 6th, 45th, and 47th, all belonging to them. They are likely evaluating their own prospects with the 2 second-round selections. Should the guards they covet at 5 and 6 be snatched away by other teams, they might resort to selecting a guard with the 45th or 47th pick. Undoubtedly, they would steadfastly avoid choosing Curry at the 7th position. As for the Sacramento Kings, XueDing has a vivid recollection of their owner's strikingly beautiful daughter from a previous life. This year, they are expected to select the man heralded as a rookie capable of rivaling LeBron and Michael, Tyreke Evans. This individual, during his rookie season, outshone both Curry and Harden. It was merely a fleeting moment in time. After that, what more could he achieve? The competition there is formidable. New York, on the other hand, presents a promising environment, a bustling metropolis conducive to exposure and profit. However, it is likely that they will reach an internal agreement with Curry, perhaps considering him as a contingency for their second-round draft pick. Yet, they possess no second-round pick, raising the question, could Curry be their backup plan? It is certain that their team will not perform well next season, solely to welcome the arrival of the illustrious LeBron James. As for the Thunder, with Durant and Westbrook in place, they hold the 3rd pick. When do they have to pursue anything further? This year, they also lack a second-round pick, though they do possess the 25th pick, which is a favorable position. The Spurs, in contrast, have 3 second-round picks, and their management team is adept at unearthing hidden talents. XueDing believes the Spurs would be more than willing to cultivate their own prospects. XueDing possesses no certainty regarding his projected ranking in the talent selection. XueDing had often fantasized about the lottery, but it was merely a fleeting thought. Even with the possibility of a trial with the team, his reputation and performance statistics would likely only secure him a selection between the 20th and 60th positions. The lottery was an unattainable dream. The greater likelihood was that he would be chosen in the second round. Given this, XueDing found himself uncertain about which team he might join. The randomness of the draft was immense. Aside from the Clippers, who held the first pick, virtually every other team harbored multiple plans. Since returning from the joint trials in Chicago, nearly all teams in need of a point guard expressed interest in having XueDing come in for a trial. However, the uncertainties surrounding him were considerable. The contrast between his performance in the joint trials and on the NCAA courts was stark, and management feared the possibility of misjudging talent. There were countless players brimming with potential, yet lacking the necessary skills. The following day, XueDing embarked on his journey to pursue job interviews. The Lakers, Thunder, Warriors, Knicks, Kings, Cavaliers, Bobcats, Timberwolves, Suns, Spurs. XueDing, having overextended his credit card, dedicated almost a month to participating in various team tryouts. With the Los Angeles Lakers, he secured a guarantee for the 59th pick. However, due to concerns stemming from Sun Yu's influence, Kupchak and the Zen Master harbored reservations about the exceptionally talented XueDing, a bias rooted in their perceptions of Sun Yu. Nonetheless, the impact of the great sage on the Lakers remains palpable. Conversely, the tryout with the Thunder was rather uneventful. Presti and Brooks perceived a resemblance between XueDing and Westbrook, noting a degree of overlap in their functionalities. XueDing is capable of securing rebounds, just as Westbrook can. It appears that what XueDing is capable of, Russell Westbrook can seemingly achieve as well. So, why have they chosen this Chinese player? Are they looking for yet another guard who frequently misses three-point shots and merely rebounds in the paint? As for the Timberwolves, it has become evident, just as XueDing predicted, that their selections for the 5th and 6th picks seem predetermined. It is likely that there is an internal agreement regarding the temporarily unavailable NBA prodigy Ricky Rubio and the talent from Syracuse University, Flynn. As for the subsequent 2 second-round picks, they may ensure the selection of XueDing, but a contract is not guaranteed. Upon hearing this, XueDing departed from Minnesota with a countenance full of complaints, cursing them for yet again failing to select Curry this year. He then made his way to San Antonio, where he participated in a harmonious tryout with the Spurs. XueDing felt immensely honored to team up with the legendary trio of Jin Billy, Duncan, and Parker, as they collectively dominated the other rookie players during the trials. Once the tryouts concluded, Coach Popovich, upon observing XueDing's muscular physique, was already visibly impressed. XueDing has reached the pinnacle of his career here, and all 3 members of the GDP believe he possesses the potential to be a first-round draft pick. Duncan kindly patted XueDing's head. However, Popovich ultimately stated that, given their draft positions are quite low, should XueDing still be available by the time it is their turn to select, and no other team has chosen him, they would indeed opt for XueDing and secure his contract. Although the Spurs are envious of XueDing's talent, and are willing to take on the associated developmental risks. He still does not meet their requirements for trading up in the draft. XueDing could not help but admire the Spurs' exceptional prowess. The level of talent akin to that of Westbrook still fell short of their standards. Chapter 7, Pre-Draft. After a series of trials, XueDing had visibly darkened, no longer resembling a delicate youth. It was exhausting, traveling through more than 10 cities across the United States, often interspersed with training matches. Even a stalwart like him felt the strain. However, the arduous journey proved worthwhile after an abundance of trials. XueDing has secured guaranteed second-round picks from the Lakers, along with a second-round pick and signing guarantee from the Spurs, as well as second-round pick guarantees from the Timberwolves and the Cavaliers. Although these guarantees may seem inconsequential, mere illusions prior to an official contract, XueDing at least feels reassured that he is unlikely to go undrafted, despite his unimpressive collegiate statistics, lack of renown, and a skin tone that does not conform to the conventional dichotomy. His remarkable talents have captured the attention of numerous teams. They believe that taking a gamble on him with a second-round pick could yield extraordinary returns. Should XueDing emerge as the next Russell Westbrook, the rewards would be substantial. Back at the University of Washington, XueDing has become something of a campus celebrity. Many draft websites now project him as a second-round selection with a genuine opportunity to enter the NBA, a remarkable achievement for the school's basketball program. Isaiah Thomas, still a freshman, frequently pesters XueDing with inquiries about his workouts with various teams. His roommate, Jackson, shares the same curiosity, wondering why XueDing suddenly has the chance to audition for so many teams. The media seems nearly unanimous in their belief that he will be selected. Could it be that the NBA has truly weakened? Jackson laments not having signed up himself, pondering whether he too might have been chosen. He resolves that next year, he will certainly enter the draft, hoping for a stroke of luck. Following a series of intense workouts, XueDing took a few days to rest before resuming participation in subsequent tryouts with various teams. XueDing's fame has been fervently spreading within the domestic basketball community. American media predict that XueDing will be selected this year, anticipating him to become the second Chinese guard to enter the NBA following Sun Yu. But who is XueDing? This question has arisen among all Chinese sports media. Only the local media from XueDing's hometown have managed to gather some insights from his previous high school and middle school. This young man has been a basketball prodigy from a tender age, pursuing his dreams in America. Gradually, the veil of mystery surrounding XueDing begins to lift. If he is indeed selected, it will undoubtedly cause a minor earthquake within the realm of Chinese basketball. XueDing is not a player within the system. Rather, he is a prodigious talent who has achieved success through his own relentless efforts. XueDing concluded watching the finals between the Lakers and the Magic in his dormitory. Much like in a previous life, during the 2009 finals, Kobe Bryant averaged an impressive 32. 4 points, 5. 6 rebounds, 7. 4 assists, 1. 4 steals, and 1. 4 blocks per game, with shooting percentages of 43 from the field, 36 from beyond the arc, and 84 from the free throw line. It is fair to say that Kobe's performance in this series was nothing short of stellar. However, XueDing perceived it as merely a reflection of Kobe's usual caliber. The series exhibited a rather one-sided affair, lacking the excitement of the previous year's competition. The Magic failed to pose any significant threat to the Lakers. Ultimately, the Lakers, under Kobe's leadership, triumphed over the Magic, granting Kobe his 4th personal championship title. In this series, Kobe dominated, showcasing an impeccable performance. The sole regret for Kobe this year was that his opponent in the finals was not the Celtics, but rather the Magic. XueDing was acutely aware that ever since the Lakers succumbed to the Celtics in last year's finals, Kobe had been dreaming of revenge. The upcoming showdown between the yellow and green teams would be the most significant championship of Kobe's illustrious career. Moreover, he too would seize the opportunity to showcase his talents on that grand stage. The eve of the draft. A hotel in New York. XueDing lay on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, pondering which team would select him the following day. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a call from his mother. "Hello, Mom. XueDing, the draft is tomorrow. After all those trials with various teams, do you think any of them will choose you? It's still uncertain. Tomorrow, you and Dad can watch the live broadcast on CCTV. We will know then. Yes, your father and I have taken the day off to stay home and watch television with you while we wait. Try not to feel too much pressure. Even if you aren't selected, it's all right. You can complete your studies in America and return home to find a job. I'll arrange a blind date for you when you come back." The only woman whose beauty XueDing has not managed to conquer is his own mother. Xue's mother has been persistently urging him to find a girlfriend. If by tomorrow No team selects me. I shall return home. And perhaps I shall bring you some grandchildren sooner than expected. XueDing was acutely aware of his parents' concerns. He merely needed to approach the matter of the talent show with a sense of casual nonchalance. After concluding a phone call with his mother, he felt a profound sense of tranquility wash over him, freeing his mind from a myriad of distractions. With the assurance of his family's presence tomorrow, he quietly awaited the arrival of that pivotal day. June 25th, 2009, may well be the most significant day in XueDing's life. The talent show would unfold within the illustrious Madison Square Garden Theater in New York City. As in previous years, this event would be broadcast live across 203 countries and regions through the American ESPN network. XueDing, clad in a tailored suit, sat in the car. Accompanied by his agent Tom, he arrived at the entrance of the theater at Madison Square Garden. As he stepped out, the resounding clicks of cameras echoed around him. To his astonishment, XueDing found himself enveloped by a sea of eager fans at Madison Square Garden. This was his first encounter with such an overwhelming spectacle, and the level of attention surrounding the talent show far exceeded his expectations. Though XueDing was internally astonished, he refrained from revealing his emotions on his face, instead clenching his fists. This was because XueDing understood that upon his emergence from Madison Square Garden, his world and his life would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Outside, the media were analyzing the strategies of various teams for this year's draft. It was highly probable that a team might inadvertently select the next Jordan today. Of course, there was also the possibility of encountering a second Kwame Brown. No one could foresee the exhilarating draft's ultimate ramifications for the teams involved. Even the executives poised to make decisions were uncertain. It was a gamble. Let us go, Xue. You will undoubtedly succeed. Tom was also quite nervous. Buddy, you will too. XueDing glanced at the agent who had provided him with ample assistance. XueDing and Tom entered the theater, where XueDing's striking good looks made a significant impact. Clad in a suit that seemed more fitting for a fashion week, adorned with sunglasses, featuring chiseled features and lengthy legs, he wore a subtle smile that exuded charm. Click, click, click. Countless flashes converged upon XueDing. Among the crowd, the Chinese journalists were particularly astonished, questioning whether he was indeed a mere internet celebrity. Zhang Weiping from CCTV5 remarked with a chuckle, XueDing is incredibly handsome, far more so than many stars. If this were not CCTV5, I might have thought I was watching the red carpet of CCTV6. Director Su laughed. Perhaps he might genuinely pursue a career in film. His looks are exceptional. Zhang Weiping continued, setting aside his appearance. What do you think XueDing might be selected? Su Jiqing responded, according to reports from the United States, XueDing might be chosen in the second round, around the 40th to 50th pick. So, for fans watching on television who haven't yet heard his name, there is no need for concern. Zhang Weiping replied, that would indeed be remarkable. Getting selected is what truly matters. XueDing's draft has captured the hearts of millions of football fans across the nation. This year's draft event has set a new record for viewership. In China, there have been many instances of towering players entering the NBA, yet only one short player, Sun Yu, has made the leap. Now, it appears there may soon be a second, naturally stirring anticipation. Chapter 8, The Draft. Meanwhile, far away in China, Xue's parents, along with their neighbors, gathered before the television to witness the live broadcast of the NBA draft. Upon seeing XueDing's appearance, Aunt Zhou's eyes lit up. Little Ding is truly growing more handsome by the day. I have a relative whose daughter is an art student, and she is exceptionally beautiful. Old Xue, how about introducing them? Aunt Zhou suggested to Xue's father. Well, that would be splendid. Little Ding is still single, and I worry he might struggle to find partner. Where's that girl from? Xue's mother interjected. From Xinjiang. I heard she is currently in a film production. Ah, girls in film are always lovely. And with Little Ding's charm, she is bound to take notice. Although Xue's mother considered XueDing to be merely average, she acknowledged that others would certainly praise his good looks. Xue's father was engrossed in watching television, paying no heed to the group of women who were incessantly fretting over trivial matters. Meanwhile, the talent show was about to commence on screen. XueDing was unable to enter the small green room and was instead assigned to the grand hall of the banquet. The cameras of CCTV5 swept across the luxurious boxes within Madison Square Garden. Xue's father, also a fan, was aware that the managers of various teams inside were currently in a state of utter disarray. At this moment, any phone call or note could potentially alter the course of XueDing's life. Xue's father never imagined that one day his son would truly find himself at the NBA draft. At this moment, he felt just as anxious as XueDing. Soon, the lights in the arena dimmed on the television screen. NBA Commissioner David Stern was the first to take the stage. XueDing watched this venerable figure who had propelled the NBA onto the global stage with curiosity and admiration. Those who had experienced the era of Adam Silver would surely reminisce about the time of Stern. XueDing has always maintained that the assertion of American football's superiority over basketball is exaggerated. If the stars of football were to form a team for the Olympics, would their impact surpass that of the Dream Team? Apart from the United States, there are few places where football is played. It remains a niche pastime. Globally, soccer reigns as the foremost sport, followed by basketball, a fact that is indisputable. XueDing reminisced about the Dream Team he grew up idolizing in his previous life. The Flying Man, the Bulls dynasty, the OK duo, Yao and McGrady. The fierce rivalry between the yellow and green teams, and the legendary top 50 players that sparked endless debates in the age of the internet. These memories encapsulate the essence of youth. It is only in moments of loss that one learns to cherish what once was. By the time Adam Silver ascended to power and the NBA was engulfed in chaos, fans began to realize just how remarkable David Stern had been. The NBA and its numerous admirers owe him a debt of gratitude. Without his influence, many classics would never have come to fruition. At the very least, the NBA after Silver's appointment has left us struggling to recall any truly memorable games. Only through comparison can one truly appreciate the valuable past. Ladies and gentlemen, I am aware that you might not wish to hear from me, yet I feel compelled to share a few words. Following a lengthy and meandering speech from Stern, applause resonated throughout the hall. Before long, the draft reached its zenith amidst the rhythms set by the DJ. Stern took the first envelope from the staff, tore it open, and extracted a piece of paper. XueDing fixated intently on the elderly gentleman before him. Though he was fully aware that it was improbable for his name to grace the first selection, an undeniable tension enveloped him. Stern's movements were leisurely, inciting disdain among the fans watching the draft live. Many wished fervently to rush the stage and snatch the card from Stern's grasp to announce it themselves. Could he not hasten his pace? Might he refrain from prolonging the suspense with his enunciation? Stern gestured for calm, smiled, and began to speak. At the 2009 NBA Draft, with the first pick in the first round, the Los Angeles Clippers select. He deliberately paused, grinning broadly. Blake Griffin from the University of Oklahoma. As anticipated, the selection of Griffin brought a sense of relief to XueDing. Amidst the applause, the sharply dressed Griffin rose, donned his cap, embraced his family, and waved to the audience as he gracefully ascended to the center stage. He appeared to take it all in stride, his demeanor remarkably composed. Griffin happily shook hands with Stern, and XueDing knew that he would represent the Clippers in the 2009 NBA Summer League, potentially claiming the MVP title. However, just a day before the season commenced, Griffin would be sidelined for a year due to a stress fracture in his left kneecap, marking the following year as his return. This season would not belong to him. After shaking hands with Stern, the camera shutters clicked incessantly. Stern continued with his duties. With the second pick in the first round of the 2009 NBA Draft, the Memphis Grizzlies selected Hashim the Beat from the University of Connecticut. Following this, with the third pick, the Oklahoma City Thunder chose James Harden from Arizona State University. Then, with the seventh pick, the Golden State Warriors opted for Stephen Curry from Davidson College. Little transpired unexpectedly. Everything unfolded precisely as XueDing's memory had foretold. As time progressed, the prodigies from the green room emerged one by one. Some, like Harden, wore beaming smiles, while others, such as Curry, wore a more forced grin. Curry had little desire to join the Warriors. His aspiration was to play for the Knicks, yet fate dictated that the Knicks, being one pick behind, were unable to secure him. With Stern's pace quickening, XueDing's anxiety intensified, for he knew that his turn was drawing near. Would he be chosen by the Lakers? The Rockets? The Timberwolves? The Spurs? During the trial training, XueDing was somewhat aware that several teams were interested in him and wished to select him. However, there is little assurance in the draft process. Even if selected, one may still be traded. A draft commitment essentially implies that one is merely a backup option. XueDing eagerly anticipates the conclusion of this exasperating first-round draft, as the time spent here feels truly agonizing. In the 2009 NBA Draft, the Portland Trail Blazers selected XueDing from the University of Washington as the 22nd pick in the first round. XueDing was still contemplating which position he would be selected in the next round when he heard Stern's voice. Suddenly, a thunderous realization struck him. The first round? The 22nd pick? The Trailblazers? An entirely unexpected team had intervened. History was being rewritten. As Stern's announcement echoed, chaos erupted in the luxurious suites. Popovich exchanged a resigned smile with Buford, both aware of the missed opportunity. Chinese fans watching the draft via television and online streaming were filled with excitement. The 22nd pick in the first round, although not on par with Yao Ming or Yi Jianlian, was still commendable. Yao had sustained an injury during the playoffs against the Lakers, with no clear return date in sight. Yi's situation with the Nets was dire, and Sun Yu's future with the Lakers remained uncertain. In this context, ChueDing's selection at the 22nd spot ignited fervent anticipation among Chinese fans for the upcoming NBA season. "Xue, go for it," Tom urged, nudging the slightly dazed ChueDing beside him. ChueDing's heart, once filled with excitement, now found a sense of tranquility. He was selected as the 22nd pick in the first round. ChueDing rose to his feet and accepted the cap emblazoned with the emblem of the Trailblazers from the staff. With a sense of confidence, he strode towards the main stage. "Xue, may you surpass Yao in excellence." As he shook hands with David Stern, ChueDing caught a glimpse of Stern's aspirations for him. When Xue's parents, Xue Ba and Xue Ma, witnessed their son on stage express his deepest gratitude towards them, a wave of pride washed over their hearts. Xue's father and mother had tears glistening in their eyes. Xue's father reminisced about ChueDing's unwavering dedication to practicing basketball, regardless of the weather during his childhood. "My child, it is truly yourself that you should express gratitude to, the diligent and persistent individual who has nurtured a profound love for basketball day after day, year after year." After stepping off the stage, Tom appeared beside ChueDing, beaming with a smile. "Xue, let us go and bask in the spotlight of the world." Chapter 9. Signing the contract. After being selected, ChueDing felt a sense of reassurance settle within him. ChueDing and Tom emerged to encounter the general manager of the Trailblazers, Kevin Pritchard, alongside President Larry Miller. The legendary and affluent NBA owner, Paul Allen, was notably absent. Upon their initial meeting, ChueDing was favorably impressed by Pritchard, who, despite his serious demeanor, exhibited a kind and amiable manner of speaking. In the annals of ChueDing's memory, the talent for selection possessed by Kevin Pritchard was indeed formidable. In 2006, the newly appointed general manager of the Portland Trail Blazers dazzled observers with a series of astute maneuvers, bringing forth two shining prospects from the barren 2006 draft, Brandon Roy and LaMarcus Aldridge, thus laying the cornerstone for the revival of the Blazers. In 2007, fortune favored the Blazers as they held the coveted first overall pick. After much contemplation, Pritchard opted for Greg Oden, a player burdened with the weight of being the last hope for American centers. He also acquired the draft rights from the Phoenix Suns, introducing the charismatic Spanish talent, Rudy Fernández. Throughout subsequent draft days, Pritchard continued to make his mark, securing quality newcomers such as Jared Bayless and Nicholas Batum. Had it not been for the injuries that plagued this team, his prowess in player selection could have easily rivaled that of Sam Presti, the general manager of the Oklahoma City Thunder. After ChueDing posed for a photograph with Pritchard while donning the Trailblazer jersey, he voiced a lingering question that had been troubling his mind. ChueDing inquired, "Pritchard, what prompted your selection of me? I recall not having attended a trial with your team." Pritchard chuckled, Xue, I came across the video you sent during your initial submission. Your training footage was sent to the team's email, and had it not been for an intern forwarding it to me, I would have never discovered such a prodigy as yourself. Subsequently, I also viewed your performance during the combine scrimmage, which was impressive. At that moment, Larry and I resolved to select you, thereby rendering further trials unnecessary. ChueDing turned to Tom and inquired, "The team email?" There exists a fundamental distinction between the team email and the general manager's email, much like the difference between a corporate email and a private one belonging to the owner. The owner typically peruses their personal email, yet is not guaranteed that they will attend to the company email. Clearly, Tom has been sending messages to the team email. Tom, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and replied, "Haha, I simply wasn't aware of their email addresses." "Kevin, I assure you that your choice tonight is indeed the right one. Xue will undoubtedly become a premier point guard." ChueDing shrugged his shoulders, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. As an agent, Tom's resources were undoubtedly his Achilles heel. However, one could not help but commend his diligence and commitment to his work, thus making it difficult to place excessive blame upon him. Pritchard continued, "Xue, welcome to the Trailblazers. Which jersey number would you like to wear?" ChueDing replied without hesitation, "Number 1. Pritchard nodded in acknowledgement. President Larry Miller stated, "Xue, the team will sign you and will not trade you. Do you have any requests for us at this moment?" ChueDing hesitated for quite some time, feeling a bit embarrassed, and inquired, "Could you possibly replace the veterinary team of the Pioneers, or rather, the medical team?" "Haha, Several individuals burst into laughter simultaneously. XueDing engaged in a brief exchange with Pritchard, after which the general manager had to attend to the draft. XueDing is also awaiting the conclusion of the draft, as the Trailblazers possess 1 first-round pick and 2 second-round picks this year. Among the second-round selections, one was used to acquire Cade Cunningham, and the other for Patty Mills. Upon witnessing these 2 choices, XueDing cannot help but admire the general manager's discerning eye for talent. The quality of the selections is undoubtedly commendable. Cade Cunningham, despite his shorter stature for a power forward, possesses the ability to stretch the floor and demonstrates a certain proficiency in three-point shooting, even though his shooting percentage falls below the league average. His defensive prowess against positions 3 and 4 is commendable, ensuring that he can maintain a role in the NBA as a rotation player. A remarkable achievement for a second-round pick. Patty Mills, on the other hand, is a swift and agile point guard whose primary focus is scoring rather than playmaking. His shooting is precise, capable of both dribbling and catch-and-shoot scenarios, and he exhibits great versatility on the defensive end, excelling at steals. Although his height may be a disadvantage, his prowess solidified his position as a starter for the Spurs before XueDing's return. After 4 hours of the 2-round draft, the 2009 NBA draft finally came to a close. Following the established protocol, all the selected rookies from the first round gathered together for a commemorative photograph with David Stern. Snap, snap, snap. XueDing's smile graced the collective portrait of the 2009 NBA draft class, which included luminaries such as Griffin, Curry, Harden, and DeRozan. As a representative of the new era of explosive point guards, XueDing was selected 22nd overall by the Portland Trail Blazers, marking a significant moment in the golden age of Chinese basketball. He became the 4th active Chinese player in the NBA. While the cameras clicked, journalists from various Chinese media outlets eagerly prepared headlines to celebrate this momentous occasion, welcoming the Chinese basketball athlete into the NBA. With the draft now concluded, the sight of XueDing leaving the arena with his head held high filled the reporters' hearts with boundless anticipation. Despite Yao Ming's severe injuries and Yi Jianlian's subpar performance, the future of Chinese basketball perhaps was not as bleak as once imagined. Merely 3 days later, Tom accompanied XueDing to Portland. In the general manager's office, XueDing inscribed his name on the contract presented by the Trailblazers. From that moment forth, he truly became an NBA player. The rookie contract in the NBA lacks continuity, 2-2, with the salaries of all rookies predetermined through collective bargaining agreements between the league and the players' union. Although the first contract for NBA rookies possesses a degree of flexibility, players often find themselves at a disadvantage within the contract, as potential earnings are confined by the stipulated distribution values of the labor agreement. The first 2 years of first-round rookie contracts are guaranteed, while the 3rd and 4th years are team options. Following the conclusion of the 2-year contract, a rookie may sign an extension with distribution values ranging from a minimum of 80 to a maximum of 120, though it is exceedingly rare to sign a contract significantly lower than 120. This distribution value is determined by the rookie's draft position and only applies to the 3rd-year contract, with the 4th-year salary calculated as a percentage of the 3rd-year salary. Notably, this distribution value contract is exclusive to first-round rookies, and typically, a rookie will sign for the maximum of 120. The Trailblazers offered XueDing a standard 2-2 rookie contract, with his first-year salary set at $980,000, followed by $1.05 million in the second year, $12 million in the 3rd year, and $8 million in the 4th year, culminating in a total of $4.95 million over 4 years. The disparities in contracts for first-round selections can be vast. For instance, the top pick, Griffin, secured a contract worth $25 million over 4 years, with a staggering $5 million in his first year, more than XueDing's entire contract. It is quite common for contracts at the end of the first round to be less lucrative than those in the second round. Regarding the financial figures, XueDing was not particularly concerned. More than monetary gain, he sought time and a platform, firmly believing that he would secure a maximum salary upon his next contract renewal. The average career span of an NBA player is merely 3 to 4 years, which coincides closely with the duration of a rookie contract. Should XueDing fail to establish his worth within these fleeting years, he would have no choice but to depart from this dazzling realm, replete with wealth, media attention, miracles, and the incessant glare of the spotlight. Although the salary for lower first-round picks in the NBA is relatively modest, XueDing has already ascended to the status of a bona fide millionaire. He is more than capable of covering his own living expenses and even able to provide financial support to his parents. Tom, the agent of XueDing, has secured a contract worth approximately $150,000 under the current labor agreement. However, Tom is not primarily interested in the commission from XueDing's player contract. His focus lies on the lucrative Chinese market that accompanies XueDing. In the realm of athlete endorsements, agents can earn a staggering 15% commission. Tom is impatiently eager to negotiate with prospective investors from China. Upon exiting the team office, XueDing and Tom exchanged a hearty high five, followed by a shared burst of laughter. Their collaboration during this draft has proven that neither is to be underestimated. Chapter 10. Intense Training and Dual Skills. As XueDing finalized his contract, the system notified him that the task of entering the NBA had been accomplished. Upon returning to the apartment rented by Tom, XueDing reflected on his training progress and the rewards for completing his mission. Name: XueDing. Gender: male. Age: 20. Height: 196 centimeters. Wingspan: 211 centimeters. Hand size: 23 centimeters. Weight: 92 kilograms. Profession: player for the NBA's Trail Blazers. Salary: $980,000 per year. Professional attributes: speed: 180. Strength: 140. Close shot: 136. Mid-range shot: 153 point shot: 136 dunking, 170 passing, 184 ball handling, 180 defense, 163 rebounding, 165 blocking, 73 overall rating, 160 increases when enraged. NBA star evaluation: B. Current talent: Russell Westbrook, rookie level 1, current skills: dunking master, LV5. Star points: 10. 2 months after XueDing's return from his journey through time, he has diligently trained almost every day. His steadfast commitment to training has led to modest enhancements in his attributes compared to when he first arrived. The most notable change is the elevation of his talent from level 0 to level 1 in the Divine Turtle category. The skill Dunking Sovereign, level 5, is an advanced skill acquired as a reward for completing a task. The description of Dunking Sovereign suggests that as long as XueDing can ignite the momentum for a dunk, even the tallest defenders will find themselves overpowered. While this style of play is undeniably exhilarating, XueDing is reluctant to adopt a path akin to that of Russell Westbrook. Frequent dunks can be thrilling, yet they also carry the risk of injuries, as evidenced by Westbrook's several significant setbacks. For XueDing, the paramount concern while playing for the Trail Blazers is to remain injury-free. At that time, his suggestion to the president to replace the team's medical staff was not made in jest. XueDing is acutely aware that in a previous life, the Portland Trail Blazers placed great hopes on the trio of Roy, Aldridge, and Odin, all of whom suffered greatly from injuries during their tenure. Roy and Odin, in particular, were forced into retirement due to their ailments. The recent history of the Blazers can be aptly summarized as tragic. The year Roy retired was particularly devastating. Brandon Roy's departure, Aldridge's season-ending injury, internal team conflicts, Odin's physical decline, McMillan's dismissal, and the loss of 2 out of 5 starters before the trade deadline. Had it not been for their injuries, they might have touched the pinnacle of the championship. Of course, such a predicament cannot solely be attributed to the Blazers' medical staff. Yet as a crucial component behind the scenes, their failure to elevate the team to the anticipated heights, culminating in despair, cannot be overlooked. Consequently, XueDing is understandably wary of injuries. He cannot afford to tread the same path as Westbrook. XueDing's current advantages lie in his remarkable speed, exceptional ability to attack the rim, and strong finishing skills in the paint. However, his mid-range and three-point shooting remain notably inconsistent. XueDing currently has numerous areas in need of enhancement. Foremost among these is his shooting ability. He must not emulate the struggles of his predecessor, who recorded a shooting percentage in the 30s during his rookie season. A guard lacking shooting prowess is at a significant disadvantage. Players like Simons and Rondo serve as cautionary tales for XueDing. The day following the signing of his contract, the Portland Trail Blazers held a press conference to announce the details. The agreement was finalized. XueDing had secured a 4-year contract with the Trail Blazers. The young dynamo confirmed his entry into the NBA, donning the number 1 jersey. Brandon Roy remarked, "I know Xue. He is also from the University of Washington, and I am looking forward to collaborating with him in the upcoming season." Yao Ming added, "XueDing has proactively reached out to me. His character is exceptionally suited for the NBA, and he is destined for success." The day after the press conference, domestic newspapers and news websites were inundated with reports of XueDing's 4-year contract with the Trail Blazers. In a league where the presence of Chinese players is dwindling, ChueDing's emergence undoubtedly offers hope to fans following Yao Ming's injury. Nevertheless, ChueDing has joined a team that is often disliked by many Chinese fans, the Trailblazers. Their star player, Brandon Roy, has been a nemesis for the Rockets. Roy left an indelible mark on Chinese fans, especially during the unforgettable game on November 7, 2008, when he executed a last-second shot to defeat the Rockets in overtime. At that moment, as the Rockets visited the Rose Garden, Roy made a clutch jumper, leaving only 9 seconds on the clock. Yao Ming responded with a shot that not only scored but drew a foul on Roy, converting the free throw and placing the Rockets ahead by 1 point with just 0.8 seconds remaining. Just as Yao believed he was about to achieve his first career game winner, a miracle unfolded in those fleeting moments. Roy, receiving the ball beyond the three-point line, launched an extraordinary shot that arced through the air like a guided missile, piercing the Rockets' net. In the aftermath, many considered the term game winner to be insufficient to describe Roy's shot. It deserved the title of the ultimate game winner. Years later, this moment is still regarded by some experts as one of the most replicably challenging game winners in league history. Thus, Chinese fans harbor a complex relationship with Roy, mingling admiration with resentment. ChueDing now finds himself on this formidable Trailblazers team, which is by no means a weak opponent, but rather a strong contender capable of challenging for the Western Conference title. The quality of a rookie's developmental environment is crucial to their emergence. A lack of weak opponents merely signifies increased competition. While outsiders speculate about the limited opportunities ChueDing may have to play, he remains unfazed, confident in his destiny as a future superstar. Who says that being part of a strong team is detrimental? Does one only gain court time on a weaker squad? The underperforming teams face numerous challenges. Firstly, their environment is exceedingly poor, resulting in a loss of the winning culture. Although rookie players may receive more opportunities in weaker teams, the adverse conditions can lead them to lose confidence and even succumb to despair. ChueDing is preoccupied with concerns about his playing time. He would be better off dedicating himself to training and improving his skills, for opportunities are seized through one's own efforts. Meanwhile, domestic media are extensively covering news about ChueDing. ChueDing has commenced specialized training under the auspices of the Trailblazers. In his rookie season, he faces numerous challenges and urgently needs to enhance his skills across all dimensions. With innate talent must come relentless effort. As July arrives, veteran players continue to relish their vacations. However, for ChueDing, his respite is solely spent on the basketball court. Meanwhile, Tom is actively engaging with prominent business magnates from various sectors in China, as many brands are keen to secure endorsement from the remarkably handsome ChueDing, who surpasses even Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian in appeal. Regarding sneaker contracts, various manufacturers, including Anta, Nike, Li Ning, 361, and Adidas, have reached out to Tom with their proposals. However, due to the relatively low endorsement fees offered, ChueDing has declined all sneaker deals. ChueDing's approach may result in the forfeiture of certain short-term gains. However, he possesses the confidence that when he shines brilliantly on the NBA stage, the sneaker manufacturers will willingly present him with contracts that multiply in value. In terms of endorsements, ChueDing has initially partnered with a brand that does not require him to film promotional videos. The brand, known as ChasesDraft, promptly compensated him with a sum of $500,000. Upon signing the endorsement contract, ChueDing acquired an abundance of supplies that could last him for 5 years. On the training court, ChueDing is intensifying his training regimen, particularly focusing on his shooting skills. His musculature is already quite developed, yet further training in this area may adversely affect his bodily coordination. Through this period of rigorous practice, ChueDing has come to a profound realization regarding the disparity between his previous innate talent and his current capabilities. The present version of himself holds boundless potential for the future. During the off-season, the training facility remains devoid of fellow players, leaving ChueDing to endure solitude as he diligently works on his improvement. Last season, the performance of the Trailblazers youthful squad was nothing short of astonishing, as they achieved an impressive record of 54 wins to 28 losses, their best performance in nearly a decade, and made their return to the playoff stage after a 6-year absence. However, youth can be a double-edged sword. Their lack of experience led to an early exit in the first round of the playoffs, thereby enabling the Rockets to break their first-round curse. This summer, in addition to selecting 3 new rookies, including himself, the Trailblazers underwent significant personnel changes, losing players such as Rodriguez, PG, Fry, PF, Diogu, PF, and Shavlik Randolph, PF. although the team has seen a notable exodus of players. The impact of Miller's addition is perceived to be far more significant. According to media reports, this former assist leader is expected to greatly alleviate Roy's ball-handling burden, allowing him to navigate the offensive end with greater ease. Moreover, the acquisitions of Howard and Pendergraft are certain to substantially bolster the team's power forward position. Compared to the previous season, the Trail Blazers' overall strength has evidently improved. Nevertheless, few believe that XueDing's inclusion as a rookie will yield a considerable enhancement to the team. In his inaugural year, fans simply hope for him to secure a spot in the rotation. XueDing pays no heed to these opinions and remarks, dedicating 2 consecutive months to shooting practice. XueDing has acquired the skill of precision shooter at level 1, resulting in a modest enhancement in his shooting accuracy, significantly surpassing that of the rookie Westbrook. The precision shooter skill spans from level 1 to level 5, with its capabilities as follows. Upon receiving the ball, the player's shooting accuracy for mid to long-range jump shots increases by 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10, respectively, to a certain extent disregarding interference. Do not underestimate the fact that reaching level 10 marks a considerable distinction between an ordinary player and a superstar. XueDing now finds it exceedingly arduous to elevate his skills. He must invest countless hours of effort and sweat to hone his craft. When he feels he has sufficiently practiced his shooting, he expresses a desire to participate in the Summer League to further acclimate himself to the competitive atmosphere. In Chapter 11, the Super Trailblazer, the thought of competing in the Summer League propels XueDing to approach head coach Nate McMillan. Coach, I wish to play in the Summer League. No, Xue. McMillan replies, you do not need to participate in the Summer League. We have not reserved a spot for you. Why not? XueDing inquires. You are slated to be the backup point guard for the upcoming season. What I need from you now is to refine your shooting and ensure your physical conditioning is optimal. But what about the rookies on other teams? Xue, trust me, our situation is unique. Competing in the Summer League would not hold much significance for you at this stage. I understand your eagerness to play, but please believe me, I have heard about your diligent training at the gym. Your attitude has been commendable. However, I must remind you not to overtrain. This summer, focus on properly adjusting your body, as there will be little respite during the regular season ahead. With Roy, Aldridge, and Fernandez all nursing injuries, McMillan is reluctant to allow the physically aggressive XueDing to engage in a fierce battle with players desperately seeking jobs in the Summer League. The real competition can wait for the regular season. Okay, XueDing reluctantly ends the call. However, the news of being included in the rotation as the backup point guard slightly alleviates his disappointment about missing the Summer League. XueDing did not squander a moment. He embarked on a new round of intense training, this time not in Portland, but back at the University of Washington. On this occasion, XueDing was training alongside Isaiah Thomas. Xue, your transformation is astonishing. You have become significantly more muscular than half a year ago, exclaimed a bystander, marveling at XueDing's brawny arms with palpable envy. XueDing shrugged. He now resembled a larger version of Russell Westbrook in stature. XueDing has already exerted considerable control over himself, deliberately refraining from further muscle training. Yet, those 8 defined abdominal muscles seem to emerge regardless of his efforts to suppress them. With your physique complemented by your striking visage, it is difficult to conceive of any young woman who would not be captivated by you. During your training at school, the sidelines of our court often attract an array of lovely onlookers, a most delightful sight indeed. And then there is your posterior, both pert and firm. Little Thomas truly possesses a loose tongue, incessantly chattering as he pinches, pokes, and playfully slaps XueDing. XueDing could only use his fist to deal with this big-mouthed individual who stood at 175 centimeters. The one at 175 was rather easy to bully, with shorter arms and a not-so-bright mind. On September 30th, after receiving a gathering message from the Trailblazers, XueDing officially embarked on his journey with the team. Upon returning to the Trailblazers training facility, the head coach, Nate McMillan, was highly pleased upon seeing XueDing's physique. It was evident he had dedicated considerable effort to his training throughout the summer. In the locker room, XueDing observed several familiar figures from the team engaged in conversation. Roy, Odin, Aldridge, Fernandez, Batum. XueDing possesses a vibrant and cheerful personality. Upon spotting the seasoned players, he eagerly approaches them, exclaiming, "Hello, veterans. I am XueDing, the new rookie of the Trailblazers, but you may call me Xue." The veteran players are aware that a few newcomers have joined their team, yet they find this particular rookie to be quite uncharacteristic of the typical novice. His enthusiasm is palpable. "Hi, Xue. Welcome aboard," Rookie, they respond warmly. Roy, Batum, and Fernandez embody the essence of gentlemanly conduct as they extend their greetings to ChueDing. The locker room of the Trailblazers exudes a harmonious atmosphere, and under the leadership of Roy, it stands as a beacon of positivity. Shue, are you adjusting well to the NBA? It's quite different from your time with the Eskimo Dogs. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. As a senior player, Roy naturally feels a sense of responsibility to guide him. ChueDing remarked, for the time being, there is no need. Just refrain from targeting me during the pranks, all right? Haha. The discussion among these gentlemen revolved around unconventional ways to welcome the newcomers. The rookie players entering the league must run errands and perform tasks for the veterans, essentially enduring a period of hazing. This has become an unwritten rule within the NBA. Even the most illustrious superstars of the present cannot evade this reality. Odin shrugged with a smile, saying that may not be the case. Every rookie must undergo some unforgettable experiences. Fernandez also displayed a peculiar grin, observing that the two seemed to be concocting a scheme to prank themselves. ChueDing threatened, very well, do as you please. I believe that Chinese martial arts can indeed leave a lasting impression. ChueDing directly threatened the two individuals. Roy, Odin, and Fernandez chuckled upon hearing ChueDing's words. This rookie truly exhibits a ruthless demeanor, boldly declaring his intent to confront others as soon as he entered the locker room. ChueDing firmly expresses his personality, which is undeniably fierce and ruthless. Indeed, he commands respect and should not be underestimated. However, such a demeanor must be rooted in a confidence born of genuine strength. Should ChueDing's subsequent performances fail to match his flamboyant character, he risks becoming a source of disdain. After greeting each teammate in the locker room, ChueDing developed a basic understanding of them. Roy, the leader of the locker room, possesses a remarkable maturity. Although he is only in his 20s, his speech and actions exude a calmness that is quite admirable. Batum, with his somewhat shifty appearance, has a gentle disposition and is quite refined. Odin, resembling a man in his 40s, was once the top draft pick, overshadowing Durant, yet his personality is childlike and immature. Upon his arrival, ChueDing expressed a desire to take him out to nightclubs to meet women. Aldridge is a big, earnest fellow, honest and straightforward in his speech, which explains why Popovich could easily convince him to play power forward instead of center. Fernandez is a seasoned veteran, seemingly having navigated the professional courts since he was 11 or 12 years old. In summary, each of these individuals possesses distinct personalities, yet they share a common trait. They do not resemble the stereotypical brutish basketball players. Instead, they each embody the elegance of refined gentlemen and cultured individuals. During training, McMillan requested the newcomers to introduce themselves in front of the group. Following this, they commenced regular recovery training. Competitive matches? Not a chance. On the first day of training camp, many players had yet to return from their vacation state, making competitive play too strenuous for them, as they needed to recover step by step. Throughout the training session, McMillan engaged with each newcomer to gauge their situations. When he reached ChueDing, he inquired, Shue, what are your thoughts regarding tactics? ChueDing understood that McMillan wished to assess his own self-perception. ChueDing, with an air of confidence, replied, indeed. I do have some ideas. If you were to position me as the core of the second unit, I envision a strategy that is quite straightforward. Upon entering the offensive set, I would take control of the ball while my teammates spread out to create spacing. Once I establish a one-on-one advantage, I could either penetrate and distribute the ball or would take the shot myself. Our roster boasts several adept shooters, including Batum, Fernandez, and Matthews, all of whom possess a reliable three-point shot. Moreover, beyond structure plays, I believe our second unit should emphasize rapid transition offense in the upcoming season. Our agility and speed are remarkable, and I am capable of executing a coast-to-coast drive, culminating in a thunderous dunk. As long as my teammates maintain their positions and keep pace with me, I will undoubtedly deliver the ball. Do you have any tactical suggestions for the starting lineup? McMillan nodded frequently, recognizing ChueDing's confidence. I believe our first unit must also accelerate the pace of the game. Last season, we averaged merely 96.3 points per game, which is far too slow. While a solid defense may secure championships on the offensive end, as long as we outscore our opponents, victory will be ours. Our offensive strategy can focus on either attacking the basket or shooting from beyond the arc, thus minimizing mid-range attempts. The only player permitted to take mid-range shots should be Aldridge. I feel we are currently underutilizing our three-point shooting, and we should aim to increase our attempts to at least 40 per game. Both Roy and I excel in one-on-one situations, when three-point opportunities are scarce. We can rely on our individual skills to clinch the game. XueDing's response left McMillan utterly astonished. He had never encountered a rookie who spoke of the game so nonchalantly, as if such an attitude guaranteed victory. But can the game truly be played with such ease? To McMillan's surprise, he found himself somewhat inclined to believe XueDing's whimsical assertions. Such is the charm of XueDing. XueDing speaks of the future's super rocket model. The Trailblazers boast sharpshooters such as Batum, Webster, and Fernandez, who possess commendable three-point shooting accuracy. Furthermore, they have the formidable one-on-one skills of Roy alongside XueDing. Additionally, they are supported by the former assist champion Miller, orchestrating the offense, and the interior anchor Aldridge. This lineup is far more coherent than the Rockets roster in the later years. Provided the Trailblazers maintain their health and each player performs at their optimal state, this team is poised to at least reach the second round of the playoffs. Chapter 12. Let's engage in a contest. XueDing's tactical assertions are merely boastful. He seeks to present himself as an imaginative young man rather than one who stands perplexed and at a loss when questioned by his coach. NBA coaches are not ineffectual. What you articulate is of no consequence if it is disregarded in practice. On the court, adherence to my directives is paramount. While anyone can expound theoretical knowledge, the execution of such strategies is far more complex. Currently, the Trailblazers exhibit a significant inclination towards mid-range shots. Players like Roy, Batum, and Aldridge are adept in this area. Could you expect them to suddenly abandon mid-range shooting? Such a demand would be tantamount to self-sabotage. What if your proposed three-point strategy falters? Would it be you facing dismissal, or would it be I who must resign? This dilemma mirrors McMillan's assertion to XueDing that dunking is beyond his capabilities. Can Xue adapt to that? In truth, McMillan's inquiries were merely courteous. A coach does not engage in discussions regarding tactics or role delineation only to delve into life lessons or nightlife. It would take the words of an inexperienced rookie, yet to compete in a match. Seriously? Certainly not McMillan. Naturally, XueDing does not anticipate any significant impact from these exchanges. Each era possesses its own suitable systems and regulations, and forcibly disrupting them may not yield beneficial results. Furthermore, a conversation about tactics allows the coach to glean insights into the player's mindset and the thoughts that occupy their mind. After conversing with XueDing, McMillan discreetly affixed a label to him, a highly confident and passionately spirited rookie, albeit with limited tactical acumen, who possesses a penchant for isolation plays. He firmly believes he can establish a localized advantage in one-on-one situations against any opponent. Coach McMillan is indeed a figure of misfortune. Yet it must be acknowledged that his character leaves much to be desired. As the head coach of the team, alongside the members of the management, his professional accomplishments are commendable. In 2005, when he transitioned to the Trailblazers, he was burdened with a collection of overpaid, underperforming players. However, with his adept management skills, he skillfully exchanged expiring colossal contracts for a coveted lottery pick. It is widely recognized that possessing a lottery pick does not guarantee the acquisition of a future star. Discerning genuine talent from the rest is an arduous task, as evidenced by the Timberwolves. Yet, McMillan succeeded in this challenging endeavor. Collaborating with the general manager, he selected Brandon Roy, LaMarcus Aldridge, Nicholas Batum, Martell Webster, and Greg Oden. Even Rudy Fernandez, who was secured for a mere few $1 million, blossomed into an undeniable star. Uniting these young talents and harnessing their potential was no small feat, but McMillan accomplished it. The remarkable record of 54 wins and 28 losses secured them the fourth seed in the Western Conference, heralding a resurgence of a long-dormant rose in the Rose Garden. The reason for labeling McMillan as unfortunate stems from the 2009-10 season, during which the Trailblazers faced a severe injury crisis. In practice sessions, Coach McMillan and his assistants were compelled to don their gear and engage in full-court scrimmages with the players. This led to a devastating torn Achilles tendon in his right ankle. Subsequently, he was relieved of his duties. XueDing holds a profound respect for this coach. After a brief conversation between XueDing and McHale, he gained a clearer understanding of his own positioning. XueDing will serve as a substitute for veteran Miller in the upcoming season. Rehabilitation training has been ongoing for approximately a week. During the media open day, XueDing relished the moments shared with seasoned veterans such as Roy, Aldridge, Miller, and Batum. There is no alternative. This is the treatment afforded to a Chinese player in the NBA, such as the reality during media days. The journalists surrounding XueDing invariably outnumber all of them combined. Even during interviews, they are frequently queried by numerous Chinese media outlets regarding matters related to ChueDing. Ah, this fellow is quite amusing. He often treats us to pizza. Xue is remarkably vivacious, frequently sharing jokes, and his presence in the locker room has transformed it into a joyful space. You inquire about his friendships? There are countless. This chap often urges us to invest in Google stocks, which have seen a significant rise lately, allowing him to reap the greatest rewards. He is indeed an enthusiastic novice in the realm of investing. XueDing is held in high regard by his teammates, and within the Trailblazers. There are no ill-intentioned individuals who harbor any animosity towards him, creating a remarkably harmonious atmosphere. XueDing faced a multitude of media representatives, earnestly responding to their inquiries. The crowd was overwhelming. Male reporters jostled for position, while their female counterparts experienced a somewhat more manageable situation, not being as aggressively pushed. One female journalist struggled to raise her microphone high before XueDing, asking, "XueDing, what have you been up to these past few months? Have you been on any dates with your girlfriend?" XueDing could discern that the reporter was a gossip journalist. "I spent my summer training and did not go on any dates. Moreover, I am single." The female reporter continued to inquire, "XueDing, may I ask why you like the fashion photo of actress Yang Mi on Weibo? Do you have a fondness for her?" The abrupt question from the gossip journalist took him by surprise. XueDing felt as if he had been caught in a compromising situation, akin to being caught in the act of a secret indulgence. He fantasized about the alluring actress, yet deep within, he was still plagued by feelings of guilt. XueDing said nervously, "She is truly beautiful. I admire her. Am I not allowed to express my appreciation?" XueDing suddenly felt that the world had become perilous. Even casually liking a post on Weibo could lead to journalists digging up information. It seemed prudent to create a secondary account. "XueDing, since you admire Yang Mi, why then did you leave comments such as 'I like you'? You are truly beautiful beneath Tong Lia's posts." XueDing murmured softly, I am also a fan of hers. I enjoy watching her dramas." Under the scrutiny of the female reporter's question, XueDing appeared to perceive himself as a scoundrel, even more so than that 50-year-old gentleman. To simultaneously admire Demi while harboring feelings for you seemed akin to infidelity. XueDing cast a resentful glance at the gossip journalist, noticing the large sign of an intern reporter seemingly hanging from her ample bosom. Goodness, women can be quite ruthless. XueDing's experience in handling media is still quite limited. He currently finds himself in a fluster, cornered by a female university student, and the pressure is quite overwhelming. XueDing, having finally broken free from the intense pressure, quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and returned to the training court. The world of basketball is so straightforward, yet the outside world is exceedingly complex. After completing the warm-up, head coach McMillan addressed the group, saying, "Gentlemen, let's engage in a scrimmage." At that moment, reporters and fans gathered around the perimeter of the training facility. The team's open day was not a trivial affair. The popularity of each star player in the community often hinges on their participation in local activities and their amiability towards fans during such public events. McMillan patted the shoulder of Jack, the offensive coach and lead assistant, and said, "Jack, I will select 10 players, and you will select 10 players. We will alternate our choices for 2 halves of 15 minutes each." With the season yet to commence, the roster boasted 20 players, which would be trimmed to 15 before the first game. Jack, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "Sounds great." Soon, the teams were finalized. XueDing was placed in Jack's group. His teammates primarily include Darius Miles, Joel Przybilla, Greg Oden, Jerry Bayless, and Juwan Howard. Meanwhile, McMillan's group mainly comprises Roy, Aldridge, Andre Miller, Fernandez, Batum, and Mills. Upon reviewing the team assignments, XueDing realized it was all a ruse, feigning a selection process, yet resulted in starters playing as substitutes. Who are these individuals surrounding me? As I observe, I see Darius Miles, a small forward standing at 2.06 meters tall and weighing 100 kilograms. When he entered the NBA in 2000, Miles was widely regarded as the potential successor to Kevin Garnett, a rather impressive title. During his high school years, he averaged 22.1 points, 12, for rebounds, 7, for blocks, 3, for assists, and 2, for steals per game. However, upon entering the NBA, it seems Miles forgot how to play the game. Selected 3rd overall in the first round by the Los Angeles Clippers, he epitomizes the archetype of a gifted player whose potential was thwarted by injuries. Once celebrated for his physical prowess, he was known for his ability to dominate around the rim, a confidence reflected in the number 23 jersey he wore. Unfortunately, injuries have diminished his former brilliance. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he is likely to be waived before the season begins. Next, we have Joel Przybilla, a center standing at 2.16 meters and weighing 116 kilograms. He was the starting center before Greg Oden's arrival, yet Przybilla had to continue guarding the paint due to Oden's persistent injuries. This towering figure is best known for his performance in this year's playoffs, where he started all 6 games, fiercely defending against Yao Ming. Despite his commendable effort, averaging 8 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 blocks per game, Yao clearly outperformed him, scoring 8 points and grabbing 7 rebounds with a shooting percentage of 56.3. Consequently, the Trail Blazers were eliminated by the Rockets in a 4-2 series, leaving Przybilla as a mere backdrop in the era of Yao Ming. Then there is Jerry Beria, standing at 1.91 meters. He's a shooting guard with a penchant for scoring, capable of driving to the basket yet heavily reliant on his jump shot, which fluctuates greatly. He struggles with playmaking and is somewhat sluggish in defending against point guards, often finding himself at a disadvantage against shooting guards. Beria was selected 11th overall by the Indiana Pacers in last year's draft before being traded to the Portland Trail Blazers. In his sophomore season, he averaged 3 points, 1 rebounds, and 1 assist per game. As for Oden, he was a force when healthy, but now, even though he has recovered, he is only at about 80 of his former capability. These teammates have become quite familiar to me over the past few days, while the remaining players are mostly unfamiliar temporary additions. Jack gathered everyone together and assigned tasks. When he reached me, Jack said, "Beria, you will play shooting guard. Sue, you will handle the ball and distribute offensive opportunities. We have a chance in the paint, especially with Oden." "Okay," I exclaimed loudly. Finally, I can engage in the game and showcase my skills. As the match was about to commence, the attending Trail Blazers fans in the training facility were brimming with anticipation, eager to discern the team's condition for the season. They wondered whether their prized rookie, Oden, had fully recovered, if the star player, Roy, had made further advancements this season, whether Batum's three-point shooting had become more precise, and if Miller could regain his former prowess. The adaptability of the newly joined rookies to the formidable intensity of the NBA was also a point of keen interest for the fans. Chapter 13. The Brutal Method. The Aggrieved Aldridge. The inter-team scrimmage was devoid of any formalities, with referees serving as assistant coaches, resembling more of a casual pickup game. However, unlike a typical street game, the presence of staff, reporters, and fans was notably greater at an NBA training scrimmage. Regardless of the nature of the game, XueDing was resolutely determined to secure victory, adhering steadfastly to his long-held belief. After enduring the grueling summer training camp, XueDing has long anticipated the moment of competition. The starting lineup, primarily focused on establishing a strong foothold, possesses remarkable cohesion, demonstrating elite control over the game. In contrast, the bench players differ significantly from the starters. Their collective synergy undoubtedly pales in comparison. However, with Oden within their ranks and XueDing on the outside, they rely more on the individual offensive talents of each player. As the match approaches, the prevailing sentiment among the players is one of unwavering confidence in the starters securing victory. Moments later, the players take their positions on the court. XueDing leaped into the air, his feet momentarily leaving the ground, twisting his waist and gently stretching his arms. With a deep exhalation, he focused his gaze on his opponent, Andre Miller. Beep. As the assistant coach tossed the ball into the air, the practice match commenced. The substitute player, Przybilla, was unable to outjump the starting player, Ade. Ade deftly passed the ball to Miller. Although the starting lineup primarily relied on positional play, Miller's control of the ball propelled him swiftly into the offensive zone, as if he were intent on accelerating the pace of the game. XueDing persistently harassed Miller's dribbling while contemplating the attributes of his player. Andre Miller, standing at 188 centimeters and weighing 91 kilograms, possesses the ability to execute low-post plays with nimble footwork. Although his speed is not remarkable, he is adept at orchestrating fast breaks. Lacking shooting range, he often finds himself at a disadvantage when defending against swift point guards, relying instead on his defensive experience. Upon crossing half-court, Miller faced XueDing's defense with nonchalance, effortlessly delivering a long pass to the right. Having recently joined the team, Miller, a former assist leader, exhibited remarkable acumen in anticipating the positioning of his shooters. The defenders from the bench were completely outmaneuvered by the primary player's movements. XueDing sensed that the defensive formation on his side was somewhat disorganized. The team's collaboration was indeed rather unfamiliar, As expected, XueDing quickly glanced in the direction of the pass. At a rightward diagonal angle of 45 degrees stood Batum, already in an open position. Upon receiving Miller's pass, Batum soared with confidence, executing his familiar shooting stance. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air. Swish! The score was now 0-3. As the ball swished through the net, the fans on the sidelines erupted into applause. The starters were in fine form. An initial play had unfolded beautifully. Batum had navigated through 2 off-ball screens, making his way around from the right corner. His movement was cunning, and Miller's anticipatory passing was remarkably precise. At this moment, XueDing looked at Miller with a hint of disbelief. Such insights and the finesse of combining them with passing were qualities he lacked and needed to learn diligently. The substitutes prepared to inbound the ball. XueDing's demand for speed does not necessarily entail the extreme 7-second offense exemplified by the Suns of yesteryear. XueDing's rapid pace materializes during the transition of offense and defense, following an opponent's blunder or the imposition of pressure that compels the adversary to miss a shot. Alternatively, it may occur when the opponent is inattentive, allowing for a swift and seamless counterattack. "Xue, play well, give it your all," exclaimed a youthful and spirited female fan, no older than 16 or 17, as she bounced towards XueDing. Currently, there are very few genuine fans of XueDing. Most of the audience comprises female admirers drawn to his handsome visage and well-toned physique. XueDing received the ball and advanced. With a twist and a flick, he skillfully maneuvered it. As he moved, he simultaneously gestured tactical signals. XueDing's gaze remained remarkably composed. The tactical codes and gestures employed by various NBA teams differ significantly, and even within a single team, the gestures may not always be entirely consistent. After all, during the execution of a play, there may be 3 or 4 shooting opportunities that do not necessarily unfold in their entirety each time. As a point guard, mastering tactical gestures is merely a fundamental skill for XueDing. The tactical signs of the Trailblazers are designated by colors. For instance, a single blue finger signifies an inside screen, inviting the forward to cut in, while the point guard may opt to either drive or distribute the ball. 2 green fingers denote a positioning at the free throw line, facilitating high-level support. 3 red fingers imply a clear signal for isolation, proclaiming a desire to engage in one-on-one play. In essence, there are numerous gestures that XueDing has memorized. However, this occurs during intra-squad scrimmages, where opponents are already familiar with the meanings behind these tactics, rendering XueDing's gestures somewhat superfluous, merely a display of bravado. After XueDing skillfully dribbled the ball forward, he passed it to Belaise, and then positioned himself for the next play. XueDing found himself entangled with Roy beyond the left 3-point line as they switched defensive assignments. Roy's footwork was swift, and XueDing struggled to identify a suitable moment to receive the ball again. Recognizing the lack of opportunity, XueDing utilized a screen set by Przybilla, maneuvering around to the right side to receive the pass. The first offensive play of the game was designed specifically for XueDing. XueDing stood at the right side of the free throw line, pressing against Roy as he received the ball, confronted by the team's captain. XueDing is unyielding. XueDing swiftly pivoted with the ball, presenting a triple threat stance. Roy, standing at 198 centimeters and weighing 98 kilograms, boasts exceptional defensive prowess. XueDing, with his back to the basket, found himself at a disadvantage, and lacking proficiency in this position, he decisively opted for the perimeter. Roy approached, clapping his hands, and exclaimed, "Xue, come on, let me witness your entire repertoire of scoring techniques. Today, you shall not score against me." As soon as the words left his lips, Roy intensified his efforts, rapidly closing the distance. Despite the aggressive approach, XueDing did not immediately react. Instead, he braced himself against Roy, now unafraid of any physical confrontation from the outside. When Roy made slight contact, Xue hesitated momentarily, yet his feet remained steadfast. Roy was taken aback, caught off guard by Xue's resilience. XueDing's physical strength exceeded his expectations. XueDing cast a glance at his teammates and noticed one of them attempting to cut inside. Yet he was closely pursued by the swifter Batum, leaving his teammate with no opportunity. XueDing, without a moment's hesitation, suddenly exerted force through his shoulder, crashing into Roy. Roy was taken aback by the sheer strength of XueDing, surprised as he was propelled away by the impact. Such a degree of collision would not warrant a foul in the NBA. As soon as there was an opening, XueDing swiftly initiated the dribble. So what if Roy's defense is commendable? XueDing's explosive power allows him to surge forward effortlessly. At this moment, the Trailblazers' Aldridge has already returned to the paint. Typically, a guard in this situation would opt to drive and distribute the ball, but would XueDing follow suit? McMillan observes with keen interest, eager to see how XueDing will handle this play. After surpassing Roy, XueDing advanced to just a step before the free throw line. Observing that Ade showed no inclination to leap, he harnessed his momentum and propelled himself off the ground. 1 step, 2 steps. With extraordinary agility, he soared into the air. The ferocious dunk, a display of his prowess, was fueled by Ade's naive assumption that XueDing would opt for a pass rather than challenging himself. However, the beads of sweat on his forehead and the tightening grip of his jersey signaled a different reality. That guard was unlike the others. Goodness, how did he elevate so swiftly? The shadow looming before him grew larger by the moment. I'm in trouble. Ade's thoughts spiraled into turmoil. XueDing bent his waist like a bow, extending one arm high above the rim. Then, with a single hand, he skillfully hooked the ball and forcefully slammed it towards the hoop. It was an axe-like dunk. Boom! Crack! 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 XueDing's initial offensive maneuver employed a stunning dunk reminiscent of Aldridge's technique to assault the rim. The score stands at 2-3. Oh, the journalists exchanged astonished glances. This rookie is impressively ferocious. After XueDing executed a dunk, he was particularly mindful of safeguarding himself, ensuring a safe landing. Instinct. XueDing cast an apologetic glance at Ade, gently lifting the poor, earnest lad from the ground. He held no intention of humiliating Ade. It was merely that he had not participated in a match for quite some time and momentarily lost control of himself. "Shwe, you've embarrassed me." Ade's face, marked by a look of distress, was raised by XueDing and Roy, surrounded by a throng of reporters, feeling quite overwhelmed by the sudden display. Ade felt aggrieved, yet his temperament remained remarkably placid. He did not take the dunk too seriously. Once the ball was slammed through the hoop, the players not on the court immediately began to feign dramatic performances along the sidelines. The scene rivaled an Oscar-worthy production, clearly astonished by XueDing's dunk. Chapter 14. An impeccable display of service. Miller and Batum exchanged glances, their eyes conveying the unspoken sentiment that this rookie was indeed formidable. The journalists were in high spirits, already conceptualizing their headlines. In a training match, XueDing dunks over Ade, allegedly venting his frustrations. Internal strife in the locker room, as the rookie seeks to usurp power. Roy intervenes in the dispute between Ade and XueDing. While the media marveled at XueDing's prodigious talent, they also concocted myriad narratives. Why did he perform the dunk? Why treat Ade in such a manner? It was certainly not characteristic of his usual demeanor. As XueDing retreated, he gestured for Roy to be quiet with a finger to his lips. Witnessing this audacious move, the reporters were astounded. This rookie was actually signaling the veteran to hush. Is this the level of bravado among the newcomers these days? The Trailblazers' new season seems doomed. Yet, to XueDing, it mattered not whether Roy was a leader. In his eyes, Roy was merely an adversary, a formidable barrier obstructing his path to success. Roy, unfazed by XueDing's provocation, recognized the rookie's serious disposition towards the game. How'd he know? Because Roy himself possessed that same intensity. Beneath his calm and mature exterior lay a fervent spirit. Roy's skills were among the most comprehensive in NBA history. At the pinnacle of his career, he was a versatile warrior capable of fulfilling every role a team could require. His nickname, the Yellow Mamba, attested to his prowess. He was the second-best shooting guard in the West, only following Kobe. A healthy Roy was regarded as the player closest to Kobe, thereby affirming his extraordinary talent. "Well done, Shwe." Several teammates congratulated him with high fives. The match had only just commenced. Observing the jubilant celebration of his opponents, Roy began to adopt a serious mindset. It was time for the main offensive push. Miller received the inbounds pass from a teammate and swiftly accelerated past half-court. The bench players positioned themselves quickly, denying any chance for the initial play. Miller hesitated to initiate a long pass at that moment. XueDing relentlessly pressured Miller as he dribbled the ball in the front court. With great experience, Miller protected the basketball. Advancing to the arc, Ade stepped up to block XueDing. Miller swiftly maneuvered past him, while Roy quickly shifted to the left, effectively drawing the attention of the substitute's defense. Ade's screen posed a significant challenge for XueDing. In a one-on-one situation, it was exceedingly difficult for him to contain Miller. The only option now was to switch defenses. Persberla, not daring to slacken, hurried to mark Miller. As Miller continued his drive into the paint, all eyes were drawn to him. In that moment, Batum darted to the right corner, finding an open three-point opportunity. It was a critical moment. Indeed, as anticipated, Miller executed a behind-the-back pass after penetrating the defense. He delivered the ball straight into Batum's hands beyond the arc. Batum received it and, with decisive precision, aimed for the basket. By the time ChesesDraft lunged towards him, it was too late. The basketball arced gracefully through the air and swished through the net. Thunderous applause erupted. Batum's catch-and-shoot was his signature move. His impressive three-point shooting percentage of 38% last season was no mere coincidence. The score was now 2-6. Magnificent! McMillan exclaimed with an air of superiority. Roy chuckled, having drawn the attention of two defenders, thus creating space for Batum. The starting lineup was now a formidable group of three-point shooters, with nearly all players capable of inflicting damage from mid to long range, leaving the substitutes scrambling to adjust defensively. Compounding the issue, the substitutes' defense was evidently lacking today, having failed to keep pace. They had already suffered 2 3-pointers from Batum early in the game. On the sidelines, Jack's expression darkened. Miller was simply extraordinary. His court vision was superb. As ChesesDraft engaged in combat with Miller, he simultaneously absorbed the nuances of the latter's passing technique, orchestrating the offensive maneuvers of the substitute team. ChesesDraft urges his teammates to serve swiftly. Odin promptly passes the ball to ChesesDraft. ChesesDraft accelerated on the spot, launching a swift counterattack from the backfield. Miller, who was still turning to retreat slowly on defense, was taken aback as a shadow zipped past him. He was left bewildered as he was deftly outmaneuvered. ChesesDraft's linear speed is regarded as exceptional in the NBA. He does not suppress his offensive desire. As he bypasses Miller, Roy at the midcourt attempts to commit a foul, yet ChesesDraft deftly evades him with a swift change of direction. Behind him, Aldridge is left feeling frustrated. It's once again a one-on-one situation on the court. ChesesDraft faced off against Ade, who had yet to return to the paint, still hovering near the three-point line. Once again, ChesesDraft surged forward, breaching Ade's final line of defense with remarkable speed. Witnessing ChesesDraft's dazzling display of skill, both reporters and fans were left in a state of astonishment. A fast break from a baseline inbounds? Incredible. This rookie is truly formidable. The journalists fervently documented this extraordinary moment, while ChesesDraft positioned himself at the free throw line, taking 3 decisive steps. He soared into the air, bending his knees and executing a ferocious windmill dunk. The rim trembled under the sheer force of his attack. The score stood at 4-6, as the once proud defensive line crumbled effortlessly under ChesesDraft's relentless advance. Observing such a dominating performance, Batum and Roy could only manage a wry smile. A rookie capable of executing a thunderous dunk straight from an inbounds pass? Truly astonishing. The scene of ChesesDraft executing a fast break left a profound impression on everyone present. From the outset, ChesesDraft accelerated past Miller, subsequently executing a second burst of speed to bypass Roy along the way. By the time he reached Aldridge on the final line, the latter could scarcely attempt to impede him. Is this individual truly a rookie selected by the Trailblazers? The journalists present were left with no choice but to discard their recently penned articles speculating on issues within the Trailblazers locker room. This rookie-esque dunk is merely a routine feat. Future reports will likely evoke laughter. The starters continued their offensive maneuvers. Miller remained steadfast in his role as point guard, in stark contrast to ChesesDraft's tendency to seek the limelight, embodying a more understated and earnest demeanor. This time, Batum successfully evaded his defender, having made consecutive three-pointers. Batum smoothly received a pass from Miller, his shooting touch exceptionally warm as his teammates set him up brilliantly. Upon receiving the ball, Batum executed a pronounced change of direction, creating an open shot. Leveraging his height and long arms, he launched a three-pointer that was thwarted by ChesesDraft's timely double team, reaching out to disrupt the basket. Batum's shot clanged off the rim. Aldridge attempted to secure the offensive rebound, but to no avail. Odin managed to retrieve it, passing it back to ChesesDraft. At this moment, upon seeing ChesesDraft receive the ball, the starters instinctively tensed, their vigilance sharply directed towards him. ChesesDraft found amusement in the defensive stance of Roy and the others. This tactic will no longer be effective in the future. As ChesesDraft advanced, he delivered the ball to Odin, positioned just before the 3-second area. Odin, with Aldridge's body pressing against him, executed a couple of back dribbles before releasing a one-handed scoop shot. Swish! The challenging shot found its mark. The healthy Emperor revealed one of the reasons he overshadowed Durant to become the top pick. The score was now 6-6. Following this play, the starting lineup called for a timeout. "Greg, that was truly magnificent," ChueDing exclaimed, exchanging high fives with Odin. "Just a small feat. With your remarkable skills, I certainly won't fall short." ChueDing's consecutive dunks ignited Odin's competitive spirit. If a rookie could display such dominance, how could he, a #1 pick, be any less impressive? Of course not. After all, you are the man who surpassed Durant. Odin chuckled, feeling the mounting pressure as Durant continued to excel. In just 3 possessions, it became evident that the Trail Blazers had struck gold with the 22nd pick. Chue's adaptability to the game exceeded the expectations set by scouts from other teams. His physical prowess astonished everyone. Moreover, I heard that this young fellow began training immediately after being drafted. Just look at his physique. He's bulked up even more, and his dedication to training is commendable. Indeed, if injuries are kept at bay, this Trail Blazers team will emerge stronger than ever at the start of the new season. However, health remains their greatest adversary. Yet, I've heard that Odin has fully recovered from his injuries. Last season's ailing players are now entirely healed, and the dynamics in the West are about to become tumultuous. The media below buzzed with discussions. Chapter 15. You must learn to help me with positioning. The exceptional performance of ChueDing and the remarkable recovery of Odin have both surpassed everyone's expectations. The strengths and weaknesses of both teams are strikingly apparent. On the side of the starters, the team exhibits a seamless collaboration, executing various tactics such as off-ball screens, positioning, and cuts with precision, resulting in 3 well-placed shots. Conversely, on the bench side, the individual prowess of ChueDing and Odin is evidently on a higher level than their peers. However, their lack of synergy and inferior skills compared to the starters lead to a simplistic and brute execution of tactics, primarily relying on Odin and ChueDing overpowering their opponents. Even the fans and journalists discern this disparity, let alone the coaches who earn their living in this profession. The timeout called by McMillan was not intended for tactical adjustments. Rather, it served to momentarily stifle the momentum of the bench's offense. McMillan restructured the strategy, maintaining an emphasis on perimeter shooting while enhancing cuts to the interior. Low-post offense was largely abandoned, as the starters faced 2 centers from the bench, making it challenging for Aldridge to assert himself. A healthy Odin is not easily managed by the current Aldridge, as the latter lacks Odin's height and strength. On the defensive end, McMillan instructed Miller to contain ChueDing's fast breaks, while the others were to remain agile, ready to thwart ChueDing's incursions into the paint. After hearing the tactics, Roy remarked, "Coach, perhaps I should guard Chue instead. He is robust and swift, unlike an ordinary point guard, making him difficult for Andre to handle." Although Miller was reluctant to admit his inability to defend a rookie, he nodded in agreement, recognizing the need for realism. ChueDing surpasses him in height, strength, and speed. His innate talent nearly overwhelming. The only aspect in which he slightly lacks is experience. However, experience cannot compensate for the disparity in natural ability. McMillan nodded and said, "All right, you all switch positions." Roy's one-on-one defensive capabilities are commendable, though they do not quite reach the levels of Kobe or Wade. Nevertheless, McMillan believes that Roy should have no significant trouble handling a novice like ChueDing. Roy possesses an exceptional ability to read the game, and he discerned before the coach that Miller was unable to contain ChueDing. Upon returning from the timeout, the starting lineup commenced their offensive strategy. "Baylor, you'll need to initiate your own attacks shortly. Roy will primarily focus on me. Seize the opportunity when it arises, and if none presents itself, pass the ball to the interior to Odin, allowing the big man to make his move." ChueDing leaned closer to Bellis and whispered. Bellis glanced at Roy before turning back to ChueDing and replied, "All right, I understand." It must be noted that the main team's defense is remarkably strategic. They assigned their best defender, Roy, to guard ChueDing, while applying pressure on Odin, ensuring that neither of them could operate with ease. The strategies available for ChueDing to contend against Roy are indeed quite limited. Roy's experience is exceedingly profound. He consistently adopts a defensive stance, retreating just a step when confronting ChueDing. ChueDing's precise jump shot at level 1 is somewhat unpredictable. After consecutively missing 2 attempts, he refrained from forcing another shot. Although ChueDing has managed to steer clear of the path taken by Westbrook, his current playing style bears a striking resemblance to that of Westbrook during his rookie season. Undoubtedly, ChueDing has honed his mid-range shooting, achieving a commendable 41% shooting accuracy, which is considerably more favorable than Westbrook's rather dismal 39%. On the defensive front, ChueDing has found it challenging to impede Miller's passing, and despite several attempts to switch on Roy, the results have been less than satisfactory. At 7 minutes and 20 seconds, Roy executed a step-back jump shot from the right side with precision. At 6 minutes and 34 seconds, Roy turned with a back-to-the-basket fadeaway jumper, which found its mark. At 5 minutes and 20 seconds, Roy spun past ChueDing in the low post, culminating in a powerful dunk. Finally, at 3 minutes and 31 seconds, Roy made a sudden stop and nailed a mid-range jumper with a single dribble. ChueDing faced Roy 5 times, only to be bested on 4 occasions. Throughout the first half of the training match, ChueDing's most immediate impression of Roy was that, although Roy's initial step did not quite match his own, his ability to break through was remarkably swift and rhythmical. Roy's repertoire, including his layups, reverse shots, and dunks, exhibited a high level of sophistication. Furthermore, when Roy engaged in ball-handling offenses, his jump shot demonstrated remarkable consistency. Notably, Roy's propensity for minimizing errors and his exceptional passing awareness, along with his top-tier skills in passing, positioning, and screen setting, underscored his all-around capabilities. ChueDing has indeed endured considerable challenges on both offensive and defensive fronts. However, despite facing some difficulties in the first half, he adeptly capitalized on his innate advantages. The only 2 errors committed by the starting lineup were both transformed into robust fast break opportunities, thanks to ChueDing's individual efforts. ChueDing's speed and explosive power instilled a sense of caution among the starting lineup, who dared not make any careless mistakes. For a single misstep could result in the onslaught of a human tank. In the first half, the substitute team's offensive strategies were ineffective. Bales, lacking the capability to score, found himself closely marked by the more seasoned Miller. Typically, his orchestrated plays amounted to mere pick-and-rolls, with most of the time seeing the 5 players engaged in individual battles. Consequently, as the first half concluded, the substitutes trailed 30-40. Discontent was etched on ChueDing's face as he sat on the bench, acutely aware that the game's dynamics were firmly under the control of the starters, leaving him in a state of frustration. Bales had disappointed his trust. After a year, his ability to initiate offense had yet to adapt to the demands of the NBA. At this rate, ChueDing contemplated that it would be better to take charge alongside Odin in the second half. Odin, seated beside him, was gasping for breath. Still adjusting to the high intensity of the competition after his recent recovery, his performance in the first half could only be deemed satisfactory. Meanwhile, Jack and McMillan watched the statistics with delight, unconcerned with the outcome, as the disparity between starters and substitutes posed little suspense. Their focus remained on 2 individuals requiring careful evaluation. In the first half, ChueDing amassed 12 points, while Odin contributed 8 points and 6 rebounds. The athletic prowess and performance exhibited by these 2 players left both Jack and Mike McMillan thoroughly pleased. "Greg, Roy's defense is formidable. I require your assistance. Later, set a screen for me, and I shall penetrate the paint," ChueDing confided to Odin. "Understood," Odin replied. "Additionally, you must learn to box out for me, allowing me to assist in securing rebounds in the paint." "All right," Odin responded. After agreeing, he felt somewhat bewildered. He questioned why he had consented to such an absurd request from a guard to assist with boxing out for rebounds. Wasn't securing rebounds the responsibility of a center? The rationale behind needing Odin to box out was that ChueDing had realized that grabbing rebounds was, in fact, quite simple. The primary advantage was that once the rebound was secured, ChueDing could initiate a fast break seamlessly. This approach proved far more efficient than relying solely on a larger player. ChueDing and Odin are both individuals unwilling to concede defeat. They are acutely aware that among the substitutes, the only consistently reliable offensive threat is each other. The scoring of their 3 other teammates is largely reliant on opportunistic plays, which undeniably lack stability. Thus, it is imperative for the 2 of them to enhance their synergy to fully exploit the advantages of the bench unit. During the halftime break, Odin established his position while ChueDing secured the rebound. The foundational tactical framework was set with Odin's screens and ChueDing's drives to the basket. Chapter 16:0. Yes, the second half commences. The substitutes initiate their offensive play. Bailey's leisurely dribbles the ball across half court. Miller pays little attention to the sophomore ball player, instead retreating while casting occasional glances at ChueDing. The first half had already demonstrated that ChueDing and Odin posed the greatest threats to the opposing team. The rest were hardly a concern. Bailey's passes to ChueDing, positioned 2 steps beyond the 3-point line on the right side, as he faces Roy's retreating defense. ChueDing immediately called upon Odin to set a screen for him. Odin's pick was solid, leaving Roy with no recourse. ChueDing effortlessly accelerated past Roy. The arriving defense from Ade was not in time. Then, He was outmaneuvered again by ChesesDing's second surge. Why does ChesesDing not employ feints to evade opponents? Simply put, it is unnecessary. His straight-line speed alone suffices to penetrate defenses. ChesesDing, with remarkable decisiveness, charged straight into the penalty area while clutching the ball. Observing ChesesDing's movements, the onlooking fans widened their eyes in anticipation. Here it comes again. What kind of dunk shall it be this time? Aldridge, having been outpaced, felt a deep sense of frustration. He could no longer keep up with ChesesDing's swift pace. ChesesDing did not even cast a glance in his direction. Seconds passed. Ad had lost all desire to witness ChesesDing's relentless assault on the hoop. It was utterly humiliating. Could he not at least change his approach to spare him some dignity? As ChesesDing charged in, he took off with a powerful leap, exhibiting an extraordinary display of core strength. At the very moment he ascended, Batum, who was providing perimeter defense, extended his arm and rushed over. In midair, their bodies collided with a resounding impact. Although ChesesDing is a defender, Batum possesses the physique of a slender small forward. In a collision, Batum's body surprisingly suffered a slight disadvantage. With a resounding thud, the ball struck the rim as Batum made contact. ChesesDing has indeed accomplished a one-handed dunk over an opponent. The score stands at 32-40. The resonant sound of the rim swaying serves as a reminder to the reporters present and the players of the Trailblazers. ChesesDing is set to introduce a new aesthetic of brutal beauty in basketball for the Trailblazers in the upcoming season. This marks ChesesDing's fifth slam dunk of the evening, with his second being an emphatic dunk over an opponent. Not all forms of brutality can be classified as a beautiful violence. ChesesDing's dunk was remarkably graceful and captivating. The reporters on the sidelines were utterly bewildered. The notion of a point guard soaring for a dunk was somewhat beyond their comprehension. Just think of Nash. Think of Kidd. Now, those were true point guards. Goodness, how did he just leap into the air while running? How can he ascend so high and so swiftly? It was astonishingly rapid. Such power, truly remarkable strength. Oh, yes, my poor rim. The reporters were flabbergasted, yet the audience surrounding the court erupted in excitement. Foul, referee! They clamored. After just being struck, ChesesDing also shouted vehemently at the referee. But the assistant coach, who was moonlighting as an official, paid him no heed. However, the officiating in this practice game was quite amateurish. They ignored him entirely. You've just been posterized, so stop complaining. Did you not see how Batum was ready to retaliate? ChesesDing observed that the opposing team was poised to launch an attack and chose not to linger. He promptly began to bounce back in preparation for defense. The main squad initiated their offensive maneuver, with Miller skillfully dribbling the ball. Roy positioned himself at the left three-point line to receive the pass. Confronted with ChesesDing's tight defense, Roy exhibited no hesitation, executing a jump shot from his spot. The ball soared in a magnificent arc swish. What a spectacular shot! ChesesDing was truly a loss for words regarding Roy's audacity. Every time he scored, Roy would retaliate in kind, leaving him feeling quite frustrated. Well done, Brandon McMillan exclaimed. Roy turned to ChesesDing and said, "Rookie, savor the game. No matter how spectacular a dunk may be, it is merely worth 2 points." Roy's taunts, though sharp, were delivered with a certain grace, lacking the venom of vulgarity. ChesesDing remained unresponsive. The subsequent match unfolded without much surprise. The substitute duo of ChesesDing and Odin erupted with energy, their inside-out pick-and-roll connection proving to be a relentless challenge for the starters. However, the primary team's coordination made the substitutes work tirelessly. The game became a back-and-forth battle, with the substitutes maintaining their ground in the second half. Unlike the first half, where the score had widened, neither side could effectively defend against the other, and the point difference held steady at 10 until the conclusion, resulting in a score of 65-75 in favor of the starters. Such a score is notably high for a 30-minute training match. In this contest, ChesesDing achieved an impressive tally of 24 points, with 10 successful shots out of 18 attempts, including 7 slam dunks, alongside 3 assists and 9 rebounds. Odin contributed 21 points and 7 rebounds, while Bayless added 8 points and 4 assists. The starters Brandon Roy recorded 22 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists. Aldridge scored 19 points with 8 rebounds, and Batum contributed 10 points and 7 rebounds. ChesesDing played the entire match, and when facing Roy, he found himself overwhelmed on the defensive end, yielding little success. ChesesDing and Roy have been in a constant state of mutual confrontation. Although ChesesDing achieved the highest score of the event, he is acutely aware that Roy has made him endure considerable hardship. Had it not been for the solid screens set by Odin, the outcome might have been different. XueDing could not easily escape from Roy on multiple occasions. The competition serves as the most effective means of learning, and XueDing has recognized many of his shortcomings, promptly embarking on a new round of training. The reporters and fans are all exhilarated. This open day has provided them with a breathtaking visual feast. Everyone is aware that the rookie Xue, selected by the Trailblazers with the 22nd pick, will prove to be an exceptional talent. XueDing's exuberant and dynamic breakthroughs, along with his graceful dunks, have left fans in a state of ecstatic fervor. The devoted supporters of the Trailblazers have even taken to Twitter to share their first-hand impressions from the training scrimmage. A thrilling season awaits the Trailblazers. Indeed, it is nothing short of exhilarating. As the new season unfolds, ticket prices at the Rose Garden are poised to soar. The meteoric rise of a sensational rookie is undeniably on the horizon. This rookie from China has captivated the hearts of the Trailblazers fans in just one training session. The open day event has now concluded. XueDing's performance in the training match garnered praise from both the coaching staff and his teammates. The veterans also recognized that XueDing's arrogance in the locker room was well-founded. Following his debut in the first training match, XueDing has gradually integrated into the core circle of the rotation lineup. McMillan has explicitly stated that XueDing will serve as the primary offensive focal point for the second unit. In other words, while Roy is the undisputed leader of the starting lineup, XueDing assumes the same role for the second unit. Both the Ernest Aldridge and the freshly recovered Odin have acquiesced to this directive, recognizing XueDing as the orchestrator of the perimeter play. Roy's status as the leader is indisputable. XueDing's prowess displayed during the practice match earned the respect and admiration of his teammates. The two players in the paint had never aspired to be leaders, yet they felt at ease with their roles. In the locker room, XueDing engaged playfully with his fellow teammates. The occasional pranks among them were met with acceptance. Roy and LeBron, both natural leaders, contributed to a harmonious atmosphere, resulting in minimal gossip within the Trailblazers locker room. The players held a profound appreciation for XueDing's skills and character. Through their interactions, XueDing developed a respect for Roy, who exhibited humility, courtesy, modesty, and high emotional intelligence. The current Trailblazers team is indeed filled with talent, and Roy's ability to manage the locker room dynamics is quite impressive. However, Roy does not possess the savior-like aura that Kobe had with the Lakers or LeBron with the Cavaliers. This is precisely what leads XueDing to believe that the Trailblazers lack that championship-winning ferocity. Following the first practice match, XueDing immersed himself in the team's joint training sessions. XueDing's primary focus in training is shooting. He must not follow in the footsteps of Westbrook. As the days pass, the local media in Portland is filled with anticipation for the upcoming season of the Trailblazers. With a healthy Roy and Odin, alongside the promising newcomer XueDing, and a host of fierce competitors, can the Trailblazers contend for the championship this season? Certainly. There are countless basketball enthusiasts beyond Portland who are keenly observing every move XueDing makes. Platforms like Hoopoo and Sina witness significant traffic whenever news regarding XueDing emerges. Chinese basketball fans are currently facing their own trials. With Yao Ming's sidelined for the season, his admirers find themselves in search of new sources of solace. Following the disheartening defeat of the Chinese men's basketball team in the Asian Championships, the controversy surrounding Sun Yu has severely diminished his favor among fans, and it appears he may be facing unemployment in the NBA. Additionally, Yi Jianlian's underwhelming performance in the Asian Championships has attracted criticism, and his tenure with the Nets has been far from smooth. In contrast, XueDing appears to be navigating his path with relative ease. Although summoned for the Asian Championships, he opted not to participate, recognizing that the low-level competition and erratic training could hinder his rookie season. During this crucial period of skill development, XueDing is dedicated to honing his craft, ensuring he is well prepared to serve his country diligently. A single defeat serves as a wake-up call for the nation. Nothing more. Time continues to pass as XueDing diligently trains. During the off-season of his rookie year, he remains focused on integrating with the team and enhancing his individual skills. Without the demands of competition, he is free to engage in intense training. However, once the regular season commences, the intensity of his training will significantly decrease. The professionalism of NBA training is evident, as XueDing's abilities are rapidly improving. The preseason begins tomorrow, with the Trailblazers set to face off against the Nets in what promises to be a highly publicized derby, drawing considerable attention from media across the country. Yi Jianlian arrives as the visitor from afar. XueDing hosted the UAE delegation at a Chinese restaurant in Portland. XueDing, hailing from Guangdong, grew up watching the games of Hong Yuan. After being selected by an NBA team, he sought out the contact information of Yi Jianlian, who generously shared invaluable insights regarding the NBA. While their acquaintance cannot be deemed intimate, mutual support was deemed essential. Yi's demeanor is notably reserved. He embodies a quietude that is not flirtatious in nature, and describing his personality as aloof would be quite accurate. In stark contrast, XueDing is a person who often wears a cheerful smile, exuding a sunny and confident disposition, despite harboring an inner solitude. The stark divergence in their personalities manifests distinctly within the NBA. Yi, with few friends on his team, often appears isolated, while XueDing frequently finds himself at the center of locker room conversations. Ultimately, personality traits cannot be classified as inherently good or bad. XueDing possesses commendable emotional intelligence. Upon meeting Yi Jianlian, he exudes warmth, avoiding any sense of awkwardness. The two engage in conversation about Dongguan, discussing the renowned local services. Prior to the stringent crackdowns, Dongguan's economy flourished remarkably. Their dialogue gracefully transitions to the Guangdong Hongyuan dynasty and then to the realm of domestic basketball. Throughout their meal, the atmosphere remains congenial. As they converse in Cantonese, as their conversation flows, it naturally veers towards the NBA. This upcoming season marks Yi Jianlian's third year in the league. His performance over the previous 2 seasons has been somewhat erratic, occasionally revealing traces of his disappointment through his demeanor. Although XueDing appeared to be in a state of melancholy, there was no discernible indication of the pent-up energy he harbored within. XueDing believes that Yi Jianlian may no longer wish to remain in the NBA. Shouting, "What do you think my role should be?" Yi Jianlian inguited. The expectations imposed upon him by those around him, as well as by domestic fans, who measure success by the standards of stardom, have burdened him with immense pressure. As the new season marks Yi's third year, he finds himself increasingly perplexed. Prior to arriving in the United States, he held aspirations of becoming a superstar. However, the experiences of the past 2 years have led him to doubt his ability to meet those lofty expectations. Despite his diligent efforts, he has come to realize that the disparity he faces cannot be bridged merely through hard work. XueDing pondered for a moment upon hearing Yi Jianlian's inquiry, then replied, "A stretch power forward." In XueDing's view, the most suitable role archetype for Yi Jianlian resembles that of players like Spates or Ilyasova, rather than Dirk Nowitzki. Yi's skill set is relatively singular. His left-hand dribbling is deficient, his post-up techniques lack refinement, and his court vision is not particularly astute. However, his explosive athleticism, physical attributes, and shooting proficiency ensure his place within the league. Yet, this merely guarantees him a position, contingent upon numerous prerequisites. During conversation, XueDing realized that the primary reason for Yi Jianlian's inability to establish himself in the NBA lies in his inability to adapt to its culture. This disconnection hampers effective communication with his teammates, which directly impacts the support he receives on the court. Subsequently, his injuries and technical skills play a role as well. With an excessively high starting point and overwhelming expectations, he has been burdened with significant pressure. His potential as a rotational player is not in question. As evidenced in the subsequent Olympic Games, he emerged as China's sole star capable of competing against the American team. While mindset is crucial, it is also the hardest aspect to transform. Yi's initial reluctance to join the Bucks, followed by the insistence on making him starter, exemplifies the dangers of premature advancement. His agent, Fagan, seemed to have positioned Yi as an all-star from the outset, expecting him to start upon entering the league. Yet Yi's abilities did not align with these expectations. Initially, he should have focused on honing his skills with patience from the bench. But Fagan's misguided approach resulted in an insufficient refinement of both Yi's technical abilities and mindset. XueDing contemplated the style of play favored by Yi Jianlian, understanding the rationale behind their exchanges. To be candid, in all of China, only Yao Ming and XueDing could engage in a meaningful discourse regarding NBA strategies with him. The opinions of others are unlikely to gain aliens' endorsement. Are you truly more proficient in my field than I am? And now you wish to offer me guidance? Isn't that rather absurd? What XueDing aims to instill in Yi Jianlian is confidence, a space-oriented power forward. Upon hearing this, Yi Jianlian felt a surge of joy. In the NBA, he has never relished the physical confrontations in the paint. However, those around him have continually urged him to engage in post-up plays, positioning himself for rebounds, and so forth. Yet he finds little pleasure in such tactics. His true passion lies in shooting from the perimeter. Yi Jianlian was taken aback that XueDing, who champions physicality, would encourage him to remain true to his own ideals. Indeed, shoot more, especially from beyond the arc. If you can hone your three-point shooting, your value will soar. Averaging at least 15 points per game should not pose a challenge, and there is no need to overly concern oneself with the opinions of others. XueDing asserted with conviction. Jianlian boasts a three-point shooting percentage of 34 during his NBA career, significantly surpassing Russell Westbrook's rookie season percentage of 22. Should he elevate his three-point shooting to 38 or even 40, the prospects would be exhilarating. The future belongs to the small ball era. In his third season with the Nets, Jianlian indeed traversed this path, achieving a career-high average of 12 points and 7 rebounds per game. Regrettably, fate dealt him a cruel hand, as he suffered injuries at critical moments, leading the coach to gradually abandon strategies that featured him. Consequently, his confidence waned, and he ceased practicing his three-point shot. What had initially set him on the right path veered off course. "Little Ding, I expected you to have me handle the dirty work," Jianlian exclaimed, revealing a rare expression of ease. XueDing's words carry more weight than those of many others, primarily because both individuals operate on the same level. During this period, Jianlian has grown somewhat weary of the incessant praise directed towards XueDing in the news. It is indeed rare for American media to extol a Chinese player to such an extent. XueDing's prowess is certainly on par with his own. "Haha, Brother Lien, your net strategy now closely resembles the DDM tactics of Calipari, where players essentially spread out, allowing guards to penetrate and distribute. All you need to do on offense is to shoot from designated spots and secure a few offensive rebounds. The simpler the task, the more fitting it is for you." XueDing's words instilled him with immense confidence, prompting Jianlian to nod repeatedly. "Little Ding, I can already foresee a multitude of voices claiming I have softened." He added, "Hey, even Nowitzki has been deemed soft, as has Gasol. Brother Lien, when the metrics reflect our achievements, those who ought to remain silent will indeed do so." As Jianlian absorbed XueDing's remarks, he found himself increasingly in agreement. Indeed, the two continued their conversation extensively, until at last, "Little Ding, I truly look forward to joining forces with you on the national team. If you're present at this year's Asian Championship, we should be victorious." XueDing's perspectives are refreshingly innovative, gradually aligning with the current trends of the NBA, and Jianlian holds great respect for him. "I too look forward to collaborating with you." XueDing did not respond to Jianlian regarding the Asian Championship. The loss may yield certain benefits in the future. Chapter 18, the season commences. In the new season, XueDing wears the number 1 jersey. This number holds little significance. It simply reflects XueDing's admiration for Tracy McGrady's iconic number, which he finds quite cool. The core quintet of the Trailblazers, as captured in their official team photo, consists of XueDing, Roy, Odin, Aldridge, and Batum. Naturally, there are also individual shots and various combinations. Following the photo shoot, XueDing's youthful and dashing images began to circulate globally. The day after his conversation with Jianlian, the preseason games commenced. The NBA preseason serves as a warm-up for teams before the regular season begins. At the end of each season, every team undergoes substantial roster changes to facilitate team cohesion, familiarize players with their respective gameplay, and finalize the lineups for the new season. Several preseason games are organized. This also enhances communication among players and coaches. Thus, prior to the start of each season, the NBA hosts several preseason matches, allowing teams to enter the lengthy regular season in optimal condition. The Trailblazers played a total of 8 preseason games, achieving a record of 4 wins and 4 losses. XueDing averages 18 minutes of playtime, achieving a commendable record of 8 points, 8 rebounds, and 4 assists. Although XueDing may not be the most outstanding player on the Trailblazers, his every appearance on the court elicits resounding cheers and enthusiastic shouts. Why such fervent acclaim? It is his captivating visage, his sculpted physique, and his well-defined physique that leave the audience in awe. XueDing enjoys considerable support from female fans, who express their excitement with exuberant cheers. As the preseason unfolds, XueDing is focused on refining his form and rhythm. With the regular season on the horizon, he is determined to prepare thoroughly for the challenges ahead. The Trailblazers officially joined the NBA in 1970, and in the 1976-77 season, they achieved an impressive record of 49 wins and 33 losses, led by Bill Walton, making their inaugural playoff appearance and subsequently clinching the championship trophy. Since then, the Trailblazers have maintained their status as a formidable Western Conference team, reaching the finals in the 1989-90 and 1991-92 seasons. From 1990 to 2004, the Trail Blazers consistently reached the playoffs, with the 2000 Western Conference Finals against the Lakers becoming a legendary showdown. However, it has been over 30 years since they last lifted the championship trophy, and fans are fervently yearning for a new title. On October 27, 2009, at the Rose Garden, the Trail Blazers faced their first opponent, the Houston Rockets, in one of the key matches highlighted by CCTV. This matchup, infused with the intensity of a derby, a quest for revenge, and the excitement of a season opener, was bound to elevate the adrenaline levels of domestic fans. The league astutely scheduled the Rockets as the Blazers' opening night adversaries, setting the stage for a thrilling start to the new season. However, unlike the previous season's playoffs, the Rockets were without Yao Ming and Artest. The Rockets were indeed in dire straits. Yao had suffered a severe injury, McGrady's status remained uncertain, and Artest had chosen to depart. The trio that had once dominated was now devoid of its key players. As the first game of the new season approached, the Rose Garden was already bustling with excitement. Although Portland is not a large city, its basketball market is thriving, largely due to the appeal of the talented young players on the Trail Blazers, including Roy, Odin Fernandez, and ChueDing, each with their own dedicated following. In the locker room, as game time drew near, the atmosphere was comparatively subdued compared to the fervor outside. Players quietly prepared their gear at their lockers. The team's owner, not lacking in resources, provided an opulent locker room, where ChueDing had carved out a small space for himself. Dressed in Nike shoes, he paced back and forth in front of his locker, readying himself. Observant veterans noted that this typically confident rookie seemed a bit anxious today, but they understood his mindset. Everyone goes through such moments. Roy took the time to sit down with ChueDing, reassuring him, "Shue, just play your game. Trust me, your skills are more than enough to outmatch that group of Rockets substitutes." Batum approached with a smile and said, "Just playing normally. Mistakes are inconsequential." He felt the goodwill emanating from both of them. ChueDing took a deep breath, running his hand through his hair, and then nodded solemnly, easing the tension within himself. He possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. However, it was his first time competing in the NBA across 2 lifetimes, which naturally stirred a sense of excitement. Independent of psychological age, the guidance from seasoned players had facilitated significant growth for ChueDing during this period. Before long, Mike McMillan entered the locker room, inquiring, "Gentlemen, are you all prepared? Ready?" The players of the Trail Blazers responded in unison, rising to their feet with enthusiasm. "Then let us seek vengeance." McMillan's roar reverberated as he flung open the locker room door, akin to unleashing a pride of lions into the wild. Revenge. The haunting memories of being eliminated in last season's playoffs were still vivid for the veterans. Regardless of whether their opponents resembled last season's Rockets, their competitive spirit had ignited. Led by their captain, Roy, the team surged forth from the players' tunnel. The Rose Garden Arena stood as one of the most formidable home courts in the NBA. Upon stepping out of the locker room and into the players' corridor, ChueDing was suddenly enveloped by a cacophony of roaring shouts and screams, a stark contrast to the sporadic applause that had accompanied the warm-up. ChueDing fully immersed himself in the exhilarating sensory experience that the NBA provides. All the players stood in the tunnel, eagerly anticipating the entrance ceremony. Before long, the moment arrived. "Gentlemen, it is time to battle. Let's march forth." In the locker room, the humble and gracious Roy, who had previously worn a smile, suddenly transformed in an instant. At the Rose Garden Arena, the announcer called out, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us give the warmest cheers, screams, and applause to welcome our team, the Portland Trail Blazers." The excitement of the live DJ reached a crescendo, accompanied by the fervent energy of the fans. "Let's welcome Nicholas Batum." ChueDing took the stage in second place. As Batum exited, ChueDing clenched his fists. Next up is the handsome newcomer from China, our Rookie of the Year, ChueDing. ChueDing's remarkable skills and charming visage have garnered him considerable popularity over the past few months, and this moment serves as a splendid manifestation of his acclaim. The atmosphere is electric, with resounding cheers reminiscent of a thunderstorm, echoing throughout the venue. "Shue, keep it up. You are so handsome. I adore you." The enthusiasm of the fans remains unabated until ChueDing steps onto the court, only slightly subsiding when the next player enters. It is evident that Little Ding enjoys immense popularity in Portland. His striking looks and exceptional talent leave no room for doubt. The 2 prominent commentators from CCTV5 have made their way to Portland, ready to commence their commentary duties. As ChueDing takes to the court, a wave of tranquility washes over him. Regardless of the emotional turbulence before his entrance, standing on the court instills an unwavering confidence within him. The basketball court has been his battleground for over a decade, and the sport has been his steadfast companion throughout the years. Everything feels so familiar. XueDing directed his gaze toward tonight's adversary as familiar faces came into view. The 19th chapter commenced with fervor. Shortly thereafter, the entrance ceremony concluded. XueDing returned to the bench, intentionally positioning himself between Fernandez on his left and Persbila on his right. The distinctive features of these two individuals accentuated XueDing's own handsomeness. Although this might seem somewhat disadvantageous to his teammates, XueDing had his reasons. He was in pursuit of financial gain. He had leveraged his contract for a loan, liquidating it entirely to invest in Google stocks. Recently, Tom had been negotiating a sponsorship deal with a fashion brand, which could yield a substantial income of $300,000. Consequently, XueDing's public image had become increasingly significant. With so many cameras capturing the scene, contrast was essential for highlighting his appeal. Naturally, being surrounded by uniquely attractive men enhanced his allure. On the court, Odin's injuries had healed, and he was rightfully reinstated to the starting lineup. The Trailblazers were employing a rotation strategy consisting of just 8 players, with the other 2 rookies excluded from the rotation. Meanwhile, the commentary team from CCTV was ready at the sidelines. Zhang Weiping began, "Dear viewers, the NBA regular season for the 2009 to 2010 season is about to commence, featuring a familiar rivalry as the Portland Trail Blazers host the visiting Houston Rockets. Many season fans are undoubtedly aware that last season, these two teams clashed in the playoffs, with Yao Ming breaking the first-round curse for the first time. The eliminated Blazers must carry a sense of regret, and although Yao Ming is sidelined due to injury, we have our own athlete, XueDing, selected at the 22nd position this year, who deserves special attention. The game is about to begin. Let us review the starting lineups. The Trail Blazer starters are Roy, Miller, Batum, Aldridge, and Odin. Our XueDing remains on the bench today, seemingly missing the opportunity to start. The Rockets starting lineup includes Brooks, Ariza, Scola, Battier, and Hayes. It is indeed unfortunate that Yao Ming is injured, which adds a tinge of regret. The commentator continued to speak animatedly. XueDing, well acquainted with the team's tactics, found himself idly observing the cheerleaders from the sidelines. As he glanced over, he noticed a striking blonde, blue-eyed cheerleader among the Trailblazers, whose tall and graceful figure was quite impressive. Ah, this young lady aligns with Eastern aesthetics, possessing a commendable physique with ample curves. Is she a newcomer? Indeed, a delightful peach-shaped figure. How splendid. XueDing's gaze was successfully drawn towards her. XueDing occasionally stole glances. It seemed that these young ladies were not wearing any safety shorts. After a while, the performance concluded. As she passed by XueDing, she appeared to sense his gaze and turned to look, realizing it was him. A smile spread across her face. The beautiful girl also cast a flirtatious glance at XueDing. Alas, he had been caught. XueDing swiftly redirected his gaze to the court. The NBA arena is replete with various temptations. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the game officially commenced. Following the start of the match, the Portland Trailblazers, leveraging their home court advantage, played with remarkable steadiness under Miller's command. This summer, Miller signed a 3-year contract worth $21 million with the Blazers as a free agent. His contract includes $14 million guaranteed, with the third year being a team option. The former assists leader exhibits an impressive ability to orchestrate plays, though his three-point shooting leaves much to be desired. To put in perspective, XueDing, this ironclad king, outperformed him in three-point shooting during practice games. Nevertheless, despite his shortcomings from beyond the arc, Miller possesses an astonishing scoring ability. XueDing recalls from his previous life that Miller once scored 52 points with merely one three-pointer, a notable feat before Aldridge surpassed him with 56 points without relying on three-pointers. XueDing now finds the suggestion he previously made to the head coach rather amusing. With two players on his team capable of scoring over 50 points without relying on three-pointers, what need is there for long-range shots? The Trail Blazers initiate their first offense. Miller passes the ball to Roy at the high post. After executing a simple feint, Roy, while facing Ariza, releases a mid-range jumper from the free throw line. Over the past 2 seasons, Roy's shooting percentage has soared to an impressive 46. This time, Ariza has been afforded a bit of space. Roy's shot finds its mark. The score is 0-2. The fans erupt in cheers. XueDing gazed with great interest at the NBA, which still adhered to its traditional style of play. There were fewer three-pointers and less of the excessive fouls often called for physical play. The match was quite enjoyable. Compared to the previous season, the Rockets' strength had significantly diminished. Their current roster lacked any star players. Scola lacked the luster of superstardom, while Brooks still appeared somewhat immature. Following the unfortunate decline of their formidable center, Yao Ming, the Rockets began to practice Edelman's Princeton offense as the preseason commenced. The Rockets' offense surged forward with remarkable speed. Ariza sought to make a contribution, utilizing Scola's screen. He drove toward the free throw line while contending with Roy's defense. He abruptly elevated for a mid-range jumper, but predictably, it clanged off the rim. XueDing nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it was a testament to the prowess of the ironclad player. Ariza possessed the need for a platform befitting a leader, yet he lacked the requisite strength to assume that role. In his previous life, the ironclad player demonstrated a staggering 39 shooting accuracy with the Rockets, surpassing even XueDing's own impressive capabilities. During his tenure with the Lakers, Ariza merely existed as a valuable 3-and-D player, but with the Rockets, he was thrust into a leadership position where his lack of autonomous offensive skills was magnified to an alarming extent. Subsequently, Aldridge executed a back-to-the-basket move against Scola, effortlessly sinking a mid-range shot with a smooth fadeaway. The score stood at 0-4. Although Aldridge was a towering figure, he possessed an exceptionally delicate touch, a quality that XueDing envied greatly. XueDing recognized that Aldridge's impressive mid-range shooting combined with his exceptional post-up skills propelled him swiftly into the realm of all-star caliber centers. The Rockets maintained a rapid pace. However, their offense appeared somewhat disorganized. Brooks executed a simple maneuver at the top of the arc, swiftly launching a three-point shot that swished through the net, bringing the score to 3-4. The diminutive yet formidable player, known for averaging 20 points per game, could not be underestimated. Following two fast-paced sequences, the tempo of the game suddenly decelerated, becoming markedly sluggish. The home team, the Trailblazers, still held a discernible advantage. Roy and Aldridge took command of the match in succession. With just 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the home team had established a 4-point lead. XueDing sat on the bench, thoroughly engrossed in the live NBA match. Experiencing the game in person is an entirely different pleasure compared to watching it on television. The thrill of competing in an arena filled with bright lights and eager spectators is exhilarating. Observing the current strategies and contemplating the future of three-point shots is captivating. The present game is indeed mesmerizing, filled with intensity and suspense. Without the antics of Harden, the Rockets display a rather retro style of play, characterized by their earnestness. The Trailblazers are evidently stronger than the Rockets, dominating the court and eliciting waves of cheers from the home crowd. The score stands at 18-22, with the Trailblazers leading by 4 points. Indeed, as the first quarter nears its conclusion, the score remains surprisingly low. Coach McMillan gestures decisively, signaling for Miller, Roy, and Oden to step off the court. On the court, XueDing has taken the stage, along with Polzabila and Fernandez. The Rockets have already executed a substitution earlier. Presently, the starting lineup remains intact. XueDing believed he would be matched up against the diminutive powerhouse Lowry, only to find himself facing Brooks instead. Upon hearing the coach's call, XueDing rose from the bench and removed his trousers. Chapter 20, Brutality. XueDing has taken off his pants. He is about to make his debut. The live chat exploded with excitement as the commentator typed that XueDing had taken off his trousers. The live broadcaster, Kufan, also became exhilarated. As the electronic buzzer sounded, XueDing strode onto the field. The home fans, witnessing the rookie's inaugural performance, erupted into applause. XueDing's explosive playing style has long been disseminated among the devoted fans in Portland. Recently, an impassioned male supporter in the stands shouted fervently, "Pierce through their defenses. For heaven's sake, obliterate them." Upon his entrance, XueDing raised his hands and applauded the air, responding to the enthusiastic welcome from the crowd of fans. XueDing's height as a point guard exerts considerable pressure on his defensive counterpart, the diminutive Blackbean Brooks. Upon resuming play, the possession belongs to the Trailblazers. Przybilla passes the ball to XueDing. Przybilla's statistics from the previous season, averaging 4 points and 8 rebounds, classify him as a competent blue-collar center, lacking significant offensive threat. The second unit of the Trailblazers, initially centered around Fernandez, has naturally transitioned to revolve around XueDing since his arrival. Thud, thud, dribbling forward. XueDing gazed upon the imposing figure of the small Blackbean, Brooks, standing guard against him, and with a rather lascivious smile, he chuckled softly. As XueDing executed the third tactical gesture while advancing, It signified a clear directive. Create space for me, as I intend to confront my opponent one-on-one. Observing ChueDing's command, both Fernandez and Roy exchanged bemused glances. Shouldn't you rookies tread carefully? Did you not claim that you initially focused on passing? Weren't you rather anxious before the game? Goodness, what a swift transformation. Upon receiving the ball, you switched from camaraderie to confrontation in an instant. Although many seasoned players harbored doubts, the veterans of the Trailblazers complied with ChueDing's tactical instructions, given their amicable rapport with him. ChueDing skillfully dribbles to the top of the arc. Fernandez and Batum stretch out to the corners. Both of these Europeans possess a remarkable three-point shooting ability, compelling the Rockets to defend diligently. The area is vacated. The little black bean glances around, realizing that all his teammates have been drawn away, and he comprehends that the towering opponent intends to challenge him. Goodness, this rookie is exceedingly arrogant. Rookie, if you have the skill, don't pass the ball. I will enlighten you that the NBA is not what you envision. Brooks' words remain unfinished. ChueDing cast a fleeting glance before swiftly changing direction. Striking with urgency, ChueDing's explosive first step allowed him to surge past Brooks. Is Brooks slow? Certainly not. Speed is his forte, yet it bears no significance. ChueDing's initial move against Brooks was simply unmatched. In an instant, he surpassed Brooks, dribbling towards the free throw line. Oh no! Scola did not anticipate that the little black bean would be outpaced so swiftly, prompting him to hastily prepare for help defense in the paint from the left side. Just then, Budinger, who had recently entered the game, surged in from the right, poised to reach the basket even more swiftly. ChueDing assessed his own speed and realized that Budinger was likely to collide with him. However, he believed that he would have a physical advantage over Budinger. Without hesitation, he made his decision. ChueDing is charging forward. He has just stepped on the free throw line and is ready to propel himself into action. With the ball firmly in his grasp, he executes a powerful three-step leap. Here it comes. Here it comes. The ferocious rookie. Witnessing ChueDing's fierce determination, many fans familiar with his reputation have risen to their feet. Meanwhile, some spectators who have yet to hear of ChueDing remain uncertain about his intentions. After all, he is a rookie point guard. Who would have anticipated such a remarkable and audacious style of play from him? ChueDing cradled the basketball, his wrist elegantly arched around it. With a swift motion, he took one step, then another, soaring into the air like a bird taking flight. He bent his waist into the shape of a bow. As anticipated, Budinger swiftly positioned himself beneath the basket from the right side. Budinger leapt as well. You shall not dunk. Standing at 1.99 meters, Budinger towered over ChueDing, yet his wingspan and jumping speed paled in comparison to ChueDing's prowess. Thus, ChueDing regarded him with indifference. The dunking deity, level 5. Bang! The two collided. Yet, ChueDing maintained his balance. ChueDing forcefully pressed his left hand against Budinger's shoulder. With the ball in his possession, his right arm swung powerfully toward the hoop. Beep! The rim. Boom! 18-24. ChueDing decisively outmaneuvered Budinger, executing a stunning dunk over his opponent with a ferocious axe-handle slam. The dunk was not only completed, but also followed by an additional free throw. Budinger found himself sprawled on the floor. ChueDing landed steadily, exhilarated by the experience. ChueDing shouted loudly at the prostrate Budinger on the ground. Hey rookie, welcome to the NBA? ChueDing completely forgot that he too was a novice. He merely sought to vent his emotions. Damn it. Stunning. Well done. Blinding. Shwe. Ding. Amidst the frenzy of the DJ, the atmosphere in the Rose Garden Arena reached its zenith. The fans here were astonished that a rookie, playing in his very first NBA regular season game, could exhibit such dominance. They bore witness to this spectacle firsthand. ChueDing refrained from advancing to confront Budinger, thus averting any conflict. On the sidelines, Coach McMillan shrugged his shoulders at Roy, who was orchestrating a dramatic display with a group of substitutes. This rookie had finally showcased his ferocity to his opponents. Over the past month, they had grown accustomed to ChueDing's aggressive style of play. Goodness, nearly every teammate had been dunked on. Each time they were on the receiving end of such a dunk, they recalled ChueDing's merciless domination of their rivals during the regular season. Exhilarating. However, they did not anticipate that this rookie would strike with such intensity right from the start. Meanwhile, on the Rockets' side, Brooks and Scola felt a tightening tension, particularly for Brooks. He had never encountered such a ruthless point guard, one who was indeed more formidable than the Bulls' Rose. ChueDing approached the free throw line. A splendid effort. Fernandez and Batum came over to pat ChueDing on the back. XueDing performed a deep breathing exercise to cultivate internal energy and lower his chi. Focus. XueDing's free throw success rate hovers around 75. With a swift motion, the score stands at 18-25. The Rockets advance with the ball. Brooks casts a forlorn glance at XueDing. Unsteadily, Brooks weaves through the court, executing a series of pivoting dribbles as he crosses the halfway line. XueDing's wingspan, in relation to his height, imposes an overwhelming pressure upon him. XueDing's defense heavily relies on his innate talent, with little emphasis on technique. Brooks cast a fleeting glance at XueDing's position, hesitating to make a move. He opted to pass the ball to the interior player, Scola. Scola faced off against Batum, executing a pivoting hook shot after backing him down for 2 steps. The ball struck the rim, and the rebound soared high into the air. Pulsbula firmly established his position against Hayes behind him, while Scola readied himself for another aggressive pursuit. Yet, a figure swiftly darted past him. XueDing surged in from the right side of the free throw line and effortlessly seized the rebound. The moment XueDing secured the rebound, he was filled with elation. Westbrook's innate talent is truly remarkable. His rebounding awareness is unparalleled. It is astonishingly effortless for him to accumulate boards. Oh, how exhilarating. XueDing did not hesitate. He propelled himself off the ground with force, launching the ball far ahead for a swift counterattack. With an incredibly rapid first step, he accelerated and swiftly pursued the ball. XueDing initiates a swift fast break. He surges past Brooks on the right side, skillfully dribbling and switching hands near the midcourt without losing momentum. He skillfully maneuvers to squeeze past Buetinger. As he approaches the three-point line, he deftly creates distance once more. The Rockets' interior has now become a vacuum. XueDing once again approached the free throw line, taking a powerful leap. With a swift extension of his body, the spectators at the Rose Garden Arena began to express their apprehension for the hoop. This rookie was determined to obliterate the rim with a ferocious tomahawk dunk. Devoid of any ostentation, it was sheer brutality. The score now stands at 18-27. Oh my goodness. XueDing. As the DJ and the crowd erupted in frenzied cheers, it all transpired in merely 2 possessions. XueDing ignited the Rose Garden with his aesthetic of violence. This rookie pioneer has utterly captivated all the fans present. Chapter 21, my friends. Wow, is XueDing's playing style truly representative of the Asian athlete? Indeed, those who can make it to the NBA from the Asian demographic are truly exceptional. His dunks are ferocious, yet I find myself enamored by them. XueDing's dunks are not merely an exhibition of brute strength. They embody a ferocity born from speed and elevation. With a rapid acceleration, he glides past his defenders, culminating in an explosive display. From this day forth, I declare myself a fan of his. He is the star who has swiftly brought me to the pinnacle of excitement. Fans watching the live stream were ecstatic after witnessing the GIF. XueDing's distinctive style is entirely dissimilar to that of Yao Ming or Yi Jianlian. It is purely assertive. Such a style provides fans with an unparalleled visual impact. When facing the Rockets, XueDing's advantage lies in their unfamiliarity with him. The Rockets are at a loss regarding how to defend against him. If he were to play alongside the Trailblazers, his teammates would undoubtedly know how to contain him. Adelman furrowed his brow. This rookie appears to play in a manner reminiscent of LeBron James. What weaknesses does he possess? The assistant coach quickly began to examine XueDing's scouting report. Before long, the assistant coach responsible for defense approached Adelman and said, "Coach, Xue's mid-range and three-point shooting are both below the league average." "Ah, I see." Adelman nodded in acknowledgement. XueDing possesses many of the common shortcomings associated with muscular individuals. His shooting skills leave much to be desired. Adelman promptly summoned the diminutive powerhouse, Lowry, to impart a few words of advice. Brooks, in comparison, appears too frail for XueDing, rendering him incapable of withstanding the physicality, and he may easily be overwhelmed. XueDing seems to confront Brooks every time they meet on the court. During the game, Brooks attempted a pass, only to have it intercepted by XueDing. Subsequently, the Rockets made a substitution, replacing Brooks with Lowry. The advantage of the little cannon lies in his remarkable strength and swift speed. XueDing found it no longer easy to strike. Lowry passed the ball to Battier. Battier, facing Batum's defense, showcased a splendid crossover dribble, stepped back, and launched a three-pointer. Swish! The Rockets have finally stemmed the tide. 21-29. XueDing glanced at the time. Only 23 seconds remained. He dribbled to the top of the arc. Managing the clock. "Xue, create an opportunity for me." Fernandez approached and said, All right, find your opening. XueDing nodded in response. Fernandez positioned himself in the left corner, signaling to XueDing. XueDing signaled to Pulse Bila with a tactical gesture, indicating that he should set an off-ball screen for Fernandez. There were 9 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Positioned at the top of the key, XueDing observed Lowry. Assessing Lowry's defensive stance, XueDing felt a twinge of frustration. Lowry was intentionally conceding a step in his defense, opting to allow a shot rather than a drive. XueDing's methods of surpassing opponents are rather limited. In one-on-one situations without any screens, his performance pales in comparison to that of Irving. He cannot afford to make such direct passes. He must first penetrate the defense to draw attention away. XueDing swiftly changed direction, forcefully charging forward in a straight line. Bang! Lowry collided with XueDing's body. Under the impact of XueDing's force, even the Rockets retracted their interior defense. XueDing's speed took Lowry by surprise. XueDing managed to position himself effectively, and Lowry, closely pursuing, broke through to the free throw line. XueDing deliberately advanced towards the side of Fernandez, intending to draw Ariza's attention. Ariza was in a state of hesitation, contemplating whether to double-team. As XueDing hesitated, he accelerated once more, circling around before suddenly charging towards the right side of the hoop. Ariza, anticipating another aggressive drive, moved to double-team him. However, he was a moment too late to react. As he turned to pursue XueDing, he unexpectedly encountered the imposing figure of Pulse Bila in his path. XueDing's objective is to distribute the ball. He swiftly observed a significant opening forming at Fernandez's position. XueDing leaped into the air, executing a cannonball-like pass. Fortunately, Fernandez was well prepared. Otherwise, the sheer force of XueDing's pass might have caused him to falter in receiving it. Fernandez secured the ball, ensuring he stood beyond the three-point line. With a simple adjustment, he drew back his bow and released the arrow, launching a three-pointer. Swish! Ansu Fati. Fernandez countered with a splendid three-point shot from Badinger. The score stood at 21-32. XueDing secured the first assist of the match. The first quarter has come to an end. What a splendid pass. Fernandez approached and playfully patted XueDing's elevated backside. Your shot is also quite precise. XueDing consented to gently ruffle his head. Hopefully, it won't lead to baldness. Xue, you're performing admirably. Keep it up. As the final whistle of the first quarter echoed, XueDing received encouragement from his teammates. In just over a minute on the court, he recorded 5 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist, and 1 steal, leading the team to extend their lead to double digits. Such a rookie is truly endearing. McMillan also offered a few words of praise for XueDing. XueDing's performance on the court was undeniably impeccable. During the intermission, the Rockets began to devise defensive strategies specifically targeting XueDing. In this match, XueDing's display of skill was remarkable, completely catching the Rockets' second unit off guard. Focus on perimeter shots, not drives. Everyone collapse the paint was the directive given. The players of the Rockets were well aware of XueDing's formidable prowess and responded in unison. With their current interior height already a challenge, Scola, Landry, and Hayes struggled to protect the rim. The presence of Aldridge and Odin had already left them in a precarious situation, and now they faced the onslaught of a powerful rookie. The trio in the paint shared a resigned smile. The Rockets found themselves at a disadvantage, as the Trailblazer style of play was overwhelmingly aggressive, capable of dominating both inside and outside against them. With Yao Ming absent, rim protection was lacking, and the impact of XueDing from the second unit was truly terrifying. Hey, I heard XueDing's shooting isn't great. Let's see if he can impress us, they mused. In just over a minute, XueDing demonstrated why he is regarded as the premier guard in Asia. Being selected as the first guard at the 22nd pick in the first round of the NBA draft was affirmation enough. Did he still need to prove himself? Fans, witnessing XueDing's exceptional performance, eagerly expressed their admiration, such as the nature of people. Shortly thereafter, the second quarter resumed. The second team, led by XueDing, possesses a superior level of strength. XueDing frequently created opportunities for his teammates to find open shots, with Fernandez and Batum capitalizing on several of these chances. However, XueDing himself was unable to convert 2 mid-range attempts, resulting in missed opportunities, leveraging their overall advantage. The score gap widened to 15 points just 3 minutes into the second quarter. With 8 minutes and 37 seconds remaining, the Rockets called for their first extended timeout, with the score standing at 28-43. During this pause, McMillan opted to substitute out all the bench players except XueDing, bringing back the starters for other positions. Recognizing XueDing's favorable form, McMillan deliberately allowed him to remain on the court a bit longer to partner with starters. However, the presence of prominent players like Odin and Aldridge severely compressed the space in the paint. XueDing found it difficult to break through. His opponent laid off. And this time, after receiving a pass from Roy at the three-point line, XueDing attempted an open three-pointer that completely missed the target. This air ball elicited uproarious laughter from the crowd. XueDing found himself in an awkward predicament. He truly lacked confidence in his three-point shooting. However, his failure to make the shot was certainly unexpected. Following this attempt, XueDing was substituted. This decision by McMillan provoked a chorus of boos from the Trail Blazers fans. "We want to see Xue play," they exclaimed. "Do not take him out." McMillan, hearing the fans' outcry, was rendered somewhat speechless. XueDing's playing style is immensely popular among fans. Even when he misses entirely, it possesses a humorous quality. However, McMillan has his own strategies in mind. XueDing's proficiency in outside shooting is rather limited, failing to provide LaMarcus Aldridge and Greg Oden with the necessary space. When he's on the court, his two interior teammates are susceptible to relentless double-teaming. With so much time left in the game, one must remain cautious against unforeseen circumstances. XueDing exited the scene with a sense of resignation. As a level 1 sharpshooter, his mid-range shooting percentage was only slightly below the league's average, which is not particularly poor. However, given that it was his debut, he appeared somewhat tense, missing 2 mid-range shots, followed by an airball on a three-pointer. Consequently, both the Rockets players and the audience began to doubt their shooting abilities entirely. XueDing has been unjustly criticized. Is a mid-range shooting percentage of 41 truly considered inadequate? And with a three-point shooting accuracy of 22, he possesses the ability to shoot. It is merely that his shots have been a tad off the mark. XueDing returned to his seat. After XueDing exited the court in the second quarter, the Rockets found their rhythm beyond the three-point line. Both Lowry and Brooks consecutively sank three-pointers. The Rockets' vitality gradually began to assert itself on the court, closing the gap to within 10 points by the end of the half. The score stood at 48-57, with the Trail Blazers leading by 9 points as the first half concluded. In the first half, XueDing made 2 out of 5 shots, accumulating 5 points for assists, for rebounds, and 2 steals. Chapter 22, My Actions. XueDing's debut will not extend for a considerable duration, with anticipated playing time around 15 minutes. This is part of the pre-game tactical arrangement. Coach McMillan hopes that XueDing will swiftly acclimate to the rhythm and physicality of the NBA. Allowing XueDing to play for an extended period in his inaugural game may not yield significant benefits. XueDing's performance has indeed been commendable, yet it has not reached its pinnacle. His shortcomings in long-range shooting became apparent within mere minutes of his appearance, prompting the opposition to remain vigilant. The Trail Blazers are not a feeble team. XueDing cannot expect to enter the fray and wield unlimited shooting privileges without restraint, as this context demands a meticulous attention to detail. The distinction between strong and weak teams often lies in the player's handling of subtleties. This relies not only on an athlete's innate talent and ability, but also on the nurturing guidance of the coaching staff. As the third quarter commenced, the Trail Blazers and the Rockets maintained their starting lineups. To be fair, despite the absence of superstars, the Rockets' strength should not be underestimated, for they possess an abundance of skilled players. While the Trail Blazers boast 7 or 8 competent players, the Rockets have nearly utilized a rotation of 10. In their games, it is unpredictable who might suddenly emerge to score, making defensive arrangements precarious. After the commencement of the third quarter, the Rockets' scoring leader, Brooks, entered an unstoppable mode. The diminutive dynamo executed 2 consecutive drives and a 3-point shot, delivering a swift 7-0 run against the Trail Blazers, prompting an immediate timeout. The score shifted from a commanding 15-point lead to a mere 2-point advantage at 55-57. The home crowd grew restless, bewildered by the turn of events. "Xue, we need Xue. Quickly, bring that rookie onto court." XueDing remained composed, diligently analyzing the game. Edelman's Princeton system accelerated the Rockets' pace significantly, while the more deliberate style of the Trail Blazers resulted in a somewhat sluggish response in all aspects. Given that this was the inaugural match, it was entirely normal for the players to take time to find their rhythm. Currently, the Rockets lacked a superstar, and the Trail Blazer strategy was unfocused. Moreover, the newly acquired Miller had not yet established a rapport with his teammates. This contributed to their inability to contain Brooks, allowing the score to close in. "Xue, you're up." "Okay." As Miller struggled to maintain his defensive position, McMillan expressed his dissatisfaction and promptly substituted XueDing into the game. ChueDing set down his towel and stepped to the sidelines. Don't be disheartened, veteran. The match is far from over. We shall prevail, ChueDing remarked with a smile directed at Miller. Upon hearing ChueDing's encouraging words, Miller's spirits lifted somewhat, having been substituted by the head coach due to a defensive error. This rookie exudes confidence. A sunny disposition is always welcome, and Miller returned ChueDing's smile. In the summer, Andre Miller joined a new team and discovered that his teammates possessed an optimistic and cheerful attitude. In such an uplifting environment, even the seasoned Miller felt at ease. He exchanged a high five with ChueDing, and as ChueDing prepared to re-enter the fray, the crowd erupted into cheers. ChueDing's playing style is incredibly captivating. As he steps onto the court, even before the match has commenced, Roy engages in a tactical discussion with him. The situation on the court appears rather dire, and the Trailblazers must devise a strategy to secure points and stabilize the game. Shua, during the game, focus on creating opportunities for inside cuts while I handle the ball. Let's create space for our two big men to initiate the offense. Your shooting accuracy has been lacking, so minimize your attempts, Roy stated, devoid of any pretense. Brandon, I can also shoot from mid-range, ChueDing countered. Then let your actions speak for themselves, Roy replied earnestly. All right, I understand, ChueDing acknowledged. ChueDing ceased to struggle further and sprinted ahead. ChueDing does not bemoan his teammates' lack of faith in his shooting, for his performance from long range speaks volumes. Action is the most compelling evidence. Roy has also refrained from criticizing ChueDing. He understands the mindset of a rookie who believes he can accomplish anything, having once been in the same position himself. The timeout has concluded, and the game resumes. Batum passes the ball to Roy. At a crucial moment, ChueDing's control of the ball was wrested from him. Roy glanced at his teammates' positioning, orchestrating a strategy. Defending against ChueDing was Lowry. This was a commonly employed dual-point guard tactic by the Rockets. Roy advanced the ball to the top of the arc. ChueDing emerged to navigate the perimeter for support. At the apex, ChueDing possessed the ball. Roy's strategy failed to materialize. ChueDing had no opportunity to cut inside, and there was no chance for an entry pass in the paint, leaving the two big men to spread the floor. Adela positioned himself on the left wing, possessing a reliable mid-range shot that Scola dared not concede. Thus he followed him closely. Roy established position in the low post, effectively sealing off Brooks for the ball. ChueDing passed the ball. The players of the Trailblazers skillfully spread out, allowing Roy to engage in a one-on-one duel with Brooks. ChueDing, adhering to tactical principles, continually maneuvered between the right corner and the arc summit. Lowry was compelled to shadow ChueDing's movements, yet his focus remained on preventing ChueDing's penetrating drives. Meanwhile, Roy commenced his post play. Bang! Roy's imposing physique dominated, forcefully overpowering Brooks to within a step of the free throw line. A turnaround jumper ensued. Concurrently, ChueDing boldly surged into the paint. Clang! Roy's turnaround shot ricocheted off the backboard. Schwager, Odin skillfully positioned himself to obstruct Landry. Odin's positioning created a vacuum on the direct line between ChueDing and the Rockets' 3-second zone. The two had meticulously practiced this classic combination of center positioning and guard rebounding countless times on the training court. Such a clear path was now available. ChueDing has already gained full momentum. Lowry finds it impossible to restrain him. ChueDing possesses an exceptional instinct for rebounding, placing him among the elite in the league. With remarkable agility, he leaps high into the air, extending his arms to firmly grasp the bouncing basketball. In a remarkable display of athleticism, he bends down almost to the level of the rim before forcefully slamming it down. The resounding clang of the rim and backboard creates an illusion that the hoop might come crashing down. The score stands at 55-59. ChueDing's electrifying performance resonates with the crowd, demonstrating that no matter how many times he executes such a dunk, the fans are always captivated. ChueDing lowered the basket and landed gracefully. Roy and Batum approached to exchange high fives. Such momentum plays are truly essential. In a single offensive possession, ChueDing secured one offensive rebound and scored 2 points. Exquisite. On the sidelines, McMillan and his assistant coach also shared a congratulatory high five. ChueDing's appearance on the court proved to be beneficial, and their substitutions yielded positive results. Roy's performance today was rather mediocre, making 4 out of 10 attempts. He expressed gratitude towards ChueDing for a recent play. The momentum has shifted. The Rockets did not hesitate, launching a swift offensive. Brooks advanced past the halfway line. Lowry's offensive prowess does not rival that of the nimble Brooks. Thus, despite the dual playmakers, the ball was primarily handled by Brooks today. ChueDing closely marked Brooks. During the first half, when he was on the court, the little black bean hardly made any offensive moves. XueDing's wingspan poses a significant challenge for Brooks. Furthermore, in terms of speed, the two are evenly matched. XueDing's defense was impenetrable, leaving Brooks with no opportunities to break through. However, it was equally impossible for XueDing to intercept the ball. Brooks lobbed the ball to Scola in the paint. Scola, holding the ball in the low post, backed down against Aldridge. Despite executing a series of elusive dream shakes, Scola could not shake Aldridge off, and under duress, he attempted a shot. XueDing delivered a resounding block off the backboard. XueDing once again found himself in position for a rebound. Securing another board, he initiated a swift counterattack. Oh my goodness! Dunk it! The fans in the Rose Garden gazed at XueDing's athletic form, sensing the power surging from his electric drive. However, the path ahead for XueDing was not devoid of obstacles, as the Rockets' defense responded with remarkable timeliness. As XueDing approached the three-point line, Lowry and Landry had already retreated to the paint. No opportunity? He observed that his teammates were not advancing. XueDing, without hesitation, began to decelerate and adjust his rhythm, positioning himself at the free throw line. With a sudden halt and a poised posture, he executed a mid-range shot. The precision of a level 1 sharpshooter was evident. Oh, another jump shot? The fans watched XueDing with a sense of trepidation. However, Adelman, observing XueDing's mid-range attempt, felt a surprising sense of calm. The basketball sailed through the air, tracing a magnificent arc, and with a swish, it passed through the net. The score stood at 55-61. After scoring, XueDing comfortably whistled, maintaining his pose with an air of pretentiousness, glancing back at Roy. I can shoot. This is my declaration. Roy noticed as well, offering a smile and a casual shrug. Chapter 23, a triple-double in his debut. Roy dominated the Rose Garden from the onset of his rookie season. In contrast to XueDing, his playing style and technique were remarkably refined, honed over 4 years in college, allowing him to unveil his superstar potential in his debut season. On the other hand, XueDing, despite his time traveling, was never a professional athlete in his original life. The total hours he spent playing basketball paled in comparison to Roy's. Yet XueDing possessed extraordinary talent and a flamboyant personality, entirely opposite to Roy. Although XueDing recognized Roy's abilities, he was unwilling to conform to Roy's style of play. XueDing plays with fervor rather than composure. This is not contradictory. It merely reflects the diverse styles through which individuals engage in the game. The Rockets initiate their offense. Brooks advances the ball into the front court, positioning himself at the top of the arc. Following a series of screens, the nimble Scola finds himself with a favorable mismatch against the considerably less imposing Batum. Scola possesses a formidable mid-range shot, and the Rockets' ball movement tonight is notably swift, rendering Aldridge and XueDing hesitant to double-team. Although Scola's defense is weaker than his offense, he confidently backs down Batum, who is significantly outmatched in height, weight, and strength. He relentlessly applies pressure, forcing Batum into the paint. With a deft pivot, Scola showcases his elusive footwork, leaving Batum off balance. He effortlessly finishes at the rim. The Rockets meander over at a sluggish pace. The score stands at 57-61. The urgency mounts. Originally, it was Aldridge's turn to inbound the ball from the baseline, but following Scola's basket, XueDing accelerates forward. XueDing, noticing XueDing's movement, promptly reacts. With a swift connection, he cuts toward the baseline, seizing the inbound opportunity from Aldridge and launching a long pass to the rapidly advancing XueDing, who is just as Scola has turned to sprint back. Trouble looms. Brooks and Lowry catch sight of the connection between XueDing and XueDing, positioning themselves near the mid-court line, slightly better situated than XueDing. As soon as XueDing receives the ball, he surges forward with remarkable speed. His serves transition into rapid assaults, a tactic uniquely his own. Prior to Russell Westbrook's explosive rise in the NBA, such swift offensive maneuvers during standard offensive and defensive sequences were seldom witnessed. Typically, it is understood that a dribbler will invariably outpace a player without the ball. Even with an immediate offensive thrust, the opponent can swiftly regroup and pursue. Yet, XueDing defies this norm. XueDing has sufficient distance from the free throw line to the midcourt to initiate his acceleration. Although Lowry and Brooks possess comparable speed, they commence their sprint from behind. The positional advantage was instantaneously nullified. With a sudden burst of acceleration, XueDing swiftly darted between the two individuals. Prior to encountering XueDing, Brooks had always held a steadfast confidence in his own speed. Yet today, that confidence eluded him. In truth, Brooks' speed was not inferior to that of XueDing. It was merely that XueDing consistently outpaced him at the start. As he gazed at ChueDing's retreating figure, Brooks felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and despair for the very first time. After surpassing Brooks and Lowry, ChueDing sprinted relentlessly, arriving at the unoccupied front court. "Rookie, give us another. Do something different. Make it even more spectacular." The audience erupted in cheers, eagerly anticipating ChueDing's slam dunk showcase. ChueDing glanced around, effortlessly executing a three-step layup, 57-63. On the sidelines, Adelman felt a sense of frustration, observing the fleeting opportunity to reclaim the lead. Now lost once more. "Hush." ChueDing shook his head at the camera, his face adorned with various expressions of mockery. "You wish to criticize, yet I shall not comply." Click, click, click. ChueDing's whimsical expressions were projected onto the big screen, captivating the audience, who were thoroughly amused by him. They have completely fallen in love with this charming Chinese boy. How delightfully proud. ChueDing's appearance on the court served to stabilize the situation for the Trailblazers. The dynamics of the game began to be reasserted under their control. ChueDing successfully reclaimed possession from Roy. Following a remarkable scoring surge, ChueDing commenced orchestrating his team with utmost seriousness. In the remainder of the third quarter, he tallied an additional 5 assists, bringing the score to 77-88. By the end of the third quarter, the Trailblazers had established an 11-point lead. Chue's presence on the court revitalized the Blazers' advantage. This rookie possesses an impressive ability to drive, dunk, and distribute the ball. This year, the Blazers have certainly struck gold at the 22nd pick, leaving one astonished that he is indeed a newcomer. As the third quarter concluded, both his assists and points were in double digits, and he was merely 2 rebounds shy of achieving a triple-double. We eagerly anticipate whether he can accomplish this feat in the fourth quarter. Should he succeed, he would become the youngest player to achieve a triple-double and the first rookie in NBA history to do so in his debut. Kenny Smith, perusing ChueDing's statistics, remarked on the rarity of a triple-double prior to Russell Westbrook's emergence. Domestic fans were elated, amazed that ChueDing, having played less than 20 minutes, was on the brink of a triple-double. His performance was nothing short of extraordinary. Aside from a somewhat average shooting percentage, he excelled in nearly every aspect. A guard with such formidable rebounding prowess is indeed a rarity. There was finally a guard capable of delivering passes to Yao Ming, though lamentably, Yao was injured. The game swiftly progressed into the fourth quarter, with the Trailblazers maintaining complete control of the situation on the court. ChueDing and Andre Miller took to the court simultaneously, forming a dual point guard lineup. Although both players lacked notable shooting prowess from beyond the arc, they epitomized a formidable defensive presence. Nevertheless, the Trailblazers' offense was meticulously orchestrated. A breathtaking alley-oop dunk. Goodness, when did the dunks of guards become so visually captivating? With an assist from Andre Miller, ChueDing executed a splendid finish, showcasing the synergy between the two backcourt players as the Rockets' defense was utterly dismantled by the Trailblazers. Aldridge skillfully boxed out Scola, and ChueDing secured yet another rebound, just one shy of achieving a triple-double, as ChueDing's statistics drew tantalizingly close to that elusive milestone. The audience and fans eagerly counted along. With 5 minutes still remaining in the game, Brooks relentlessly attempted to penetrate ChueDing's defenses. However, he soon realized that ChueDing's long arms shadowed him like a specter, leaving him unable to find any openings for a breakthrough. While Brooks' shooting percentage was not particularly low, his performance against ChueDing was nothing short of dismal. ChueDing's innate talent, combined with his unyielding vigor on the defensive end, rendered Brooks exceedingly troubled. After a series of futile attempts to penetrate the defense, Brooks ultimately resorted to a straightforward step-back jumper to conclude his efforts. As soon as he released the ball, ChueDing swiftly pivoted and accelerated towards the basket. The basketball struck the backboard with a resounding thud, ricocheting high into the air. Odin, positioned nearest to the action, had just leaped when he caught sight of ChueDing's fierce determination. With remarkable foresight, he intentionally relinquished the rebound. In the wake of Odin's concession, ChueDing seized his 10th rebound with a single hand. Oh yes, the youngest triple-double master in history. Bravo! The audience erupted in applause, both in the arena and among the viewers watching the live broadcast at home. Following the completion of this triple-double, ChueDing exited the court. ChueDing's statistics stand an impressive 18 points, 10 rebounds, and 11 assists, achieved in just 21 minutes of playtime. Ultimately, the Trailblazers triumphed over the visiting Houston Rockets with a score of 112-100, securing their inaugural victory. In Chapter 24, I am not merely a shadow of Durant, During his 21 minutes on the court, XueDing recorded 18 points, 11 assists, 10 rebounds, and 5 steals, with only 2 turnovers throughout the match. My goodness, fans, can you believe this is a player making his debut in an official NBA game? Today, Xue, playing as a substitute for Miller, contributed his energy with every minute on the court. In just his first game, he achieved statistics that could easily be regarded as all-star caliber. If he were the first overall pick, it would be understandable. Yet this young man was selected only at the 22nd position. I am certain that the 21 teams that overlooked him will come to regret their decisions. Kenny Smith lauded XueDing from the commentary booth. Not only Xue, but also a healthy Brandon Roy and a fit Greg Oden. Kenny, I'm increasingly eager to see how high this Trailblazers team can soar. Ultimately, injuries remain the greatest adversary for these young talents. The online community domestically has already begun to buzz. Today, I would like to sing the praises of XueDing. I hope there are no objections. The partnership between Xue and Oden resembles dry tinder igniting in a blaze. The shameful first overall pick, who only managed to grab 3 rebounds, allowed Xue to seize countless others. XueDing remarked, the Trailblazers have quite the feast. Aside from a few shooting issues and some simplicity in his passing, along with a hint of padding his rebound stats, his overall performance was commendable. For those criticizing from the sidelines, it is true that Xue still has room for improvement. However, for a rookie making his debut, these achievements are already noteworthy. Is a triple-double challenging? Indeed, in this era, it is quite difficult. But all such difficulties will be rendered obsolete with the emergence of that man. Harden has demonstrated to everyone that when it comes to teammates, he is undeniably one of the greatest scorers in history. Durant has shown that to win a championship, one can even embrace camaraderie in a kneeling position. Westbrook has proven that achieving a triple-double is not as formidable as it seems. XueDing's playing style bears a striking resemblance to that of Russell Westbrook. Therefore, is it truly challenging for him to achieve a triple-double? Not all. If we were to discuss the art of accumulating triple-doubles, XueDing could easily remark to his teammates, "You are all insignificant." XueDing demonstrated his worth through an exceptional performance in the match. Although Roy secured the highest score of the game with 28 points, and Aldridge achieved a double-double with 15 points and 12 rebounds. XueDing was undoubtedly the MVP of the contest. Amidst the adoration of his teammates, XueDing jogged back to the locker room, buoyed by their support. XueDing sang merrily as he went to take a refreshing shower. XueDing's bathing duration is rather lengthy. It takes him the entire duration of 3 songs to emerge. As XueDing emerged from a shower, he discovered that the eager reporters had already stormed into the changing room, and his teammates were fully dressed. He, however, was only wrapped in a towel around his waist, completely bare above. The incessant clicking of cameras filled the air as the journalists unabashedly captured the allure of XueDing's masculine physique. Startled, XueDing was momentarily blinded by the flashes of light. XueDing swiftly tightened his bath towel, fearing an unfortunate exposure. It was evident that the reporters had come to interview him. Witnessing his protective gestures, they became even more fervent in their photography. "Xue, tonight marks your inaugural match. What are your sentiments?" One inquired. "You achieved a triple-double and shattered numerous records. Do you have any remarks on that?" Another pressed. "Some fans allege that you are merely padding your stats for the triple-double. How do you respond?" A third questioned, "Is there tension between you and Roy?" It appeared as though there was a disagreement on the court. XueDing furrowed his brow and said, "Hey, my friend, while the shooting is all well and good, could you please raise the camera a bit? I have numerous female fans, and your angle might inadvertently create unsightly holes in my poster." XueDing playfully gestured for the camera to shift away from the vicinity of his younger brother, eliciting uproarious laughter from everyone present. Before long, XueDing had donned his attire and resumed his seat in front of his designated locker in the changing room, ready to address the myriad questions posed to him. "My feelings are quite extraordinary. Playing in the NBA has been my dream since childhood, and now I have realized it. As for the record, I do not concern myself with it. Once it becomes a habit, you will find that it is not particularly challenging for me," XueDing candidly replied. The journalists collectively perceived this rookie as audacious. A triple-double? Who claimed that? He can come to the NBA and see if the opponents are willing to cooperate. Such matters are simply not acknowledged. He continued, "I have no conflict with Roy. We are on good terms. He is the leader of the team and has been a great mentor to me. Our disputes on the court are entirely normal. Don't you think? Have you ever played basketball? Those who have should understand." The post-game interviews centered around XueDing, and by the time the interviews concluded, an hour and a half had already passed since the match's end. Portland may not be particularly large, yet with so many media present, XueDing could hardly fathom the frenzy that would ensue were he to achieve such statistics in a city like Los Angeles. XueDing leisurely drove his small pickup truck back home. The second match was scheduled for 2 days later, when the Rose Garden would host the challenge posed by the Denver Nuggets. Due to his frequent training sessions, XueDing resided in a neighborhood not too far from the arena. Portland is renowned for its numerous rose cultivation sites, earning it the endearing title of the Rose City. XueDing resides in a prestigious community, replete with an abundance of roses, rendering the environment exceptionally livable. The presence of these blossoms imparts a romantic essence to the city. However, humming a tune, XueDing feels little sentimentality. Beyond basketball, his existence seems rather mundane. Although Odin urges him to visit nightclubs, XueDing finds no particular allure in such venues and thus refrains from attending. Through his interactions with Odin, he discovers the underlying reasons for his friend's persistent injuries. This fellow leads a vibrant nightlife, often indulging even while recuperating, which hardly aids his recovery. Upon returning to his apartment, the reclusive XueDing powers on his computer. The hour is still early, and he intends to watch a television series, remaining devoted to domestic dramas. Although many of these shows appear to him as mere reruns, he still finds them utterly captivating. Series like The Splendid Sword never cease to enthrall him, no matter how often he watches. After watching, XueDing enjoys making comments. He is someone who tends to be quite competitive in his endeavors. Recently, XueDing has been following the drama Empty Box, starring Tong Leah. Although the show does not boast high popularity, he surprisingly had not seen it before. However, upon viewing, XueDing became captivated by Tong Leah's beauty. XueDing utilized a specific application to download the complete series, and whenever he found the time, he would indulge in watching it. Recently, he has just finished the finale. Why does he opt for this application to download television dramas? XueDing, having been reborn, immediately became a member of Kuaibo, thus repaying a debt from his previous life. In this life, XueDing's Kuaibo thrives, devoid of any other distractions. In a studio located in Beijing, Yaya was engrossed in her Weibo feed, perusing a private message sent by a fan. She seldom checked direct messages herself. Typically, a dedicated team managed her social media accounts. Yaya, why hasn't Tima Huaxia letter been sent? Who wrote the complaint to Peking University? There has been no resolution. Yaya, has Gao Yuan repaid the 500 yuan? That was quite a fortune back then. Did he ever settle it? Yaya, is the screenwriter out of touch? To facilitate Chun Daming's accidental acquisition of some insider information, the writer inexplicably assigned him the absurd roles of a bellboy and a hairstylist. Especially the hairstylist role. Didn't anyone notice his lack of interest in fashion beforehand? Even if he took on these jobs in a small town, the coincidences seem a bit too convenient. He inadvertently learns crucial information, particularly regarding the admission letter, which appears rather implausible. Moreover, this fan had sent comments about almost every episode of Empty Box. Yaya had just begun to gain some popularity, not yet a star, but she had poured her heart into this television drama, which unfortunately received a lukewarm response upon airing. Now, sometime after the finale, online discussions had dwindled, yet she was pleasantly surprised to see a fan so earnestly engaged, curious about the plot, and offering feedback on her performance. Yaya was not inherently confident. Her deep-seated insecurity stemmed from being born into a family that favored sons over daughters. Following her brother's untimely death, she felt a perpetual need to compensate her parents. Thus, she remained deeply concerned about the reception of each of her works. The dedication of such a thoughtful fan truly touched her. After thoroughly reading the comments, Yaya decided to respond. Though she had not yet achieved significant fame, she approached the reply with careful consideration. Before replying, she took a moment to peruse the fan's profile, intrigued by this account that seemed to be a parody of Durant. The fan had shared numerous basketball news articles, clearly a basketball enthusiast. Location: Portland, USA. How fascinating. Gazing at the fan's Weibo, Yaya concluded that this individual was unlikely to be a tabloid journalist. Thank you for your feedback. I will strive to produce even better works, she replied, maintaining a polite tone. Wait, are you really Yaya? He happened to be scrolling through Weibo and promptly replied, noticing that the other party seemed rather indifferent to his response. Exhibiting neither particular joy nor clarity, Tong Leah remained unfazed. Indeed, Chapter 25, Backpack XueDing was quite surprised that Yu would respond to his message. In his perspective, aren't the stars of the domestic entertainment industry all rather high-profile, surrounded by a multitude of bodyguards daily? Wouldn't passers-by be ushered away when they encounter them shopping? XueDing glanced at her alternate account, repeatedly assuring herself that she had not switched to her primary account. She should remain unaware of her status as a public figure. It seems that this girl still possesses a genuine down-to-earth quality. In her past life, XueDing, as one of the straightforward men on the Hupu forum, held a certain admiration for this girl, albeit limited to mere appreciation. XueDing's private message contained some critiques, which felt rather awkward for her to see and respond to. Yet, there was a hope that she would indeed notice them. Ah, the human heart is peculiar. It is a privilege to receive a reply. Surely, my comments on your acting will not incite your ire? No, not at all. Your observations are astute, and I too feel that certain aspects could have been executed better. Well then, I shall complete viewing all your performances and provide you with further feedback. Thank you. After a brief exchange with XueDing set aside her phone to rest, as training awaited her the following day. The next day, news of XueDing achieving a triple-double in her NBA debut began to circulate among fans in both China and the United States. ESPN highlighted her as a breakout superstar. Fox Sports proclaimed her as yet another future Chinese star, and the Portland Tribune reported on the rookie's astonishing triple-double that sent shockwaves through the league. XueDing's ruthless playing style is immensely popular among the Portland fans. Whenever XueDing is on the court, the Trail Blazers offense appears to be brimming with fervor. XueDing delivered a series of spectacular dunks on the court, invigorating the rhythm of the Trail Blazers. The team's offense now flows with remarkable speed and frequency, contrasting sharply with the slower tempo of the previous season, making it all the more exhilarating to watch. Meanwhile, domestic fans have begun to speculate whether the rookie season of XueDing warrants his selection for the All-Star game. At this juncture, the All-Star participants are determined by fan votes, and Chinese supporters possess a vivid imagination regarding their choices. After all, Jilian nearly outperformed Garnett. XueDing's popularity is soaring. However, given the fierce competition in the Western Conference, he faces formidable giants like Kobe, Paul, and Roy in his quest for an All-Star spot. Even with the backing of Chinese fans, the challenge remains substantial. In an interview, XueDing humbly declined the notion of fans voting for him, stating, "I have no interest in the All-Star." XueDing envisions a time when he, a colossal talent, will dominate these All-Stars with unparalleled ease. How exhilarating that prospect seems. As the NBA season gradually unfolds, the debut performances of various rookies have garnered significant attention. The first overall pick, Griffin, announced prior to the season that he would be sidelined due to injury, with his recovery timeline uncertain, but XueDing is aware that Griffin will be absent this season. On October 28th, the Warriors faced the Rockets in a back-to-back matchup, marking Curry's inaugural appearance. He played 36 minutes off the bench, achieving an impressive 14 points, 7 assists, 2 rebounds, and 4 steals from 12 attempts. Yet the Warriors succumbed to defeat. On the same day, Harden also made his debut, contributing 5 points and 2 rebounds in 13 minutes off the bench, ultimately leading his team to victory against the Kings. In addition to Harden and Curry, rookies such as DeRozan, Lawson, Jennings, and Tyreke Evans showcased commendable performances. The caliber of this rookie class is notably high, rivaling that of the esteemed 2008 draft. However, their brilliance merely accentuates the exceptional prowess of XueDing. Can they boast a triple-double in their debut? They remain overshadowed by XueDing. Can their prowess translate into increased ticket sales for their teams? XueDing's remarkable talent stood out distinctly among the rookies of 2009, as just one game led to an immediate sellout of the Trail Blazers season tickets. Fans who witnessed a match featuring XueDing felt that the price of admission was truly worthwhile. In contrast to other high-profile rookies, XueDing was selected as the 22nd pick, leaving numerous fans from over 15 teams lamenting their missed opportunity to draft him. Prior to the draft, he was anticipated to be a larger version of Westbrook, and he has indeed proven to be an enhanced iteration of that very player. Consequently, those teams that overlooked him are now facing significant losses. Within the Trail Blazers training facility, several players engaged in shooting practice after their training session, wagering that the loser would have to buy donuts. Among them were Miller, Aldridge, Roy, Fernandez, Batum, and XueDing. Batum emerged as the most accurate shooter, followed by Fernandez, then Roy, Aldridge, and Miller. Indeed, even Miller outperformed XueDing in accuracy. XueDing found himself at the bottom of the rankings. While being last is one thing, it was particularly disheartening when his final 2 three-point attempts resulted in airballs. His misfires elicited laughter from Fernandez. "Come on, Xue. Don't wear such a sour expression. Your previous three-pointer was quite commendable, and look now, another airball. Haha," Fernandez mocked. recalling how Xue had just spectacularly dunked over him during practice. All right, enough teasing, everyone. While the Almighty has bestowed upon him a unique physique, he did not grant him a gentle touch. Aldridge consoled ChesesDraft. However, this comfort seemed futile as Xue gazed forlornly at his teammates who were reveling in his misfortune. Xue, your backpack is over there. Carry it yourself. Roy pointed to a cartoon-themed backpack resting aside. ChesesDraft is a person who can accept defeat gracefully. Without uttering a word, he slings a primary school backpack over his shoulder and heads off to buy some donuts to alleviate his gloom. ChesesDraft is well aware that Westbrook's innate shooting talent has never been regarded as exemplary. Extensive training can merely elevate him to an average standard. However, this level of inconsistency is quite alarming. ChesesDraft could only helplessly inquire within his heart, "System, is there any way to enhance my tactile talent?" The system replied, coolly, "Indeed there is. Please, host, explore it on your own." ChesesDraft, this system is truly inept. ChesesDraft is currently unable to rapidly hone his skills. He should focus on diligent training. In the office of the team's general manager, Kevin, the Chinese rookie you selected has exceeded our expectations in the first match. The owner even took the time to inquire about the rookie's performance. Larry Miller of the Trail Blazers animatedly expressed his excitement to General Manager Pritchard. ChesesDraft's remarkable performance contributes not only to the team's achievements, but also highlights the vast potential of the Chinese market behind him. During the playoffs against Houston, the Trail Blazers unmistakably sensed the formidable presence of this market. With Yao Ming on the Rockets, the Blazers felt as though they were facing insurmountable odds. The NBA's popularity in China has surged, with figures like Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian showcasing the strength of Chinese fans. Now, with ChesesDraft on board, the Trail Blazers are poised to hold their own against any formidable opponent in terms of popularity. Indeed, let's arrange some events in China and ensure that the sponsors intrigued by our endeavors are brought on board. Richard is equally thrilled, as we are now reaping the rewards of our efforts in the Chinese market. The presence of ChesesDraft has significantly amplified the number of fans for the Trail Blazers in China, nearly reaching the tens of millions. Naturally, this surge has attracted numerous sponsors, translating into substantial financial gains. In Chapter 26, titled Endorsements and Investments, the benefits stemming from ChesesDraft's triple-double debut are unmistakable. The most direct outcome is that Tom has communicated with several sneaker brands, all of which have raised their offers, often exponentially. Adidas has proposed a 4-year contract worth $50 million. Nike has offered a 5-year deal at $60 million. And Li Ning has presented a 6-year agreement valued at $40 million, along with a share of equity. Xue, I have tested the waters with these companies. These are their highest bids. Tom's voice brimmed with excitement. After nearly a month of negotiations, Tom now requires ChesesDraft to make a choice. The values of these contracts are exceptionally high, surpassing those of all rookies and even exceeding some established stars. For instance, Kevin Durant secured a 7-year contract worth $60 million from Nike, while LeBron James currently holds a 7-year deal valued at $90 million. ChesesDraft's ability to secure such a lofty bid can be attributed, in part, to the vast Chinese market that supports him. Without this backing, it would be improbable for ChesesDraft to effortlessly obtain a contract offer exceeding $10 million. After careful consideration, ChesesDraft has resolved to don Adidas footwear for the upcoming season. His preference is influenced by the brevity of the contract, which lasts for 1 year less. Following the signing of this agreement, ChesesDraft's earnings from his sneaker endorsement have ascended to the pinnacle of NBA shoe contracts. It is well known that centers typically do not market shoes. In fact, the sneakers of Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian are seldom worn by domestic fans. The emergence of ChesesDraft has impeccably filled this void. Furthermore, ChesesDraft has been engaged in investment during this period, which explains his eagerness to finalize contracts. In this age of the internet, the pursuit of profit has become quite attainable. ChesesDraft recalls numerous lucrative avenues for the future. In the realm of app investments, there are platforms like Didi, ELE, Mi, and Xiaomi. The gaming sector is abundant with opportunities as well, including titles such as Honor of Kings and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Additionally, in the field of film and television variety shows, he has encountered a wealth of experiences in his previous life. The most remarkable of these is undoubtedly Bitcoin. All of these represent ventures ripe for financial gain. Although ChesesDraft harbors little interest in money, he still believes in seizing opportunities when they arise. Investment manager Jack is prepared and merely awaits the arrival of ChesesDraft's funds from Adidas. On October 30th, the Rose Garden Arena is set to host a challenge from the Denver Nuggets. Last season, the Nuggets achieved an impressive record of 54 wins and 28 losses in the regular season, marking their best performance in over 2 decades. The last time they reached 54 victories was during the 1987-88 season. Thanks to their outstanding performance, the Nuggets clinched the championship of the Northwest Division and demonstrated commendable prowess in the playoffs, although they ultimately succumbed to the formidable Lakers in the Western Conference Finals. This summer, the Nuggets underwent significant changes in their roster, both in terms of quantity and impact. The departures of Kretza and Jones have exerted the most considerable influence on the team. Kretza has long been regarded as a superb sixth man, capable of shouldering the offensive responsibilities of the bench. Meanwhile, Jones, last season's starting shooting guard, may not have boasted eye-catching statistics, but his defensive contributions were undeniably crucial. Compared to last season, the depth of Denver's bench has diminished somewhat, which bodes well for ChueDing. ChueDing's substitute matchup is the rookie Lawson, who is also in the same grade. Lawson's debut last night was commendable, as he scored 8 points and provided 4 assists. ChueDing's triple-double undoubtedly astonished Lawson. Yet it was merely a fleeting shock. Lawson remained defiant, for he was the 18th pick in the draft, while ChueDing was the 22nd. The competition between rookies often hinges on their draft positions. Lawson's refusal to concede was met with equal resistance from ChueDing. Lower-ranked rookies aspire to prove their superiority over higher-ranked counterparts, while the latter may feel envious of the former's impressive performances. During warm-ups, Lawson approached ChueDing with an air of casual bravado. "Hey, Chinese guy." "Hello, American." Lawson's demeanor was flippant, yet ChueDing responded with a wry smile. "I'm here to inform you that I plan to utterly dominate you. Prepare yourself mentally." Lawson taunted, "If you believe you can accomplish that, feel free to try." "I suspect the likelihood of me besting you is significantly higher," ChueDing retorted, shrugging nonchalantly. "I can already envision how the reporters will write about my triumph over you after the game," Lawson exclaimed with glee. "It seems that your 8 points and 4 assists have instilled quite a bit of confidence in you. If I were to achieve such a meager statistic, I would find the nearest hiding place and retreat as far as possible, rather than engage in the antics of a jester by provoking my opponent." With Lawson's provocations clear, ChueDing was unperturbed. He was not one to shy away from banter. "I cannot ascertain how others defend you, but tonight, I shall demonstrate why my draft position is superior to yours." Lawson felt a tightening in his chest at this exchange. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." ChueDing paid no further attention to Lawson and continued with his shooting warm-up. To ascend to the status of a superstar in the NBA, one must possess not only physical prowess and exceptional skills, but also a high basketball IQ. Ty Lawson, a quick and robust diminutive point guard, excels in pushing the tempo and driving to the basket. His court vision is remarkable, and he demonstrates fearless tenacity on the defensive end. However, his shooting consistency leaves much to be desired. ChueDing was acutely aware that his pinnacle was merely a step away from the Western Conference All-Star. In the face-off against Lawson, ChueDing's height, weight, and even the speed that Lawson took great pride and offered no advantage over him. ChueDing truly pondered the source of Lawson's unwavering confidence. Is there a significant difference between being drafted at the 18th position versus the 22nd? Indeed, it seems there is. At times, a lack of self-awareness can be a profoundly alarming trait. ChueDing's primary focus in defense is not merely on Lawson, but rather on the pivotal orchestrator of the opposing team. The arrival of Billups last season brought a transformative change to the Nuggets. He averaged an impressive 17, 9 points, 3, 0 rebounds, and 6, 4 assists per game. Despite approaching the age of 33 in the upcoming season, his recent performance, including attendance, scoring, and assists, reflects a remarkable consistency without any decline. He has become an invaluable asset for Denver, playing a crucial role in orchestrating their offensive plays. With the assistance of Billups, the star player Anthony has soared to new heights. In the previous regular season, Anthony participated in 66 games, averaging 22, 8 points, 6, 8 rebounds, and 3, 4 assists. Although his statistics have slightly decreased compared to the 2007 to 2008 season, his average of 5, 2 defensive rebounds marks a career high. The increasingly mature Melo has come to realize that victory on the court is not solely achieved through relentless offense. Last season, he discovered the path to success, leading him to dedicate greater effort to defensive play. In this match, ChueDing observed the renowned Anthony with great interest. ChueDing sighed. Who could have imagined that the future melon would transform into a bitter gourd, becoming a malignant growth? In the NBA, surprisingly few teams are willing to embrace it. The unpredictability of life. Chapter 27. Full of passion, ChueDing harbors a sense of wariness towards the current Anthony, particularly given the presence of the oft-overlooked Billups by his side. Last season, it was Billup's contribution that enabled the Nuggets to triumph over the Hornets by an astonishing 58 points in the playoffs, simultaneously shattering Chris Paul's aspirations for a Western Conference Finals appearance and establishing a new record for the largest point differential in NBA playoff history. Subsequently, the Nuggets effortlessly dispatched Dirk Nowitzki's Mavericks in the second round. In the Western Conference Finals, every match was fiercely contested against the Lakers, with Anthony and Kobe engaging in a remarkable scoring duel. Billups possesses an uncanny ability to create one-on-one opportunities for Anthony, who thrives in such scenarios as an offensive virtuoso. Beyond individual plays, the Nuggets also exhibit remarkable speed. The Blazers' strategy today is to control the tempo, avoiding a fast-paced game against the Nuggets, while collectively minimizing turnovers to thwart Denver's rapid offensive transitions. For the Blazers, their interior presence holds some advantages, albeit not substantial. The combination of Nene and Kenyon Martin boasts significantly more experience than the pairing of Odin and Aldridge. This matchup is bound to be arduous. As the game approaches, the Rose Garden Arena is already teeming with exuberant fans. In the first game, XueDing showcased an extraordinary talent that left spectators in awe. His relentless dunks culminated in a triple-double, fully satisfying the fans' anticipation for the second game. XueDing's approach is quite brutal, effortlessly invigorating the Rose Garden. XueDing's slam dunk unequivocally demonstrates that this lad is indeed a tough character, completely devoid of any softness. This assertion has been proven true. At the Rose Garden Arena, the referee strides towards the center circle, clutching the basketball. The starting lineup for the Trail Blazers consists of Odin, Aldridge, Batum, Roy, and Miller, while the Nuggets present their starters: Martin, Nene, Anthony, JR, and Billups. After the game commenced, XueDing remained firmly seated on the bench, only to make his entrance with 6 minutes remaining in the first quarter, substituting for Miller. At this juncture, the opposing point guard was still Billups, not the backup point guard Lawson. The score stood at a stalemate, 16-16. Coach Zhang, today XueDing is matched up against Billups. Many fans expressed their concerns before the game, as he is still a rookie facing a well-known veteran, a former Finals MVP. What do you anticipate from XueDing's performance tonight? I believe the fans' worries are unwarranted. XueDing is young and full of vigor. As the saying goes, the old fear the young, and strength lies in youth. It is Billups who should be concerned, Coach Zhang boasted. Indeed, XueDing possesses a far superior physical talent and is quite astute. He should not find himself at a disadvantage, Su Jiqing replied. Exactly. Moreover, this is only XueDing's second game. Just think about what Billups was doing in his second game. Zhang reasoned with clarity and logic, leading to a sense of agreement among the fans watching on television. XueDing had never comprehended the essence of honoring the elderly. His inaugural attack resonated amidst the jubilant cheers of the home crowd. With the aid of a screen set by Alden, XueDing deftly maneuvered past Billups and charged straight into the heart of the Nuggets' defense. While Kenyon Martin and Nene stood momentarily bewildered, the Rose Garden erupted in a chorus of cheers. As XueDing crossed the free throw line, he spotted an opening in the Nuggets' interior and instantly took 3 decisive steps. Like a soaring eagle, he leapt with all his might, clutching the ball tightly, a fierce expression adorning his face. With a thunderous slam, he scored. The score stood at 16-18. The Warriors' prowess was undeniable. XueDing was simply phenomenal. If one does not appreciate XueDing's style of play, then one does not truly love basketball. This was one of the top 5 plays. Xue's games are perpetually infused with fervor. It's hard to fathom that this player, who occupies the typically composed position of point guard, plays with such unrestrained passion. I have never encountered a point guard so remarkably impressive in my career. Fans and commentators alike were ecstatic. The same thrilling scene unfolded once again, with the Rose Garden spectators witnessing a familiar spectacle. The atmosphere ignited once more. This is precisely why they cherish XueDing. The Chinese player always makes them feel that their tickets are truly worth the price. XueDing's playing style is electrifying, surpassing all previous point guards. Just a glance at the exchanged glances between Billups and Anthony reveals the astonishment. Billups never anticipated that XueDing would conclude the offense in such a manner. Both are point guards, yet how long has it been since Billups executed a dunk? Although he had studied XueDing's footage prior to the game, the experience of playing live contrasts starkly with merely watching recordings. Bravo, Xue. Roy approached to give XueDing a high five. XueDing's dominance on the court far surpasses Roy's expectations. His passionate style of play, although somewhat incompatible with the Trail Blazers, truly embodies the essence of basketball: fervor, zeal, and vigor. Just a glance at the expressions of the Trail Blazers players reveals that most of his teammates are eager to play alongside ChueDing. In the presence of such a person, one can always rekindle the original love for the game. Not for wealth, not for fame, but solely for that cherished passion from the past. The Nuggets are on the offensive. Billups appears composed, unfazed by ChueDing's thunderous dunks. He gestures tactically, and the Nuggets players dart around with fervor, creating space on the right side. After a series of passes, JR delivers a bounce pass to Anthony in the low post. Anthony faces off against Batum. After a series of probing steps, he rises for a jumper. Swish. 18-18. Anthony shakes his head at ChueDing, a smile creeping across his eyes. ChueDing gently caressed Batum's back, offering solace. The sweet melon is not yet a burden. However, Batum is destined to face overwhelming challenges, and this young man will find himself in a pitiable situation. Batum, with a look of despair, passed the ball to ChueDing as he approached the baseline. The Nuggets' transition defense was remarkably swift, clearly indicating their readiness for ChueDing's fast break play. ChueDing, no longer anxious, began to earnestly implement the strategies outlined prior to the match. The tactics of the Trail Blazers are quite methodical and precise. ChueDing delivered the ball to Roy, who was positioned at a 45-degree angle to the right. Roy signaled for a screen, and Aldridge stepped forward. Utilizing the screen, Roy maneuvered past JR and, in the space between JR and Nene, passed the ball to Aldridge, who had rolled out after setting the pick. Aldridge, in a standard shooting posture from the mid-range, positioned between the free throw line and the three-point arc, released the ball. Swish. The score stood at 18-20. Aldridge is undoubtedly an elite scorer in the low post. His turnaround jump shot is nearly impossible to block, and his mid-range game is quite impressive. Unlike many other big men, he abhors physical confrontations. ChueDing greatly admires Ade's shooting touch, noting that his shooting form is exceptionally standardized. At times, ChueDing ponders whether their roles should be reversed. He believes he ought to dominate the paint while Ade should take to the perimeter. Ah, how wondrous this world is. In Chapter 28, titled Blood Boiling, ChueDing plays with remarkable discipline during the first quarter. When the starters are on the court, the primary offensive focus does not revolve around him. The pick and roll executed by Roy and Ade proves to be highly effective. Both players possess the versatility to operate both inside and outside, coupled with a keen basketball intelligence that renders the Nuggets' defense ineffective. Ade holds a significant advantage over the athletic interior force, Kenyon Martin, often drawing him out beyond the three-point line. Under the explosive performances of Roy and Ade, the Trail Blazers' offense flows with exceptional fluidity. ChueDing diligently studied Roy's strategies for controlling the game. However, on the Nuggets side, Billups consistently found various methods to position Anthony effectively. Anthony's success rate in isolation plays was remarkably high, further complemented by JR's explosive three-point shooting. The two teams were locked in a fiercely competitive battle during the first quarter. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the score stood evenly at 30-30. ChueDing made 1 out of 4 attempts, accumulating 3 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 assist in a single quarter, reflecting a lack of efficiency. He is consciously suppressing his desire to engage in isolation plays. On the other hand, the standout performer for the Nuggets was Anthony, who shot 5 out of 7, garnering 12 points and 4 rebounds. Lawson contributed well off the bench with 5 points and 2 assists. All 5 of Anthony's successful shots came from one-on-one confrontations against Batum, who appeared to be on the verge of tears from the relentless onslaught. However, the Blazers' current weakness lies in their forward position. Overall, in the first quarter, with Roy and Aldridge on the court, ChueDing primarily focused on off-ball cuts and drawing defensive attention, resulting in minimal impact. During the intermission, the players listened intently to their coach's tactical arrangements. McMillan and George Karl were both anxiously strategizing for their respective teams. The high-scoring affair ended with both teams tied at 30, leaving the coaches dissatisfied with their team's defensive performances. Allowing the opposition to score 30 points was far too excessive. They urged their players to run and stay active. ChueDing gazed at McMillan in silence, pondering whether a single quarter scoring 30 points was truly remarkable. It seemed not particularly impressive. However, ChueDing acknowledged the contemporary pace of the game. After all, for the Trail Blazers, who had allowed their opponents an average of merely 96 points per game last season, such a lapse in defensive integrity was utterly inexcusable. We have yet to enter the era of small ball. As the second quarter commenced, the customary rhythm of the game resumed. ChueDing, accompanied by a group of substitutes, took to the field. On the Nuggets side, Billups was also replaced by Lawson. ChesesDraft. Upon catching a glimpse of Lawson's eager gaze, recognized that the young man was anxious to engage in a duel. As he transitioned to the second unit, ChesesDraft ceased to suppress his domineering style of play, confidently dribbling past half-court. Upon reaching the top of the arc, he surveyed the positioning of his teammates. "Hey, ChesesDraft, I've outscored you in the first quarter. That's the disparity of rankings. You can't defend against me. I will surpass you with my breakthroughs," Lawson incessantly boasted, having accumulated a few more points than ChesesDraft. "Shut your foul mouth," ChesesDraft retorted impatiently. At that moment, Fernandez, utilizing the screen from the towering big man in the paint, found an opening at the right corner. ChesesDraft launched a powerful bullet pass from the top of the arc to the corner, the force of the throw considerable. By the time the Nuggets player responded to the corner defense, Fernandez had already caught the ball and was airborne. With a graceful arc, Fernandez's shot carved through the air. Swish! 30-33. ChesesDraft's pass possesses great force, although it appears somewhat imprecise and prone to interception. His willingness to distribute the ball and his ability to create scoring opportunities for his teammates are not to be overlooked, Kenny Smith remarked. Indeed, but this young lad hasn't orchestrated any offensive plays. Look, the Trail Blazers scored with just one pass. He seems to be racking up assists effortlessly, Barkley interjected. Charles, to accumulate assists, one must have teammates who can score. Kenny Smith expressed his discontent with Barkley's critique. I merely hope this young man facilitates ball movement. Yet he lacks the organizational flair of Miller. Ideally, it would suffice if his teammates could score. The two commentators engaged in a spirited debate regarding whether ChesesDraft was merely padding his stats. On the court, the Nuggets initiated their attack. After dribbling forward, Lawson executed a pick and roll with Nene. It wasn't that Lawson was unwilling to take on a one-on-one. Rather, he genuinely struggled to find an opportunity to shoot. ChesesDraft's defensive prowess, while somewhat lacking against off-ball players, is unparalleled when it comes to applying pressure on ball-handling guards. His height and wingspan far surpassed those of Lawson. As Nene received the split pass from Lawson, he attempted a desperate layup. The Trail Blazers' two big men were already aware of Lawson's struggles against ChesesDraft and were reluctant to take matters into their own hands. Consequently, Nene was subjected to stringent containment. With a resounding clap, the basketball was swatted against the backboard, rebounding into the eager grasp of the ever-hungry ChesesDraft. ChesesDraft secured the rebound, and Lawson's expression darkened considerably. Just moments ago, under ChesesDraft's formidable defense, he experienced an overwhelming sense of pressure. The strength and speed of this Chinese player were astonishing, his innate talent far surpassing his own, with eyes as piercing as a serpent's. With every dribble, Lawson was acutely aware of the looming threat of a steal, his heart filled with trepidation. Upon receiving the ball, ChesesDraft understood that he could not match the Nuggets' pace. Thus, he chose not to hastily launch a counterattack this time. ChesesDraft leisurely maneuvered past Lawson, using his backside to propel himself across half-court, eventually arriving beyond the three-point line. ChesesDraft continues to observe the positioning of his teammates. This time, Fernandez runs in the same manner, yet JR manages to keep pace. ChesesDraft observed that his teammates had no opportunities. ChesesDraft directly employed a one-on-one strategy. The Trail Blazers players instinctively spread out, as they were already aware of this rookie's ball-dominant tendencies from their training games with him. When he passes the ball, it often signals an opportunity for a shot, as this method maximizes the efficiency of assists. This rookie places great importance on statistics, despite his verbal indifference. ChesesDraft observed his teammates spreading out. Thus he commenced dribbling beneath his legs beyond the three-point arc at the top of the key. ChesesDraft's dribbling skills can only be described as above average. He does not frequently employ such flashy maneuvers. ChesesDraft sought no cover. He was prepared to face Lawson head-on, determined to outmaneuver him at his own pace. The two were equally matched in speed, yet Lawson, a guard who thrived on his quickness, posed a formidable challenge for ChesesDraft's ambitions of a clean breakthrough. As ChesesDraft dribbled tirelessly, Lawson mirrored his movements, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon ChesesDraft. Here I come, he seemed to convey, in a defensive stance. Lawson found himself at a disadvantage as ChesesDraft identified an opening in his defense and instantaneously accelerated. Drawing upon his instincts and defensive acumen, Lawson swiftly shifted to intercept. Based on his extensive experience, Lawson believed ChesesDraft would not surpass him. His lateral movement was indeed rapid, effectively sealing off ChesesDraft's direct path of attack. Yet, ChesesDraft's assault did not waver. In the split second when their bodies collided, ChesesDraft unexpectedly altered his rhythm, pivoting dramatically to the right around Lawson's form. Oh no! I've been deceived, Lawson realized. This was a classic maneuver, a masterful spin to elude an opponent. Although XueDing's execution appeared somewhat uncoordinated, he was undeniably effective. Lawson, quick to react and intent on pursuing, found himself thwarted as XueDing's robust frame pushed him backward, leaving him unable to keep pace. XueDing has once again achieved a remarkable breakthrough. XueDing, without a moment's hesitation, pivoted and unleashed his full force towards the basket. Nene and David Anderson swiftly moved to fortify the defense beneath the rim. Dunking was out of the question. The Birdman, observing XueDing's fierce demeanor, presumed he was poised for a slam dunk and immediately braced himself to deliver a formidable block. Simultaneously, JR charged towards XueDing. It was not that they were oblivious to the possibility of XueDing making a pass. Rather, it was an instinctive reaction upon witnessing his drive. The convergence of the three defenders compressed XueDing, rendering him akin to a tightly packed biscuit. Not only was dunking improbable, but even the prospect of a pass seemed elusive. The most likely outcome would be a drawn foul. Fernandez was uncertain of XueDing's intentions. Yet he recognized that while XueDing was fierce, he was far from mindless. Seizing the opportunity, while all attention was drawn towards XueDing, Fernandez quietly slipped to the right corner. He too was unsure whether XueDing was aware of his position. XueDing found himself firmly encircled by three individuals, aware that any hesitation on his part would undoubtedly lead to a mistake. Thus, he resolutely gathered his strength and leaped into action. Bang! XueDing collided with two muscular interior players. Despite XueDing's robust physique, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. However, the interior player who collided directly with him suffered even more, as XueDing pushed him aside, creating a bit of space. The entire audience at the Rose Garden Arena was taken aback. Goodness, this rookie is astonishingly formidable. Brutal. XueDing maintained his equilibrium. Instead of attempting a layup, he deftly flicked the ball towards the right side, the direction from which he had just collided. Whoosh! The basketball sailed toward Fernandez, slightly deviating from its intended trajectory and ascending a tad too high. Nevertheless, Fernandez, a remarkable leaper despite his stature, sprang from the ground, showcasing a remarkable vertical leap and single-handedly salvaged the errant pass. Upon landing, he immediately executed a jump shot, drawing back the bow like a warrior. He unleashed a shot that pierced the heavens. Positioned at the same spot as his previous attempt, with the identical form, the three-pointer found its way straight through the hoop. Swish! The score now stands at 30-36. XueDing's assist was remarkable. He managed to deliver a pass that seemed impossible. The Rose Garden Arena erupted in excitement. An Asian player and a European player demonstrated to their American counterparts the true essence of talent. After sinking a pressure-free three-pointer from a wide-open position, Fernandez rushed over to help the fallen XueDing, who had been double-teamed. "Hey, rookie, that was a beautiful pass. Your mother expected you to make that shot. And if you had missed, I would have given you a good thrashing." XueDing clutched his chest, grimacing in pain. Nene had already been knocked down by him, and he was feeling quite sore himself. "Haha, my three-pointer is reliable, but you're being a bit too reckless. Be careful not to get hurt." XueDing cast a glance at the fallen Nene. "That is hardly significant," he remarked. Fernandez patted XueDing's muscles once more, reassured that he was unharmed. XueDing cast a glance back at Lawson, conveying a silent message. All the words were futile. Action spoke volumes. Lawson found himself unable to meet XueDing's gaze, feeling intimidated by his formidable presence. A sense of dread washed over him, an inexplicable fear that XueDing might strike him. Chapter 29. Old YB. Coach George Karl of the Nuggets refrained from calling a timeout, instead signaling for his players to adjust on their own. Standing at a mere 180 centimeters, Lawson, while proficient in physical confrontations, primarily distinguished himself through his exceptional footwork and agility. Yet, when faced with XueDing, his speed offered little advantage. As the Nuggets initiated their offense, Lawson opted to take matters into his own hands. However, confronted by XueDing's superior height and wingspan, he appeared diminutive and powerless. Despite his attempts to maneuver with the ball, weaving back and forth, he could not shake off XueDing's imposing defense. Observing Lawson's plight, Fernandez swiftly approached to provide assistance. Unfortunately, Lawson's lack of height rendered him completely obscured by the two defenders, and before he could release the ball, Fernandez managed to swat it away. XueDing had long been prepared, coordinating with Fernandez to apply pressure. As soon as Fernandez intercepted the ball, he immediately accelerated, charging forward. Without hesitation, Fernandez, Upon seizing control of the basketball, forcefully passed it to ChesesDraft, who was sprinting down the court. As his teammate, Fernandez was well aware of ChesesDraft's remarkable speed and placed his trust in him during the fast break. The only player from the Nuggets retreating desperately was the tenacious Anderson, while the rest of his teammates were still maneuvering into position, with two even oblivious to the fact that the ball had been stolen. ChesesDraft's speed has reached an astonishing 180. His dribbling velocity ranks among the elite in the league. The atmosphere is electrifying, with one-on-one confrontations unfolding across the court. At this moment, Lawson feels a sense of helplessness. Although his overall speed is comparable to that of ChesesDraft, the latter's explosive power surpasses his own, coupled with an initial burst that leaves Lawson unable to keep pace. The pressure exerted by this rookie, donned in number 22, is indeed overwhelming. Any misstep on Lawson's part invites a swift counterattack. And the most disheartening aspect is the sheer desperation brought about by ChesesDraft's rapidity. Lawson is beginning to grasp the extent of the gap between their abilities. Facing the Denver frontcourt, which featured only a single interior player, ChesesDraft remained poised as he made his way back to the paint. After a moment's hesitation, he deliberately slowed down the tempo. Noticing that the Birdman was still retreating into the key, allowing him an open shot, ChesesDraft decided to seize the opportunity without reservation. Positioned at the free throw line, he established his stance, executed a sudden stop, and with a graceful leap, he leaned forward to release the ball. His precision was akin to that of a level 1 sharpshooter, the rhythm flawless. Swish, the basketball sailed through the net with ease. The score now stood at 30-38, prompting a timeout as George Karl could no longer contain his frustration. ChesesDraft's alluring jump shot captivated the audience. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, ChesesDraft scored 2 more points. The Trailblazers commenced the second quarter with an impressive 8-0 run, halting the Nuggets in their tracks. ChesesDraft joyfully leaped down to the stage. ChesesDraft was acutely aware that his mid-range shooting, though inconsistent, could yield results given sufficient time to find his rhythm. "Well done, Chue," someone remarked. "Not bad for a rookie. Keep taking them down, haha." With ChesesDraft's successful mid-range shot, the atmosphere in the Rose Garden Arena reached a crescendo. After the play, he shared a passionate chest bump with Odin, while teammates on the bench erupted in cheers. Batum and Roy approached, patting ChesesDraft on the shoulder. Despite his earlier struggles, the rookie had managed to overcome his lack of confidence in mid-range shooting, a promising sign. In less than 2 minutes on the court, ChesesDraft was instrumental in the Trailblazers' 8 points. Meanwhile, on the Nuggets bench, George Karl's expression shifted as he addressed Lawson. "You're out. Channing, you're in." His dissatisfaction with Lawson's performance on both ends of the court was palpable. "Okay," Lawson replied, resigned. ChesesDraft has put Lawson in a rather difficult position. Domestic fans have been showering praises on ChesesDraft for his impressive performance that halted the Nuggets' momentum, leaving a plethora of commendatory comments. Remarkable, with 2 points and 2 assists, showcasing his killer instinct. He truly stands as the foremost guard in the country. Incredible. At this moment, the Trailblazers players have gathered around their coach, with Miller also taking the initiative to hand ChesesDraft a towel. The rookie's exceptional prowess has indeed come as a pleasant surprise. ChesesDraft took the towel, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and inhaled deeply. The fast breaks and ball distribution had indeed drained his energy. "Chue, continue playing in this manner," Coach McMillan instructed, outlining the strategies for the upcoming defensive and offensive plays. The timeout concluded, and the match resumed. As a rotational player, ChesesDraft has already proven himself to be competent with his performance. However, for someone whose ambition is to ascend to the status of a superstar, this is merely a stepping stone. At this moment, Billups regarded ChesesDraft with a newfound appreciation, having witnessed the young player's remarkable display from the bench. Initially, Billups perceived his opponent as an ordinary rookie, yet he was taken aback by the explosive physicality of this novice. Moreover, in 2 consecutive drives, ChesesDraft opted to distribute the ball to his open teammates, showcasing his high basketball IQ. Although his shooting appeared lacking, his resolve in taking shots was strikingly unwavering. The less accurate he was, the more determined he seemed to shoot, embodying the spirit of a true competitor. In any case, this rookie is far from ordinary. Following the timeout, ChesesDraft also sensed the significance that Billups attributed to him. From the moment Billups began to engage in subtle distractions aimed at ChesesDraft, he realized that this seasoned veteran was intent on targeting him. As soon as they crossed half-court, Billups passed the ball to Anthony and then led ChesesDraft away. ChesesDraft was subjected to a series of vexing and intrusive annoyances by Billups. In a fit of excitement, ChesesDraft made a significant gesture, inadvertently shoving Billups. which led to a foul being called by the referee. "Xue, do not be provoked. He is merely attempting to incite you," Fernandez cautioned. As he was particularly attuned to such antics, and promptly approached ChesesDraft to offer his warning. ChesesDraft, upon hearing Fernandez's words, compelled himself to regain his composure. He was aware that he would inevitably encounter methods beyond the realm of basketball, yet he did not anticipate facing them so soon. ChesesDraft actively began to evade build-ups, refraining from exerting himself too readily. After a series of probing dribbles, Anthony found himself encircled in the paint and opted to pass the ball back out to Billups. Billups kept a vigilant eye on ChesesDraft's every movement, cautiously protecting the ball. Despite being shorter and seemingly weaker than ChesesDraft, Billups' experience far surpassed that of the rookie. The difficulty of intercepting the ball from a point guard in a one-on-one situation is considerable. However, if successful, the reward would be substantial. The point guard typically remains at the back, relying on teammates to create space ahead. An interception of an open pass would undoubtedly spell disaster. It was clear that Billups would not afford ChesesDraft such an opportunity. His ball handling was exceptionally steady, leaving ChesesDraft with no chance to snatch it from him. Billups addressed ChesesDraft, saying, "Rookie, you're still a bit too green. I'm going to pass you on the right." "Come on." ChesesDraft responded in kind. Billups then signaled for a tactical isolation play, while Anthony and JR positioned themselves at the corners to create space for him. The interior was somewhat open, allowing the Nuggets to spread out significantly. Billups executed a crossover dribble, breaking towards the left. ChesesDraft had long been prepared and swiftly shifted to the left. "Oh my, old YB, I knew you would attempt a breakthrough on the right." How infuriating. Even when confronted by ChesesDraft, Billups remained unperturbed, having failed to deceive ChesesDraft. He found himself unable to pass. With time running out for the offense, he threw the ball directly to JR. JR, embodying the spirit of a wild dog, was exceptionally suited to take the blame. Just 2 steps beyond the three-point line, JR rose and shot. At that moment, Fernandez had already closed in on him. Yet, the basketball traced a magnificent arc through the air. Swish. 33-38. A wild dog simply doesn't adhere to reason. "Rookie, take notes." After scoring, JR shouted at ChesesDraft. There's no helping it. Seasoned players always find it easy to bully newcomers, and he yelled at ChesesDraft time and again. ChesesDraft looked helplessly at this group of fools. Is this amusing? Why target me? Why not direct your ire towards Ade or Roy? In Chapter 30, titled Cost Effective, we enter the next round. Fernandez, positioned beyond the three-point line, ignited a swift maneuver, subsequently penetrating the defense and delivering a precise assist to the interior player, Poirsbill, who successfully scored. The score stands at 33-40. Billups, exhibiting a noticeably slower pace, struggled in comparison to Lawson's defensive agility, his movements considerably less swift. The Nuggets commenced their offensive play, with Billups orchestrating a series of tactical maneuvers, continually navigating screens, substituting players, and executing pick-and-rolls. ChesesDraft continuously switched defenses with his teammates, resulting in mismatches. Billups smirked wickedly and swiftly delivered a bounce pass to Anthony. In the low post, Anthony faced off against ChesesDraft. ChesesDraft showed no fear. He directly placed his hand upon Anthony's waist. At that moment, Anthony was a formidable scorer. However, he was taken aback when ChesesDraft did not call for help defense, instead opting to allow his teammates to spread out. After witnessing his teammates create space, Anthony assumed a triple threat position with his back to the basket. ChesesDraft, being a defender, could not significantly impede his movements. Anthony proceeded to execute several feints, yet none succeeded in deceiving ChesesDraft. However, Anthony's ample physique afforded him an advantageous position. He lowered his head, turned sideways, and used a shoulder to press against ChesesDraft in an attempt to break through. The power forward against the point guard. Despite ChesesDraft's tenacity, he was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. ChesesDraft felt a slight discomfort as he was pressed upon, yet he refused to yield in the slightest. Anthony was secretly astonished. He had not anticipated that he would need to exert all his strength to withstand ChesesDraft's force. Bang! The two bodies collided repeatedly, with ChesesDraft retreating step by step. Anthony seized the rhythm, executing a backward somersault. ChesesDraft came perilously close this time. It was Anthony who executed the shot. The basketball arched gracefully through the air. Swish! 35-40. How frustrating. It was just a hair's breadth away. ChesesDraft felt a twinge of regret. ChesesDraft's defensive efforts cannot be deemed insufficient. However, he remains unable to contain the current superstar, Carmelo Anthony. Although the ball ultimately found its way into the net, Anthony harbors lingering apprehension. It was a near miss. XueDing nearly succeeded in blocking his shot. Had he not deliberately adjusted the angle of his release, he might have faced rejection. "Pass me the ball," Perzabila called out, swiftly initiating the play. XueDing seized the ball and instantly surged forward. He discerned the gaps in the Nuggets' defense. With an extraordinary burst of speed, he charged ahead. The Nuggets defenders appeared utterly distracted. In a mere heartbeat, XueDing completely breached the defensive line of JR and Anthony. Even Billups was caught off guard by XueDing's maneuver. He too was left behind, unable to intervene. Upon reaching the Nuggets' half, he once again confronted the Birdman, Anderson. Anderson hesitated to attempt a mid-range shot. XueDing executed a European step, effortlessly shaking off his defender, and successfully made a layup. The score now stood at 35-42. This basket not only highlighted XueDing's explosive performance in the second quarter, but also energized him. After scoring, he clapped his hands, signaling his teammates to initiate a full-court press. At this moment, the reaction from the fans at the Rose Garden was slightly delayed, but soon the arena erupted with cheers. Wow, how many seconds did he take from the baseline? A breathtaking solo run, a true sensation, the Chinese rookie. Ding dong. XueDing's spectacular service has arrived. Nuggets, please take note. The fans' exuberant chants filled the air, affirming that watching this rookie play was worth every penny. It was exhilarating. "Carmelo, turn quickly, don't let him build up speed." "Okay, I got it," Anthony replied nonchalantly. The team strategist, Billups, was discussing defensive strategies with Anthony. But Anthony seemed indifferent to the recent scoring lapse, believing that as long as he remained vigilant, everything would be fine. Billups cast a resigned glance at Anthony, pondering whether he was truly a competent leader. Even a powerhouse like LeBron James did not exhibit such a lackadaisical defensive attitude. Defense must begin with attention to detail. At this point, the Trail Blazers' momentum was unmistakable, with all offensive plays orchestrated by that rookie. His contributions extended beyond mere scoring and assists. The morale and energy he infused into the game were not easily subdued. Could Anthony really not perceive this? As the Nuggets launched their offense, Anthony sought to exploit a mismatch against XueDing. Beyond the three-point line, after a simple hesitation dribble, Melo realized he couldn't outpace XueDing and opted for a jump shot. The rim. XueDing finally managed to defend effectively, applying pressure on the red-hot Melo. The Trailblazers secured the rebound under his leadership. Following the second quarter, XueDing guided the second unit of the Trailblazers, consistently maintaining an advantage over the Nuggets starting lineup. Although the point gap did not widen, it also did not narrow. It was not until there were 4 minutes remaining in the first half that XueDing was substituted by Miller. Upon his exit, XueDing was met with a thunderous ovation. The fans were increasingly enamored with this rookie. XueDing achieved an impressive stat line of 10 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists within just half a game. Although he was somewhat unfamiliar with the Nuggets, it is worth noting that they were indeed a formidable team, second only to the Lakers in the Western Conference last season. This rookie exhibits remarkable tenacity. As the second half commenced, both teams reintroduced their strongest lineups onto the court. Anthony resumed his scoring spree, consistently sinking mid-range shots. He managed to halt the Nuggets' momentum, which had threatened to extend the point gap into double digits. Unfortunately, just as Nuggets coach George Karl began to relax, the Blazers' leader, Roy, emerged. Roy and Aldridge frequently executed pick-and-roll plays, culminating in Roy taking shots from the arc. He successfully converted 3 consecutive three-pointers from the same spot, stretching the lead into double digits. While Roy may not be primarily known as a three-point shooter, he boasts a respectable shooting percentage of 36, demonstrating a knack for precision in critical moments, a quality that XueDing observed with great admiration from the sidelines. XueDing discreetly examined Roy's comprehensive evaluation through the system. To his astonishment, Roy's overall rating was an impressive S rank, a distinction that placed him among the ranks of superstars. XueDing still has a considerable distance to cover before matching up with Roy. As the point differential slipped into double digits, George Karl began to adjust his lineup. The Nuggets replaced Kenyon Martin with the agile Birdman, Anderson. Martin's performance in this match was subpar. His footwork appeared sluggish, likely due to the challenges of playing away from home, perhaps a consequence of a late-night escapade. The Birdman, with his swift movements, was able to keep pace with Roy following the pick-and-roll, rendering Roy's signature move less effective. However, George Karl is not the only one capable of adapting. McMillan possesses that ability as well. After Roy and Aldridge's pick-and-roll was effectively stifled, XueDing made his entrance once more. XueDing is focused on organization. After taking the court, due to the constraints imposed by Roy and Ade, XueDing was afforded considerable space. allowing him to execute successive breakthroughs and distribute the ball effectively. XueDing's passing ability may not be regarded as exceptional, yet his court vision is commendable and his technical skills are average. However, the sheer force with which XueDing penetrates the defense is formidable. Each of his strides instills a belief that he is poised to attack the rim. Consequently, the defenders of the Nuggets instinctively converge to counter XueDing's advances, creating a rather unfortunate predicament. XueDing observed that the Nuggets' interior players were numerous, thus he opted to pass rather than recklessly charge in. The Trail Blazers boasted 2 European sharpshooters, Batum and Fernandez, on the perimeter. The Nuggets' choices were indeed fraught with difficulty. If they did not employ double teaming or help defense, XueDing would truly penetrate the basket. At this pace, with every pick and roll, XueDing could effortlessly surge into the paint. In a sense, this was a glitch in the system. While accumulating assists, Odin discreetly positioned himself to secure rebounds for XueDing. Remarkably, XueDing's rebounding numbers surpassed his assists, reaching double digits first. The game had reached the halfway point of the fourth quarter. XueDing has once again achieved a remarkable triple-double with 12 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists, an exceptionally economical performance. The final 5 minutes of the match were merely garbage time, as the game remained firmly under the control of the Trail Blazers, concluding with a score of 100-108. The Trail Blazers triumphed at home against the visiting Denver Nuggets, securing their second consecutive victory to start the season. In this match, 6 players from the Trail Blazers scored in double figures, effectively overshadowing Carmelo Anthony's impressive 43 points. Aldridge contributed 10 points and 11 rebounds, while Roy tallied 21 points and 3 assists. Fernandez added 17 points, and Odin recorded 12 points along with 1 rebound and 4 blocks. For the Nuggets, Anthony's efforts resulted in 43 points and 10 rebounds, while Billups managed 18 points, 8 assists, and 4 rebounds. Chapter 31, The Rising Trail Blazers. As the electronic beep signaling the end of the game resonated through the arena, XueDing observed Billups, who, in a fit of frustration, cast aside his braces with a resounding snap. Without exchanging a word with Anthony, Billups promptly turned on his heel and departed. Despite Anthony, the prolific scorer, amassing an impressive 43 points, he could not propel his team to victory. His demeanor, as he lowered his head and retreated to the locker room post-game, unmistakably reflected his discontent. Today, the title of the leader of the NBA's empty-calorie scoring brigade undoubtedly belongs to him. The clash within the Northwest Division held significant importance. XueDing also felt a pang of sympathy for the Melon. On his side, he had a plethora of helpers and a deep rotation. However, the current Nuggets boasted a commendable starting lineup, yet their bench consisted solely of players merely scraping by in the CBA. Since being elevated to the starting lineup, J.R. Smith has been in remarkable form, showcasing a staggering 3-point shooting percentage of 45, a truly daunting figure. Last season, he averaged a mere 7 minutes on the court, yet still managed to achieve a career high of 2 points per game. In this match, he scored 20 points, marking an impressive performance as a starter. Birdman also shone brightly, possessing immense popularity that even eclipsed many marquee players. Last season, he contributed an average of 6 points and 2 rebounds per game, and his efficiency in this match was nothing short of astonishing. However, beyond these two, no other players exceeded expectations. In addition to their roster issues, the Nuggets faced significant defensive challenges. In this game, they fell victim to their old habits, as the Trail Blazers shooting guard Roy torched them mercilessly. In J.R. Smith's playbook, it seems he can only operate on one end of the court. Defensively, he was akin to a human ATM. Bulkman was deprived of playing time, which led to Anthony Carter being thrust into the fray during the fourth quarter. But the aging veteran's foot speed was woefully inadequate. Consequently, Billups' defense relied heavily on experience. Had Anthony possessed any semblance of defensive prowess, the situation would not have been so dire. Given the issues with both their lineup and defense, it appears almost inevitable that they would succumb to a fully equipped Trail Blazers team. After all, they were facing a budget version of the quartet comprising O'Neal, Kobe, Westbrook, and Aldridge. XueDing gazed at the departing Denver players, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. Such is the nature of basketball. The losing side is often dejected, while the victors are naturally in high spirits. "Xue, you are increasingly attuned to the rhythm of the game," Roy remarked as he approached slowly. "Hey, this is merely my true capability," XueDing replied with a confident and resolute gaze. Observing the earnestness in XueDing's eyes, Roy sensed that he had yet to fully detach from the intensity of the match. A wave of appreciation washed over him. It was a recognition of ChueDing's unwavering focus. A person capable of maintaining concentration throughout the game, a true aficionado of basketball, can undoubtedly inspire those around him with his boundless fervor. ChueDing is indeed such a person. Haha, if Odin were willing to secure a rebound himself, and you could still manage to grab so many, then I would believe in your prowess. Ha ha ha. Brandon, I am a player who prioritizes victory above all. Accumulating stats? That is not my concern. I never claimed you were stat padding. Roy looked at ChueDing with a smile that was both amused and enigmatic. Hee. ChueDing chose not to say anything further. This matter is trivial. Does it truly matter whether one pads stats or not? Both players place winning as their foremost objective, with statistics merely serving as their embellishments. The people of Guangdong sent their congratulations, celebrating ChueDing's consecutive triple-doubles. ChueDing, 6666666, yet another triple-double. A rather substantial triple-double, albeit with a hint of stat padding, yet it can be forgiven. Today, I discovered that the players of the Trailblazers are remarkably endearing. Roy is a commendable leader. Aldridge is impressively accurate. Odin's positioning skills are truly remarkable. And of course, ChueDing is commendable as well, playing with great intelligence. Aldridge is too soft, opting for outside shots every time. Yet this giant possesses an exceptional touch. Odin's rebounding is indeed an eyesore. Is this guy really comparable to Shaquille O'Neal? Fans are buzzing about this match, with the domestic audience predominantly lauding ChueDing, likening his style to that of Westbrook, but draped in the skin of a Chinese player. I wonder if the fans are exhibiting double standards. At the post-match press conference, the Trailblazers emerged victorious, and naturally, the players were in high spirits, each one beaming as they faced the reporters. As per tradition, ChueDing was surrounded by the most media personnel. ChueDing, observing the multitude of Chinese journalists, decided to graciously accept the interview in Mandarin. ChueDing, once again you have achieved a triple-double today. Do you have anything to say? Inquired a reporter from ChesesDraft. The statistics are of little importance to me. What truly matters is securing the victory, ChueDing responded, though perhaps somewhat disingenuously. The reporter muttered under his breath, "Who would believe you?" Aware of the suspicions surrounding ChueDing's performance, he recognized that, as a Chinese player, his displays were undeniably impressive. Among the Trailblazers, who is your closest friend? Posed a journalist from Hupu, tapping into the concerns of domestic fans regarding his interpersonal relationships in this new environment. It is worth noting that when Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi first entered the NBA, their lack of English proficiency rendered communication with teammates nearly impossible, creating significant challenges for their integration. Similarly, Yi Jinlian's introverted nature often left him feeling out of sync with his team, resulting in prolonged periods of isolation. The ability of Chinese players to assimilate into the NBA is intricately linked to their development within the league, and thus, the fans' apprehensions regarding ChueDing are entirely justified. I maintain excellent relationships with my teammates. I believe they do not harbor any dislike towards me, ChueDing remarked. ChueDing is a cheerful and confident individual, well-versed in both American culture and language, with minimal communication barriers. Hey, buddy, Chue is a remarkable rookie. I truly appreciate him. Let the Chinese fans know that this lad is thriving with the Trailblazers, remarked Roy, who approached and patted ChueDing on the shoulder. This young man plays with great passion and is quite popular within the team, chimed in Fernandez with a laugh. ChueDing, upon hearing their praises, felt a touch of embarrassment. ChueDing's interview lasted approximately half an hour. Subsequently, he departed directly from the interview room to board the team bus. He was about to embark on his inaugural away game. The Trailblazers' next away match would take them to Houston, where they would face the Rockets. Indeed, this time the home and away fixtures had been reversed. On the plane, ChueDing, Odin, Przybilla, and Roy began a discussion regarding the previous game, focusing on how Rockets coach Rick Adelman had successfully unraveled the defensive strategies of the Trailblazers. Before long, Aldridge and Outlaw joined the conversation. The rotation players were now engaged in deliberating the primary strategies for the upcoming match. The previously subdued atmosphere on the plane suddenly transformed into an animated exchange. Subsequently, every player in the Blazers participated in the dialogue, which encompassed a review of their first encounter with the Rockets and insights for the forthcoming game. On the flight, ChueDing sensed Odin's fervent desire to re-establish his prowess, Roy's deeply embedded competitive spirit, and Aldridge's steadfastness typical of a sincere individual. Throughout the journey, the morale of every player on the aircraft soared, and they all recognized the importance of sustaining such an uplifting spirit. This was the essence of the Trailblazers' winning culture. Before long, The players were engaged in discussions about how to perform at their highest level and how to transform the pressure of the game into motivation. The sight of the players in animated discussion brought great joy to head coach McMillan. He understood that his players were cultivating a team culture, one that prioritized collective success over individual statistics, fostering a winning mentality where victory took precedence. Each individual shared a common objective. XueDing found himself increasingly enjoying the company of his teammates, realizing that winning the game truly outweighed personal statistics. In Chapter 32, Seeking Guidance from Yao Ming, it is noted that an exemplary team leader does not need to overtly assert dominance through verbal cues. Rather, it is the unspoken understanding and mutual recognition among teammates that solidifies their role. Leaders like LeBron James of the Cavaliers, Kobe Bryant of the Lakers, and Dirk Nowitzki of the Mavericks exemplify this quality. XueDing felt that Roy also embodied such leadership. With Roy's presence, the young talents within the Blazers would not encounter discord. Odin, the first overall pick, and Aldridge, the second, both held a significant respect for Roy, underscoring his acumen as a leader. Should a team's leader lack sufficient capability, it may easily lead to disunity. A future example is Durant with the Thunder. Naturally suited to a secondary role, he was thrust into the primary position, leading to discord with Westbrook and ultimately resulting in the team's downfall. Conversely, upon joining Curry's Warriors as a fourth option and forming a bond with Green, he achieved profound personal growth. Shouting, "Have you arrived in Houston?" "Yes, brother Yao. I'm here at the hotel." "All right, wait there. I'll have my driver pick you up. I'll treat you to dinner." "Okay." Yao Ming, with great camaraderie, invited XueDing, who was visiting Houston for the first time, to his home. They arrived at Yao Ming's residence. XueDing encountered Yi Li and presented her with the fruits he had purchased. He had not forgotten the traditional customs of his homeland. Since the Yao sustained an injury during the playoffs, he has yet to fully recover. XueDing gazed at Yao Ming, who was recovering from injuries at home, feeling a sense of poignancy. In his previous life, XueDing was well aware that Yao Ming would soon announce his retirement. XueDing believes that many things that are destined to come will eventually arrive. This giant, who bears the weight of Chinese basketball, regardless of the multitude of fans who criticize him during his playing days, remains a pivotal figure. Those detractors cannot alter the fact that he has inspired the majority of Chinese people to embrace the NBA. He is, without a doubt, the most illustrious Chinese player in the annals of NBA history. XueDing recognizes that it was Yao Ming who truly ushered the NBA into China. Regardless of whether fans favor Michael Jordan, Allen Iverson, Kobe Bryant, Vince Carter, or Tracy McGrady, without Yao Ming, the majority of Chinese basketball enthusiasts would not have delved so deeply into the lives and careers of these superstars. Yao Ming's greatness is not solely defined by his athletic accomplishments, but also by his character. Despite the numerous and exhausting national team matches, Yao has never complained, fully aware of the expectations placed upon him by his country. While American superstars can focus solely on their performance, Yao bears the weight of an entire nation's hopes. A journalist once posed a question to an American star. If you were to travel to the other side of the world, immerse yourself in a new language and culture, while shouldering the expectations of a nation or even a continent, what would you do? The star replied, "I would absolutely refuse. I wouldn't even dare to contemplate it." This illustrates the distinct difference between Yao Ming and other legends. Yao has rendered Chinese basketball unparalleled in Asia, with him on the court. The Chinese team even came close to defeating Spain. He is truly a figure deserving of respect. At the dining table, XueDing humbly sought Yao Ming's counsel on numerous matters. Among the most significant was how a Chinese player should navigate the pressures that arise off the court. Although XueDing is quite mature, he is not accustomed to being a public figure, and since the regular season commenced, he has never faced such intense scrutiny. After or before each game, he is surrounded by a multitude of media reporters. He is often confronted with questions he has already answered hundreds of times. For instance, reporters frequently inquire, "XueDing, do you feel pressured?" With hundreds of millions of Chinese citizens closely watching your every move, how do you alleviate that pressure? This question is the first that springs to mind for almost every journalist who has never interviewed XueDing before. From the moment he was selected in the draft to his arrival in Houston for the regular season, XueDing has encountered reporters who had never interviewed him before on a daily basis, and he finds himself answering this question at least once each day. Cumulatively, he has addressed this inquiry no fewer than 200 times. Is XueDing under significant pressure? Certainly, he is. XueDing genuinely felt the pressures faced by Yi Jianlian and Yao Ming in their respective times. Most of the journalists posing questions to Xue were oblivious to the fact that they were inadvertently amplifying his stress. In truth, for ChesesDraft. The aspiration to become an exceptional NBA player and an international superstar from China paled in comparison to the anxiety instigated by media sensationalism. Observing Xue's distress, Yao Ming offered a knowing smile. "Little Ding, you remind me of myself in my early days," he remarked. "How did you manage it?" Xue inquired. Rather than providing a direct answer, Yao began reminiscing. "During my first year, I had garnered a bit of renown, yet I was acutely aware of its origins. Of that recognition, 40% stemmed from my performance on the court, while 60% was cultivated by the media." ChesesDraft nodded, acknowledging the sentiment. Before and after the match, the throng of reporters encircling him surpassed the collective number of all his teammates, a situation that, at times, could prove burdensome for a novice. The fame derived from his performance on the court was a weight he could bear effortlessly. In fact, he believed such pressure was inconsequential, easily forgotten upon returning home. Yao Ming continued, expressing his own frustrations. "However, the media, particularly the American press, relentlessly thrust me into the spotlight, repeatedly associating the image of an entire continent with my persona, which I find overwhelming." Yao reminisced about a particular day when he was besieged by 17 groups, the largest consisting of 30 individuals, all clamoring for a photograph with him at the Chinese embassy in the United States. He could only manage a wry smile. "In the past, I perceived the embassy as a distant realm, a sanctified place that existed solely on television. Yet, witnessing people queuing for a photo with me left me feeling utterly helpless." With a heavy sigh, Yao advised, "Little Ding, as you cannot control this phenomenon, nor can you prevent others from idolizing you, and you cannot hinder your status as the most beloved Chinese figure in America, you must gradually acclimatize yourself to it." ChesesDraft nodded thoughtfully. "From the moment you gain recognition in the NBA, you become a veritable cash cow in the eyes of merchants. This is beyond your control. It is simply the nature of the market. I, Jinlian, and you, we are all subject to this reality. However, no matter how much the media adulates you, or how optimistic the market is about your prospects, you must never forget your fundamental purpose. Do not lose sight of the passion that ignited your love for basketball. This is my earnest counsel." Yao Ming finally gazed intently at ChesesDraft as he spoke. For this young Chinese boy, Yao Ming wished to shield him from the peril of being exalted to the heavens only to be cast down to the depths. Following 2 consecutive triple-doubles, ChesesDraft indeed felt the weight of such pressures. ChesesDraft replied, "Indeed, I understand. I shall focus my thoughts on the court, for I desire my reputation to be earned through my performance, rather than through mere exaggeration." Yao Ming nodded in agreement, reflecting on how he managed his own path. Ultimately, his prowess justified the fame he attained. ChesesDraft's psychological maturity is far beyond that of his peers. This conclusion was drawn by Yao Ming after conversing with ChesesDraft. Chapter 33. Ambushed by a female fan. Welcome, basketball enthusiasts, to today's top 5 plays. At number 5, the Dragon King, Bosch, takes flight, sending the basketball soaring out of bounds as he audaciously blocks Howard. At number 4, although Perkins knows where LeBron is headed, he refuses to grant him any passage. At number 3, in a display of heroism, Spurs Duncan proves his might, emphatically converting a strong 2-1 to assert that the future of the league does not belong to you. At number 2, when confronted by ChesesDraft's layup, Billups can only resort to a desperate tug. When that fails, he is left with nothing but sorrow. And for the most spectacular play of the week, it is none other than ChesesDraft. If you know where to go, the entire world will clear a path for you. If you're the formidable ChesesDraft, the entire court will yield to you. His astounding axe dunk, executed during a full-court fast break, left everyone in awe. At this moment, CCTV5 is broadcasting the top 5 plays. This week's compilation has elicited cheers from many Chinese fans. It is no small feat for a Chinese guard to ascend to the pinnacle of the top 5 plays. Through this week, as highlights, many fans who missed the live broadcast were able to witness ChesesDraft's ferocity, particularly the breathtaking fast break where he single-handedly completed a jaw-dropping dunk. An unforgettable moment that captivated all viewers. ChesesDraft returned to the hotel. After declining Auden's invitation to the nightclub, he resumed his pursuit of binge-watching his favorite series. This has become one of his cherished pastimes. After watching the finale of Smoke and Rain at Dusk, ChesesDraft continued to share his critique with Iya. He found the plot to be rather meandering and the characterization of the protagonist lacking depth. While he appreciates both period dramas and modern stories, he felt that the Republic of China setting appeared somewhat awkward, attributing this to the inadequacies of the costume designer. He was initially drawn to the series, yet upon completion, he believed that the character design squandered the potential charm of the cast. He suggested that the production could have chosen a more compelling script, particularly noting that time travel dramas have significant potential for popularity in the future. After ChueDing sent a flurry of private messages, he ceased to pay attention. The two individual schedules were almost entirely misaligned. The night in America coincided with the working hours in his home country, while the night in his homeland fell during ChueDing's training sessions. In recent days, his occasional exchanges with Yeo occurred despite the time difference, which posed little obstruction. He would simply respond upon seeing the messages. ChueDing revisited videos of the Rockets. The competition within the NBA is fierce. After indulging in some entertainment through shows, ChueDing must redirect his focus to his work. NBA players, in addition to their on-court performance, are required to engage in extensive preparation off the court. This includes analyzing opponent videos, reviewing scouting reports provided by analysts, and considering the insights offered by coaches. The NBA is the highest level of basketball league in the world, yet it has only 450 registered players, highlighting the exceptionally high rate of attrition that underscores the brutal nature of competition in this arena. ChueDing has yet to reach the pinnacle of star prowess. To secure his place here, he must exert significantly more effort than his peers. Even the talent that ChueDing prides himself on is not considered elite within the NBA. The athletes in this league are exceptionally formidable. Here, one encounters spring-like players with vertical leaps exceeding 110 centimeters. There are also strength titans who can bench press over 160 kilograms. Additionally, one finds long-arm players with wingspans surpassing their heights by more than 20 centimeters. Speedsters comparable to track athletes zip across the court, while the likes of Kobe, with his unmatched skill, and Curry, with his extraordinary shooting touch, reign supreme. Moreover, figures such as LeBron James and Kevin Durant possess physical attributes that dwarf nearly all opposing players. In comparison to them, ChueDing's talent is merely commonplace. This reality is also why he refrains from indulging in reckless behavior akin to that of Odin. Although the defensive intensity of the NBA today is not as ferocious as it was in the last century, the number of athletically gifted players has surged. Beyond games and training, players must expend considerable energy on extensive travel. The area of the United States is comparable to that of China, and the intervals between games for NBA teams are often exceedingly brief, frequently under 24 hours, necessitating players to fly from one city to another. From packing their belongings to embarking on long flights, followed by checking into hotels, players find themselves in a relentless cycle. After such arduous travel, they must still engage in high-intensity competitions. Each game involves muscle collisions that carry a significant risk of injury. This was made abundantly clear to ChueDing during rookie training camp. Therefore, he must ensure that his body possesses sufficient stamina to withstand these challenges. ChueDing's playing style, coupled with his position within the Trailblazers, renders him reluctant to risk injury. While Odin's fate appears sealed, ChueDing still harbors hope for redemption. On October 31st, at the Toyota Center, the Rockets faced the challenge of the Trailblazers, marking yet another China derby, with Yao Ming also in attendance. Although ChueDing had dined with Yao Ming just 2 nights prior, he sought out Yao amidst a flurry of cameras to embrace and exchange pleasantries. "Little Ding, please go easy on me," Yao Ming jested, offering a playful jibe. The healthy Trailblazers were formidable, boasting a 2-game winning streak, leaving the Rockets with slim prospects of victory. "Haha, that's not entirely within my control," ChueDing shrugged. "Just try to keep your dunks to a minimum." "That's even harder for me to manage," he replied with a smile. Their light-hearted banter on the sidelines brought a sense of comfort to fans watching from home. The Trailblazers' consecutive victories delighted their supporters, with many already anticipating a bold challenge against the Lakers' supremacy in this year's Western Conference playoffs. ChueDing's consecutive triple-doubles have ignited immense excitement among domestic fans. They speculate that he may be on the verge of becoming another rookie sensation, akin to the last rookie who transformed into a superstar, LeBron James. This remarkable individual is of Chinese descent. Will ChueDing be the next LeBron James? In tonight's clash between the Rockets and the Trailblazers, who do you think will emerge victorious? Kenny Smith remarked, "The Trailblazers, I admire that triple-double kid. And a healthy Roy alongside Odin will prove quite challenging to defend." Barkley chimed in, "All right, then I shall support the Rockets." Charles, look, it seems that Shue's female admirers are causing him quite a bit of trouble. Kenny Smith pointed toward the sidelines. "Haha, that kid is quite popular." Barkley observed a classic moment. On the sidelines, after conversing with Yao Ming, as ChueDing passed by the VIP section, he was approached by a female spectator who requested a photo. This lady, also Chinese, spoke in her native tongue, and XueDing could not feign ignorance. He obliged. Little did XueDing know, this stunning woman in her 30s, while posing for the picture, leaned in closely and unexpectedly jumped to plant a kiss on his right cheek, leaving a trace of lipstick behind. After being ambushed, XueDing hurriedly wiped his face and fled in a flurry of confusion, feeling utterly humiliated. His handsome appearance seemed to attract attention wherever he went. This scene elicited hearty laughter from Barkley and Smith. Speaking of which, do you think Xue's triple-double record can endure tonight? Kenny Smith remarked before the game. It's going to be difficult, my friend. He is a rookie, and the Rockets' 1T allow a rookie to achieve 3 consecutive triple-doubles against them. Barkley succinctly replied. Barkley did not underestimate XueDing. The reality was simply challenging. Adelman had issued a directive in the locker room. No allowance for XueDing's record to continue, with 2 out of 3 games resulting in triple-doubles against the Rockets. How could they justify this to their fans? Chapter 34. Harden's Rivalry. In truth, Adelman was overthinking the situation. Houston is home to several professional teams, and the Rockets enjoy only moderate popularity. The Toyota Center often fails to be filled during the playoffs, leaving fans relatively unperturbed. The majority of Rockets fans reside in China, and since XueDing is Chinese, the fans there eagerly hope for his continued success in achieving triple-doubles, even fantasizing about the Rockets collaborating with him to set new records. As per usual, XueDing settled comfortably on the bench once the game commenced. McMillan did not have extensive instructions for this match. The team had already discussed the necessary strategies during their flight. The game plan would follow the same offensive and defensive patterns as the previous match. The Rockets' starting lineup included Ariza, Brooks, Scola, Hayes, and Battier, while the Trailblazer starters were Roy, Aldridge, Oden, Miller, and Batum. This season, Oden has had a significantly smoother start compared to the previous 2 years. His health has returned, allowing him to average 24 minutes on the court, scoring 12 points, along with 3 rebounds and 2 blocks. Aside from the glaring disparity between his blocks and rebounds, along with a somewhat excessive number of fouls, his overall performance has been acceptable. No one expected Oden to immediately reach Shaquille O'Neal's level, but gradual improvement is already a positive sign. Fans hope that one day Oden will showcase the caliber of a player like O'Neal. Oden possesses considerable talent and often wins jump balls. Yet this time he lost the jump ball to Scola. XueDing observed that something seemed amiss with Oden. Had he frequented nightclubs too often? Although luck plays a role in basketball, it was indeed unusual for Oden to be outperformed by Scola. Following their loss to the Trailblazers, the Rockets faced the Lakers, suffering an indisputable consecutive defeat. In their third match, returning to their home court, they sought to halt this losing streak. Adelman, an erudite coach, possesses unparalleled prowess in constructing systems among current coaches in the league. His adeptness allows him to swiftly resolve issues for teams striving for breakthroughs, establishing reasonable rotations, arranging effective lineups, and adjusting strategies proficiently. This excellence facilitated the Trail Blazers' advancement to the finals, the Kings' progression to a 7-game series against the Lakers, and the Rockets' success in surpassing the first round last season. However, once the Team S system is fully established, Adelman's shortcomings begin to surface. The moment his system is in place, his spirit of innovation halts, leading to the tragedies of Petrovic and Gerald Wallace. This temperament manifests on the court by delegating decision-making authority to players within the system, resulting in diminished direct command and slower reactions, contributing to his repeated defeats in the playoffs at the hands of Phil Jackson's unconventional strategies and fortune. Moreover, akin to a professor's indifference to students' personal lives, Adelman shows reluctance to address locker room issues and exhibits leniency towards his key players. Yet, reflecting on the championship experiences of Riley, Jackson, and Brown, it becomes evident that without a winning zealot or natural leader like Garnett, Jordan, or Billups, imparting a quasi-religious influence on championship-caliber players is nearly imperative for success. Consequently, when a team remains in a state of excellence without reaching the pinnacle, various factors can lead to the disintegration of Adelman's teams, especially considering that a championship window lasts only a few years. In summary, if you provide him with $1 million player, he can extract $10 million worth of performance. However, if you give him a $20 million player, the output remains at $10 million. Such is the nature of this coach. Today, Adelman surpassed the $10 million standard. Compared to the previous game, the entire Rockets team exhibited an extraordinary shooting touch today. Throughout the match, the exuberant Brooks scored 33 points with an impressive shooting percentage of 58. Ariza also found his rhythm, hitting 10 out of 20 attempts for 26 points, achieving a 50 accuracy rate. It was not that the Trail Blazers' defense was lacking. Rather, many of their shots were simply unreasonably made. Despite a roster that may not rival that of the Trail Blazers, the Rockets are by no means weak. Today, they were a formidable force. The final score was 107-110, with the Rockets trailing. This marked the Trail Blazers' first loss of the season on their inaugural away game. XueDing's performance today was far from the awe-inspiring displays of the previous two games, recording merely 10 points, 6 assists, and 10 rebounds. While his scoring and rebounding figures may seem commendable, they were achieved through a staggering 15 attempts, along with the benefit of positioning against Odin. His shooting accuracy was also notably low. This provided unfriendly media and critics with ample opportunity to voice their discontent. XueDing paid little heed to the external criticisms, for he had no time to spare. He pressed on with his journey. The following day, the Pioneers secured a consecutive victory against the Hawks on the road, thus averting a streak of defeats. XueDing recorded a performance of 11 points, 6 assists, 6 rebounds, and 8 turnovers. Although he delivered a crucial assist, the media seized upon his shortcomings. His excessive shooting attempts, frequent mistakes, and lack of efficiency, coupled with insufficient shooting ability, drew criticism from some fans and reporters. In truth, XueDing's performances in the past 2 games were commendable. However, his statistics appeared lackluster, primarily because fans had elevated their expectations and opponents had become wary of him. Consequently, XueDing began to place less emphasis on individual statistics, focusing instead on his rhythm and contribution to the team's success. Yet, those who were already skeptical of XueDing remained indifferent to these factors. In their eyes, his current performance did not merit the top ranking for Rookie of the Year bestowed by ESPN, which they felt was more suited to his 22nd draft position. In Oklahoma City, at the Thunder training facility, Harden and Westbrook engaged in a one-on-one showdown. "Hey, that Chinese player is ranked just behind you. If you play at this level in the next game, I believe he will outshine you," Westbrook taunted. "Hey, looking to draw a foul? There are no referees here. Are you really the 3rd overall pick? You seem rather weak," he continued, launching a barrage of trash talk at Harden. However, Harden appeared unfazed. He was indeed struggling against Westbrook. Before long, the game concluded, and Harden glanced at the staff recording the score, 11-5. "Harden, you lost. But don't be disheartened. Keep working hard, and maybe one day you'll catch up to me," Westbrook said, clapping him on the shoulder with a carefree demeanor. "Yeah, I lost," Harden replied, not overly concerned about the outcome of the showdown. After all, Westbrook had a year more of professional training, creating a noticeable gap between them. However, tomorrow, Harden would face a player strikingly similar to Westbrook, XueDing. XueDing entered the NBA in the same year as Harden, and the two are acquainted. Harden may concede defeat to Westbrook, yet he will never allow himself to be outmatched by XueDing, for that would signify his inferiority. There are no excuses. In Chapter 35, entrusted in times of crisis, Harden's recent performances reflect an average of 9. 5 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, and 5 blocks, with a shooting percentage of 40.4 and a 3-point shooting percentage of 37.5. As a rookie coming off the bench, Harden's statistics are neither exceptional nor dismal, but that assessment changes in the light of comparison. XueDing, who also plays as the 6th man, boasts impressive averages of 13 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists, and 5 steals per game. In stark contrast, James Harden, despite being the 3rd overall pick, appears to fall somewhat short in comparison. Media evaluations place XueDing ahead of Harden in the race for the Rookie of the Year award. Naturally, Harden feels a sense of discontent, believing that while XueDing is formidable, he is by no means inferior. Currently, both the Trail Blazers and the Thunder share identical records of 3 wins and 1 loss, making their rivalry an intriguing spectacle. XueDing was not preoccupied with the matchup against Harden. Rather, he was engrossed in studying the Thunder's data. The league generally underestimates the Thunder, erroneously believing they remain akin to their former selves. However, XueDing is aware that Durant has begun this year by claiming the scoring title. Following a challenging season, Westbrook has demonstrated remarkable progress. The addition of Harden and Ibaka has transformed the Thunder into a formidable force in the Western Conference, with the trio of young stars carving out their reputations across various positions. This iteration of the Thunder is undoubtedly a challenging opponent, and one must not judge them through the lens of the previous season. XueDing and Harden share a cordial relationship, having communicated frequently since the draft, and they can be considered friends. Upon arriving in Oklahoma City, XueDing promptly sent a message to Harden, "James, I have arrived in Oklahoma. Are you ready to embrace defeat?" To which ChueDing playfully remarked, "Where is the modesty typical of a Chinese? Just wait. Tomorrow I will show you why I'm the third overall pick. How about a bet where the loser shaves their beard?" Following ChueDing's suggestion, Harden began to grow a beard, which has taken on a modest form. ChueDing teased Harden, "Hee, I cannot accept this wager. You have no beard." Harden decisively declined the offer. Their exchanges flowed quite smoothly. The Trailblazers have set their sights on the championship this season, while the Thunder aim for the playoffs. With both teams' true strengths being closely matched, the upcoming games promise to be intriguing. The rankings, statistics, and performance records of ChueDing and Harden, along with their recent form, have garnered significant attention through media hype, rendering this match exceedingly popular. ChueDing's recent performances in the last two matches have been rather mediocre, resulting in considerable scrutiny from the media. Numerous American journalists and outlets anticipate that ChueDing will maintain this lackluster form, providing them an opportunity to further criticize him. ChueDing is acutely aware of the stringent expectations that Americans have for newcomers with yellow skin. However, he is resolute in not granting them an easy victory. During the pre-match press conference, a reporter approached Harden. Harden stated, "I am the third overall pick. What matters to me is the triumph of the team. I am indifferent to personal statistics. Chue is formidable, but I will prevail against him." ChueDing also addressed the reporters, stating, "I desire the data, and I equally crave victory." ChueDing's manner of speaking can be quite direct at times, while at other moments, it is rather subtle, leaving journalists occasionally struggling to keep pace with his thoughts. Roy remarked, "Chue's ranking is undoubtedly higher than 22. I wholeheartedly support him. He will be the best rookie of the year." Durant stated, "James's impact cannot be quantified by mere statistics. He is immensely important to us. I have always believed he is the most formidable among this year's rookies." The media thoroughly captured the excitement from both sides, as the two veterans publicly endorsed their junior counterpart. Meanwhile, Odin was observing Durant. Today, Durant is flourishing, while Odin finds himself lagging behind, yearning to prove himself anew. Tensions are brewing between the Trailblazers and the Thunder. On November 3rd, at the Ford Center, the basketball atmosphere in the bustling city is far more intense than that of Houston. With only 20 minutes remaining before the game, nearly 20,000 spectators have filled the Ford Center to capacity. As ChueDing warmed up, he amicably approached Westbrook and Harden. In his previous life, ChueDing was an ardent admirer of Westbrook, so it was only natural for him to seek out his idol. Although they would be adversaries that evening, Westbrook treated ChueDing with a degree of friendliness. "Hey, rookie, I've heard your playing style resembles mine quite a bit. Indeed, tonight, I shall outshine you, proving that you are not worthy of such a comparison." "Haha, we shall see about that. Tonight, he is mine," Harden interjected. The Thunder's starting lineup: Westbrook, Cephalosha, Durant, Jeff Green, Ibaka. The Trailblazers starting lineup: Miller, Roy, Batum, Aldridge, Odin. ChueDing adeptly located his position on the bench. The Thunder's strategy revolves around an infinite isolation offense. In the previous matches, the trio of Durant, Westbrook, and Green executed individual plays, and ChueDing had gleaned insights into their tactics through the scouting reports. ChueDing observed the still youthful Durant with curiosity. At this moment, Durant was still the innocent book-bag boy, not yet eliciting any disdain. This season marked the third year of Durant's journey in the NBA, a period rife with responsibility. On one hand, he sought to achieve impressive statistics to bolster his chances of joining the national team and securing a position in the upcoming All-Star roster. On the other hand, he was determined to assist his team in securing victories, aiming for the Thunder to surpass their performance from the previous season. ChueDing was aware that this individual had achieved remarkable success, the youngest scoring champion, leading his team into the playoffs, and earning the title of MVP at the World Championship. This season was profoundly significant for Durant. On the court, he was matched against Batum. Odin lost the jump ball to Ibaka. As Durant received the pass and dribbled across half-court, he did not even glance at Batum. After executing a series of swift crossovers beyond the three-point line, he rose and released a three-point shot. Swish! The score was now 0-3. ChueDing gazed at Durant's nearly unanswerable style with envy. The finesse, the wingspan, the rhythm, what a marvel. The long-armed Gibbon truly lives up to its name. With the stature of a center and the finesse of a guard, Durant's soft touch sets him apart as a unique talent. As the Trailblazers initiated their offense, Odin set an off-ball screen for Batum on the right side of the free throw line. Batum swiftly made a diagonal cut, while Durant's pursuit was effectively obstructed by Odin. Ibaka's late help defense allowed Batum to slip past him. The rookie Ibaka's defensive prowess had yet to reach its peak, and Batum sprinted toward the right side at a sharp 45-degree angle, finding himself wide open. Miller, of course, would not let such an opportunity go to waste. As the ball reached him, Batum launched a three-pointer. The arc was exquisite. Swish, nothing but net. The score stood at 3-3, with both teams successfully completing their initial offensive plays. Miller, a former assist champion, found such passing effortless, and Batum's catch-and-shoot three-pointer was second nature to him. However, following that first offensive exchange, both teams struggled with their shooting, missing consecutive attempts. After 2 minutes of play, the score remained stagnant at 3-3. ChesesDraft believed that he would enter the game as he had before, with only 3 or 4 minutes remaining. However, an unforeseen incident on the field prompted him to take his position at the technical area earlier than anticipated. Miller, without any collision, had suddenly crouched down to the ground. ChesesDraft was also unable to discern the situation clearly. In Chapter 36, the phrase "if you're not convinced, confront it" resonates. The Trailblazers are particularly sensitive to injuries, as the curse of injury holds a unique significance for this team. Consequently, the injury of any player instills a sense of panic throughout the entire roster. Miller, being a new recruit rather than an established injury-prone player, found himself quickly surrounded by the team's medical staff following this unfortunate incident. ChesesDraft was hastily summoned to the court by McMillan. The previous play had seen the Trailblazers commit a deliberate foul, thus granting possession to the Thunder. As the Thunder launched their offense, all eyes from the fans were fixated on Westbrook and ChesesDraft. Aside from a slight height difference, their playing styles and even shooting forms bore striking similarities. "Russell, show him." The Thunder supporters naturally believed in Westbrook's superiority over ChesesDraft, fervently shouting from the sidelines. Westbrook dribbled at the top of the arc, observing ChesesDraft. Despite being noticeably taller, mirrored his fierce determination. Durant positioned himself to the right. The Trailblazers employed a man-to-man defense. ChesesDraft remained vigilant, not daring to underestimate Westbrook. Observing his teammates' incessant movement, Westbrook at the top of the arc orchestrated the play, urging everyone to spread out. This epitomized the Thunder's customary strategy. Either Durant would take charge or Westbrook would seize the initiative. The fans in attendance erupted with excitement, witnessing Westbrook truly confront ChesesDraft. ChesesDraft observed the earnest Westbrook, undeterred. He possessed a profound understanding of Westbrook's playing style, ready to confront him when necessary. Westbrook glanced around, feigning interest in his teammates' movements. ChesesDraft's attention inadvertently wavered. In an instant, Westbrook executed a swift change of direction, accelerating with extraordinary speed. His explosive first step left ChesesDraft completely behind. ChesesDraft was equally a loss. His defense was passive, unable to withstand such rapid speed. ChesesDraft watched as Westbrook charged into the paint, launching himself into the air. With an astonishing display of agility, Westbrook narrowly evaded Odin's attempted block and executed a layup. The ball found its mark, making the score 3-5. This remarkable play ignited cheers from the crowd. What a phenomenal move. Odin, despite his full leap, was unable to contest the shot effectively. Frustrated, he slammed the ball down onto the floor. Upon regaining his footing, Westbrook let out a fierce roar toward the camera. Witnessing such an electrifying performance left the Trailblazers players momentarily stunned. It was evident that ChesesDraft had encountered a formidable opponent. With such explosive gameplay, nearly all the players on the Trailblazers recognized that an intense battle was imminent between ChesesDraft and Westbrook in the forthcoming match. ChesesDraft felt quite helpless. Westbrook's speed and ability to attack the basket were no less formidable than his own, making it exceedingly difficult to contain him. The Trailblazers were on the offensive. ChesesDraft dribbled the ball to the top of the arc, maintaining the same dribbling posture, completely disregarding the option to pass. Roy and several other veterans graciously refrained from demanding the ball, fully aware that ChesesDraft intended to take matters into his own hands. ChesesDraft glanced around, signaling with tactical gestures. "Hey, rookie, you intend to break through on the right? That move is futile. I am fully prepared." Westbrook clapped his hands, completely disregarding everyone else, his gaze fixed intently on ChesesDraft. "Is that so?" As soon as the words left his lips, ChesesDraft dribbled the ball with his left hand to the right, executing a sudden change of direction. It was a direct assault on the right. Despite Westbrook's vigilance, he underestimated the terrifying speed that matched his own. Whoosh! He effortlessly maneuvered past in the same stance. ChesesDraft similarly evaded Westbrook, advancing to the free throw line. In the vicinity of the paint stood Ibaka and Jeff Green, whose agility surpassed that of the Trailblazers' Odin. XueDing recognized the necessity of exercising caution rather than recklessly penetrating the key, acutely aware of Westbrook's relentless pursuit behind him. XueDing, with remarkable composure, unexpectedly slowed his pace at the free throw line before coming to a sudden halt. XueDing positioned his body firmly in the path of Westbrook's relentless pursuit. Bang! The two collided forcefully, causing XueDing to lean forward. Beep beep, as XueDing, just before losing his balance and collapsing, hurled the ball towards the hoop. It traced a peculiar arc through the air. The ball swished through the net, accompanied by the sound of the referee's whistle. A successful shot with an additional free throw awarded, marking a 2-1 play as the referee called a foul on Westbrook, who was trailing XueDing. The home crowd was momentarily stunned. This was not the typical behavior one would associate with Westbrook. Yes, Xue, splendid job, Roy and Odin shouted, rushing over to lift XueDing. Odin extended his right hand and patted XueDing's solid and well-formed backside, signifying his commendation for the impressive play. Meanwhile, the Trail Blazers bench erupted in excitement, exclaiming how fierce this rookie was, undaunted and resolute. Achieving a 2-1 in such a manner was truly remarkable. Westbrook, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, rose to his feet under Durant's guidance, gritting his teeth as he glared at XueDing. He had been outmaneuvered by this rookie. After XueDing rose to his feet, he signaled to his teammates that he was unscathed. The impact from the Divine Turtle was formidable. Had he not possessed a robust physique, he would have struggled to withstand such a collision. XueDing showcased remarkable resilience, embodying the spirit of a true star. When struck, he was determined to retaliate. The viewers on the live streaming platform were equally exhilarated, fervently tapping away at their smartphone keyboards. With Russell Westbrook's exceptional physical prowess among guards, he became an almost invincible presence in defense when maintaining a calm demeanor. Few dared to confront him so boldly. Both Westbrook and XueDing found themselves matched against formidable opponents, making it a challenging endeavor for each to contend with the other. XueDing positioned himself at the free throw line, gently pushing down with both hands to calm his excited muscles. Taking a deep breath, he assumed the standard shooting stance and released the ball. The additional free throw was successful. The score stood at 6-5. The Thunder initiated their offense. In this sequence, Westbrook, undeterred by the audience's encouragement, opted not to challenge XueDing one-on-one. Instead, he chose to pass the ball to Durant. XueDing has a particular fondness for Westbrook's impulsive plays, particularly when he chooses not to pass the ball to Durant, as such decisions can benefit the team. However, the calm turtle of today did not afford that opportunity. Durant, with the ball, engaged in a one-on-one against Batum, driving towards the free throw line. He came to a sudden stop and unleashed a mid-range jumper. Swish! The score is now 6-7. Batum had his hand right in Durant's face. Yet he was still unable to prevent the shot from going in. Batum sighed in resignation, feeling helpless. He had defended well. What more could he do? Odin, at the baseline, prepared to inbound the ball. The presence of Roy alleviated some of the ball-handling duties from the Blazers' point guard, allowing him to share the responsibility of orchestrating the offense to some extent. XueDing's organizational skills are somewhat inferior to those of Miller. This time, it was Roy who received the pass and advanced the ball past the halfway line. XueDing continuously maneuvers beyond the three-point line. Although Westbrook does not even attempt to guard XueDing's three-point shot, XueDing must not relinquish his own determination. XueDing observed the tactical maneuvers executed by Roy. Roy engaged in a pick-and-roll with Ade. Following the screen, Roy passed the ball to Ade at the free throw line. Ibaka, wary of Ade's mid-range capabilities, denied him the opportunity to take a shot, closely marking him. Upon witnessing this, XueDing swiftly made a diagonal cut inward. With a resounding thud, Westbrook positioned himself laterally to obstruct the advance. The two bodies collided relentlessly. XueDing skillfully maneuvered his way inside. Aldridge, astute as ever, recognized XueDing's height advantage. He lofted a perfectly arched pass. Westbrook, shorter than XueDing, found his height to be a disadvantage once in the paint, as Aldridge's pass sailed effortlessly over Westbrook's leap. Upon receiving the pass, XueDing propelled himself off the ground in a fluid motion, taking 3 powerful steps. The basketball ascended to the level of his neck as he exerted force to propel it backward. Wow, a magnificent two-handed reverse dunk. The score stands at 8-7. Exquisite. Ferocious. XueDing boldly confronted Westbrook with 2 consecutive shots. In Chapter 37, the atmosphere is terrifyingly intense. Following a back dunk, XueDing fell silent on the court, overshadowed by the numerous prominent players on the starting lineup. Meanwhile, Durant ignited a fresh wave of fervor for the Thunder. The two teams exchanged points in a relentless back and forth, neither able to establish a significant lead. The emotions of the fans mirrored the escalating tension on the court. By the end of the first quarter, the score stood at a deadlock of 28. Neither side gained a substantial advantage during the initial quarter. The Trailblazers even suffered the loss of a starting point guard. It remains to be seen how Miller's absence will impact the Trailblazers in the subsequent games, and whether the rookie ChueDing, with only a handful of matches under his belt, can assume the responsibilities of a point guard. The Trailblazers' greatest adversary has always been injuries, rather than any other factors. The commentator elaborated on the situation concerning the Trailblazers as the second quarter commenced anew. ChueDing received the baseline pass from Paul Zabila, gradually advancing while gesturing to orchestrate the tactics. It was still ChueDing's time for the second unit. With Miller injured, his responsibilities intensified, and his playing time would inevitably increase. The Thunder seemed aware that ChueDing was the cornerstone of the second unit, opting to retain Westbrook while supplementing him with Harden and Collison from the bench to counter the challenge. Following the first quarter of competition against ChueDing, Westbrook regained his focus, resisting the urge to become impatient simply because ChueDing was a rookie. He spread his arms wide, lowered his center of gravity, and fixed a piercing gaze upon ChueDing. ChueDing dribbled along the three-point line, while Paul Zabila established a favorable position in the paint. However, due to Westbrook's staunch defense, ChueDing found it impossible to pass the ball into the interior. To avoid being called for an offensive 3-second violation, Paul Zabila had no choice but to retreat. ChueDing, maneuvering the ball, retreated continuously. Westbrook's relentless defense was formidable, forcing ChueDing to awkwardly position himself to protect the basketball. Many defenders would hesitate to challenge ChueDing due to his remarkable speed. As he retreated, they feared that pressing him would grant him the opportunity to slip past them. However, Westbrook's defense was astute. As ChueDing sought to create space for a breakthrough, Westbrook advanced with an aggressive intensity. His movements were not only exaggerated, but accompanied by a fierce shout. What a remarkable display! ChueDing suddenly exerted himself, as he usually did, preparing to utilize his explosive power to surpass his opponent in one swift motion. However, Westbrook's anticipatory lateral movement positioned itself directly in ChueDing's path of acceleration. How infuriating! ChueDing encountered such a formidable opponent for the first time. The explosive power of the adversary, rivaling that of his own divine turtle, is not something that can be easily surpassed. ChueDing has encountered difficulties in terms of speed. ChueDing's speed surpasses that of most. Yet the divine turtle does not belong to the majority. Occasionally, it may succeed, but it cannot achieve triumph through sheer force every time. ChueDing was acutely aware that such a purely speed-driven breakthrough was not something everyone could effectively handle. After being thwarted by Westbrook's defense, he recognized the necessity of passing the ball. Prolonged ball possession could adversely affect his teammates' morale and the execution of the team's strategy. ChueDing passed the ball to the right side to Fernandez. Fernandez executed a series of deft directional changes, effortlessly eluding the watchful eye of Harden. He drove into the paint and delivered a precise pass to the trailing Paul Zabila. Confronted by the seasoned veteran Collison, Paul Zabila executed a smooth layup, scoring with ease. The score stood at 30-28. Despite his teammates' success, ChueDing felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. In this offensive play, he had been thoroughly neutralized by Westbrook, leaving him to ponder his own shortcomings. However, ChueDing was not one to succumb to despair easily. He rallied his spirits and refocused on defense. The Thunder initiated their offense. Harden sought the ball, yet was rebuffed by Westbrook, leaving the bearded star feeling somewhat dejected. It was agreed that he would be the opponent, so why had it turned into Westbrook's game? ChueDing did not hesitate to confront Westbrook. ChueDing contemplated the weaknesses of Westbrook from his previous life and devised a strategy to triumph over him. Hey, my friend, shouldn't you be the one leading the Thunder? Why have you relinquished the position of the Thunder's star to Durant? ChueDing sought to redirect Westbrook's focus toward his own statistics rather than the welfare of the team. This tactic mirrored a psychological maneuver previously employed by Kobe against the Thunder, known as the heart-piercing strategy. Upon hearing this, Westbrook raised an eyebrow in intrigue. I have always considered you superior to Durant. Thus, I have modeled my playing style after yours. You are the true leader of the Thunder, not KD. Silence, Shwe. Westbrook retorted, remaining intensely focused on dribbling the ball. Although he recognized this as ChueDing's ploy, he found himself unable to counter it. It was indeed difficult for him to accept the acknowledgement from others regarding his status as the team's alpha. ChueDing stands several centimeters taller than Westbrook. However, Westbrook remains unperturbed. At the arc, Westbrook raised his right hand, signaling for Collison to set screen. As a seasoned veteran of the Thunder, Collison has spent considerable time playing alongside Westbrook and Durant, and he instinctively understands Westbrook's intentions. Collison stepped forward. ChueDing took a step back, sidestepping the human wall. He allowed Westbrook to take the shot while focusing on defending against his drive. Polzabila did not follow Collison outside, as he noticed ChueDing's signal and remained stationed in the paint. With the screen set, Westbrook's movements were remarkably succinct. He dribbled decisively to the left, and ChueDing's retreat ultimately enabled Westbrook to successfully penetrate the defense. ChueDing did not relent, fervently pursuing his opponent. Polzabila raised his hands, awaiting Westbrook's move, creating a sandwich defense. Typically, in such circumstances, a smaller player would concede personal offense and opt to pass the ball. However, Westbrook was clearly not a typical player. He took a step back in the 3-second area, turned his back to ChueDing, and then suddenly propelled himself forward with tremendous force. Standing at 2.16 meters, Polzabila leapt into action, intending to teach this diminutive number 0 a lesson. Yet, Westbrook's elevation was astonishingly swift, soaring nearly head level with the rim. With his right hand firmly gripping Polzabila's shoulder, he unleashed a ferocious left-handed dunk. The crowd erupted as he thundered down the rim, roaring in triumph. The score was now tied at 30. Westbrook had executed a spectacular dunk over Polzabila, who staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. Observing this remarkable play, ChueDing wiped the sweat from his brow, uncertain if his previous words had incited Westbrook's fervor. The intensity of the moment was overwhelming. Russell Westbrook, OKC, OKC, OKC. Accompanied by the DJ's fervent shout, the crowd ignited once more. Oh, this basket underscored Westbrook's significant progress. He leapt higher and moved faster than ever before. Kenny Smith pounded the table, exclaiming in excitement. Meanwhile, Westbrook energetically pounded his chest towards the fans and the cameras of the baseline. Rookie, I am the leader, Westbrook bellowed at ChueDing, responding to his earlier remarks. ChueDing remained silent, gradually dribbling the ball across half-court. At that moment, Roy, resting on the bench with a towel draped over his head, sensed that ChueDing was encountering difficulties on the court. If the team continued to play in this manner, they would surely find themselves at a disadvantage. Roy just learned that Miller would not be returning for this match. He fervently wished to step up and assist the team during this critical juncture in their defense, as he could clearly see that ChueDing was struggling. However, his body cautioned him against such actions. A dull ache lingered in his knee, a remnant of last season's injury that had not fully healed. Chapter 38. The mind is a valuable asset. No matter how much Roy longed to aid ChueDing from the sidelines, in this particular moment, he was not the protagonist on a basketball court. This predicament was one that ChueDing would have to navigate alone. McMillan was aware of the situation as well, but he found himself powerless. He could not afford to take risks. Roy's playing time had to be meticulously regulated, for his body could not endure further injury. Facing Westbrook's relentless defense once again, ChueDing felt truly uncomfortable. Westbrook's defense is ferocious, even when ChueDing's mind is calm. It's not just the rookie ChueDing. Even many all-star guards would find themselves thoroughly challenged by the physically imposing Westbrook. However, ChueDing is distinct from other guards. He possesses a profound understanding of Westbrook's style. At the top of the arc, ChueDing executed a series of deft crossovers, skillfully dribbling the ball as he sought the perfect rhythm to penetrate the defense. Before him, Westbrook maintained a remarkably low center of gravity, remaining utterly unfazed by ChueDing's movements, as if the latter's feints were rendered inconsequential in the presence of such formidable opposition. ChueDing did not find a favorable opportunity. ChueDing raised his hand to signal his teammates for cover. Center Polzabila promptly stepped forward. Westbrook, aware of the impending shield, attempted to maneuver around Polzabila's physique. Yet he was unsuccessful. ChueDing executed a swift maneuver to the right, utilizing a shield of protection to evade Westbrook. Yet, Westbrook remained relentless, shadowing him closely in an attempt to snatch the ball from behind. Nevertheless, ChueDing's continuous alterations in rhythm ensured that the basketball remained firmly under his control at all times. ChueDing deftly evaded Westbrook's interception. As Westbrook adjusted his rhythm in pursuit of ChueDing, he closed the distance once more. ChueDing, with his physical advantage, relentlessly pressed against Westbrook as he attacked the interior. Westbrook, robust and formidable, furrowed his brow as ChueDing gritted his teeth and continued his assault. The impact reverberated as Westbrook realized that this rookie's strength surpassed his expectations. However, defeating Westbrook was not his ultimate goal. Rather, he aimed to compel Westbrook into a one-on-one confrontation. ChueDing sensed that Westbrook was becoming overly fixated, refusing to switch his defensive assignment and persistently shadowing him. While Westbrook remained steadfast, his teammates remained unaware of the situation. Consequently, ChueDing found himself double-teamed. This double team indicated that there were open opportunities on his side, and he remained composed. At that moment, Fernandez was making desperate cuts toward the basket, while Porzabilia pulled Corzine outward. The interior of the Thunder was left exposed. ChueDing stood one step away from the free throw line, his gaze directed to the right. He feigned a pass to that side, but with a sudden burst of strength, he propelled the ball into the air towards the left. This was an extraordinary no-look pass, infused with the art of deception. Inside the paint, Collison found himself unable to retreat. Meanwhile, Fernandez surged into the lane, soaring to catch ChueDing's pass at its zenith with one hand. With forceful precision, he avoided the backboard with his head and unleashed a thunderous slam. Fernandez executed a spectacular alley-oop dunk, a quintessential display of synergy between the two bench players. The two elite leapers executed a breathtaking collaboration, leading to a score of 32-30. Witnessing this remarkable play, Westbrook regarded ChueDing with an even more lethal intensity. He refrained from hurling any trash talk about ChueDing's passing, for both players were point guards, and passing was the essence of their craft. ChueDing contributed significantly to the team by providing assists. However, the exuberantly confident Westbrook is determined to score himself in order to help the team gain an advantage. My goodness, ChueDing's passing is exceptionally skillful. How impressive. I was completely deceived by him. The Trail Blazers' offense flows seamlessly. Fans are fervently discussing this remarkable pass in the thread. Shweh, that was excellent. I received the ball comfortably in that position, Fernandez remarked as he high-fived ChueDing. Your cuts are quite impressive as well. Let us see more of that. After ChueDing delivered this assist, he realized that passing the ball was not as challenging as he had once imagined. As long as he maintained a relaxed mindset, paid attention to the positions of his teammates, and remembered their familiar areas and capabilities, passing seemed to become a straightforward task. The Thunder launched their offense, just as ChueDing had anticipated. ChueDing's defensive movements were quite pronounced, allowing Westbrook an ample opportunity to shoot. Consequently, Westbrook refrained from passing the ball entirely. The Thunder's offensive positioning came to a standstill, and even his teammates, who had been running, ceased their movements. Westbrook dismissed the pick and roll entirely. On this occasion, Westbrook executed a direct change of direction at the arc, skillfully alternating his rhythm, sidestepping to find an opening, and penetrating past ChueDing. It was still Porzabilia in the paint. After being bypassed, ChueDing remained vigilant for Westbrook's final layup attempt, disregarding any other shooting options. True to form, Westbrook charged straight for the basket. With pressure from both sides, as he ascended into the air, Westbrook attempted to conclude the offensive play with a bank shot. But with a resounding slap, ChueDing, who had anticipated Westbrook's layup, delivered a thunderous block. Oh, what a remarkable play. Spectators on the Trail Blazers bench erupted in applause, raising their arms in celebration of the impressive rejection. Following the block, ChueDing swiftly pivoted and sprinted towards the Thunder's frontcourt. He had observed that Fernandez was nearest to the ball, confident that the rebound would belong to his side. Indeed, as ChueDing reached midcourt, Fernandez seized the rebound and launched it forward. ChueDing leaped high to catch the ball. With a thunderous sound, he accelerated forward, charging ahead. The defensive line of the Thunder has already collapsed. ChueDing accelerated past Seferosa. Upon reaching the three-point line, the Thunder's half of the court was completely deserted. There was no hesitation. As ChueDing stepped beyond the three-point line, he immediately launched himself into motion. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Traveling? That notion is non-existent. ChueDing's movements are fluid and seamless. The NBA remained silent. Soaring high, slam dunk, with an extreme bend and his head nearly level with the rim. A thunderous dunk. The score stands at 34-30. The familiar aesthetic of brutal beauty graces the fourth center. Yet this time, it is not the player clad in the number 0 jersey from OKC, but rather the one adorned in the number 1 jersey from the Trail Blazers. Upon landing, ChueDing forcefully pushed off the ground, each step punctuated with a stomp. Boom! Wow! ChueDing roared at the camera. My God, yet another ferocious defender. The crowd gasped in astonishment at a dunk more terrifying than Russell's. The journalists and spectators beneath the basket were left utterly bewildered. After witnessing ChueDing slam, I too felt the urge to dunk. Damn it, to hell with my basketball dreams. Brother Ding's dunk was not something just anyone could achieve. Fans erupted in applause. Meanwhile, Westbrook's forehead glistened with sweat as he gasped for breath, experiencing for the first time the sensation of being dominated by a fellow player of his caliber. Damn! Westbrook clenched his teeth defiantly. Following that play, a rivalry ignited between him and ChueDing. The Thunder's next possessions were all about Westbrook's isolation plays. However, ChueDing was well prepared, executing relentless and provocative defense against him. Westbrook's 4 consecutive personal attempts were thwarted by the collective efforts of the Trailblazers. Beside them, Harden watched Westbrook in silence. Having been on the court for 3 minutes without attempting a single shot, on the offensive side for the Blazers, ChueDing continuously attracted double teams, dishing out assist after assist. The Blazers swiftly widened the lead to 42-32. As the second units of both teams entered the fray, the Blazers unleashed a devastating 12-2 run against the Thunder. Coach Brooks, in despair, called for a timeout. At that moment, the Ford Center fell into a hushed silence. The home crowd sensed the impending trouble, while Westbrook remained stubbornly at odds with ChueDing. ChueDing descended the court with an air of nonchalance. His mature mindset, cultivated through 2 lifetimes, conferred upon him a significant advantage when faced with peers of similar talent. The brain is a remarkable asset, yet not everyone possesses it. In Chapter 39, The Return of the Emperor, within a brief span of 3 minutes, ChueDing's second unit swiftly widened the score gap on the opponent's turf. A 10-point lead. This was the answer ChueDing provided. As the game progressed, he had already accumulated 5 assists, particularly notable for his consecutive breakthroughs that punished Westbrook's stubbornness. Even the fans at the Fiserv Forum recognized that ChueDing's basketball IQ surpassed that of Westbrook. The formidable guard from the opposing Trailblazers undoubtedly could dunk when the opportunity arose, yet he also knew when to distribute the ball, unlike his counterpart Russell, who often appeared bewildered. Upon returning to the bench, despite having secured a scoring advantage, ChueDing showed no signs of complacency. ChueDing is acutely aware that Westbrook is not easily subdued. He will soon regain his composure. Westbrook's tenacity possesses both virtues and vices. At present, it is manifesting its darker aspect. However, when his more favorable qualities emerge, it will present a formidable challenge for the Trailblazers. After a year of honing his skills on the professional court, Westbrook is unlikely to be significantly outmatched by ChueDing. Furthermore, Westbrook's defensive prowess can indeed render ChueDing breathless. Fortunately, basketball is a sport that thrives on teamwork. ChueDing is accompanied by many formidable teammates. The long timeout was called by the Thunder, and after hearing the strategy, ChueDing followed Odin in admiring the graceful movements of the cheerleaders. Odin, being an experienced individual, feigned a mentor role, imparting wisdom to ChueDing about the allure of women. He often urged ChueDing to venture into nightclubs to meet women. Yet ChueDing consistently declined, leading Odin to believe he lacked the courage. However, in this lifetime, ChueDing remains a virgin. In his previous life, however, he was not, having had the experience of dating 4 or 5 girlfriends. ChueDing simply harbors a preference against the American flavor of women. The two engage in a spirited exchange, boasting about their respective tastes, while offering their opinions on the physiques of the cheerleading beauties. Corgi butt, peach butt, pumpkin butt. ChueDing felt that his aesthetic sensibilities had been influenced since becoming friends with Deng Ge. Ah, Shue, there are a few Asian female exchange students who are keen to get to know you. I will organize a party. Will you attend? After a brief conversation, Odin extended the party invitation to ChueDing. Greg, you should go, but I'll pass, ChueDing replied, understanding Odin's intentions, which might involve arranging opportunities for him with some illicit substances. However, he remained wary, keeping Dong Ji's case in mind. ChueDing's wealth exceeds 10 million, and his fortune is even more captivating than his appearance. I knew that those beautiful female fans would be disheartened, yet regrettably, they do not hold any affection for me. Odin sighed, expressing that if ChueDing were joined, he could also partake in the festivities. However, his visage is truly not favored by Asian women. I shall find time to console them later, he chuckled. Following the splendid performances of the beauties, the Thunder began to make substitutions. Durant returned to the court with the starting lineup, excluding Westbrook, who was taken off by Brooks to regain his composure. The primary ball handler for the Thunder shifted to Harden. On the other side, the Trailblazers. ChueDing and Fernandez remained on the court, joined by Roy, Ade, and Odin. The Thunder's fast break defense was formidable. and with Miller absent, the Trailblazers resorted to employing 3 guards to counter. Both teams were now engaging in battle with mixed lineups. On offense, without Westbrook, the Thunder altered their strategy, moving away from their previous fixation on isolation plays. Harden, having faced considerable frustration in earlier matches due to Westbrook's dominance over ball control, found himself starved of opportunities. Following a timeout, during their first offensive play, Harden executed a pick-and-roll with Ibaka. Utilizing the screen, he maneuvered past ChueDing and, from a free-throw line, delivered a bounce pass to Durant beyond the three-point arc. Durant, upon receiving the ball, launched himself forward with a powerful stride, aiming to dunk. However, Odin thwarted him with a resounding block. As Durant scrambled for the ball, he turned and attempted a fadeaway shot, but Odin again rejected his effort with a volleyball-style swat. Roaring in a cathartic display, Odin's exclamation reminded the fans that this player had once been drafted ahead of Durant. "Greg, that block was spectacular." ChueDing approached to high-five and embrace Odin, fully aware of the pent-up frustrations that Odin had unleashed with that emphatic block. "Oh my, the Emperor Odin has returned," delivering consecutive rejections to Durant. What a magnificent display of power. The Trailblazers fans were electrified by the spectacle. In 2007, Odin's prodigious talent sent waves of excitement throughout America, standing at a height of 2.13 meters with a wingspan of 2.24 meters. He could reach an astonishing 2.84 meters while standing, and his vertical leap was an impressive 0.81 meters from a standstill and 0.86 meters with a running start. He traversed the paint in a mere 11.67 seconds, and his three-quarter sprint was clocked at just 3.27 seconds. As a towering figure, Odin possessed not only height and length, but also the remarkable ability to leap and move with agility that rivaled that of shorter players. Odin was often compared to Georgetown University's Patrick Ewing and Houston University's Hakeem Olajuwon. Many experts deemed him the hope for American centers, envisioning him as a fusion of Shaquille O'Neal, Tim Duncan, and Bill Russell. Endowed with the dominating presence of O'Neal and the defensive prowess akin to that of Duncan and Russell. However, fate dealt a cruel hand. Since 2006, Odin has endured a series of injuries, including wrist fractures, minimally invasive surgeries, ankle sprains, a fractured kneecap, and torn ligaments in his left arm. The phrase injury-prone could scarcely encapsulate the torment these setbacks have inflicted upon him. As the new season dawns, Odin has finally recovered from his injuries. Fans have long awaited this moment. Meanwhile, Durant, nursing his knee and gritting his teeth, remained silent, finding that guarding the paint was not as effortless as he had envisioned. The Thunder continued with a sideline inbounds play. Harden attempted a series of step-back moves, but failed to shake off ChueDing's tenacious defense. A three-point shot went awry, and Odin secured the rebound. At this juncture, Harden had yet to display his current formidable offensive prowess. Thus, it was not particularly challenging for ChueDing to contain him. Caught up in the excitement, Odin momentarily forgot to assist ChueDing in securing his position. Though Roy was present on the court, he showed no inclination to contest ChueDing for control of the ball. ChueDing maneuvers the ball past his opponent. He signals for an interior offensive strategy. Aldridge possesses a significant advantage over Jeff Green in the paint. ChueDing passed the ball to the corner where Roy awaited. Roy lofted a pass towards the left side of the free throw line for Aldridge. Aldridge skillfully received the ball and initiated a back-to-the-basket maneuver against Jeff Green. Although Aldridge is yet to reach all-star caliber, he averages 18 points per game this season and epitomizes a true power forward. Going up against Green, who is primarily a small forward but occasionally plays the four, was rather effortless for him. Aldridge's offensive prowess in the paint is undeniably elite, and he has always been adept at exploiting mismatches. He pushed Green to just outside the 3-second area, making quick foot adjustments before the double team from Harden arrived. With a graceful pivot and a fadeaway shot, he executed a highly challenging basket with impeccable rhythm and technique. Despite Green's significant interference, Aldridge's height and wingspan rendered him unbothered by any potential block. The soaring basketball arced perfectly toward the hoop. Swish, 44-32. After a rather understated first quarter, Aldridge seized the moment as the second quarter commenced. The timeout proved ineffective, and Brooks furrowed his brows from the sidelines. Meanwhile, ChueDing observed Aldridge's play with envy, marveling at the brilliance of his fadeaway and back-to-the-basket skills, lamenting his own inability to replicate such finesse. ChueDing believes that his next skill to develop must be post-play, as he finds himself mismatched against nearly all point guards. He should learn post moves from players like Aldridge and Roy. ChueDing felt that his offensive techniques were rather simplistic, and it was high time to diversify them. Chapter 40, Winning the Match. Thunder's offense. Durant refrained from passing the ball to Harden this time. Instead, he embarked on a solo dribble along the baseline. Offense. Offense. Let's go. The home crowd rallied their support with fervent cheers for the Thunder. This season, it seemed that the Thunder had finally begun to show some promise. How could they possibly afford to lose the game so easily again? Westbrook, on the sidelines, felt anxious. Yet he recognized his missteps and refrained from pleading with the coach to let him back on the court. The Trail Blazers had exploited a mismatch, and now the Thunder were poised to do the same. Mismatches are always relative. Faced with Roy's defense, Durant called for a screen. Switch. Fernandez found himself matched up against Durant. XueDing was acutely aware that Durant would undoubtedly take the shot, and there was no need to fret over his passing. However, he dared not underestimate Harden's three-point prowess. Now was not the time to commit to double teaming. Currently, Durant exhibited a somewhat elusive style of play. Ever since Brooks transitioned him from shooting guard to small forward, he thrived effortlessly on the court. Swift players lacked his height, and taller opponents could not match his speed, leading to mismatches against any defender. Following a simple screen, Durant effortlessly unleashed an unanswerable mid-range jumper from the free throw line. Swish. The score now stood at 44-34. The Thunder had finally halted the bleeding with a crucial basket. Oh. At XueDing's urging, Odin prepared to inbound the ball swiftly. XueDing made a sudden dash. While everyone was still marveling at Durant's mid-range shot, XueDing charged past Harden and Ibaka's defense at the half-court, leaping gracefully to evade Green and executing a delicate layup. The score stood at 46-34. Westbrook, observing from the sidelines, was left astonished, thinking that the defensive effort was akin to that of a practice match. XueDing has maximized his speed advantage to an extraordinary degree, leaving the fans in awe. Following this offensive surge, the role players of the Thunder began to find their rhythm, regaining their shooting touch. On the other hand, the Trail Blazers, under the orchestrations of XueDing and Roy, executed their attacks with remarkable efficiency, demonstrating that Miller's absence did not significantly hinder their offensive capabilities. Coach McMillan expressed immense satisfaction with XueDing's performance on the court. Having adapted to the NBA's tempo, XueDing appears to have discerned when to attack and when to facilitate his teammates' scoring opportunities. McMillan believes that this rookie possesses far greater potential than his counterpart Westbrook. He is talented, intelligent, and undoubtedly a budding superstar. If Roy and Odin can remain unscathed by injuries, the team could genuinely contend for the championship this season. At halftime, the score stood at 60-51, with the Trail Blazers entering the locker room with a 9-point lead. In the first half, XueDing recorded a comprehensive stat line of 10 points, 5 rebounds, and 7 assists, holding his own against Westbrook. His gameplay was astute, and among the Trail Blazers, he was the standout performer. XueDing's first-half display was nothing short of MVP-worthy. One wonders if he might pursue an average triple-double this season. Achieving a triple-double in a rookie season would be an extraordinary feat, a historical first. Zhang Weiping and Su Jiqing transformed into fervent supporters of Xue, embodying the spirit of bold aspirations. They felt no sense of excess in their enthusiasm. The atmosphere in the Thunder's locker room was quite somber. Westbrook approached Coach Brooks, stating, "Coach, let me play." Brooks adjusted his glasses and replied, "Do you understand why I benched you in the second quarter?" "Yes, I do." "All right. You'll start in the third quarter." "Good." Westbrook's demeanor indicated to Brooks that he had regained his composure. As the second half commenced, true to Westbrook's request, he was dispatched as a starter. By then, Westbrook had regained his calm. A composed Westbrook is a formidable force. As expected, the second half began with Westbrook launching into a personal scoring spree. His points were a product of teamwork, featuring 2 three-pointers, a three-point play, and a fast-break layup, resulting in a staggering 11-0 run against the Trail Blazers. XueDing was utterly overwhelmed on the court. His lackluster defense afforded Westbrook ample shooting space, and Westbrook, without hesitation, seized the opportunity to take his shots, successfully sinking them. XueDing's defensive maneuver left his teammates momentarily bewildered, causing a lapse in positioning that allowed Westbrook to capitalize on multiple opportunities. Consequently, the score was reversed. In a desperate measure, Coach McMillan substituted XueDing. Roy stepped into the point guard position. The nature of NBA games is ever-changing. The advantage you painstakingly secured can be eroded in the blink of an eye. XueDing, draped in a towel, took his seat on the sidelines once more. Westbrook had imparted a valuable lesson, prompting deep reflection within him. Despite Westbrook's mere 22 three-point shooting accuracy, he remained a player not to be underestimated. XueDing recognized his oversight. After all, that individual was destined to become a future superstar. Once Roy regained possession of the ball, he executed several remarkable plays, skillfully scoring through one-on-one confrontations. Roy propelled the Trailblazers to reclaim their lead. Although XueDing sat on the sidelines, once he regained his composure, he did not appear dispirited. Instead, he began to learn from Roy's rhythm. A true superstar is not defined merely by scoring 40 or 50 points in a single game, nor by tallying up rebounds or assists. A genuine star possesses the ability to seize control of the game at critical moments, altering its course in their own distinctive manner, thus becoming the dominator of the match. Currently, Roy exemplifies such a superstar for the Trailblazers, reigning supreme in pivotal moments. Even Durant, in comparison to the present Roy, falls short in critical situations. XueDing, having been substituted out, did not play in the third quarter. Roy's timely explosion of performance allowed the Trailblazers to maintain their lead. With a score of 82-75, the Blazers entered the fourth quarter ahead by 7 points. As the final quarter commenced, XueDing re-entered the game while Roy took a breather. This was once again XueDing's moment. The Blazers, relying on XueDing's audacious three-point attempts, broke their scoring drought early in the final period. Although the overall offensive efficiency was mediocre thereafter, XueDing consistently secured offensive rebounds and effectively contained Harden on the defensive end. The Thunder attempted to initiate a pick-and-roll with Harden and Ibaka right from the start, hoping to narrow the gap. Harden's long-range three-pointer and Ibaka's putback led the Thunder to a 5-0 run, which proved quite effective. Following this, Coach McMillan called a strategic timeout, opting not to substitute but to maintain his faith in XueDing. Upon returning from the break, the Blazers, bolstered by XueDing's relentless drives to the basket, steadied the situation, while the Thunder continued to chase the score with 2 three-pointers from Harden. Nonetheless, the Blazers' lead was sufficient to withstand a few errors. With XueDing's breakthrough, followed by an assist to Batum for a three-pointer, the Blazers regained control. Subsequently, the Thunder struggled to create further threats as time dwindled. Ultimately, the Trailblazers triumphed over the Thunder with a decisive score of 115-101, avoiding a consecutive defeat and improving their record to 4 wins and 1 loss. Roy recorded 23 points, 8 rebounds, 3 steals, 5 assists, and 2 blocks. Aldridge contributed 20 points and 11 rebounds. Oden added 16 points and 6 rebounds. While XueDing achieved a triple-double with 14 points, 11 assists, 10 rebounds, and 2 steals. Durant scored 36 points with 9 rebounds. Westbrook tallied 21 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists for steals, and 6 turnovers. Ibaka had 11 points and 12 rebounds, and Harden finished with 10 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists. Chapter 41. The scheme of division. At the moment the referee finally blew the whistle, XueDing's tense muscles and nerves relaxed instantly. He took deep breaths as his heart raced steadily. Competing in speed and physicality against Westbrook was an experience of unique intensity. However, seeing Westbrook panting heavily, his eyes revealing a fierce unwillingness to accept defeat, brought XueDing some comfort. At least his team had emerged victorious in this contest. Throughout the game, the impact of Westbrook's physicality was nothing short of formidable. XueDing has come to a profound understanding of why other point guards, after matching up against him, tend to loosen their muscles on the court. His mere presence instills a sense of inherent insecurity in his opponents. Both he and Westbrook possess an unmistakable talent that is palpable to the naked eye, even among NBA players. Encountering a rival like XueDing or Westbrook truly feels like a nightmare. Meanwhile, Westbrook, observing the reporters and staff rushing onto the court, departed alongside him at Durant's behest. "Xue, well done," Roy exclaimed, promptly fist-bumping XueDing. The unexpected injury to Miller today was unforeseen by anyone. XueDing logged an impressive 38 minutes on the court, effectively compensating for Miller's responsibilities. "Playing for such an extended duration is commendable," Oden remarked, somewhat enviously, as he himself could only manage approximately 20 minutes in each game. After responding to his teammates, XueDing glanced at the Thunder's trio, making their way to the locker room. The future of these 3 individuals is undeniably remarkable. In the past, he could only look up to them, but now he must learn to surpass them, for he is formidable in his own right. Is this year's Thunder a weak team? Clearly not. XueDing vividly recalls the 2009-10 season when the Oklahoma City Thunder achieved an impressive regular season record of 49 wins and 33 losses. A remarkable leap from the previous year's dismal 23 wins and 59 losses, marking the franchise's inaugural entry into the playoffs. under the astute guidance of coach Scott Brooks. This youthful squad displayed an electrifying and highly entertaining style of play. With the exception of the center position, nearly every role on the team represented the future promise of the league. Leading the charge was Kevin Durant, who, with an average of 31 points per game, surpassed LeBron James to claim the scoring title. Russell Westbrook rapidly ascended to become one of the league's most sought-after young point guards, while Jeff Green evolved into a versatile power forward. Thabo Sefolosha emerged as the Thunder's defensive stalwart, and rookie James Harden made significant contributions from the bench, complemented by the acquisition of Eric Maynor from the Utah Jazz, who proved to be a valuable asset at the point guard position. With an average age below 24, this dynamic lineup propelled the Thunder's offense and defense into the elite ranks of the league, ultimately securing the 8th seed in the Western Conference. In the playoffs, the Thunder faced the top-seeded Los Angeles Lakers. Despite the Lakers' formidable roster, their average age skewed older, particularly at the point guard position where the aging Derek Fisher was unable to contain Westbrook's aggressive play. The Thunder adeptly capitalized on their players' height and athleticism, establishing an effective defensive scheme with Durant, Sefolosha, and Green to counter the Lakers' cornerstone player, Kobe Bryant, and their dominant Twin Towers. Conversely, the Lakers boasted the advantages of sheer height in the paint and a wealth of playoff experience, with Ron Artest effectively limiting Durant's impact through his defensive prowess. Ultimately, after a fierce 6-game battle, the youthful Thunder bowed out to the reigning champions due to their relative lack of playoff experience. This showdown also served as a wake-up call for the peak version of Kobe, as the Thunder began their transformation into a formidable force in the Western Conference. ChueDing is acutely aware of the immense potential harbored by the Thunder. If the Trail Blazers draft can be classified as an S-level achievement, then the Thunder's drafting prowess is undeniably at an SSS level. Durant, Westbrook, and Harden, these three individuals are destined to become MVP-level players. An MVP is synonymous with a superstar. Selecting 3 future superstars in 3 consecutive years, all of whom are bound for the Hall of Fame, is an unprecedented feat in NBA history. This clearly underscores the Thunder's exceptional drafting capability. However, it is important to note that while their drafting is remarkable, their operational strategies leave much to be desired. The absence of a championship, alongside the departures of Harden and Durant, speaks volumes. At the post-game press conference, when reporters anticipated that ChueDing might chastise Harden or Westbrook, he instead responded with remarkable humility, stating, "Russell and LeBron are both outstanding players, and I am honored to compete against them." Today's victory was solely due to the extraordinary performance of our entire team. The Thunder possesses great strength, and I believe that future encounters with them will be increasingly challenging. Westbrook's speed is astonishing. While not exerting every ounce of effort to keep up, I would struggle to react in time. I am not particularly eager to face such a competitor, as he is the leader of the Thunder. Harden is also exceptionally unique. His physicality is formidable, and he possesses both shooting and driving capabilities. I have contemplated numerous strategies to defend against him. Durant is indeed a conundrum. He is an exceptionally efficient scorer. ChueDing's commendation of San Shao was tinged with a hint of cunning, as he praised Westbrook as a leader while merely labeling Durant as a scorer. Roy candidly remarked on Durant's exceptional scoring prowess, yet acknowledged that Westbrook was the persistent source of their troubles. Fortunately, they had Shue on their side. Their intention was to play at a fast pace, and with Shue on the court, there was no alternative. If Shue passed the ball to you in an open position and you failed to take the shot, he would undoubtedly be displeased. Under ChueDing's suggestion, Roy also took a shot, a calculated maneuver. There was a unanimous consensus that the Thunder's ace was Westbrook, while Durant played the role of a mere foot soldier. Odin expressed to the reporters, "In this match, Shue was our MVP. Throughout the game, we often witnessed his fervent desire for victory and the intensity with which he played. It seemed as though he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of talent. We all placed our trust in him and willingly allowed him to orchestrate the team's offense, so his triple-double was hardly surprising. Without a doubt, he is the strongest rookie of the year. My teammates are exceptional." After the match, ChueDing attributed all the accolades to his teammates. Even when reporters inquired about his feelings upon achieving another triple-double, he merely brushed the question aside. ChueDing understands that the ultimate success of a team hinges on the cohesiveness of its roster and the degree to which its members have developed synergy. Particularly in teams brimming with youthful talent, almost every individual craves recognition and a share of the ball. It is only when all members are willing to make sacrifices for one another that they can truly harmonize. thus accelerating their collective growth and enabling them to showcase their unique style of play more swiftly throughout the season. Currently, the Trailblazers are experiencing rapid cohesion and boast a formidable lineup. XueDing's focus must be on fulfilling his responsibilities diligently. With Miller sidelined due to injury, it becomes crucial for XueDing to shoulder the responsibilities of orchestrating the offense and leading the second unit. Chapter 42. Meeting the fans? The Thunder's ascent has been remarkably swift, and as fellow contenders in the Western Conference, XueDing finds it advantageous to create some challenges for them. The rivalry between Durant and Westbrook is one that he hopes will ignite sooner rather than later. After completing this away game, the entire Trailblazers team returned to Portland, where they're set to play 2 consecutive home games. Following their victory in this match, their record improved to 4 wins and 1 loss, placing them second in the Western Conference, while the Los Angeles Lakers lead with a 5-game winning streak. In Hongdae, Yiya is currently on set, seated in the makeup room as she awaits the stylist to work on her look. She is not the most prominent star in the production, and her schedule is not overly packed. With an apple in her left hand and her phone in her right, she is engrossed in a message from XueDing. The fans' commentary and discussions are quite thoughtful, touching on many points that resonate with her own hesitations during filming. Is he a drama student? It seems unlikely. For the first time, Yiya finds herself genuinely intrigued by a fan, noting their dedication and keen observational skills. After reading the private message, she refrains from replying immediately, taking a moment to contemplate. Aside from the television series, this fan never bombards her with questions or requests for autographs, and his replies always come in the dead of night. He must be in the United States. What does he do? Turning to her agent, Li Jia, she inquires, "Hey, Li Jia, have you ever been to Portland, USA?" Li Jia, a well-respected agent in the industry with past experience in high-level positions within entertainment companies, travels frequently around the globe. Yiya enjoys a close relationship with her, given their similar ages, and they occasionally engage in conversation. "Yes, I have. Why do you ask?" Li Jia responds, "I was just curious. What kind of city is it? I've heard it's quite nice." Yaya continued to inquire. Although Sisterly was curious about why Yaya suddenly posed this question today, she remained professional in providing her artist with the information she possessed. If you ever visit the United States, you simply must go to Portland. It has been repeatedly recognized as one of the most livable cities in the nation. This city is not only the only place in America that wafts with the fragrance of roses, but also boasts countless verdant neighborhoods, fresh organic farmers markets, food trucks, and internationally renowned baristas along with their establishments. It is utterly enchanting. Many Americans, I know, have chosen to raise their children there. The most romantic aspect is its nickname, the City of Roses, where roses bloom abundantly throughout the city. There's a saying that perfectly encapsulates Portland. Many wish to visit, yet few wish to depart. Sisterly evidently held a favorable impression of Portland, and Yaya's inquiry stirred her memories. Wow, it truly sounds romantic. No woman would refuse such romance. The sight of roses blooming everywhere seemed to captivate Yaya's imagination as well. Indeed, if you had a boyfriend, you could explore together, haha. Sisterly was aware that Yaya was still single. Not all. I'll go by myself in the future. That won't do. Is there any further development with that male star you've been rumored to be involved with? No. I've already said I'm not interested in him and haven't thought much about it. Yaya felt somewhat helpless. It seemed that whenever a television show aired, the production team would release some rumors about her to stir up excitement. It had become a part of her profession to generate buzz, yet she was unable to respond. Well then, when you do find a boyfriend, you must tell Sister Lee at the earliest opportunity. Yes, absolutely. Don't worry, Sister Lee. Sister Lee ceased her inquiries into Yaya's romantic life, knowing that Yaya was not fond of the topic. Although Yaya appeared cheerful and carefree, she was sensitive at heart, somewhat insecure, and lacked confidence in marriage. She had once expressed a desire to find an ordinary person to start a family with. After a while, Sister Lee busied herself and eventually stepped out. Are there truly that many roses in Portland? Yaya did not reply to the private message about the television drama's plot, but instead responded to XueDing with this remark. She was not inclined to discuss such matters today. It was getting rather late to return to Portland. XueDing habitually opened his computer and noticed that Yiya had just replied. Although her response did not pertain to the discussion of the television drama, he found himself somewhat bewilderedly replying, "Indeed, there are many roses near my apartment, but their fragrance is overwhelming, and the bees are quite bothersome, frequently disturbing me. Moreover, there are often couples taking wedding photos amidst those roses, and they incessantly block my way, which is rather annoying." He chuckled. Such a romantic setting. And you describe it in this manner. Yiya smiled at XueDing's reply, thinking him somewhat lacking in romantic sensibility. I tend to prioritize practicality in life. Romance is not my forte. By the way, it's unusual for you to reply so promptly today. A man ought to possess some understanding of romance. Well, today I am on set, waiting to get my styling done, hence I have some time. After a period of interaction, Ia did not mind conversing with this fan she had been chatting with for a while. She found him to be quite cultured and engaging. Though it seemed he was busier than she was, only able to reply during this specific time frame and with rather sparse content. Ia had encountered fans who would send her private messages around the clock. She had attempted to respond to some, but those fans tended to reply fervently after just a single message, leaving her hesitant to engage further. Are you currently filming any dramas? Perhaps a time travel or palace intrigue series? ChueDing smoothly transitioned the conversation. Palace dramas are the future trend. I regret to disappoint you. There are no time travel or palace intrigue dramas in this production, Ia teased him. How unfortunate. This is not the genre I typically enjoy, ChueDing confessed, revealing his preference for palace dramas, relishing the intrigue of women vying for power within a single household. It's simply exhilarating. ChueDing's peculiar penchant must remain a closely guarded secret. It is undeniably an eyesore. A towering man, over 6 feet tall, indulging in palace intrigue dramas would surely raise eyebrows and provoke thoughts of psychological anomalies. One might wonder how a young man, such as yourself, could develop an affinity for such narratives. Even Ia perceives that he embodies the traits of a straightforward individual, his demeanor refreshingly candid. Indeed, the visual allure of palace dramas is compelling. During work, my colleagues exhibit a certain rigidity, and my disposition craves such diversions. Moreover, it is apparent that palace dramas enjoy widespread acclaim among audiences nationwide. Do you not agree? ChueDing concocted a rather feeble rationale, asserting that he is merely one among many who appreciate them. Well, I shall certainly take your opinion into account when selecting scripts in the future, perhaps examining palace drama narratives more closely. Have I finally persuaded you? ChueDing felt a swell of pride. Indeed. When you ascend to stardom, do not forget to express your gratitude to me, your devoted fan. My sole aspiration is to portray compelling characters and choose captivating stories. Fame shall follow naturally. Keep up the good work. That sentiment truly reflects your essence. His positivity radiated, and even through the screen, Ia felt uplifted. After a moment's contemplation, she mustered the courage to type. When you return to the country, I shall arrange tickets for a fan meeting. I'm curious to see what type of boys enjoy palace dramas. Ia did not delve deeper into the implications. Alas, that may prove difficult. I am uncertain when I shall return. When you come to America, I will host you, ensuring you are thoroughly entertained. ChueDing generously declared. Okay, there will be opportunities. Ia responded, realizing this fellow was perhaps busier than she, meeting one's idol or merely connecting with an online friend. For the first time, Ia found the notion amusing as it pertained to her. However, it seemed he did not regard her as a star, addressing her in a tone befitting that of a casual friend, thereby alleviating any pressure she felt. Would she indeed reach out to him upon her visit to America? Perhaps not. Chapter 43. Acquiring skills after concluding her conversation with Ia, ChueDing reclined back on his bed, mentally reciting, open the system. First, he examined his personal attributes. Name, ChueDing. Gender, male. Age, 20. Height, 196 centimeters. Wingspan, 211 centimeters. Hand size, 23 centimeters. Weight, 92 kilograms. Profession, NBA player for the Portland Trail Blazers. Salary, $980,000 per annum. Professional attributes, speed, 180. Strength, 145. Close range shooting, 136. Mid-range shooting, 160. Long-range shooting, 136. Dunking, 180. Passing, 184. Ball handling, 180. Defense, 163. Rebounding, 170. Blocking, 78. Overall rating, 164. Attributes increase when angered. Comprehensive evaluation of NBA stars. Be current talent. Russell Westbrook, rookie level 1, current skills. Dunking virtuoso, level 6. Precision shooter, level 1. Star points, 110 points. Although ChueDing appears rather rugged, his thoughts are remarkably intricate. Recently, he has devoted considerable time to studying the system, gradually gaining a comprehensive understanding of the origins and applications of various skills and star points. These system attributes become quite intuitive when divided by 2. For instance, his overall rating, when halved, now stands at 82, mirroring the ratings from earlier versions of 2K. If ChueDing aspires to surpass the prowess of his previous life's Westbrook, It is imperative that he amplifies and diversifies his skill sets. There exist two primary methodologies for acquiring and enhancing skills: the procurement of star points through purchase or training. The efficacy of training, however, is notably gradual, largely contingent upon one's innate talent, particularly in the realm of shooting, where progress is painstakingly slow. Star points can be amassed through three principal avenues: tasks, training, and competition data. Among these, training yields the fewest points, followed closely by tasks, while competition data offers the most substantial rewards. Curiously, the accumulation of competition data is heavily influenced by metrics such as the frequency of dunks and rebounds, with spectacular plays like alley-oops and blocks contributing significantly to star point earnings. In summary, a more aggressive style of play translates to greater star point acquisition. XueDing has aptly dubbed this phenomenon the brutality system, for it suggests that the more ferocious the gameplay, the more star points one garners, propelling him toward the path of a supernova even more formidable than Westbrook. With star points in hand, XueDing can procure skills and facilitate upgrades, thereby compensating for his shooting and other talents. Upon accessing the store, he discovers a plethora of available items. Star cards allow for the embodiment of various basketball luminaries, with prices varying according to the player's rating tiers. For instance, cards for players such as Curry, Westbrook, and Harden, all rated SS, require 100 points for single game usage. Generally, the price range for star cards fluctuates between 100 to 2,000 points, a steep cost for XueDing, considering that his current 110 star points are the fruits of 2 months of training and participation in 5 NBA regular season games. Rather than expend his resources on such transient items, he is far more inclined to enhance his abilities. Skills typically commence at a baseline of 50 points, while advanced skills initiate at 200 points, with prices ranging from 50 to 500 points, and only upon purchase do they evolve into level 1. XueDing expresses a desire to make a purchase. However, the current cost-effectiveness is lacking. As for the posture package, it includes shooting packs, layup packs, and dunk packs. Each type of posture can enhance its corresponding attribute by 5 points, but this enhancement can only be applied once and cannot be stacked. The price is quite reasonable, ranging from 10 to 50 points. This posture package allows one to transcend the limitations of Russell Westbrook style. In the equipment section, one can find tattoos, headbands, basketball shoes, knee pads, wristbands, and more. Each piece of equipment can raise attributes by 1 to 2 points, with prices varying between 10 and 100 points. This encapsulates the offerings of the store. XueDing's shooting form, layup technique, and dunking posture are all derived from the original template established by Russell Westbrook. In contemporary times, he has entirely abandoned his previous shooting style. As for Westbrook's various techniques, there is not much that can be altered. Both the layup and the dunk are inherently his strengths. Even in shooting, Westbrook stands out as one of the rare jump shooters in the league, showcasing remarkable prowess. Most players shoot while jumping, whereas Westbrook's approach involves an explosive leap to his apex before releasing the ball, rendering it quite captivating. Initially, XueDing was also taken aback by Westbrook's shooting form. Thus, XueDing's techniques for dunking, layups, and shooting are generally sound. During Westbrook's peak, his mid-range shooting was a significant means of scoring. However, after suffering multiple serious injuries, his jumping height has diminished, necessitating an adjustment in the angle of his shot, which has overall increased compared to the early stages of his career. This alteration has resulted in many shots hitting the front of the rim, particularly in the later stages, where the decline in explosiveness is more relevant than the shooting form itself. Nevertheless, Westbrook's shooting style is primarily suited for mid-range shots, when attempting shots from a distance. His accuracy tends to wane. XueDing directly purchased these 2 posture packs, thereby augmenting his options. His objective was to enhance his attributes by 5 points. System: equip these 2 posture packs immediately, he commanded. As soon as he uttered these words, his mind was flooded with intricate details of Martin's shooting technique and Carter's dunking style. XueDing suppressed his impulse to venture to the late-night training grounds to experiment with the effects. Martin's shooting posture was not particularly graceful. In fact, it was somewhat peculiar, yet undeniably effective. XueDing found himself incessantly replaying Martin's stance in his mind. Martin's posture exuded the seasoned demeanor of an old cowboy sheriff, with a casual hand resting at his waist, arms unextended, and eyes unwavering. He radiated an electric intensity that made life-and-death decisions appear instantaneous. The ball remained anchored at his waist, akin to a dagger and a revolver. The weapon, sheathed yet brimming with lethal intent, was poised to strike within the blink of an eye. The sheriff's duel was as swift as a flick of the wrist. One step forward, and Martin initiated a shot, a motion that seemed slow yet was anything but. As the ball drew near to his waist, he bent his knees, his toes momentarily leaving the ground. With the ball positioned before his face, he flicked his fingertips, releasing it with precision. At times, his shooting style resembled that of a half-extended curry, seizing the slightest opening and executing a swift maneuver to vanquish his opponent was Martin's signature approach. Overall, Martin's technique favored a rapid pace. His shooting form mirrored that of Lonzo Ball, characterized by an unconventional yet accurate release, reminiscent of a crooked submachine gun, unsightly perhaps, but undeniably effective. When ChesesDraft prepared to take a three-point shot, he adopted the stance of Kevin Martin, while for mid-range shots, he emulated Russell Westbrook's distinctive posture. As for Vince Carter's dunking style, ChesesDraft felt a pang of frustration, as many of those movements eluded his capabilities. The aesthetic of Carter's dunks differed vastly from his own fierce slams. Carter's dunks appeared deliberate, regardless of whether it was a windmill, a between-the-legs maneuver, or a 360-degree dunk. One could distinctly appreciate the grace of his execution, almost as if captured in slow motion. After experiencing it firsthand, ChesesDraft objectively stated that there is undoubtedly no other player in the NBA capable of executing such a slow-motion dunk in mid-air, not even the towering version of himself. Russell Westbrook, ChesesDraft's dunks are both swift and forceful, while Carter's are characterized by an elegance reminiscent of a graceful ballet in mid-air. ChesesDraft can only fully execute these movements after significantly enhancing his jumping attributes. In Chapter 44, he learns low-post techniques. Carter's posture reveals to ChesesDraft the potential for his own improvement. In future matches, ChesesDraft should not merely rely on his brutal axe moves. An elegant ferocity is equally impressive. Various aesthetically pleasing dunks can yield him another harvest of star points. After purchasing 2 style packs, ChesesDraft's attributes in close range, mid-range, and long-range shooting have each increased by 5. The cost-effectiveness is quite satisfactory. He has spent 60 points, leaving him with 50 remaining. Without hesitation, he invests this remaining 50 points to upgrade his sharpshooter from level 1 to level 2. Enhancing skills is no easy feat. ChesesDraft had been training his sharpshooter level 1 for quite some time, and this expenditure accelerates his progress. After boosting his shooting skills, ChesesDraft estimates that his mid-range shooting percentage will rise from 41 to approximately 45, slightly above the average for guards. His three-point shooting percentage should also approach 30, certainly exceeding 22. All of this will be validated in the upcoming matches. After spending all his star points, ChesesDraft accessed the task board to claim his daily assignments. Achieving a triple-double in a single game will reward him with 3 star points. ChesesDraft had previously earned an additional 12 star points from this task, which proved to be quite lucrative. This was certainly not mere luck. The following morning, upon rising, he prepared a traditional Chinese breakfast, enjoying it while perusing the news. ChesesDraft once again secured a triple-double, leading his team to victory. ChesesDraft wore a faint smile, for he had seized control of the entire situation. Shall he stand alongside Jordan or surpass him? The rookie has once again emerged as the pivotal key to victory, rising to the occasion and living up to the expectations. Kobe remarked, "ChesesDraft is another LeBron James. The second coming of James. In this era, if a player is modeled after LeBron, it speaks volumes about his versatility and physical prowess. Conversely, if a player is modeled after Kobe, it signifies his uniqueness and exceptional skill." ChesesDraft is acutely aware that his archetype is the divine turtle, the illustrious turtle brother. However, this remains unbeknownst to the outside world. Presently, Turtle Brother is merely a second-grade Iron King, possessing some degree of fame, yet still overshadowed by ChesesDraft's own renown. Within ChesesDraft's comprehensive alliance, there exists only one individual who can be considered his equal, and that is LeBron James. ChesesDraft gazed at the news, his expression darkening. To be compared to Jordan is utterly excessive. This is nothing but flattery that leads to downfall. The more he stared, the more his face clouded with anger. How infuriating! I am certainly not the second coming of James. ChesesDraft gazed at the news, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him, both on the verge of tears and laughter. His expression shifted like the fleeting clouds. If the fans from his past life were to discover his astonishing prowess, crowned with the moniker James II, they would surely be in stitches. As he observed the ever-increasing comments flooding the news, he promptly shut off his phone, choosing to shield his heart from further agitation. In any case, until he carves out his own legendary reputation, The comparison to the James template is inescapable. To think that he himself has become a template for others. In the training facility, he called out to the towering player, "I wish to master the back-to-the-basket position. Please guide me." Haha, Xue. Perhaps you should first refine your shooting skills. Moreover, my expertise lies in the low-post back-to-the-basket technique, which may not suit your style as a guard. You should seek advice from Brandon instead. When ChueDing approached Ade to learn his back-to-the-basket scoring methods, Ade redirected him to Roy. Hearing Ade's words, Xue turned his gaze towards Roy. "Xue, before you learn to back down, you must first master the fadeaway. Your shooting accuracy is too low. If opponents allow you a mid-range shot, employing back-to-the-basket moves would be less effective than driving straight in for a score. It's all right. Begin by teaching me the theoretical aspects of the technique. I'm also practicing my shooting. Until I have absolute confidence, I will refrain from using back-to-the-basket techniques during games." ChueDing intended to astonish them at the opportune moment, for the significance of shooting accuracy only reveals itself during an actual match. Any discussion of it is futile. Indeed, you must intensify your shooting practice. As your playing time increases, your opponents are dedicating more effort to studying your game. If you start as a primary player, they will not easily allow you the opportunity to break through, Roy cautioned. ChueDing has recently garnered immense attention. Never before in NBA history has there been such a multifaceted rookie. In merely his inaugural season, he has already achieved multiple triple-doubles. Fans are increasingly enamored with him, and the media revels in casting the spotlight upon him, a level of scrutiny that even Brandon Roy never faced. While Roy wishes to shield ChueDing, he finds it somewhat challenging to do so. Consequently, ChueDing has been subjected to far more analysis by opponents than any other rookies of his class, with both his strengths and weaknesses magnified for examination. Should ChueDing's rate of improvement not keep pace, he will bear considerable pressure, becoming a target on the court. Alas, I shall not permit my rookie to face such trials too swiftly. ChueDing firmly believes that as long as he continues to grow stronger, he will be able to remain ruthless indefinitely. Very well, allow me to demonstrate. Pay close attention. Roy is aware that ChueDing possesses the best physical aptitude in the team, learning at an astonishing pace. What he lacks is merely the appropriate technical guidance and rigorous training. ChueDing's approach is rather wild, with certain maneuvers that ought not to manifest on a professional court. However, the intricacies of skill are heavily reliant on innate talent, which is, of course, influenced by its orientation. LeBron James possesses a more comprehensive array of talents compared to Kobe Bryant. Yet, when it comes to the nuances of post-play and rhythmic footwork, no amount of practice will allow James to surpass Bryant. This illustrates the divergent nature of talent. James's abilities lean towards strength, while Bryant's are inclined towards finesse. With that, Roy, clutching the ball, summoned a trainer and positioned himself at the right side of the free throw line, commencing his solo training session while simultaneously providing commentary. ChueDing observed with great seriousness. The reason Roy is referred to as the Yellow Mamba is due to his versatility. There is scarcely a skill he does not possess. Roy epitomizes the technical prowess of a dual-threat guard. Although he plays as a shooting guard for the Trailblazers, he often handles the ball more than the team's point guard. In crucial moments during the fourth quarter or when the score is tight, the ball is invariably entrusted to Roy to orchestrate the offense. Roy's primary scoring methods include jump shots, with layups as a secondary option. During games, one frequently witnesses Roy executing a series of crossovers, utilizing body feints and deceptive movements to mislead defenders and disrupt their balance. His footwork is exceptional, primarily relying on changes in dribbling rhythm and direction to penetrate defenses. While his absolute speed may not be remarkable, he consistently manages to break through defensive players. More often than not, he employs sudden stop-and-shoot jumpers or positions himself effectively to receive a pass before taking a shot. Roy prefers to avoid physical contact, which results in fewer layups and post-up plays. However, this does not imply he lacks the ability to back down opponents. Should a defender be significantly shorter, Roy will exploit that advantage. His skill set is particularly well suited to ChueDing, as he possesses a height and strength advantage when playing point guard. Roy's style of play is remarkably astute. He adeptly takes advantage of his teammates' screens and capitalizes on opponents' errors. When backing down, his ability to read the game and make judicious decisions regarding passing and shooting is commendable. Those who understand the nuances of backing down often exude an innate leadership quality. Last season, Roy even led the Trailblazers to an astonishing 13-game winning streak, astonishing the entire league. He is undoubtedly one of the premier dual-threat guards in the league, boasting superior shooting accuracy compared to Tracy McGrady, stronger performance in clutch moments, better shooting than Dwayne Wade, and youthful vigor surpassing Allen Iverson, all while possessing an exceptional court vision. Chapter 45. Back to the basket play. Xue, observe closely. Back to the basket play primarily relies on the foot closest to the defender for power, as it must not only exert force inward but also maintain the body's equilibrium, with the other foot serving to balance. The upper body's strength derives mainly from the waist and legs. Power from the waist translates to the shoulders. The method of backing down, whether using the hips or shoulders, determines the force applied. If one employs the hips, the power is directly exerted there. Though this technique is effective only for those with considerable strength, others may find it ineffective. Conversely, using the shoulders for back-to-the-basket play allows for a more gradual exertion of force, enabling complete power release. The non-dribbling hand should be raised to a position between the waist and chest to effectively shield the ball from the defender, as greater distance enhances ball security. If the defender does not closely engage, and should you possess shooting capability, it is advisable to take the shot. However, if the distance is too great, passing becomes the more prudent option. If you possess the complete ability, or if the opposing defender's skills are inferior to yours, you may opt to approach and engage in a one-on-one confrontation. Moreover, one of the most practical tactics is to feign a move when your opponent is not closely guarding you. This maneuver is likely to deceive them. Subsequently, you can either break through or pivot with ease. Roy's instructional guidance is meticulous, and XueDing has demonstrated great diligence in his learning. XueDing is a point guard who seldom has the opportunity to play with his back to the basket, as he predominantly operates facing the hoop. However, should he master this technique, he would be capable of overpowering any defender, much like Charles Barkley. While post-play may seem to wane in the era of small ball, it remains quite popular today. After teaching XueDing the art of back-to-the-basket play, Roy proceeded to demonstrate a commonly employed floater used by guards. The floater is an emerging technique in contemporary basketball. Its fundamental principle involves the player, while advancing with swift ball control, suddenly releasing the ball in a gentle arc towards the hoop to score. XueDing was acutely aware that the primary characteristic of this technique was the sudden release of the ball. Most shots were taken from a distance of 4 to 5 meters from the hoop. The ball handler typically did not need to leap excessively high. Instead, they could adapt their approach, releasing the ball in a manner akin to a conventional jump shot or a low, underhand layup. Furthermore, the trajectory of the ball was notably elevated, often soaring over defenders, making it difficult to block. After observing several demonstrations by Roy, XueDing furrowed his brow. This technique demanded a high level of skill from the player, requiring swift speed, exceptional ball handling abilities, and a keen sense of touch. XueDing's touch cannot be described as exceptional. Although his feel for the game is rather average, he diligently dedicates himself to learning. A one-on-one practical teaching session with an all-star caliber top guard is a rare opportunity that does not come by every day. This experience differs from the mere guidance of a trainer. Roy understands which techniques are essential and which are superfluous. For XueDing, this represents a unique chance to learn. The teardrop shot is a skill possessed by many guards in the NBA. Generally, guards are shorter in stature, yet possess strong ball handling abilities and proficient shooting techniques. It suffices for guards to hone their sensitivity at the tips of their fingers. Every teardrop shot is dictated by the feel at the fingertips. It is a shooting action executed in motion, requiring bodily coordination and a precise calculation of the force generated by inertia. Timing is also crucial, as some shots must be taken in the fleeting moments of opportunity, while others require the ball to be released before an opponent's block. Coordination remains an area where XueDing is somewhat lacking. Hence, his practice must exceed that of others. A guard who cannot master the teardrop shot faces a significantly limited range of options. In most instances, XueDing can charge in to inflict damage. However, if the opposing team's interior defense is exceptionally formidable, he may resort to a floater. After all, contemporary centers are not as feeble as those of the future. XueDing must tread carefully around the formidable center during layup attempts, unless in a fast break situation. After Roy's instruction, he allowed XueDing to practice with a trainer on his own. The consistency in a rookie's skills is cultivated through such diligent practice. In the afternoon's team training session, the Trail Blazers engaged in tactical drills focusing on 5v5 play. Miller, suffering from a right foot strain, will be sidelined for 2 weeks and, under the guidance of the medical staff, did not attend the training facility. XueDing was elevated to the starting lineup, while Blake, who was originally outside the rotation, was reassigned to the second unit. In the practice match, XueDing showcased his shooting prowess. His teammates, well acquainted with his style of play, all converged defensively towards the paint. ChueDing, unguarded, displayed remarkable confidence as he effortlessly shot from both mid-range and beyond the arc. After all, as a professional athlete, if left without any defensive pressure, achieving a shooting percentage exceeding 45 is hardly a trivial feat with no pressure whatsoever. ChueDing impressively made 3 out of 4 attempts from three-point range and flawlessly converted all 5 mid-range shots. This glimpse of his skills during the practice match, while not definitive proof of his shooting proficiency, certainly excited his teammates, including McMillan and Roy. ChueDing has shown marked improvement in his shooting skills compared to before, displaying a newfound confidence. The learning capacity of a rookie is crucial for their development. Not every newcomer excels at addressing their shortcomings. Many remain unrefined in their skills, even upon leaving the NBA. Following the conclusion of today's scrimmage, McMillan announced the end of all training, especially with a game scheduled for tomorrow evening. During the season, training primarily focuses on recovery to prevent fatigue. The atmosphere in the Trail Blazers locker room is quite pleasant, devoid of any troublemakers, and outside of basketball, each individual pursues their own interests and hobbies. ChueDing enjoys staying at home watching television dramas, while Alden prefers frequenting nightclubs. Aldridge delights in attending concerts or playing the piano at home. Roy and Fernandez share a passion for watching football matches. Following McMillan's announcement of dissolution, ChueDing aspired to enhance his dunking skills. However, he found himself entangled in the pursuits of Roy and Fernandez. ChueDing accompanied the two individuals to witness a match featuring the Portland Timbers, a professional soccer team. Portland boasts several national sports teams, with the Trail Blazers being one of them. In addition, the city is home to the Major League Soccer team, the Timbers. The match they attended was that of this esteemed team. This year marks the final year of Roy's rookie contract, with an annual salary of $91 million. And it is anticipated that his contract for the following year will approach the maximum salary level. His vehicle of choice is a Lamborghini, which is quite impressive. ChueDing harbors no envy for the luxurious vehicle, for he possesses the means to acquire one at any moment. Despite his modest salary, he commands the highest endorsement fees among his team. Thanks to ChueDing, the fanbase of the Trail Blazers has expanded significantly, elevating the prominence of each player. Both Roy and Aldridge have secured endorsements for a Chinese product, contributing to the camaraderie in the locker room, where shared financial success fosters goodwill among teammates. Chapter 46, The Battle Commences. Yao Ming's influence on the Rockets is predominantly commercial, in terms of honors and achievements. He does not quite measure up to the legendary Olajuwon and his contemporaries. However, regarding commercial value, Yao Ming stands as one of the most significant signings in the annals of Rockets history. The franchise was indeed fortunate, as Yao's entry into the NBA coincided with the league's efforts to penetrate the Chinese market. Yet, establishing such a market is not merely a matter of desire. Prior to the influx of NBA games into China, while a handful of fans had begun to follow the league, their numbers were still relatively sparse. Furthermore, the majority of these fans were ardent supporters of illustrious teams, such as the Bulls, Lakers, and Celtics, with the remaining fandom split among various star players. At that time, the Rockets lacked superstars and a storied history. Without Yao Ming, their prospects for growth were bleak. However, acquiring Yao transformed the narrative entirely. The Rockets were indeed fortunate to align themselves with one of the most renowned athletes in Chinese history. In China, regardless of whether one is a basketball enthusiast or not, from the elderly to toddlers just learning to walk, it is fair to say that no one is unfamiliar with Yao Ming. The mention of Yao inevitably brings the Rockets to mind. Even those with limited knowledge of the team recognize it when Yao's name is mentioned. This brand and advertising effect transcends the realm of basketball fandom. Moreover, Yao Ming cultivated a substantial following for the Rockets in China, with many fans considering the team as their own. A significant number of these supporters consistently regard the Rockets as their primary team. Even during the Rockets' most challenging roster periods, they have maintained remarkable popularity in China. The existence of such a loyal fan base, devoid of local ties, is nothing short of astonishing. Naturally, Yao Ming's teammates have also become well known among Chinese fans. Almost every role player who participates in promotional activities in China is easily recognized. Hayes, Battier, Landry, and Scola. These individuals may not be widely recognized in America, yet they enjoy considerable fame in China. ChueDing, the Trailblazer, is experiencing the same treatment as the Rockets during the Yao Ming era. With his remarkable performance, he is garnering increasing attention domestically, and his teammates are likewise under the spotlight. Where there is fame, there is fortune. Upon arriving at the arena, the trio settled into the front row of the VIP section. The surrounding atmosphere was quite boisterous. The American passion for sports is truly distinct from that in our homeland. The Lumberjacks' home court features a lumber sawing ceremony, which adds a unique charm to the experience. ChesesDraft observed the atmosphere of the stadium with great interest. The experience of a football match differs significantly from that of a basketball game. Roy, Rudy, what draws you to football? ChesesDraft inquired, turning to the two. Don't you think that a match involving 11 players in football presents a greater challenge for teamwork and the coach's strategic deployment? I relish the camaraderie fostered in such team-oriented contests, and I delight in the elation that comes from triumphing through judicious coordination and teamwork. ChesesDraft observed Roy, who became animated at the mere mention of the team. ChesesDraft couldn't help but nod in agreement. ChesesDraft comprehended Roy. In his previous life, Roy had transitioned into coaching after retiring. A particular statement made by Roy resonated deeply with ChesesDraft. I aspire to remain a coach until everyone forgets that I was once a player. This declaration was laden with the poignant bitterness of resignation stemming from injuries. Meanwhile, Fernandez glanced at ChesesDraft and remarked, "ChesesDraft, I am Spanish. In my homeland, football eclipses basketball in popularity. Watching football is a commonplace form of entertainment for us. We are set to compete in the World Cup next year, and I fervently hope we can secure the championship." When the World Cup was mentioned, ChesesDraft recalled it with some familiarity. Rest assured, next year Spain stands a considerable chance of clinching the title. ChesesDraft is aware that the 2010 World Cup marked Spain's inaugural triumph in claiming the coveted FIFA World Cup trophy. ChesesDraft, it seems you're also a football enthusiast. I wonder if there's a chance for Spain to face the Chinese team. Perhaps they could triumph over you. Fernandez revealed a peculiar smile, as the global community is well aware of the humorous plight of Chinese football. However, it appears there is no opportunity for such a match. Rudy, let us refrain from discussing football. How about the state of table tennis in Spain? ChesesDraft chuckled in a peculiar manner. Table tennis? Let us return to the topic of football. No, table tennis is actually more entertaining. Observing the two in their playful dispute, Roy burst into laughter as well. As for basketball, they both instinctively steered clear of that subject. The Chinese team narrowly lost to Spain by a single point in last year's Olympics. Although there was a noticeable gap, the Chinese team at that time did not have ChesesDraft. What the team lacked was merely a formidable defender. Now, with ChesesDraft on their side, Fernandez did not believe that Spain could assuredly triumph over the Chinese team bolstered by ChesesDraft. At least he could not envision anyone from his homeland capable of withstanding ChesesDraft's aggressive style of play. Given that basketball was his forte, there was no need for contention. The truth would reveal itself on the court. Soon enough, in the spirit of camaraderie, ChesesDraft and Fernandez decided to forego discussions about their football and table tennis teams. The Portland Timbers fanbase was quite robust, and their prowess positioned them as one of the strongest teams in Major League Soccer, attracting numerous fans of the Trailblazers to come and watch. In Portland, football and basketball coexist harmoniously. It is quite common for ardent sports enthusiasts to support both the Trailblazers and the Timber. Many fans in the vicinity greeted the trio warmly, requesting photographs together. The match itself was a delightful experience. ChesesDraft believes this is an excellent venue for a date, with a delightful atmosphere. If one has a companion, they can enjoy watching the game together. On November 6th, the Portland Trail Blazers will host the San Antonio Spurs at the Rose Garden. Many local fans are brandishing slogans about defeating the Spurs and claiming the top spot in the Western Conference. This enthusiasm stems from the Lakers' unprecedented loss just yesterday. Despite Kobe's impressive 45 points, the Lakers succumbed to defeat against the Charlotte Bobcats, who have become their nemesis. With a record of 4 wins and 1 loss, the Trailblazers can ascend to the pinnacle of the Western Conference with a victory in this match. It has been quite some time since the Blazers enjoyed the privilege of being in first place. Currently, the Spurs hold a record of 2 wins and 2 losses, reflecting a somewhat lackluster start. However, for the Spurs, such beginnings often do not signify much, as they are known for their slow starts. The San Antonio Spurs may be regarded as the most stable and outstanding team of the past decade. Whether one agrees or not, they undeniably represent a dynasty. The Spurs are under the guidance of a remarkable coach, Greg Popovich, who has thoroughly refined Larry Brown's strategies, establishing a pragmatic and meticulous style of play unique to the Spurs. They possess one of the finest front offices in the league, allowing them to unearth numerous gems from the draft and provide Popovich with suitable pieces for his puzzle. Additionally, the Spurs boast a roster filled with exceptional players, such as Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili, along with many tough athletes drawn to the allure of the Alamo City. Most importantly, they have Tim Duncan. The towering figure selected first overall by the Spurs in 1997 has become one of the greatest power forwards in history. His statistics may not be flamboyant, but he stands as the cornerstone of the team on both offensive and defensive fronts, the very reason the Spurs have achieved their current stature. However, after 12 years of relentless battle, the aging Duncan acknowledges that his career is nearing its conclusion, with last season's first-round playoff exit serving as a consequence of the team's aging roster. To make the most of Duncan's final moments, Spurs owner Peter Holt unprecedentedly invested substantial funds in the summer of 2009, acquiring players like Richard Jefferson and Mike Dunleavy, rejuvenating the Spurs and re-establishing their position as contenders for the championship. Chapter 47. Tonight's opponent. Last season, the injury issues that erupted towards the end of the regular season dealt a severe blow to the Spurs. Duncan's knee injury and Ginobili's season-ending setback disrupted the team's plans. Additionally, Bruce Bowen's defensive prowess diminished due to age, leaving the entire squad in a state of transition, despite claiming their 8th Southwest Division title in a decade. Thanks to the Rockets' missteps, the Spurs found themselves utterly incapable of containing the Mavericks in the first round of the playoffs. The disparity in talent became glaringly apparent. Although the Spurs managed to limit the scoring of the Mavericks' key players, Nowitzki and Terry, they were unable to neutralize the team's third and fourth options. Meanwhile, despite Duncan and Parker consistently combining for over 50 points per game, the contributions from the rest of the team are negligible. When your two stars combine for 68 points, yet you still cannot secure a victory, the taste of despair is unmistakable. Ultimately, the Spurs faced the bitter reality of being eliminated in the first round of the playoffs for the first time since 2000. During the players' warm-ups, TNT Sports Barkley and Kenny Smith commenced their usual commentary. The matchup between the Trail Blazers and the Spurs was one of the nationally televised games, marking a clash of titans. This summer, Spurs owner Holt demonstrated rare generosity, trading away veterans Bruce Bowen, Kurt Thomas, and Fabricio Oberto to acquire Jefferson. Jefferson's contract, worth $29.2 million over 2 years, did not faze the team. The Spurs recognized Jefferson's capabilities and his potential to enhance their core trio, known as GDP. Kenny, how significant do you believe Jefferson's impact will be? Barkley inquired. I believe Jefferson's arrival will transform everything for the Spurs. Last season, he boasted an impressive three-point shooting percentage of 39.7, the best of his career. When playing small forward, he is often tasked with shooting from the corners, enabling him to deliver lethal strikes when opponents double-team Duncan, Parker, or Ginobili. Notably, Jefferson shot 54 out of 118 from the corners last season, achieving a remarkable 45.9 success rate, making him a perfect fit for the Spurs. His defensive abilities are commendable as well, ensuring that Bowen's departure will not weaken the team's defensive strength. With a capable ally like Jefferson, the Spurs are quietly making significant strides in their offensive capabilities. GDP plus an all-star, Charles. Can you envision the power of this Spurs team this season? Indeed, the current league is a far cry from what it once was. I believe the Trail Blazers are on par with the Spurs. The quartet of Roy, Aldridge, Odin, and the promising rookie, XueDing, imbues the Blazers with the radiance of a nascent sun, brimming with potential. What are your thoughts? While the future undoubtedly belongs to them, I maintain that the present-day Blazers still fall short against the Spurs. Xue's playing style bears a resemblance to LeBron's. Do you not think Popovich will extend him special attention? Odin's injuries, Aldridge's perceived softness, and Roy's lack of the killer instinct that Kobe possesses are concerns. Let us shift our focus to Xue, who has recently garnered considerable attention. It is said that prior to the draft, the Spurs had even orchestrated a trade with the Thunder to secure the 25th pick to select Xue, but the Blazers intercepted their plans. I have also heard that immediately after the Blazers chose Xue, the Spurs sought a trade with them, but alas, the Blazers management displayed remarkable foresight in retaining him, thwarting the Spurs' attempts to replicate their successful operations with Parker and Ginobili. Indeed, it is fortunate that Portland did not relent. With an average nearing a triple-double, his evident talent, and the burgeoning Chinese market, the Trail Blazers are poised to become the next Rockets. Aldridge's growth, Odin's rehabilitation, and Roy's consistent stability suggest that, when healthy, they could very well eliminate the Lakers without raising eyebrows. The two hosts passionately discussed the circumstances surrounding both teams and revealed the behind-the-scenes maneuvering of the Spurs and Blazers during the selection of XueDing. Today, the Trail Blazers are the rising contenders, while the Spurs remain a formidable powerhouse. Their matchups have captivated the attention of both media and fans alike. all eager to discern which team reigned supreme. Within the home team's locker room, XueDing scrutinized the scouting report of his opponent, one he had perused numerous times. This evening, his primary adversary would be the French speedster, Tony Parker. To thwart Parker, it was imperative to intercept his passing lanes and anticipate his drives. During pick-and-roll situations, swift defensive switches were essential. Meanwhile, the assistant coach, Jack, incessantly elaborated on the defensive strategies from his sidelines. XueDing occasionally glanced at the tactical board in Jack's hands, which was filled with intricate diagrams, predominantly showcasing XueDing's defensive strategies. Last season, Duncan and the oft-injured Manu could not offer substantial assistance to the Spurs on the court, while Parker's scoring and assists soared to career highs during both the regular season and playoffs, averaging 22 points and 8 assists per game. Parker emerged as the most formidable force within the GDP trio, thus placing a heavy burden on XueDing's defensive responsibilities today. XueDing was well aware that Parker, much like his elder brother Duncan, secured his inaugural NBA championship trophy in his second season following his entrance into the league. By the tender age of 25, he had already adorned his fingers with 3 championship rings and 1 Finals MVP trophy, distinguishing himself as the first foreign player without an NCAA background to achieve such an honor. Parker, akin to XueDing, is also an international player. XueDing harbors no concerns regarding Parker's offensive prowess. From the footage he has analyzed, it appears that Parker has been playing through an injury this season, and as per his past recollections, his performance has indeed declined somewhat. XueDing himself is not entirely incapable of countering him, as defense can be strategically focused. The primary emphasis lies on his pick-and-roll and driving abilities. The synergy between Parker and Duncan in the pick-and-roll ranks among the top 3 in NBA history. Furthermore, his spinning moves and delicate floaters distinguish him as a paragon among point guards, consistently leading in interior scoring during his peak years. With a shooting percentage that stands at the forefront of his position, XueDing vividly recalls the 2012 to 2013 season, when the Spurs were robbed of the championship by Ray Allen's life-saving three-pointer. Prior to that moment, Parker had scored 5 consecutive points, enabling the Spurs to surge ahead of the Heat. In essence, that year, Parker nearly propelled the Spurs to their 5th title. However, a series of remarkable events unfolded. The inexplicable loss of 2 defensive rebounds, the extraordinary back-to-back three-pointers from James and Allen, and Kawhi's critical free throw misstep, which delayed the championship by a year. During that period, the Spurs faced the Heat's Big Three in the finals for 2 consecutive years, with Parker being meticulously guarded by the formidable James. Yet, in the 2014 championship season's Western Conference semifinals, Parker nearly dominated that series, imparting to Lillard, who had just delivered a buzzer beater against the Rockets, the lesson that experience holds its own weight. Chapter 48, An Unexpected Three-Point Shot. Today, XueDing is of great significance to Parker. Likewise, Parker holds XueDing in high regard, as does Popovich. The focus is on monitoring his drives, with the interior defense prepared to assist at the basket. His three-point shooting can be afforded some leniency. This defensive strategy reflects the Spurs' understanding of XueDing's capabilities. In the eyes of the Spurs, XueDing's tactical position is second only to that of Roy. Popovich's concern lies not in XueDing's scoring or assists, but rather in the chaos that his driving ability could create within the defense. When the Spurs falter, victories become elusive. They possess a profound understanding of XueDing. After the tryout, Popovich was eager to secure him. Originally, during that summer, the Spurs were the team closest to acquiring XueDing, only to be outmaneuvered by the Trailblazers. Behind the scenes, the Spurs were orchestrating a move involving the Thunder's 25th pick to select XueDing, intending to trade after the selection. Yet, they were taken aback when XueDing was snatched up by the Trailblazers of the 22nd pick. As the regular season commenced, XueDing's performance indeed astonished Popovich. At a pre-game press conference, Popovich declared that the team's objective was to prevent XueDing from achieving a triple-double with over 20 points during the game. It is evident how much Popovich regretted not having XueDing on the Spurs. He had come to realize the grave error of underestimating XueDing's captivating talent. As the game approached, players emerged from the locker room one by one. On the court, Popovich's gaze fell enviously upon XueDing, who was diligently stretching his muscles. There was a hint of resentment in his look towards McMillan. Aldridge, Roy, XueDing, Odin, Popovich recognized that these 4 were promising prospects with proper nurturing. They could form the foundation of a dynasty. Each one could serve as a tactical linchpin. Beyond the media and fans, former legends also shared their perspectives on this matchup. Some legends, during interviews, expressed that XueDing's style heavily relies on physical prowess, asserting that a point guard should focus on orchestrating the offense rather than seeking to overshadow teammates at every turn. They further criticized the league for being overly lenient towards XueDing. Had it been in the past, such a style would have resulted in him being toppled the moment he entered the paint, let alone attempting a dunk. In that era, the Giants would have instructed the smaller guards to remain outside, as the interior was their domain. The legend's comments resonated with many fans online, prompting a wave of support for their views. An array of nostalgic fans began to question the legitimacy of XueDing's statistics, critiquing the current defensive intensity of the league. The NBA places great emphasis on respecting its legends. Typically, younger players seldom respond assertively to the criticisms of former greats. XueDing remains unfazed by the incessant praises sung by veterans regarding the prowess of their era. Nor does he take offense at the notion that his own time may lack in comparison. In the future, he may very well adopt a similar demeanor. After all, their assertions hold a degree of truth. Indeed, the NBA has become increasingly lenient. The evolution of modern basketball has advanced beyond the wildest imaginations of both fans and experts. In the future, centers may find themselves competing from the perimeter, challenging guards in three-point shooting. What further arguments could one possibly present? On the court, the Trailblazers fielded a starting lineup comprising XueDing, Roy, Batum, Aldridge, and Oden. The Spurs countered with a starting ensemble of Parker, Bogans, Jefferson, Duncan, and Bonner. As the electronic buzzer echoed, the referee sprinted toward the center with the ball in hand. XueDing has embarked on the inaugural starting match of his professional career. Once the game commenced, XueDing played with utmost diligence, refraining from seeking the spotlight, as his primary role today was defensive. The majority of the offensive responsibilities were entrusted to Roy and Aldridge, who indeed lived up to expectations. Within the confines of the Rose Garden, the duo showcased their exceptional form, executing mid-range shots with remarkable precision and potency. On the court, the Trailblazers held possession. Roy, positioned on the right side of the free throw line, displayed a masterful series of hesitation dribbles, leaving the defender Jefferson hesitant to act. Today, Roy had already successfully executed 3 consecutive isolation plays, while Xue had freed himself from Parker in the corner. However, Xue, what purpose do you serve beyond the three-point line? With a mere 22% shooting accuracy from beyond the arc this season, Parker remains unconcerned by your attempts from that distance. Roy has passed the ball, but to whom? Xue. XueDing's positioning is quite flamboyant. Parker, like his teammates, is rather lax in guarding XueDing's three-point attempts, mostly just going through the motions. Positioned to the corner, XueDing did not hesitate when he received the pass from Roy. XueDing's calves tightened, propelling him upward with remarkable speed. With both hands, he raised the ball above his head, and before Parker could approach, released it swiftly, utilizing the strength of his fingers to propel it forth. Every three-point attempt by XueDing elicits a wave of applause from the spectators. This rookie has altered his shooting form for the better. His release is astonishingly swift. One glance at his posture reveals the likelihood of success. The fans engage in fervent discussions, well aware of XueDing's previous struggles with accuracy beyond the arc. Thus, the home crowd consistently supports such attempts. His remarkably quick release often leaves him nearly unguarded, and when afforded such space, his three-point shooting percentage is far from a mere 22. Swish, 12-15. XueDing completed his first shot midway through the first quarter. Remarkably, it was a three-pointer, a skill in which he does not particularly excel. XueDing primarily chose the Martin shooting package for its remarkable speed, which is also the reason he forsook other shooting packages. He is in pursuit of scoring efficiency. XueDing's positioning speed often creates openings, and with Roy's presence, every opportunity can be patiently awaited for the ball. Roy, upon noticing an open space, would not hesitate to pass. XueDing's three-pointer took both Popovich and Parker by surprise. He has developed his shooting skills, exhibiting an astonishing level of confidence. If defenders do not stay close, he can effortlessly execute his shot. However, should they apply too much pressure, his explosive agility could easily allow him to maneuver past them in a one-on-one situation, an arduous challenge for any defender. The Spurs are on the offensive. Parker dribbles across half court, standing at a modest height of 188 centimeters. Parker finds XueDing's physical presence quite obstructive. In his current form, Parker struggles to bypass XueDing without relying on screens. He signals for a pick. Duncan moves up. Parker initiates the play. Anticipating the move, ChueDing swiftly pivots, weaving around Duncan's frame, akin to a serpent fixating on its prey. Parker. After evading ChueDing, Parker accelerates rapidly, spinning like a top around the key. Glancing back at ChueDing, who remains at a distance, he sidesteps Odin's interference, leaps, and prepares for a layup. ChueDing delivered a merciless block on Parker. What? Parker was bewildered by how ChueDing executed the rejection, yet the ever-watchful Popovich observed every detail from the sidelines. Parker had successfully evaded Odin and positioned himself against ChueDing, but what seemed impossible was effortlessly achieved by ChueDing. His vertical leap was astonishingly swift. After Parker leapt, ChueDing followed suit without hesitation, utilizing his height and wingspan to bridge the gap. Following the block, the ball was seized by Aldridge. Aldridge swiftly passed to Roy and then sprinted forward with fervor. Roy and Aldridge initiated a fast break. Duncan and Bonner hurried back on defense, positioning themselves effectively to deny Roy a clear path to the basket. Faced with this, Roy had no choice but to steady himself and await the arrival of his teammates. After ChueDing executed the block, he swiftly pursued from behind. Parker closely followed in ChueDing's wake to defend. ChueDing positioned himself at a 45-degree angle on the left side. Roy passed the ball to him. ChueDing noticed Parker behind him. ChueDing received the ball, feigning a shot as Parker lunged forward. Chue then executed a deft feint, completely shaking off the trailing Parker. With the same fluid motion, he launched a hasty three-pointer. Yet, it was an open shot. The score now stands at 12-18. ChueDing's consecutive three-point shots compelled Popovich to call for the Spurs' first timeout. Chapter 49, Your Peach. Oh, Charles, am I mistaken? Did this rookie just sink 2 consecutive three-pointers? Kenny Smith clapped and chuckled. Remarkable. This rookie has altered his shooting posture, and it appears to be quite effective. Let us observe whether Popovich will implement any strategic adjustments in response. Barkley, too, was left agape in astonishment. ChueDing exhibited an excessive hesitance beyond the three-point line in his previous matches, and his shooting percentage corroborated the notion that his range was rather limited. However, today, ChueDing's adjustments genuinely surprised both fans and commentators alike. Yet, somewhat unexpectedly, he was substituted following this timeout, with Steve Blake taking his place on the court. ChueDing's substitution was met with no resentment. As a newcomer, he understood that he must adhere to the coach's directives. The head coach, concerned about any potential dissatisfaction from Chue, took the time to clarify. Chue, your performance has been commendable, but Coach Popovich will not grant you three-point opportunities so readily. We need to adjust our strategies, and the forthcoming rotation will allow you to take charge. All right, ChueDing replied with remarkable composure. He walked back to the bench alongside Odin, exchanging light-hearted banter. McMillan observed Chue's demeanor and nodded in approval. This rookie was unlike others he had encountered. He was continually impressed by Chue's maturity, particularly his temperament, his uncontentious nature, and his clear understanding of his own capabilities. Furthermore, he exhibited a commendable ability to navigate relationships within the locker room. ChueDing's performance stands in stark contrast to that of other newcomers. He does not resemble a typical freshman emerging from academia. At times, McMillan feels as though he is engaging with a peer rather than a rookie. He even draws parallels between ChueDing and LeBron James, a testament to the innate charisma of a born superstar. Following a timeout, with Ginobili entering the fray, the Spurs commenced their pursuit of the score, while Popovich's tactical adjustments significantly enhanced their perimeter defense. From the sidelines, ChueDing observed the Spurs' classic strategic maneuvers. During a three-man offensive play on the strong side, the two players on the weak side executed off-ball screens, allowing the strong side to penetrate and subsequently pass to a shooter stationed in the weak corner. Utilizing this renowned hammer series, Ginobili successfully landed 2 three-pointers. In an era where the three-pointer is not the primary means of scoring, its precision can indeed serve as the swiftest method to close the gap when executed well. As the Spurs leveled the score, both teams entered a new phase of back-and-forth contention. This tug-of-war manifested as a series of missed shots. Following these attempts, both coaches opted to shift their focus to the interior. For the Trailblazers, Aldridge was the primary offensive force in the paint. However, he struggled to penetrate Duncan's formidable defense, often resorting to jump shots from the perimeter. Aldridge's mid-range shooting percentage, standing at an impressive 46, appears accurate. Yet it pales in comparison to Duncan and Bonner's strategy of attacking closer to the basket. Duncan and Bonner achieved an astounding 76 shooting accuracy in the paint, placing the Trailblazers at a distinct disadvantage. In this match, XueDing gained insight into the tactical approach of the Spurs. The fundamental philosophy behind the Spurs' offense is to create and exploit mismatches in matchups. XueDing also recalls the era of the Spurs at the pinnacle of their power, where they dominated the game through their interior strength and the ability of their stars to exploit matchup advantages. In fact, they were quite similar to future teams like the Heat, Thunder, and Warriors, albeit with differing styles and tempos. The games back then were rather somber. The Spurs boasted a formidable front line and were in a transitional phase, reluctant to accelerate their pace in order to maximize their advantages in half-court play. Although there were signs of a faster tempo emerging across the league, the efficiency of their interior play led Coach Popovich to resist merely conforming to the prevailing trends. After Tim Duncan gradually aged, the Spurs began to lose their original advantages. In recent years, following attempts led by Parker and Ginobili to dominate from the perimeter, Popovich came to realize that while their destructive capabilities were substantial, their limitations were equally pronounced. Parker's shooting range constrained spacing, while Ginobili's inconsistency was a source of frustration. This year's Spurs exhibit a somewhat altered approach. Their conventional strategy involves the ball handler utilizing pick and rolls to create mismatches, while off-ball players maneuver to exploit defensive lapses, maintaining a relentless pace until a favorable matchup, mismatch, or an open shot emerges. The single-core aggressive model features a primary offensive focal point, typically Parker or Ginobili, with occasional contributions from Diaw, who aggressively penetrates the defense while coordinating with the off-ball movement of teammates. The dual-core model often sees both Ginobili and Parker on the court simultaneously, enhancing their offensive potency and aiming to compress the opponent's defensive alignment. In essence, the core of the Spurs' tactics hinges on strategic execution, leveraging player movement to create advantageous matchups and utilizing ball movement to capitalize on those advantages. The Spurs style is not overly complex. However, its effectiveness primarily stems from its alignment with the Spurs' actual circumstances, soft power outweighing hard power. Numerous highly intelligent international players, characterized by disciplined adherence and strong execution, contribute to this dynamic. Coach Popovich excels in developing the unique attributes of his players, ensuring that even those without significant recognition display distinct characteristics and are utilized to their fullest potential. The Trailblazers, in contrast, appear rather inexperienced. At 28-22, the Blazers found themselves trailing by 6 points at the end of the first quarter. The matchup against the Spurs revealed a lack of offensive fervor or individual brilliance, rendering this marquee battle somewhat soporific for the fans. It seems both Popovich and McMillan were content with such a scene. Had it not been for the relative efficiency of both teams, the score would hardly have reached such heights. Both squads deliberately slowed the pace, dragging the tempo, resulting in a sluggish and dreary display. With the tempo so lethargic, the score remained stagnant, leaving the fans at the Rose Garden feeling rather unengaged. An increasing number of individuals are eagerly anticipating the appearance of XueDing, hoping that this exceptional rookie will elevate the rhythm of the game, at the very least allowing them to cheer a few phrases. Before long, many fans turned their attention towards XueDing. However, they soon observed something quite amusing. The rookie on the bench was surreptitiously glancing at the cheerleader, his furtive gaze and stealthy movements betraying a playful fear of being caught. The fans in the Rose Garden found their rookie's antics thoroughly entertaining, as laughter began to ripple through the sparse crowd. Beside him, Odin noticed XueDing's focus fixated on a particular spot and curiously inquired, "Xue, what are you looking at?" XueDing did not turn around. He nudged Aiden's arm with his elbow and then gestured with his lips, saying, "Greg, look at that peach." Following XueDing's gaze, Aiden swallowed hard and replied, "That is your peach. I prefer the pumpkin beside it." The two had long established an unspoken understanding, using fruit to describe certain alluring features of women that piqued their interest. Chapter 50, The Inside Game. They discreetly ogled the cheerleaders, engaging in distant observations, fantasies, caresses, and squeezes. XueDing and Auden are, after all, ordinary men. XueDing discovered that the hourglass figures of beautiful women, encompassing their entire lower body, occasionally held a profound allure for him. XueDing believes that the hips can embody a woman's unique charm. This perspective contrasts with that of Chinese men who prefer slender beauties. XueDing possesses a particular fondness for ample bosoms and well-rounded posteriors. However, his preference does not align with the exaggerated proportions often seen in the Kardashians. Rather, he appreciates a more natural aesthetic. XueDing and Odin were unaware that their actions were captured by the camera. "Alice, look, Xue and Greg are watching you." A cheerleader whispered to the peach girl beside her, having noticed the two stealing glances from the Trail Blazers bench. Alice turned her head to look, and indeed, it was true. ChueDing gazed at her. Although ChueDing has been apprehended, he remains remarkably composed. ChueDing smiled and nodded at her. Before Alice could respond, ChueDing immediately feigned a conversation with Auden. ChueDing's series of actions was successfully captured by the camera, and TNT Sports promptly compiled a highlight reel. ChueDing has made it to the highlights of the comedy segment. Over at the Spurs, Coach Popovich is furrowing his brow, meticulously arranging the personnel for the second unit in the second quarter. After ChueDing sank a three-pointer in the first quarter, Coach McMillan promptly took him out, catching Popovich off guard. Popovich scrutinizes his substitutes. The trade that brought Richard Jefferson in exchange for a trio of veterans with scattered contracts is regarded as a quintessential Spurs heist. This acquisition has gifted the Spurs with an all-star caliber small forward, averaging nearly 20 points and 5 rebounds, effectively filling the void at the small forward position while significantly enhancing the team's scoring capacity. McDyess and Ratliff have injected toughness into the Spurs interior, marking a substantial upgrade from last season's Kurt Thomas and Oberto. Moreover, the unexpected draft pick of Delwan Blair, the star player from the University of Pittsburgh, has invigorated Popovich. Despite the concerns regarding his knee, with both anterior cruciate ligaments absent, the 6 feet 7 inches, 265-pound powerhouse showcased remarkable performances during the preseason, scoring 15 points and grabbing 19 rebounds against the Rockets and 28 points for rebounds and 4 assists against the Heat. Excluding injury concerns, this second-round pick possesses the potential to exceed lottery talent. Last season, the Spurs faced significant struggles on the offensive end. Thus, the summer reinforcements have prioritized enhancing scoring capabilities. Jefferson's offensive prowess will serve as a new focal point, while Ratliff, McDyess, and even Bogans exhibit stable scoring abilities. The Spurs have swiftly transformed into a team that is challenging to defend across all 5 positions. On the defensive front, the departure of Bowen has left an irreplaceable void. It is nearly impossible to find another elite defender like Bruce Bowen within the team, necessitating a reliance on collective effort for compensation. With George Hill's noticeable maturation this summer, the depth at the point guard position has also improved. Furthermore, Blair's arrival has substantially bolstered the team's rebounding capability. If he can maintain his scoring prowess against NBA-caliber big men, Popovich believes he will earn more playing time on this Spurs squad. With an abundance of talent and experience, one could argue that this is the best Spurs team since their 2007 championship victory. If Duncan and Ginobili can remain in peak health, they will be formidable contenders for the championship, potentially even toppling the Los Angeles Lakers. Despite the roster richness, Popovich struggles to identify a single player capable of containing ChueDing defensively, a frown beginning to crease his face. Duncan, Parker, and Ginobili remain unaware of the source of Popovich's displeasure, as they are currently in the lead. Duncan wonders if his recent defensive lapse could be the reason for the elder's dissatisfaction. After a moment of contemplation, Popovich resolves to prevent ChueDing from hitting another three-pointer by deploying the defensively adept George Hill. Failing to guard the three-point shot could quickly lead to trouble in terms of shooting rhythm. As for penetration, let us engage in defensive support as the second quarter of the match commences. ChueDing faced off against the Spurs' backup point guard, George Hill. Hill possesses a high basketball IQ, an exceptional first step, and an impressive wingspan, demonstrating a consistent performance as a highly mature defensive player. However, his remarkable skills and solid fundamentals enable him to score from any area on the court. Hill showcases a diverse scoring repertoire, elegantly executing turnaround jumpers, employing deceptive moves to bypass defenders, and executing mid-range pull-up jumpers, all while exhibiting a knack for clutch performances in tense moments. Though external opinions of Hill are overwhelmingly positive, ChueDing is acutely aware of his limitations. A regular season star who fades into obscurity during the finals, he struggles in high-pressure situations. As Hill advanced the ball, he had a slight edge in experience, having played an additional season compared to ChueDing. Faced with the taller and stronger ChueDing, Hill remained cautious, his eyes fixed on ChueDing's every move as he executed a series of pivoting maneuvers to cross half-court. Displaying intelligence in his play, Hill opted not to confront ChueDing directly. Although ChueDing had a clear advantage in physical contests, he was unable to intercept the ball. A one-on-one situation against a point guard is inherently challenging. Even a mediocre NBA point guard would rarely fail to cross half-court. Hill signaled a tactical play, while Billy maneuvered into position in the corner, displaying patience and awaiting the ball. As the game unfolded, the interior of the Trailblazers began to reveal vulnerabilities. The Spurs created an expansive area for operation. Hill executed a crossover dribble in an attempt to penetrate the defense. Defense is intrinsically linked to various attributes: speed, physical strength, wingspan, vertical leap, and awareness, among others. XueDing's defensive attitude is commendable, ensuring that he will not falter. Hill finds himself at a loss, unable to advance, merely swaying back and forth in place. XueDing attempted to intercept the ball, but to no avail, resulting in a foul. The Spurs were awarded a sideline throw-in. This time, McDyess passed the ball to Ginobili. Bonner's screen effectively obstructed Fernandez, while the defensive efforts of Perzabilla failed to keep pace, allowing Ginobili to penetrate through. With an elegant Euro step, he executed a layup successfully. The score stands at 30-22. He managed to shield himself, yet his teammate could not provide adequate cover. XueDing remained silent, his gaze fixated on Ginobili. He demanded the ball. With Roy absent, XueDing emerged as the leader of the second unit. His teammates recognized that he was about to take matters into his own hands. He received the pass and prepared to make his move. XueDing regarded Hill with a feigned expression of disdain. His facial demeanor served as a psychological weapon to undermine his opponent's confidence. XueDing was unperturbed by the role of the villain. Upon reaching the arc's apex, he executed a straightforward screen before accelerating to the left and surging towards the paint. However, the Spurs' defensive positioning was commendable, preventing a direct assault on the basket. Consequently, XueDing opted to circumvent the baseline, coming to a sudden halt before executing a deft pivot to dribble back around. XueDing adeptly utilizes the positioning of Spurs players and teammates to create a shield for himself, with a series of swift pivots within the paint. Hill has long since lost track of XueDing. Bonner struggles to keep pace with XueDing, unable to intercept effectively. Within the 3-second zone, XueDing executed a stunning move with remarkable finesse. With an effortless grace, he scored as if in a realm devoid of opposition. The score now stands at 30-24. This exemplifies a masterful display of interior play. Oh, how exhilarating! After XueDing executed a remarkable slam dunk, he showcased his muscles with a flourish. What on earth is happening? Popovich exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 51, Provocation. Popovich's frustration was palpable. How could the Spurs allow such a guard to soar for a dunk in the paint? Where was the interior defense? Although he had just emphasized the need to guard Sue's perimeter shooting, allowing him to dunk so effortlessly in the lane was unacceptable. Defend the paint. No more lapses. Popovich's furious shouts echoed as Hill dribbled past half-court. The Spurs' interior players dared not meet Popovich's gaze. XueDing closely monitored Hill. Upon crossing the half-court line, Hill promptly passed the ball to Ginobili. Fernandez, tasked with guarding Ginobili, displayed his experience with a poised stance. In the days before Deng's rise to prominence, Ginobili was known for his theatrical flops, collapsing at the slightest contact, his actions strikingly convincing. Fernandez, well aware of this tendency, denied Ginobili the opportunity to draw a foul. Despite Ginobili's relentless fakes, he could not shake off Fernandez. After executing a simple step back, he attempted a three-pointer. The ball hit the rim. XueDing had long been poised, awaiting the opportune moment. XueDing leaped high, forcefully snatching the rebound over Pulsbilla's head. Pulsbilla, initially believing that the opposing giant had secured the offensive rebound, felt a shiver of apprehension. However, upon turning around to see XueDing, he was relieved. Yet, he still cast a resentful glance towards XueDing, silently imploring, "Great one, please do not frighten me. Your rebounds already far exceed mine. Might you allow your junior to claim one? The defensive rebounds are vital for my sustenance." XueDing patted the shoulder of the towering figure, offering an apology. Observing this scene, McMillan in the stand smiled. Ever since XueDing joined the team, he had become the king of rebounds. XueDing's average rebounds per game rank among the top 10 in the league. XueDing skillfully dribbles past the halfway line. After executing a one-on-one strategy, he continues to facilitate the pick and roll. The ball transitions through Poirier and Fernandez's hands. XueDing positioned himself in the low post, skillfully sealing off Ginobili. He extended his arms, signaling for the ball. Can this rookie truly operate in the low post? Pass it to him. Hand the ball to Xue. The fans eagerly watched this promising newcomer, who often delivered delightful surprises. Although Ginobili stood at 198 centimeters, slightly taller than XueDing, he lacked the same strength and found himself effectively subdued behind Xue. "Hey, rookie, you can play with your back to the basket? I didn't see that coming," Ginobili remarked, unaware that this was XueDing's inaugural attempt at low-post play. You might find out soon enough, Xue teased. XueDing replied to Ginobili and stretched out his hand, requesting the ball. Fernandez finally seized a favorable opportunity, delivering a bounce pass. On the bench, Roy and Aldridge observed XueDing intently, yet their unease lingered. The team was trailing, and reckless actions were ill-advised. After all, this rookie had only practiced back-to-the-basket moves for a few days. What fueled his confidence? Mastering back-to-the-basket play is no simple feat, as it demands the engagement of numerous muscle groups, and the cultivation of muscle memory is quite challenging. Nevertheless, the back-to-the-basket technique is highly regarded for the expansive dribbling space and offensive options it affords, which are difficult to achieve with other skills. For instance, one can seamlessly transition into a turnaround jumper, a hook shot, a layup, a shoulder fade jumper, or even a back-to-the-basket pass. More advanced players may even execute a dribble drive following a back-to-the-basket move, allowing for a myriad of combinations. Additionally, this technique offers a broad court vision while simultaneously minimizing the risk of turnovers. However, it is essential to note that the technical demands of back-to-the-basket play are considerable. It requires exceptional body coordination, core strength, and a nuanced awareness of the back and hip muscles. A player with insufficient core strength may find their upper body twisting while their lower body lags behind. On the court, positioned slightly inside the right free throw line, XueDing assumed a back-to-the-basket triple threat stance. The Trail Blazers spread out, while the Spurs players were compelled to guard the perimeter, creating a gap in the middle. XueDing's backhand maneuver is indeed rather clumsy. After observing for a while, he noticed that the paint was unguarded. Boom! XueDing directly initiated a back-shoulder collision with Ginobili. In the midst of the impact, he attentively observed the movements of the seasoned player, remaining unhurried. Ginbili's expression was grim as he felt the pain. This rookie possessed formidable muscle and showed no deference to age. However, Ginobili discerned that XueDing's actions were somewhat reckless, akin to those of other newcomers. He prepared to feign a fall during XueDing's second charge. Thus, Ginobili boldly thrust his chest forward. Yet, XueDing's maturity allowed him to perceive Ginbili's intentions, and he calmly pivoted with the momentum, completely evading him. This was troubling. Ginobili had aimed to draw an offensive foul, only to discover that XueDing was not as rash as he appeared. XueDing indeed lacks the ability to execute a turnaround jump shot. Thus, his only option when turning his back is to drive towards the basket. After XueDing surpassed his opponent, he seized the ball with one hand and took a long stride forward. Bonner, with outstretched arms, rushed in from the left side beyond the 3-second zone to defend. The slam dunk master LV6. XueDing relied on his powerful bounce, propelling himself upwards with remarkable speed, his head swiftly reaching the rim. The spectators in the corner were already on their feet, poised to erupt in cheers. XueDing did not disappoint the fans. He bent at the waist midair, transitioning from one hand to two, powerfully grasping the ball before slamming it down. A two-handed tomahawk. The rim and backboard reverberated with the impact. A ferocious display of strength. The score now stood at 30-26. Ginobili wiped the sweat from his brow. This rookie is exceptionally fierce. XueDing. The DJ's exuberant shouts completely ignited the atmosphere at the Rose Garden. The big screen continuously replayed this magnificent dunk. XueDing soared once more. Goodness, every time I witness his dunks, my blood boils with excitement. The top 5 plays have seemingly become his personal highlight reel. Fans on the live stream erupted with enthusiasm as they watched the replay. After his dunk, XueDing jogged back to high-five his teammates. On the bench, Roy and Aldridge rose to cheer for him. This is the brutal style of XueDing. McMillan wore a look of satisfaction. XueDing's shooting skills are rather average. He prefers playing inside the paint and struggles with pick-and-roll situations, often thriving in chaotic skirmishes. XueDing's playing style starkly contrasts with that of the Trail Blazers. Nevertheless, no coach would overlook a player capable of invigorating the team's spirit. Meanwhile, Popovich continues to bellow from the sidelines. Duncan and Parker huddle together, whispering strategies on how to handle the enigma that is XueDing. This rookie is quite a challenge. Ginobili receives the ball, dribbling across half-court, with XueDing now assigned to guard him. Ginobili glances up, occasionally surveying the hoop's position while gesturing for his teammates. Manu, that last foul was poorly executed, wasn't it? To speak frankly, your approach is too soft. I could easily knock you down. XueDing begins to chatter incessantly with taunts. Rookie, silence yourself. Ginobili seldom encounters such disrespect from a newcomer. If XueDing represents the Trail Blazer second unit, then Ginobili has epitomized the Spurs second unit for the past decade. He may very well be the sole player to grace the bench, yet still secure a place in the Hall of Fame. Should this individual fail to be inducted, numerous fans might speculate that America is retaliating against Ginobili for leading Argentina to triumph over them. In essence, if he does not enter the Hall of Fame, it would tarnish the Hall's prestige rather than diminish Ginobili's standing. Such is the magnitude of his prowess. Observing Ginobili beyond the arc, he executes a sweeping crossover, destabilizing ChueDing's balance. Following a series of retreating dribbles, he rises for a shot. The three-pointer sails through the air. Ginobili's rhythm is so elusive that ChueDing struggles to adapt. Without his footing, ChueDing can only watch helplessly as the ball swishes through the net. The score stands at 33-26. The home crowd, previously roaring with delight over ChueDing's successive dunks, quiets down. Chapter 52. The Son of Jingda Jun. After sinking the shot, Ginobili casts a disdainful glance at ChueDing, asserting his dominance on the court. While not malicious, he is undeniably in the zone. This shot is nearly as formidable as ChueDing's. It is a decisive display of superiority. ChueDing anticipates the three-pointer, but simply cannot keep pace with Ginobili's rhythm. "Give me the ball." ChueDing Chao's teammate shouted loudly for the ball, marking the beginning of his confrontation with the veteran player. ChueDing dribbled the ball past the halfway line. Remain composed. One must remain composed. ChueDing constantly urges himself to remain calm. This is the essence of competing among stars. As ChueDing carried the ball beyond the halfway line, Billy gestured for Hill to step aside, opting instead to approach himself. He discerned that ChueDing was eager to unleash a few emotional plays to set the rhythm. Clearly, Billy was poised to apply close pressure the moment ChueDing attempted to drive past him. His positioning was cunning, maintaining a considerable distance. Thus, even though ChueDing possessed superior explosiveness, it was not feasible for him to bulldoze his way through so aggressively. ChueDing expertly dribbled the ball, bending low as he approached the three-point line from the right at a 45-degree angle. ChueDing did not opt for a direct breakthrough. Indeed, Billy approached to pressure ChueDing into dribbling, preventing him from gaining momentum. Although the seasoned veteran's defense may be average, his wealth of defensive experience is undeniable. ChueDing is unafraid of muscular men, but he certainly fears this old YB. Once he exerts himself, he would undoubtedly dare to soar away. ChueDing was slightly nudged by Billy's shoulder, and although it caused him no pain, it disrupted his rhythm. The referee hesitated, whistle poised, yet ultimately refrained from calling a foul. The official deemed ChueDing's robust physique made Billy's contact insignificant. With a swift motion, Billy continued his relentless assault, but the referee remained unmoved. ChueDing has never comprehended James's feelings in such a manner before. The NBA is a league brimming with tough individuals, where nearly every player fears not the clash of competition. Gifted as he is, ChueDing is destined to face frequent infringements akin to those experienced by James. Often without the whistle of the referee, ChueDing was quite displeased. It seemed that Ginobili's defense resembled a hands-on approach. He neither tugged nor pushed, and the referees refrained from calling fouls. Ginobili chuckled at the sight of ChueDing flustered. This rookie was still too green, and Ginobili was prepared to welcome him to the NBA today. As the two faced off repeatedly, Ginobili aimed to undermine ChueDing, intending to shatter the Trail Blazers' momentum. Noticing that ChueDing appeared to be preparing for a screen or a pass, he once again extended his nefarious hand, hoping to seize the opportunity to swipe the ball while the referees favored him. But just as Ginobili reached out, ChueDing revealed a peculiar smile. ChueDing, with both hands clutching the ball, proactively thrust his hands into the circular embrace of Billy. "Oh, did you think of withdrawing? Dream on." ChueDing positioned his hands firmly before leaping into action, preparing to strike. Alas, with a piercing scream from ChueDing, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Beep, beep. Immediately, the head referee turned towards the technical table, extending his palm flat, with his left elbow bent at a right angle, rhythmically tapping his left wrist, signaling a foul for hitting the hand. Subsequently, the head referee raised 3 fingers towards the technical table. "Oh my goodness, this was not a shooting foul." Billy gaped in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity as he clasped his head and approached the referee. Billy's demeanor was quite sinister. While ChueDing felt he had been wronged, the fans, too, were left in eager curiosity about what had transpired moments earlier. Did ChueDing commit a foul by feigning injury when Old Demon Blade attempted a three-point shot? It is quite commonplace for ChueDing to provoke defensive fouls from his opponents, typically occurring in the paint. However, this incident involving a three-point shooting foul is unprecedented. How could this shot possibly result in a foul from beyond the arc? XueDing is truly going to take 3 free throws? Popovich, Duncan, Parker, and others are all gazing up at the big screen. Referee, it was he who initiated the contact, not I. This is unequivocally not a shooting foul. XueDing gazed with a mix of disdain and amusement at Jin Billy, who was incessantly complaining to the referee. The referees in the NBA are notoriously indifferent. When they choose to disregard you, they will certainly do so without hesitation. The referee upheld the integrity of his profession by calling this foul in accordance with the rules. XueDing was acutely aware that before the implementation of the Harden rule, this tactic could be employed with impunity. The current league, however, does not deter players from deliberately seeking physical contact and then proceeding to shoot in order to draw fouls. When contact occurs before the ball handler initiates their shooting motion, rather than while holding the ball in preparation to shoot, referees will still frequently call a shooting foul, even under such circumstances. Although drawing fouls may be seen as ignoble, XueDing does not perceive it as shameful. If one possesses the skill, let them take action. XueDing believed that if he were to be fouled in such a manner, he would undoubtedly retaliate tenfold without a moment's hesitation. Ding. Skill acquired. Son of Jing Dejun LV1. This skill increases the probability of the referee calling a foul upon physical contact by 10. Astonishing. While XueDing was engrossed in the performance, the system suddenly made an announcement. It seemed as if the system was compelling him to provoke a reaction. Although he possessed certain skills, XueDing understood that these were merely supplementary. His primary objective remained to enhance his true strength. He needed to continue practicing low-post moves and three-point shooting, avoiding the pitfalls of emulating Harden. Currently, his low-post game was limited to only a couple of attempts before opponents anticipated his maneuvers, thwarting his chances of executing a turnaround dunk. Without a reliable jump shot, he would struggle. Moreover, the Trail Blazers pick-and-roll strategy necessitated his ability to shoot as well. While Miller may lack shooting finesse, his passing prowess made him an ideal fit for executing pick-and-roll plays. Ginobili's incessant complaints finally drew the referees together for a discussion. However, according to NBA regulations, they were unable to review the play at that moment, as it was neither a malicious foul nor within the final 2 minutes. He sought clarification on whether the foul was a 2-point or 3-point infraction. The 3-point line was so distant that even a fool would recognize it as a 3-pointer. Yet the cunning player was willing to risk his reputation. Just moments earlier, XueDing had clearly ensnared him. But why had the referees made that call? The officials felt helpless. They too were displeased with XueDing's attempts to deceive them into calling fouls. Nevertheless, the rules compelled them to blow the whistle. Historically, few players had attempted such blatant foul draws. Most cases were mere accidents. Yet, the referees were well aware that this rookie was being deliberately deceptive. Soon, the arena's large screen began to replay the contested foul. On the display, XueDing feigned a casual pass. Yet his actions had indeed ensnared Ginobili's hand in an attempt to steal the ball. This was clearly a shooting motion, positioned a good 2 meters beyond the 3-point line. At that moment, the fans were filled with a whirlwind of emotions. Was this a legitimate play? Yet there was an odd sensation surrounding it. Was our Xue not the epitome of a bright and tough young man? How could he resort to such tactics? Nevertheless, it didn't matter. What a splendid play. The crowd erupted in cheers once more, their initial hesitation forgotten. XueDing stood at the free throw line amidst the jubilant cheers. He made all 3 free throws, bringing the score to 33-29, further narrowing the gap. In Chapter 53, Carter's package arrived. Jin Billy gritted his teeth and flashed a peculiar smile at XueDing. XueDing wiped the sweat from his forehead, seemingly indifferent. Tonight, he showcased the old demon blade, and to be honest, it brought him a subtle thrill. Jin Billy is a player who cannot be evaluated by the conventional standards dictated by society. In terms of personal accolades, apart from being named 6th Man of the Year and a few limited All-Star appearances, his record is largely devoid of achievements. This old demon blade lacks All-NBA selections and MVP titles, and his statistics are rather ordinary. For the majority of his career, he played as a substitute. However, the combination of world championships, Olympic medals, and 3 championship rings, along with several seasons of the Spurs achieving 50 wins, speaks volumes. Jin Billy's career is a magnificent legend. XueDing had witnessed numerous matches featuring Manu Jin Billy, yet it was only upon facing him directly that he comprehended the formidable nature of this athlete. A true challenge to contend with. The legendary saga of Jin Billy can be traced back to the 2002 World Championship in Indianapolis. It was during this event that the Dream Team of the United States suffered its first defeat on the global stage and, astonishingly, on home soil. At that time, Jin Billy, the young man who had toppled giants, had yet to play a single game in the NBA. Remarkably, this extraordinary feat was replicated 2 years later at the Athens Olympics. By then, Jin Billy had already secured a championship ring, despite having played in the NBA for just 2 years. To overcome a significantly stronger adversary, tactical prowess is undoubtedly essential. However, an equally critical component is an unwavering heart. As solid as iron, unyielding in the face of fear, many find themselves overwhelmed by the might of their opponents, succumbing either to self-doubt or blind admiration. Prior to their defeat, the Dream Team was revered by their rivals as if they were rock stars, eliciting awe wherever they went. ChesesDraft is acutely aware of the mindset of a novice when facing NBA superstars. Competing against Ginobili, Duncan, and Parker, he finds it exceedingly challenging to transform his previous fan mentality and demeanor. However, Ginobili, in his prime, approached the Dream Team with a distinctly different mindset and attitude. Perhaps he never even contemplated the possibility of victory. ChesesDraft perceived an insatiable thirst for victory in his eyes. During his teenage years, Coach restricted Jin Billy from driving to the basket, fearing that with his physique, relentless tussles in the paint would condemn him to a wheelchair for the remainder of his life. More than one observer has echoed similar sentiments. ChesesDraft had once heard Coach McMillan recount how, during the 2005 Western Conference semifinals, he witnessed Jin Billy repeatedly hurl his slender frame into the fray. McMillan remarked that if Jin Billy continued this way, he would be bound to a wheelchair before reaching 50. Whether it was audacious three-pointers or slithering through the muscle-bound jungle with serpentine grace, Jin Billy deposited the ball into the hoop with a countenance as serene as if nothing had transpired. He remained unfazed, untroubled by the specter of team failure or the fear of personal blunders. His career unfolded as a tapestry woven with a series of magnificent strikes and foolish gambits. In previous playoffs, many could enumerate the times he defied tactical prudence with ill-advised three-point attempts and risky passes that led to turnovers. He was the only anomaly in Coach Popovich's repertoire. How to articulate it? A coin has two sides. It was his audacity, teetering on the brink of recklessness, that birthed those chillingly brilliant executions. Thus, the Argentinians adored him, the Spurs cherished him, and Popovich held him in high regard. Despite his share of blunders that often left Popovich contemplating whether to tear his hair out, there seemed to exist nothing on the basketball court that instilled fear in him. He was resolute in his strength, as the gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. He was bold in his demeanor, akin to the moon illuminating the great river. Jin Billy's bravery and decisiveness, paired with his genius in breaking through defenses and orchestrating plays, did not compel him to strive for the title of the greatest player. Indeed, a bench player, no matter how exceptional, cannot ascend to the status of MVP. Yet ChesesDraft recognized that as the core of the national team that had once vanquished the Dream Team, Jin Billy was undeniably a talent of great caliber in the NBA, willing to embrace a role as a substitute. Some individuals achieve greatness through ostentation and dominion. Others, however, attain it through subtlety, leaving a depth of admiration and intrigue in their wake. He was a top scorer, yet never averaged over 20 points in a season. He was the team's finest playmaker, yet not the leading assist provider. He possessed the capacity to lead a team, but spent the majority of his time as a reserve. Ultimately, he embodied a player who approached the game with a fervor that defied statistics and personal accolades, a team-oriented athlete. He was a man born for victory in this restless, desire-driven world. In such a context, his art of flopping could be considered one of his specialties. Yet today, ChesesDraft was unequivocally set to emulate Jin Billy's craft. The style of flopping showcased by him was indeed remarkable. ChesesDraft's playing style is rather audacious. However, it has indeed aided the Trailblazers in narrowing the score gap to a mere 4 points, making it a matter of just 2 possessions. If they can secure a couple of defensive stops and then score, they will be in a favorable position. Popovich observed ChesesDraft on the court with a furrowed brow. As Hill and Ginobili failed to perform as expected, Hill's speed was insufficient to contain ChesesDraft. Ginobili approached, continuing to set screens for an inside drive. This time, at ChesesDraft's signal, Perzabilla and Fernandez simultaneously double-teamed Ginobili. In a moment of desperation, Ginobili passed the ball to Hill on the perimeter. ChesesDraft pressed closely against his opponent. As Popovich had anticipated, Hill struggled against ChueDing's physicality. Under the relentless pressure from ChueDing, Hill had no choice but to pass the ball to the corner where Bonner awaited. Bonner received the pass and, with defenders looming, launched a three-point shot. The Trail Blazers' rotational defense was impeccable as Webster charged forward. Clang! Bonner's contested three-pointer failed to find the mark. ChueDing secured the rebound. After ChueDing expertly maneuvered past his defenders, he attempted a three-point shot from the arc, utilizing a screen. However, this time it did not find its mark. The alteration in his shooting form slightly enhanced his accuracy, yet did not result in a fundamental transformation. The Spurs initiated their offense, with Ginobili bringing the ball to the top of the arc. He navigated through a series of screens, advancing to the free throw line. The Trail Blazers continued to double-team Ginobili, who was poised to pass to the corner. Yet, Fernandez was alert to the play, deflecting the ball and altering its trajectory. ChueDing is abruptly interrupted. Steal 1-0 wow. ChueDing ignites the acceleration. It has arrived. As the fans in the Rose Garden witnessed the full-throttle performance of ChueDing, every spectator felt their adrenaline surge. Many fans rose to their feet. On the court, ChueDing did not disappoint. With a burst of speed, he dashed past Hill. Bonner was approaching from the other side, but ChueDing's velocity was already at its peak. Overtaking. After ChueDing effortlessly surpassed Bonner with sheer speed, the Spurs' backcourt lay utterly vacant. As he prepared to showcase an impressive dunk, Coach Popovich resignedly closed his eyes. As ChueDing approached the free throw line from the diagonal right, his mind was consumed by Carter's dunking posture. Without a trace of hesitation, a mere 1.5 quarters had allowed ChueDing to reach his optimal physical condition. Upon crossing the free throw line, he propelled himself into the air. His right hand deftly hooked the basketball with his wrist. In midair, his body executed a flawless 360-degree spin. With a grand, sweeping motion, he slammed the ball into the hoop. The score stood at 33-31. Chapter 54, Shameless. The spectators at Rose Garden were left astounded by ChueDing's breathtaking 360-degree windmill dunk. It was utterly unexpected. One on a tomahawk. Yet how exhilarating. ChueDing. The DJ's exclamations and the fans' cheers elevated the atmosphere to a crescendo. Oh my goodness, is this a dunk contest? The 360-degree windmill. I adore you. Female fans erupted in continuous screams. ChueDing proudly flexed his muscles in front of the camera, exuberantly shouting with delight. It was truly exhilarating. Even in peak condition, he managed to execute a signature Carter-style windmill dunk. Domestic fans were left in awe, flooding the screen with waves of admiration. Now, it was the Spurs' turn to mount an offensive. The thunderous dunks of ChueDing, the resolute defense of the Trail Blazers, and the raucous cheers of the fans all conspired to exert immense pressure on the Spurs players on the court. Manu passed the ball to the advancing Bonner, who subsequently relayed it to the circling Hill. Under ChueDing's leadership, the Trail Blazers played with remarkable fervor, executing their switches and rotations with precision. As Hill at the top of the arc prepared to pass the ball to the right side to Ginobili, ChueDing saw through the strategy. With a swift motion, he intervened. ChueDing intercepts the ball once more. Upon witnessing the steal, Fernandez immediately accelerates. The two of them dash forward again. Oh, here it comes. The spectators in the arena erupt in cheers once again. The Trail Blazers launch a fast break with the duo. Their seamless passing finds the opening. ChueDing, displaying no desire for personal glory, advanced on the right flank and deftly passed the ball to the on-rushing Fernandez on the opposite side. With a powerful leap, Fernandez soared into the air, executing a thunderous dunk. The score was once again leveled at 33-33, prompting Popovich to call for a timeout. Well done, Chue. Your dunk was impressive as well, he remarked. Fernandez approached and exchanged a firm high-five with ChueDing. The atmosphere in the Rose Garden Arena erupted, transforming from a previously subdued ambience to one of electrifying excitement, inspired by their dynamic performance. As they returned to the bench, Roy, Aldridge, and others gathered around ChueDing. Your windmill dunk was magnificent, Chue. Vince Carter. You are undoubtedly the next Vince Carter. You should participate in the dunk contest during the All-Star game. The Chinese flying man, exclaimed his teammates, brimming with enthusiasm. ChueDing's formidable prowess truly commands respect from all. TNT's Barkley and Smith exuberantly commentate on the game. The Spurs' lead has been overtaken. The Trail Blazers' young talents are performing splendidly. As they execute their offensive plays, their defense is equally commendable, with back-to-back steals culminating in thrilling dunks that leave Coach Popovich restless. The Trail Blazers' defense is exceptionally tight, successfully limiting the Spurs' offensive initiators. Charles, what is your assessment of Xue's defensive skills? It is said that during his collegiate years, Xue was renowned for his defensive acumen, and it is evident that his foundational skills are solid. Xue's defensive prowess is particularly notable in his off-ball awareness. He adeptly anticipates passes, frequently intercepting opponents' throws and converting them into fast break dunks. Undoubtedly, Xue possesses the physical attributes of an elite perimeter defender, ranking among the best in the current league for point guards. Previous analyses indicate that in one-on-one situations, when Xue is fully engaged, most perimeter players struggle to surpass him. During a game against the Rockets, he effectively contained opposing point guard Brooks at half-court, rendering him nearly immobile. It is rumored that in 2K, Xue's perimeter defense rating stands at B, a designation that is exceptional for a point guard. However, Xue's defensive habits could benefit from refinement. He tends to rely on his physical advantages to reach for the ball, which can lead to positional errors, and he occasionally preemptively positions himself for rebounds, leaving his assigned shooters unguarded. Charles, I believe that some of Xue's defensive lapses are sometimes compromises made for offensive opportunities, especially considering that the Trailblazers were nearly devoid of fast breaks last season. They are eager to change that this season, and the current roster necessitates scoring through rapid transitions. Miller's absence has compelled Xue to focus more on offensive organization, inadvertently allowing his defensive intensity to wane in order to conserve energy. Indeed, Xue is the type of player who can excel defensively if he chooses to, yet team strategies may impose limitations on his capabilities. Two former NBA players have succinctly analyzed XueDing's defensive abilities. Following a timeout, the Spurs lineup shifted to GDP, Bonner, and Mason, while the Trailblazers reinstated all their starters. The tempo of the game has once again slowed. XueDing first executed a deft cut to the basket to receive a pass from Roy, successfully finishing with a layup. He then drove to the hoop, delivering a thunderous dunk. Aldridge played astutely, consistently drawing Duncan out to the perimeter. Bonner's dominance in the paint paled in comparison to Duncan's, and XueDing truly erupted during this quarter. After Aldridge's mid-range shot failed to find the mark, XueDing forcefully overpowered Bonner to secure an offensive rebound, converting it into a 2-1. The Spurs gradually found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught, beginning to struggle with their shooting. XueDing's performance at this juncture remained uncontainable. They were momentarily overwhelmed by the spirited onslaught of the Trailblazers. The point differential began to widen, with the Trailblazers holding an 8-point lead as the halftime clock ticked down to 20 seconds. The final possession belonged to the Trailblazers. XueDing possesses the ball. XueDing glanced at the timer, proceeding at a measured and unhurried pace. As XueDing advanced to the three-point line at the arc, he found himself defended by Jin Billy, who engaged in constant physical contact with him. Jin Billy maintained his tight defense, wary of allowing XueDing to gain momentum. Although XueDing appeared somewhat rough around the edges, Jin Billy understood that there was a cunning nature beneath his exterior, prompting him to abandon any semblance of leniency typically afforded to a rookie. With an unyielding grip, Jin Billy kept his hands firmly on XueDing's waist. However, having just been outmaneuvered by XueDing, he was now more cautious than ever. Jin Billy recognized that XueDing had intentionally sought a foul moments ago, a tactic he found somewhat distasteful. Observing XueDing's relentless attempts to collide with him again, Jin Billy remained acutely aware of XueDing's ball-handling hand, persistently disrupting his movements with heightened vigilance. XueDing's consecutive attempts to evade were unsuccessful against Ginobili. Odin stepped up to assist, setting a screen before delivering a handoff back to XueDing. XueDing, with his shoulder lowered at a 45-degree angle to the right, held the ball in a triple threat position. The countdown progressed swiftly. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Opportunities were scarce. XueDing prepared to commit another foul. However, Jin Billy's hand was slightly out of reach, yet still extended. Observing the distance of his hand, XueDing hastily dribbled the ball. In an instinctive reaction, Jin Billy's hand swiftly moved to interfere. XueDing, without any hesitation, seized the Demon Blade's arm firmly. In one fluid motion, he executed a jump shot, sending the basketball soaring directly towards the audience. The son of Jingdejun, level 1, exclaimed with fervor. There was no need for a replay this time. Everyone present witnessed the moment with crystal clarity. XueDing was never aiming to make a shot. His intention was solely to draw a foul. How shameless! Even the home crowd quietly cursed him, as this rookie seemed to be soaring beyond reason. Ginobili cast a mournful glance at the referee, exclaiming in frustration, This is a technical foul. He brought it upon himself. Popovich was incensed, gesturing vehemently towards the official. Duncan, too, glared with intensity. Can we really be treated so unjustly in an away game? And now, 3 free throws as a result. Chapter 55, The Terrifying Trailblazers. At this moment, Popovich seethed with anger, but he was restrained by his assistant coach. Duncan, being the honest man he was, could do little more than glare. During Stern's era, NBA referees earned the moniker of undisputed rulers, enforcing a zero-tolerance policy that applied universally, even to the league superstars. There was a time when Duncan was ejected for merely smiling at Crawford, and last season, it became commonplace for stars to be disqualified. One couldn't even claim to be a superstar without facing ejection. When a misjudgment occurred, players often chose to engage the referees with a calm demeanor, seeking clarification on the standards of officiating. Yet, in most cases, the calls would not be reversed. However, reasonable dialogue might yield favorable outcomes in subsequent plays. Ginobili on the court felt a deep sense of injustice, unable to voice his frustrations. If he spoke too harshly, he would be penalized with a technical foul. If he spoke too softly, the officials would ignore him. Fortunately, the Spurs were composed of seasoned veterans. After a moment of reflection, Ginobili gathered a few teammates, organized his thoughts, and approached the referee to discuss the matter. XueDing once again stood at the free throw line, and the spectators fell into a hushed silence. Regardless, this rookie had aided his team in gaining the upper hand. He took a deep breath. The first shot, swish, it was in. XueDing has abandoned Westbrook's original free throw technique, opting instead for Martin's push shot. Westbrook's free throw percentage is relatively mediocre among guards, even falling short of XueDing himself. Martin's shooting form allows him to apply appropriate force from various distances, resulting in a notably softer touch. For Martin, as long as he performs at his usual level, his free throws are not particularly poor. After XueDing completed his first free throw, he stepped back from the free throw line to beyond the three-point arc, flamboyantly waving his hand to encourage the fans to get excited. XueDing felt that the scene should not be like this. Upon seeing his gestures, numerous fans immediately formed their hands into the shape of a trumpet and fervently shouted, "Oh, Xue, go for it. You are truly handsome. I love you. MVP Xue, your backside is quite alluring." Oh yeah, the cacophony of the fans' various voices flooded into XueDing's ears. The second free throw. Success. Without pause, he continued to the third free throw. Success. The score stood at 52-63. After the free throws, only 0.3 seconds remained in the first half, and the Spurs opted to forego their offense. The electronic buzzer, signaling the end of the halftime, echoed. The Trailblazers entered the locker room with an 11-point lead. XueDing, draped in a towel, made his way to the locker room, greeting enthusiastic fans along the way. XueDing felt immensely exhilarated. The second half commenced. The Trailblazers launched their offensive. XueDing dribbles past the halfway line. XueDing refrained from engaging in a prolonged contest with Parker, who remains at his peak, exhibiting remarkable speed. He signaled for Odin to set a screen. Odin positioned himself to provide the necessary cover. XueDing awkwardly executed a ground split pass, delivering the ball into the hands of the imposing Odin. This was a pivotal moment. When in good health, Odin is a formidable center. Upon receiving the ball, Odin opted for a powerful dribble, penetrating the paint. Utilizing his body position, he pivoted with strength and rhythmically stepped into a shot after a forceful turnaround. Duncan was drawn away by XueDing. Bonner, attempting to provide support, stepped forward but found himself at a disadvantage. Odin leapt into the air, soaring like a great eagle, and unleashed a thunderous dunk over Bonner. With both hands gripping the rim, he exuded sheer dominance. The score stood at 52-65. Greg Oden. The fans in attendance witnessed the might of the Emperor Odin. Greg Oden, once heralded as the most promising super center of the 21st century, following the legendary Shaquille O'Neal. In his prime, Odin possessed a finesse and footwork surpassing that of O'Neal, along with a superior free throw percentage. He is a once-in-a-generation prodigy. Well done, Greg, XueDing shouted as he struck once at Odin's chest. Thank you, Xue. Odin gently patted XueDing's head. XueDing was not in the midst of Odin's actions. The towering figure patting the smaller one's head was merely a habitual gesture. The fans present erupted in applause, all cheering for their beloved giant, who had been plagued by injuries for 2 years, as he delivered a thunderous dunk. 2 years ago, during the draft, the Trailblazers unhesitatingly selected Odin with the first overall pick, while Durant merely became the second pick, reflecting the immense expectations the organization had for Odin. Over these 2 years, Durant has shone brightly, while the pressure on Odin has been overwhelming. ChueDing gazed upon Odin's furious outburst, fully aware of the tempestuous emotions that surged within him. Few players have been bestowed the moniker of the Emperor upon entering the NBA, and Odin stands as the foremost among them. To be dubbed the Emperor inherently implies the possession of extraordinary prowess. In his former life, ChueDing was acutely cognizant that this Emperor, Odin, had yet to unveil his true capabilities within the league before being tragically curtailed by injuries, ultimately bidding farewell to the NBA. Many assert that Odin, even if drafted 100 times, would still ascend to the coveted position of first overall pick. In his previous life, ChueDing often pondered whether Odin was truly as formidable as rumored. In this incarnation, the healthy Odin on the training court demonstrates to ChueDing that, devoid of injuries, he is indeed a behemoth in the paint. The Trailblazers have never lacked talent. Odin, Roy, Aldridge, Batum, and Fernandez. It seems that even the heavens envy them, as they have been robbed of everything by the cruel hand of injury. The Trailblazers of the past were a team steeped in melancholy and regret. At this moment, Duncan feels a twinge of frustration as he pats Bonner, lamenting that he failed to keep up with Odin. The game presses on. Parker approaches to initiate the offense. As the cerebral core of the team, Parker is acutely aware of his teammates' psychological state. The deficit from the first half is rather significant, and the opponent's electrifying dunks have bolstered their morale. If they do not respond promptly in the second half, the widening gap may lead to an impending collapse. This possession must culminate in success. Duncan and Popovich, however, did not anticipate that the challenges presented by this game would surpass their expectations. Roy's maturity, ChueDing's explosive power, a healthy Odin's dominance in the paint, Aldridge's reliable mid-range shooting, and the elite 3-and-D capabilities of the two Europeans. All these factors render the opposition terrifying. The Spurs recognize the Trailblazers as a formidable adversary. Parker finds himself unable to shake off the tenacious ChueDing. When his teammates are performing admirably, ChueDing can channel most of his energy into defense, which spells doom for their opponents. Aware that he cannot bypass ChueDing in this possession, Parker opts for a tactical maneuver. He crosses half-court, promptly passing the ball to Ginobili, who has been pushed 2 steps beyond the three-point line, before swiftly darting towards the paint to create space. Duncan vigilantly observes the positioning of his teammates, constantly seeking opportunities to set screens for those making off-ball movements. Upon receiving the basketball, Ginobili feigns a move, intending to drive straight to the basket, but Roy's defense proved challenging to breach. Roy positions himself in Ginobili's path, making the drive considerably more difficult. Even for Ginobili and Parker, encountering Roy's defense diminishes their chances of success. Realizing he cannot penetrate this time, Ginobili refrains from forcing the issue and instead returns the ball to Jefferson on the opposite side. Last season, Jefferson single-handedly shouldered the offensive burden for the Bucks in the absence of their star player, Michael Redd, averaging 19.6 points per game. Although the Bucks finished the season with a disappointing 36 wins and 43 losses, landing 12th in the Eastern Conference and missing the playoffs, Jefferson's prowess was duly recognized, making him a key target for the Spurs this summer. When the offense stagnates, he becomes the go-to option. Yet, Jefferson is not in peak form today, having managed only a solitary field goal thus far. With a deft change of direction, he shakes off the defending Batum and attempts a pull-up jumper. Clang! The basketball ricochets violently off the backboard, soaring high into the air. Shue, it's yours. Just now, ChueDing delivered a thunderous dunk to Odin, and this time, Odin skillfully positioned himself to block Duncan for ChueDing. ChueDing secured a rebound. Rebound one, all right. Thank you, ChueDing remarked with a smile. With a lead in the game, his mindset was quite relaxed. Chapter 56, a resounding victory. Although ChueDing intended to launch a fast break, the Spurs were on high alert. Upon witnessing ChueDing secure the rebound, the entire team scrambled back on defense. The Trailblazers initiated their offensive play. As ChueDing skillfully dribbled forward, he executed a powerful bounce pass to Roy in the low post. Roy, positioned near the basket, deftly adjusted his footwork before launching a mid-range jumper over the formidable defender, the Demon Blade. Swish! It found its mark. Roy's shooting touch today was exceptionally fine. The score now stood at 52-67, with the gap continuing to widen. The Spurs initiated their offensive play. Parker advanced the ball, with Duncan positioning himself nearby. Parker engaged in a pick-and-roll with Duncan, mirroring the earlier play executed by ChueDing. Parker delivered the ball to Duncan, who, upon receiving it, attempted a layup. However, Duncan evidently underestimated the defensive prowess of the Trail Blazers interior. Odin, Aldridge, and XueDing formed a formidable trio, applying pressure, one contesting, another obstructing, and the last creating disturbances. Odin swatted the basketball from Duncan's grasp. Meanwhile, XueDing, who had been providing distraction, seized the rebound. This time, the Spurs' response was not as swift. XueDing executed a lightning-quick first step, effortlessly maneuvering past Parker, who stood in his path. Upon surpassing his defender, he propelled himself forward with a powerful push off the ground, twisting his hips to accelerate. Simultaneously, Roy sprang into action. Although Roy's pace was measured rather than swift, it possessed a certain rhythm. Despite his aversion to fast breaks, he was swept along by XueDing's fervor. Thus, with Roy on the left and XueDing on the right, they surged toward the Spurs half-court, igniting the Trail Blazers' signature fast-break offense. Oh, what a spectacle! This was a breathtaking display of XueDing's extraordinary speed in the transition between offense and defense. In a mere 2.5 seconds, XueDing traversed half the court. The Spurs' backcourt was left with only Ginobili. Seeking to impede the fast break, Ginobili aimed to foul the dribbling XueDing. However, XueDing deftly passed the ball to Roy on the left, who executed a swift pivot to evade the foul and surged forward with renewed vigor. He moved parallel to Roy's side as Ginobili pursued, trailing closely behind. The path ahead for Roy was clear. As he crossed the three-point line, he gauged the positions of Ginobili and XueDing. In no time, Roy spotted XueDing waving from the opposite side. Without a moment's hesitation, he pivoted upon reaching the free-throw line and launched the ball into the air. Ginobili, with outstretched arms, could only watch helplessly as XueDing soared into the air from just a step inside the free-throw line, showcasing his remarkable talent. XueDing soared into the air, extending his right arm as if a celestial being had descended, deftly catching the basketball sent forth by Roy with his right hand and wrist. He then, with remarkable momentum, delivered a resounding strike towards the hoop. Boom! This was a ferocious dunk reminiscent of LeBron James. An aerial alley-oop completed with finesse. Courtesy of the assist from the Trail Blazers' Yellow Mamba. XueDing scores 2. The score stands at 52-69. Timeout. Just as XueDing was yelling furiously at the camera, Popovich intervened and called for a timeout. This is outrageous. The point difference is soaring towards 20. After XueDing made his impressive dunk, he swiftly turned around and energetically bumped chest with Roy. At that moment, Roy too was exhilarated, feeling the vibrant spirit of youth radiating from XueDing, something he himself lacked. What a splendid play. Well done. McMillan exchanged high-fives with his assistant coach. Oh my God, what have I just witnessed? Did their fast break truly take only 4 seconds, and they managed to score? Is this still the Trail Blazers I know? Unbelievable. When Roy decided to keep pace with Xue, the Trail Blazers' fast breaks became utterly unstoppable. Although fans had grown accustomed to XueDing's thunderous dunks, each one still ignited a thrill within them, much like indulging in a cherished activity that never loses its charm. The roars from the Spurs bench signaled to the fans in front of the cameras that Coach Popovich was far from pleased with the current state of his team. The Spurs' defense appeared utterly ineffective against the Trail Blazers, who showcased an impressive team defense instead. Popovich realized that this iteration of the Trail Blazers was incomparable to last season's team. With XueDing, they were quicker than ever. As long as they failed to score, this rookie could swiftly push the fast break forward. At the commentary booth, the speed of XueDing was astonishing. Billy couldn't even commit a foul in time. The Spurs needed to be cautious. They could no longer allow Xue to run freely, or else this game would slip away from them. Zhang Weiping chuckled, feigning concern for the Spurs, even as a smile lingered on his face. The moment when Billy single-handedly attempted to halt XueDing's fast break at midcourt was etched in the minds of Spurs fans, causing them silent heartache. After all, Billy himself had once been a youthful whirlwind on the court. Su Jiqing articulated directly, the sight of Ginobili's silhouette stirred a pang of bittersweet emotion within him. Following the timeout, the game resumed with the Spurs failing to capitalize on their long-range attempts. Subsequently, Roy and Batum swiftly sank three-pointers, while Odin executed a powerful drive into the paint. The Trail Blazers unleashed a formidable 14-0 run, stretching their lead to over 20 points. The Spurs called for another timeout, and upon resuming, Ginobili connected with a three-pointer and made a breakthrough. Duncan also executed a play under the basket for a 2-1, aiding the team in narrowing the deficit slightly. However, the Spurs could not maintain their momentum, as XueDing delivered a pass to Fernandez, who landed another three-pointer. Roy, with a combination of inside and outside shots, added 4 more points, re-establishing the Blazers' advantage of over 20 points. Parker managed to drive late in the quarter, but XueDing responded immediately with a jump shot, while a hot-handed Roy added 3 more points through a combination of shooting and free throws. At the conclusion of the third quarter, the Trailblazers led 100-80, having scored an impressive 37 points in that period. In the final quarter, Jefferson initiated the scoring for the Spurs with a three-pointer. Duncan executed a thunderous dunk, yet Aldridge, receiving a pass from XueDing, countered with 2 rapid mid-range jumpers, followed by yet another emphatic dunk from XueDing on a cut. The Trailblazers maintained their significant lead. Subsequently, the Spurs began a resurgence, finding their rhythm from beyond the arc as Ginobili, Jefferson, and Bonner each connected on three-pointers, narrowing the gap to around 15 points. In a crucial moment, Roy responded with a combination of inside and outside scoring, amassing 4 points to stabilize the Blazers' position. Ginobili and Duncan then each hit mid-range shots, but the red-hot Roy promptly responded with a pull-up jumper, ensuring the Blazers retained firm control of the scoreline. The Spurs were unable to mount another comeback. The game concluded with a score of 104-124, marking a disheartening defeat for the Spurs at the Rose Garden. Roy contributed a remarkable 38 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists, while XueDing recorded a triple-double with 22 points, 11 rebounds, and 14 assists. Oden added 8 points, 3 rebounds, 2 steals, and 3 blocks, and Aldridge contributed 19 points and 6 rebounds. Fernandez chipped in 15 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 assists. Ginobili finished with 27 points and 5 assists, Duncan with 21 points, 12 rebounds, and 3 assists, Parker with 20 points, 3 rebounds, and 4 assists, and Bonner with 12 points, 6 rebounds, and 2 assists. The Trailblazers set a season high in scoring with an impressive shooting percentage of 57, rendering the Spurs' defense utterly inadequate. In recognition of his outstanding performance, Roy was awarded the MVP title. Following the game, fans expressed their sentiments. "I am a fan of XueDing, but today Roy was undeniably on fire. Is there any dispute over the MVP? Winning is what matters. Congratulations to the Trailblazers for reaching the pinnacle of the West." XueDing's rebounding was exceptional, though his ability to draw fouls for free throws was somewhat questionable. It was the first time I saw the old man so furious. XueDing has achieved yet another triple-double. Due to his prior training with the Spurs, XueDing had left a favorable impression on both GDP and Coach Popovich. However, that perception shifted dramatically today. As soon as the game concluded, Xue sought out a few individuals to exchange embraces. "Xue, when we meet again in San Antonio, you've shown significant improvement since summer. We'll take you down on your home turf," they jested. "The next match won TCU achieving a triple-double so easily," came the retort. "That remains to be seen." "I have teammates," Xue countered. "You are far more shameless than Yao," Duncan remarked, affectionately ruffling Xue's hair. "You could certainly do the same," Xue replied with a smile. "They cannot match your audacity. I now regret not bringing you to the Spurs," Popovich added with a serious expression. Chapter 57. The Art of Reflection. In this match, Jefferson bore significant responsibility for the Spurs' defeat, with a dismal shooting percentage of 4 for 18, signaling the failure of San Antonio's summer acquisitions. The Spurs' cohesion appeared less refined than that of the current Trailblazers. It is noteworthy that the former Spurs would never have lost to the Blazers by such a considerable margin while at full strength. Internal issues seem to be at play. We shall observe how Popovich adjusts following this game. On TNT, Barkley and Smith provided their analysis of the match. The Trailblazers, having vanquished a championship contender, now set their sights on the championship title. Dominating the Western Conference, who is superior, the Yellow Mamba or the Black Mamba, with a prodigious new star delivering another triple-double? Is XueDing the next Magic Johnson? The momentum of the Trailblazers has solidified, positioning them firmly in the championship race. Fresh from a shower, XueDing picked up his phone to find a cascade of accolades from the media and fans. Major domestic browsers promptly followed up with pop-up notifications. After completing his shower, XueDing sat on a bench in the changing room, reflecting on the gains and losses of the match. Regardless of the accolades bestowed by the outside world, XueDing understood that defeating the current Spurs was not an impressive feat. The Spurs were merely a paper tiger. XueDing recognized that the Spurs have emerged as the most disappointing team for fans this season. Defeating them does not signify that the Trailblazers have entered the championship contention. Why is it that the Spurs are deemed the most disheartening team among the 30 in the league? It is rather perplexing, for it is not the Rockets, nor even the league's cellar dweller, the New Jersey Nets, but rather the San Antonio Spurs. This venerable powerhouse, which has dominated the league for 12 years, has made significant moves this summer. The Lakers acquired Artest, while Shaquille O'Neal ventured east to Cleveland, and Vince Carter joined the Magic. The Celtics welcomed Rasheed Wallace, and the Spurs, refusing to be outdone, executed a noteworthy trade. As the Bucks contemplated rebuilding, they exchanged 35-year-old Oberto, 38-year-old Bowen, and Kurt Thomas for the prime-aged Richard Jefferson, thus forming a formidable quartet in the Alamo City. This transaction garnered unanimous acclaim within the industry. Jefferson, an exceptionally athletic and scoring small forward, fills a long-desired gap for the Spurs. Analysts assert that his presence will enhance the synergy between Tim Duncan and Manu Ginobili, serving as a substantial complement to the Spurs' offensive framework. Previously, the Spurs had pursued Vince Carter from the Nets, but the deal for Jefferson proved to be more feasible, culminating in a successful transaction. The combination of Parker, Ginobili, Jefferson, and Duncan is poised to reinstate them among the elite teams in the Western Conference. With Duncan aging, the window for the Spurs to relive their championship dreams is closing. Fans believe that integrating a player of Jefferson's caliber will significantly bolster the team's strength and confidence. They even speculate that, if health permits, the Spurs might mount a formidable challenge to the Lakers' throne. In comparison to the other four teams that have similarly expanded, the Spurs trade generates palpable excitement among fans. Artest's eccentricity, Shaq's waning prowess, and Wallace's decline contrast with the uncertainty surrounding whether Carter can replace the Turkish player Hidoti RKO lose impact. This summer, Spurs fans are fervently celebrating the team's transactions. Exhilarated by Coach Popovich's sagacity, San Antonio, this oft-overlooked small city, seems poised to instill fear in the league once again, reminiscent of the past 12 years. However, XueDing clearly recalls the dismal outcome of that season for the Spurs. They finished with a record of 46 wins and 29 losses, placing 7th in the Western Conference. 9 games behind the first-place Lakers and 14 behind the league-leading Cavaliers. They barely secured their playoff berth. Additionally, the Spurs averaged 105 points scored while allowing 93. 5 points against, showing an increase in scoring but also a rise in points allowed by 3. This reflects only the superficial results. In reality, the Spurs were consistently defeated by teams with superior records, while triumphing over weaker opponents, transforming into a team that preys on the vulnerable. A stark departure from their historical stability. In games, the Spurs frequently succumbed to high-scoring losses, completely shedding their former defensive prowess. Although Jefferson's arrival improved scoring, for a team like the Spurs, whose foundation rests on defense, the absence of a solid defensive strategy equates to a loss of identity. High scoring cannot compensate for this deficiency. In a particular match against the Trail Blazers, the Spurs suffered a defeat, allowing their opponent's key players to achieve high scores, with XueDing himself posting a 20-10 performance. Offensively, they were no match for the Trail Blazers. Having witnessed the majority of the season's games, XueDing instinctively understood the Spurs' issues. The core problem lay with their anchor, the ever-reliable, big fundamental, Tim Duncan, who was showing signs of age. Despite the responsible efforts of the Spurs leader to maintain his weight and competitiveness over the summer, the results were undeniably insufficient. Confronted by the youthful vigor of the Trail Blazers frontcourt, Duncan's foot speed faltered and his defensive intimidation diminished significantly. XueDing and defenders like Fernandez can frequently attack the basket, which speaks volumes about the decline in their defensive capabilities. Similarly, while Duncan's strength still allows him to contend with a muscular Odin, it has become increasingly arduous. As a 32-year-old veteran, Duncan's physique can no longer keep pace with his own awareness. 2 particular plays during the game left a lasting impression on XueDing. He witnessed the Spurs perimeter players pass the ball to Duncan, who, despite his best efforts to receive it, was thwarted by the defensive player and his own physical limitations, resulting in the ball going out of bounds. If it is an undeniable reality that Duncan's decline is unalterable, then the configuration of the Spurs' interior players is even more unsatisfactory. Take a look at Duncan's partners. McDyess is too old. Bonner, as a white player, often lingers on the perimeter, and the rookie Blair, although he has excelled among his peers, possesses a strength in offense that is overshadowed by his defensive weaknesses and diminutive stature. This is the crux of the Spurs' dismal defensive performance in this game, and ultimately the primary reason for their defeat. XueDing is an adept summarizer, relishing the opportunity to analyze areas of improvement for himself and his opponents after each match. This trait distinctly sets him apart from other newcomers. In contrast, his teammate, the rookie Patty Mills, does not engage in such reflection. This is also why Coach McMillan frequently observes ChueDing's progress. ChueDing, enriched with years of life experiences, possesses a clear understanding of his aspirations. The Trailblazers have ascended to the pinnacle of the Western Conference, relegating the Lakers beneath them. However, ChueDing is acutely aware that the true test for the Trailblazers is yet to unfold. A promising start merely indicates that their summer preparations have been fruitful. The season remains long and arduous. In Chapter 58, I'm utilizing my alternate account. Shortly thereafter, the locker room erupted with lively chatter as head coach McMillan departed for a press conference. Having triumphed over the formidable Spurs, the team's morale was notably buoyant, and players exchanged playful banter with abandon. While other teams may grapple with issues of racial discrimination or a sense of American superiority, the Trail Blazers locker room appears to be free of such discord. Primarily, the team's leader, Roy, embodies humility and modesty, characteristics often associated with a penchant for global harmony. Additionally, the second leading scorer, the towering Aldridge, is an earnest individual whose love for playing the piano belies any self-doubt, making it improbable for him to harbor discriminatory views. The Trailblazers also boast a diverse roster, featuring numerous international players such as Batum, Fernandez, ChueDing, and Mills, all integral to the team's rotation. Consequently, the atmosphere within the locker room radiates a sense of harmony. Today, ChueDing and Odin found themselves at the center of conversation in the locker room, engaging in spirited exchanges as they organized their lockers. "Shue, is Dingwen in China really as enjoyable as you say?" Odin inquired, draping his arm around ChueDing's shoulder. "Absolutely. It's a complete experience, with all sorts of entertainment. When summer arrives, and you visit China, I'll be your guide." Although ChueDing felt a twinge of guilt, his voice boomed with confidence. Naturally, he felt uneasy about not having experienced it himself. "Our Spanish beaches are adorned with stunning bikini-clad beauties," he remarked. Fernandez joined in the conversation, expressing his admiration for European women, particularly those with ample curves. "I wish to visit the Netherlands, for it boasts a red light district. Are you familiar with it?" Odin inquired. Fernandez shook his head, admitting he had never been. The strip shows at nightclubs had begun to lose their allure for Odin. The dancers, clad only in shoes, no longer captivated him. When he not traveled to Amsterdam, Las Vegas has its own red light district, Roy chimed in unexpectedly. Discussions among men invariably gravitate towards beauty and desire. With another home game on the horizon, there was no rush to hasten towards the away match. They would settle all matters in due time. ChueDing whistled softly as he drove home alone. Under the organization of Aiden, a group of their teammates ventured out to revel at a nightclub. ChueDing also wished to participate this time. However, his teammates suddenly realized that he did not meet the age requirement. At merely 20 years of age, ChueDing finds himself unable to partake in the pleasures of alcohol in the United States, a rather tragic predicament. The legal drinking age here is strictly set at 21. And while many resort to counterfeit identification or clandestine means, ChueDing, being a celebrity in Portland, is not afforded such luxuries. His visage is widely recognized, making it nearly impossible for him to evade the watchful eyes of the media, leading to dire consequences, with fines being the least of his worries. He suddenly feels as though the threshold of 21 is an eternity away, a sentiment of despair washing over him. The laws in America can be rather absurd. Selling tobacco or alcohol to minors is a criminal offense. Who would dare to defy such regulations? Many rookies struggle to acclimate to their teams, largely due to their tender age, which hampers their ability to bond with teammates. Consequently, these newcomers are often regarded as mere children by seasoned players, who take a perverse delight in teasing them, much like one would bully a child. After all, who can blame them for their inability to frequent nightclubs? Since ChueDing cannot indulge in the decadent lifestyle of capitalism, he has come to terms with it. Although many Western women possess ample bosoms and alluring figures, there are indeed numerous pursuits that can offer a far greater pleasure than the fleeting satisfaction derived from over an hour of labor in the fields. The joy of the mind holds far greater significance. ChueDing consoled himself. Upon returning to his apartment, he opened his computer and began to binge-watch a series. The actors in contemporary dramas exhibit a commendable dedication, as students from prestigious film and drama academies toil to entertain both audiences and their academic mentors. After watching The Bright Sword, featuring Li Yunlong's conquest of Ping'an County, ChueDing scrolled through Weibo. "I have received a script for a drama titled Palace Heartlock, Jade, which seems to embody the themes of palace intrigue and time travel you mentioned. Today, Yaya took the initiative to leave a message for ChesesDraft. This genre certainly holds great potential for success. ChesesDraft is aware that this drama is considered the hallmark of the meme's rise to fame. Although he has not seen it, its popularity is undeniable. Is this drama still in the preparatory stage? Oh, I haven't even mentioned the plot yet. And you're already declaring its success? Your discerning taste in selecting scripts has always been commendable. It is no surprise that it has garnered such acclaim. ChesesDraft believed that Yaya had a keen eye for selecting scripts, though her choices in men left much to be desired. Flattered by ChesesDraft's praise of her discernment, Yaya could not help but smile, her mouth full of biscuits. However, she lamented, "Unfortunately, I am not the leading lady in this production," to which ChesesDraft reassured her, "It's all right. There will be opportunities in the future." ChesesDraft recalled that Tong Lia was somewhat propelled by the Beijing love story. "Haha, your response today is quite prompt. Indeed, the match has concluded, and I find myself with little to occupy my time." Instinctively, ChesesDraft replied, "A basketball game? What do you do? And may I inquire your name? Is your surname Du? How should I address you?" Yaya, taken aback, felt a sense of curiosity. Having conversed for a while, she found this person rather enigmatic. In fact, she was unaware of what this fan did, which piqued her interest. ChesesDraft's name on Weibo is quite down to earth. As he goes by, "I am not the alternate account of Durant." This moniker might lead some to believe that Du could be his surname. After finishing a basketball game, "I am indeed a basketball player. My surname is Xue, and as for how to address me, you may simply call me Brother Ding." ChesesDraft responded without a hint of shame, engaging with Yaya in a manner that was refreshingly candid, concealing nothing intentionally. There was nothing for the alternate identity to hide from her, and Yaya would not divulge any secrets. "Oh, I cannot be certain that you are older than I," she replied, displaying her cleverness and evading any of ChesesDraft's traps. ChesesDraft, that name sounds quite familiar." Glancing at the incoming message, Yaya was momentarily taken aback. It seemed as though a realization struck her. She opened her mobile browser and, upon doing so, was greeted by a prominent headline: "The Chinese rookie dominating the NBA." After reading the article, Yaya confirmed that the person she was conversing with was indeed ChesesDraft. She then delved into Baidu Encyclopedia, uncovering various details about him. ChesesDraft, professional basketball player for the NBA's Portland Trail Blazers, age 20, city, Portland, personal interests, binge-watching dramas. Baidu Encyclopedia laid out a wealth of information about ChesesDraft before Tong Lia's eyes. "Mr. Xue, at just 20 years old, do you really expect me to call you Ding? If I hadn't asked, would you have kept your circumstances to yourself?" She teased. Knowing that her counterpart was also a public figure, Yaya felt more at ease in their conversation. Upon seeing a dashing photo of ChesesDraft in his basketball jersey, a smile involuntarily crept across her lips. What a charming young wolf, she thought to herself, surprised to discover that one of her favorite players was such an attractive athlete. ChesesDraft, upon realizing that Yaya had astutely discerned his age, acknowledged her curiosity without any qualms. Laughing, he remarked, "Feel free to address me as you wish. This is merely my secondary account, and I must maintain a certain level of discretion. If you do not inquire, why should I be the one to volunteer such information? This account serves to conceal my identity from those foolish netizens." Nonetheless, ChesesDraft refrained from criticizing his companions, for even if his secondary account were to be exposed, it would bear little consequence. "In all honesty, how many beautiful starlets have you charmed with this account?" Yaya playfully teased. "For now, you are the only one. The others lack your allure, and I cannot be bothered to expend effort on them. You certainly possess a way with words. Communication between a beautiful woman and a handsome man is hardly a challenge." ChesesDraft's striking appearance brought a sense of comfort to Yaya, fostering a dialogue that allowed the connection between the fan and the idol to flourish. A subtle hint of flirtation began to weave its way through their exchanges. In Chapter 59, as influence gradually escalated, Yaya had completed her filming for the day and found herself with little to occupy her time at home. Each time ChesesDraft sent a message, she responded in kind. As their conversation continued, their enthusiasm for the exchange only grew. ChesesDraft found the private messaging feature on Weibo to be rather cumbersome, so he directly requested Yaya's phone number. Yaya, quite generous, readily provided it. Without much thought, ChesesDraft dialed the number. "Hello, is this ChesesDraft? You actually made the call." As the call connected, a familiar and melodious voice emanated from his Nokia phone, causing ChesesDraft's heart to inexplicably quicken. After becoming a celebrity, ChesesDraft did not feel that he was distanced from the stars of his previous life. However, he still experienced a degree of nervousness. ChesesDraft hurriedly took a deep breath and adjusted his tone, saying, "If I don't call, What is the purpose of your number? Your voice is exactly like that in the television dramas. It is truly delightful. Such a tease. ChueDing sensed that Yi over there was feeling somewhat anxious as well. What role are you portraying in the new television series? ChueDing decided to initiate the conversation with a professional topic. Nian Suyen, a consort. Ah, the costumes from the Qing dynasty are indeed quite troublesome, Yi lamented. Haha, as long as it looks good, he replied. The appearance is a gift from my parents, but to excel as an actor, one must put in the effort. I agree. Acting is quite similar to playing sports. There are many individuals with natural talent, yet not everyone ultimately becomes a superstar. Exactly. Are you sure you don't need to go to bed earlier? It's quite late in America. Their values aligned closely. Hard work, ambition, and positivity. I'm accustomed to staying up late. Since there is no competition tomorrow, I can sleep in the morning. Their conversation meandered from film and television to sports, and then from sports to charity and life. ChueDing's insight and his positive, sunny, and confident attitude towards life have garnered Yaya's considerable admiration. Not everyone retains a love for life after perceiving its true essence. In Yaya's eyes, ChueDing does not conform to her preconceived notion of a rough and burly athlete. Moreover, ChueDing's mindset sets him apart from the typical 20-year-old. Yi remarked, conversing with you, I hardly perceive you as just 20. ChueDing. So, are you implying that I should address you as Brother Ding? You might as well continue dreaming. We shall meet in our dreams. Hee. After hanging up the phone, ChueDing felt a significant uplift in his spirits, realizing that his youth had prevented him from venturing into nightclubs. The solitude of the night no longer weighed heavily on him. Engaging in conversation with a lively and cheerful young woman invariably brightens one's mood. Through this phone call, ChueDing discovered a different side of Yi, one that diverged from the character portrayed in the television series. She was strikingly authentic. Yi's personality was vibrant and somewhat boyish, brimming with passion for life. She was an optimistic girl, deeply grateful, with a profound love for animals, a genuine concern for her fans, and an admirable modesty and kindness. ChueDing can be succinctly described as a good girl, akin to the media portrayals from her previous life. She embodies a refreshing presence in the entertainment industry. As ChueDing slipped into slumber, the sports news on CCTV reported on her match today. ChueDing achieved a remarkable triple-double, leading the Trail Blazers to triumph over the Spurs. This marks yet another triple-double for the season, with American media lauding ChueDing as a historically significant point guard. ChueDing's conquest of the NBA. Is he destined for Rookie of the Year? As the NBA regular season intensifies, domestic media coverage of the games and their stars has surged. Today, ChueDing once again headlines the sports news in China, as the Trail Blazers continue their winning streak, overshadowing even Lu Xiang. In the wake of Yao Ming's fall, ChueDing has once more reaffirmed that basketball is the premier sport in the country. With the injuries to Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian and Sun Yu's silence in the NBA, ChueDing has unknowingly emerged as the pillar of Chinese basketball in the NBA. Not only has he captured the attention of domestic audiences, but international media have also accorded him top-tier recognition. Following a recent game, the Portland basketball publication awarded ChueDing an impressive score of 9, second only to Roy's perfect 10. Few could have anticipated that a rookie selected at the 22nd pick would bring such transformative change to the Rose City. His enthusiasm and fervor ignite cheers from the Rose Garden with every possession. He is indeed Portland's ticket to success. This is the year the Trail Blazers aim for the championship. A distinctive ChueDing, embodying the essence of a leader, has illuminated the Rose City. ESPN has also lauded ChueDing's recent performances, highlighting the talent of this Chinese guard, who has won the admiration of American fans. Fox Sports remarked, his consecutive triple-doubles have propelled the Trail Blazers to the top of the Western Conference. This Chinese player is charming the fans of Portland with his unique allure. As the team's performance improves, an increasing number of Portland fans have taken to the Trail Blazers official Twitter to express their enthusiasm. One fan commented after attending a game, ChueDing's dunks were absolutely electrifying, especially that 360-degree windmill. For the first time, I felt like I was earning while watching a game. I can't wait for Chue's next match. Let's go, Portland fans. ChueDing might be the final piece for our championship aspirations. ChueDing is gradually winning the hearts of the fans, who admire his tenacity and passion. This summer, we are indeed victors. Setting aside race, he truly embodies coolness and charisma. While ChueDing has made an impressive start, as his performance continues to shine, opponents will begin to analyze and strategize against him. His shooting requires further refinement, yet we hope for his success in clinching this year's Rookie of the Year award. In recent days, as afternoon descends upon our nation, An increasing number of individuals donning ChesesDraft jerseys and sneakers can be seen on basketball courts and schools. These scenes are a testament to ChesesDraft's rising popularity. ChesesDraft differs from Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, as he plays the position of guard. The footwear and apparel for guards are considerably more marketable. Adidas has crafted lightweight basketball shoes for ChesesDraft, designed to facilitate swift movement on the court. The footwear for guards diverges significantly from that of centers. Centers engage in fierce battles beneath the basket, necessitating greater stability, which results in larger, heavier shoe soles. A considerable number of domestic basketball enthusiasts have taken to collecting ChesesDraft shoes. Off the court, two basketball aficionados adorned in Trailblazers jerseys, having just completed a half, commenced a spirited discussion. Do you think ChesesDraft can average a triple-double this season? One queried. That's quite a stretch. It's rare to find a rookie of such caliber, the other responded. Aren't records meant to be broken? Let us hope for the best. ChesesDraft seems to be growing in prowess. Indeed, but ChesesDraft's remarkable ascent is largely due to Roy's mentorship. I used to harbor disdain for him back when he made that game-winning shot against the Rockets. But upon deeper reflection, I've come to appreciate his character. Not just Roy, but also Odin. The number 1 pick is quite amusing, putting in considerable effort to assist ChesesDraft in securing rebounds. The most formidable player remains. Chapter 60, Unfortunate News. On November 8, 2009, the Rose Garden was set to host the challenge posed by the struggling Minnesota Timberwolves. As ChesesDraft, donning sunglasses and humming 1,000 miles away, entered the pre-game interview room, the players from the Minnesota Timberwolves had already gathered there. The sound of clicking cameras filled the air. ChesesDraft, accustomed to the blinding flashes of cameras, navigated through a throng of security personnel, skillfully evading the relentless barrage of reporters as he entered the interview area. The term weak team is how ChesesDraft refers to the Huskies. With a record of 1 victory and 5 defeats, languishing at the bottom of the Western Conference, how could they be anything but weak? This summer, the turmoil in Minnesota, while perhaps not unprecedented, certainly stands out as a notable instance of chaos. How did this disarray manifest? They appointed a new general manager, revamped the coaching staff, overhauled the entire backcourt, and replaced nearly all role players, not to mention the soap opera starring the Golden Boy, Rubio. Selected 5th overall by the Timberwolves, Rubio opted not to enter the NBA. His breakout performance came in 2006 during the Spanish League, where he achieved an astonishing triple-double with 51 points, 24 rebounds, 12 assists, and 7 steals in the U16 European Championship final, thereby gaining international acclaim. Chinese fans primarily became acquainted with this Spanish point guard during the 2008 Olympics. His remarkable thefts last year caused considerable difficulties for the Chinese team's already struggling guards, marking him as a formidable adversary. Many fans even vehemently criticized the Basketball Association for not including ChesesDraft in the national team, which led to the guard's struggles in advancing the ball past half-court. Although ChesesDraft may not have been as formidable last year, he surely surpassed the current mainstay point guards of the national team. The Golden Boy Rubio, filled with fervor, aspired to join the NBA and become a premier professional player, yet found himself drafted by the Timberwolves, a fate he was reluctant to accept. He repeatedly expressed his unwillingness to play in that frigid locale, even if it meant forsaking his chance to enter the NBA and returning to Europe instead. Due to contractual issues with his alma mater, he ultimately chose to play for FC Barcelona for 2 years before planning to return to the NBA in 2011. It is noteworthy that this Spanish prodigy was projected by experts to be selected 2nd overall in the NBA draft, with popularity rivaling that of the highly touted Griffin. His refusal to serve the Timberwolves became a source of ridicule for many fans and media alike. I am keenly looking forward to facing off against ChesesDraft, as I intend to prove to my supporters why I was chosen 6th overall. In an interview with reporters, Johnny Flynn, who was selected 1 position higher than Stephen Curry, remarked on his performance. Over the past 6 games, Flynn has averaged 13 points and 4 assists, which is commendable for a rookie and serves as a source of pride for him. Many have observed Flynn's discontent with the fact that ChesesDraft enjoys a far greater notoriety than he does. Recently, Google released a ranking of celebrity search volumes, with ChesesDraft, the 22nd pick, leading all 2009 draftees. In a moment of impulsive reaction, Flynn took to Twitter to mock ChesesDraft's fame, suggesting that his prominence is merely a result of his identity as an Asian with yellow skin. This rookie, despite his poor shooting skills and lower draft position, has overshadowed many others. It exemplifies a situation where fame surpasses talent, and he feels unjustly aggrieved. His shooting has been abysmal, and he has already devised a strategy to counteract him. He intends to freeze him out. During the interview, coincidentally, ChasesDraft happened to pass by. XueDing remains indifferent to such remarks, and in many respects, the assertions made by this individual hold merit. Nevertheless, XueDing harbored aspirations of utilizing Kobe and LeBron as stepping stones. Yet can he truly achieve success so effortlessly? Anyone can utter pre-game bravado. Were Flynn to merely express a few such phrases, XueDing would likely dismiss them. However, the subsequent comments made by Flynn stirred a sense of displeasure within XueDing. I do not intend to belittle Xue, but it is evident to all that most Chinese players are ill-suited for the role of guard. I have had the opportunity to compete against what is claimed to be the finest cohort of Chinese guards on the international stage, and it is quite laughable how lacking they are in fundamental skills. This is something you can also observe in Xue. While he possesses considerable talent, his shooting and technical abilities are rather mediocre. Were I to possess his level of talent, I too would find myself among the ranks of all-stars. It is a fact that Chinese players are inherently disadvantaged in the guard position. Flynn, with a carefree demeanor, spoke candidly before the cameras of Fox Sports, showing no concern for revealing his low emotional intelligence. Nearby, XueDing, upon hearing these words, felt an acute sense of anger mixed with irony. It is no wonder that after fulfilling his rookie contract, no team was willing to offer him another. He simply does not fit within the confines of the NBA. Low emotional intelligence may be overlooked if accompanied by talent, leading to mere name-calling. Players like Green and Cousins are often treated like children by the media and teammates. Their unfiltered words excused. However, possessing low emotional intelligence without the requisite skill, I'm afraid that renders one unsuitable for a place in the NBA. XueDing did not linger in Flynn's interview area to respond. Instead, he returned to the interview zone designated for the Trailblazers players. Engaging in verbal sparring has never been XueDing's approach to facing challenges. As the game drew nearer, McMillan delivered some disheartening news in the Trailblazers locker room. Two of the team's starters, Batum with discomfort in his left elbow and Odin with a swollen ankle, were placed on the injury watch list. Upon the recommendation of the team physician, both would not take the court today. Upon hearing this news, a wave of pressure washed over XueDing. Once again, injuries. Damned injuries. Brandon, lead the team well. McMillan's voice bore a heavy tone. Coupled with Miller's previous injury, the season had barely begun, and the team had already lost 3 starters. This situation instilled a sense of crisis in Coach McMillan. Okay, Roy replied, his voice steady, as if he were a mountain bearing the burden of the tasks assigned by the coach. No matter how mature XueDing had become, he had only played a handful of games in the NBA. He too would feel anxious and concerned when his dependable teammates were absent. Xue, your responsibilities tonight may weigh heavier. While ensuring organization, you must also balance your scoring and defense. After briefly conferring with Roy, McMillan sought out XueDing once more. I understand, Coach, XueDing affirmed with a firm nod. The defensive prowess of Odin and the scoring ability of Batum were not easily replaceable. Yet McMillan had no other options. Roy was not a deity. He could only entrust a portion of the responsibilities to XueDing. After the head coach outlined all the strategies, Roy called out to XueDing. XueDing observed Roy's relaxed demeanor and managed a faint smile. Feeling the pressure, are we? Roy lightly bumped fists with XueDing. Indeed, XueDing acknowledged with a serious nod. Remember, pressure is the driving force behind progress. You possess the potential to become an all-star. Seize this opportunity. When challenges arise, do not forget that I am here for you. Just play this game as you have before. If you are uncertain about handling the ball, simply pass it to me. Roy urged XueDing to maintain his previous form. Thank you, Brandon. Not all. I have faith in you. You are truly remarkable. Roy is indeed a capable leader, possessing a keen sense of detail. To the outside observer, both his teammates and coach perceive XueDing as a formidable player, with statistics that showcase his versatility. Consequently, they naturally delegate numerous responsibilities to him. However, XueDing's remarkable performance has led them to overlook the fact that he is merely a rookie who has participated in only a handful of games. He too experiences anxiety, concerned that his performance may not meet the expectations of his teammates and fans. Only Roy has sensed the subtle unease within XueDing. Observing Roy confidently step out of the locker room brings XueDing a sense of reassurance. Chapter 61. The Husky. The Timberwolves continued to grapple with the aftermath of the post-KG era last season, finishing with a record of 24 wins and 58 losses, slightly better than the younger Thunder, representing a mere improvement of 2 victories from the previous year. In summary, the Timberwolves have yet to rise from the pangs of rebuilding. Nevertheless, the actual circumstances of the Timberwolves might be somewhat more favorable than the statistics suggest, particularly after McHale, took over as head coach midway through the season. They commenced 2009 with a 5-game winning streak. From January 2009 until Al Jefferson's unforeseen injury in February, they secured 11 victories out of 18 games, boasting a winning percentage exceeding 60. While the relative weakness of their opponents contributed to this success for a team that averaged fewer than 30 wins throughout the year, this period was nothing short of astonishing, prompting tantalizing speculation. Fans of the Timberwolves envisioned that had Jefferson remained healthy last season, their victory count would have far exceeded 24. However, reality does not entertain hypotheticals, and McHale, who had instigated significant changes for the Timberwolves, departed Minnesota after the season, rendering such speculations moot for the upcoming season. His successor is Lakers assistant coach Kurt Rambis, reportedly a novice coach adept in the triangle offense. Last season, the Timberwolves truly endured a dismal performance. It would require considerable effort to be even worse. Yet, the current roster still instills a sense of trepidation among the fans. Firstly, the newly appointed general manager Khan's initial move was to trade Mike Miller and Foy for the 5th overall pick, Sangela, Thomas, and Petrov. This bold maneuver culminated in the selection of Rubio with the 5th pick. However, with Rubio remaining in Spain and Sangela and Thomas being sent away as trade fillers, this exchange effectively transformed into trading Mike Miller and Foy for the future signing rights to Rubio and Petrov, underscoring a focus on financial prudence alongside a need for patience. Randy Foy has proven incapable of delivering the anticipated benefits to the Timberwolves, yet the departure of Mike Miller is undeniably a significant blow. The exit of these two key players marks the most substantial alteration to the Timberwolves roster, likely leading to the emergence of a dual point guard combination featuring Sessions and Flynn. Sessions had a standout season with the Bucks, particularly after Ridnour's injury, averaging 15.1 points and 7.6 assists as a starter, quite reasonable for a 4-year, $16 million contract. This summer, they also selected Flynn, recognized among rookies as a leader and skilled organizer. His ability to penetrate defenses and his charismatic personality attract many. But he remains a rookie and stands under 6 feet tall. Considering Sessions is only 6 feet 3 inches, this backcourt pairing may encounter considerable challenges defensively. In terms of the front court, the combination of Jefferson and Love has matured compared to last year. However, Jefferson's recovery from injury is pivotal. If he cannot maintain his health or revert to his pre-injury form, all discussions are rendered moot. Fortunately, the team is set to compete with a full roster. Following the pre-game ceremony, ChueDing truly began to feel the weight of the pressure. Compared to the beginning of the season, the starting 5 on the court has diminished by 3 players due to injury concerns. Even the previously overlooked Cunningham and Mills have been informed by McMillan that they will be participating tonight. Although these 2 rookies are not as effective as ChueDing, they possess their own merits. This match did not receive nationwide coverage, nor was it broadcast by CCTV. It is not that the Trailblazers lack strength, but rather that pre-game speculation suggested they would easily secure a victory. Naturally, it is not overly challenging for the media and authoritative institutions to make such predictions when the Trailblazers are at full strength. The unexpected absence of Batum and Odin was merely a surprise. When Timberwolves head coach Rambis beheld the Trailblazers starting lineup, his eyes sparkled with hope. The Timberwolves are currently enduring a 5-game losing streak and desperately require a victory to restore their momentum. Before the game, Rambis held little optimism, understanding that the Timberwolves would struggle against the formidable Trailblazers. However, the absence of 2 key players from the Blazers presented Rambis with a glimmer of opportunity. The Timberwolves' advantage lies in the interior presence of Jefferson and Love, and Odin's absence will undoubtedly grant them more chances inside. As the game is about to commence, the Rose Garden Arena has reached an impressive attendance rate of nearly 90%. This figure is significantly better than last season, according to the conclusions drawn by the Trailblazers Market Research Department. The primary reason for this phenomenon can be attributed to ChueDing. The arrival of ChueDing has heightened the desire among the Chinese community to attend matches, and his electrifying playing style is also a compelling reason for fans to experience the games in person. ChueDing's jersey sales in Portland have already surpassed those of Roy. However, this does not imply that ChueDing has eclipsed Roy to become the core of the Trailblazers. Roy's understated demeanor complements ChueDing's flamboyance beautifully. Additionally, considering the objective number of Chinese individuals, such a comparison is inherently inequitable. The fans of ChueDing are not solely supporters of the Trailblazers. According to authoritative surveys, ChueDing's striking appearance has made him a favored choice among Caucasian and Asian women. In terms of the female market, His appeal has even surpassed that of Kobe Bryant and LeBron James. After all, we live in a society that often prioritizes looks. At the Rose Garden Arena, female fans donning ChesesDraft jerseys account for over 70% of the total female audience. In light of this scenario, Trail Blazers president Larry Miller and general manager Kevin Pritchard are visibly delighted in their VIP box. Larry Miller remarked, "I must say, our decision this summer has been impeccably astute." Kevin Pritchard adjusted his glasses and chuckled. "Indeed, Xue is far more remarkable than that Westbrook from the Thunder. We too can revel in the Chinese market, thanks to Maury, who has spent 7 years figuring out how to tap into it." Larry Miller continued, "With Yao's injury, Maury must be frantically searching for new solutions. After all, a well-developed market is a treasure I wouldn't want to squander." Pritchard added, "Yes, he wants to trade for Xue, but that is simply impossible." Miller rose and approached the large window, observing fans proudly holding posters of ChesesDraft as the game prepared to commence. He laughed. "A trade is out of the question. Xue's significance is second only to Roy's. This year, our ticket sales are projected to increase by 20 compared to last year, alongside a variety of Chinese sponsors and an influx of Chinese tourists. The Portland city government is working to establish Xue as the face of the Rose Garden. All of this underscores his value. We have encountered a remarkable opportunity." Pritchard nodded in agreement, continuing, "Yet, commerce may merely serve as a backdrop. It is the on-court accomplishments that truly validate our efforts. In his rookie season, he averaged nearly a triple-double. Remarkable indeed. LeBron James is not even comparable. With him assisting Roy, our chances of winning the championship have greatly improved. However, it seems we still lack something crucial to reach that pinnacle." Miller tapped the window thoughtfully, stating, "A new trade plan is in the works. I will present it to you in due time." Pritchard understood his superior's implication. "All right, and what of the medical team?" "Goodness, we've lost 3 starters again." Miller frowned. "Finding a new medical team is no easy task. We may have to continue with our current one," Pritchard lamented. "We must expedite the process. We cannot afford to wait," Miller sighed. The Portland medical staff has become a laughingstock of the league, and they too wish to alter this predicament. Chapter 62, The Ruthless Opening. As the team was missing 3 starters, a shadow of gloom enveloped the Trailblazers. With many fearing a repetition of last season's misfortunes, the whistle blew, and the referee approached the center circle, cradling the ball. All eyes turned towards the official. The Trailblazers starting lineup included Poltel, Aldridge, Webster, Roy, and ChesesDraft. The Timberwolves starters were Kevin Love, Al Jefferson, Corey Brewer, Johnny Flynn, and Petrov. When the 183 centimeters tall Flynn caught sight of the 196 centimeters ChesesDraft standing beside him, he couldn't help but shudder slightly. In a hushed tone, Flynn remarked to ChesesDraft, "I wonder what you ate to grow so tall. What is the matter, little guy? Are you afraid?" ChesesDraft teased. After ChesesDraft finished speaking, he immediately flexed his muscles. Flynn retorted defiantly, "Tonight, I shall utterly defeat you." ChesesDraft replied, "We are not on the same level." He then shook his head, dismissing the matter entirely. Flynn, lacking both talent and strength, had the audacity to look down upon him. It was baffling where such confidence originated. Only a Husky would choose such a character. At the arc of the center circle, Poulsbury and Al Jefferson leaped simultaneously. The taller Poulsbury, with his remarkably long wingspan, was the first to make contact with the ball, directing it towards ChesesDraft. ChesesDraft leaped with remarkable agility, seizing the ball with undeniable superiority. Flynn was unable to disrupt him significantly. After securing possession, ChesesDraft cast a glance at the Timberwolves' lax positioning, executed a swift behind-the-back dribble, and surged forward with explosive speed. Every team that has faced the Trailblazers and has not encountered ChesesDraft's signature move has been made to savor its brilliance. Oh, what a spectacle! ChesesDraft swiftly passed, leaving Flynn utterly astonished. Goodness, how could he be so fast? Love opened his arms to embrace him. ChesesDraft had no intention of granting the Timberwolves a moment's respite. With a second burst of speed, he surged past Kevin Love from the three-point line, colliding forcefully with him. Love, not known for his physicality in the paint, immediately lost his position under the pressure exerted by ChesesDraft's acceleration. ChesesDraft surged past the defense. The interior of the Timberwolves has utterly collapsed. Jefferson's turning speed is not nearly as swift. There is no one in sight. ChesesDraft took a decisive step forward, propelling himself with great force. ChesesDraft's speed of execution was astonishing. He leaped into the air with remarkable agility, raising one hand as if to ignite the heavens, his head nearly brushing the rim. In an instant, his body arched like a bow. and he forcefully propelled the ball towards the hoop. Boom! The score was now 0-2. A signature ferocious axe dunk from ChueDing made its debut. Thud! Thud! Upon landing after his emphatic slam, ChueDing showcased his iconic celebratory gesture. ChueDing, with great vigor, strides forth, his crab-like dance accompanied by his own roar. This is ChueDing's distinctive celebration. ChueDing. The DJ's frenetic howls serve as ample testament to the impact of ChueDing's electrifying opening performance. The fans at the Rose Garden Arena erupted with excitement, bestowing upon the Timberwolves players a taste of playoff-level intensity right from the outset. Of course, the Huskies, having never experienced the playoffs, remain oblivious to what that atmosphere entails. Goodness, this is exceedingly ferocious. I always knew ChueDing would not disappoint. He came out firing. Witnessing his gameplay live is truly exhilarating. Two Chinese fans, having traveled from afar to Portland to watch the game, exchanged animated discussions at the sidelines. The experience of watching a game live stands in stark contrast to that of watching it on television. ChueDing captivated the fans from the outset with his explosive slam dunk, a spectacle of visual grandeur. Bravo, Chue! The substitutes on the bench rose, waving their towels in fervor, and witnessing Chue's fervent demeanor, his teammates were equally infused with enthusiasm. Playing alongside Chue, one would feel remiss not to give their utmost effort. On the court, as Love retrieved the ball, he patted Flynn on the shoulder. This is your opponent tonight. He plays with tenacity. Be cautious and avoid confronting him directly. Flynn gazed at Love, perplexed, as Love's chest still ached from the impact delivered by Chue. It felt as though he were defending against James himself. ChueDing possesses a height and weight that surpass even that of Westbrook, and his explosive power exceeds that of the tortoise. When fully accelerated, the only player likely to outpace him in the league is perhaps LeBron James. The game unfolds on the court, with the Timberwolves advancing in their offense. Flynn brings the ball past half-court, standing at a mere 183 centimeters. His low center of gravity and solid fundamentals render him impervious to ChueDing's attempts at stealing the ball. Flynn approaches the arc, signaling a tactical play. The triangle offense has become the Timberwolves' strategy this season, with the acquisition of Lakers assistant Rambis, who has thoroughly absorbed the nuances of the triangle from the Zen master. However, tactics are ultimately executed by individuals. The formidable duo of Kobe and the Lakers' Twin Towers are far beyond the capabilities of the current Timberwolves. Jefferson, stationed in the low right post, receives the ball but finds himself firmly guarded by Poole, who effectively limits his movement. Poole's strength is his ability to hold his ground. His overall skill set, however, is rather average, categorizing him as a barely competent blue-collar player. Uncertain of Poole's true capabilities, Jefferson remains cautious. With no other recourse, he deftly flicks his wrist, passing the basketball to Love in the corner. The Trail Blazers, lacking the presence of Odin in the paint, are unable to maintain a solid defense and resort to a 2-3 zone. Aldridge, anticipating that Jefferson would attempt to drive, positions himself in the paint, preparing to assist. This leaves Love unguarded. After a simple adjustment, he steps back and releases a three-pointer. The basketball arcs gracefully through the air. Swish! The score is now 3-2. Love's touch today is exceptionally smooth as he dribbles across half-court. ChueDing passed the ball to the elevated Roy, who then lofted it to the low-post Aldridge. The Trail Blazers' offensive strategies are numerous, yet they fundamentally revolve around the interplay between Roy and Aldridge. Aside from ChueDing's unexpected contribution, the overall tempo of the Trail Blazers is notably languid, ranking among the slowest in the league. Aldridge engages with Love in the low post, backing him down with a couple of nudges before attempting a turnaround jumper from mid-range, which fails to find its mark. The rebound is secured by Love, the rebounding beast. The Timberwolves advance on offense, with Flynn attempting to take on ChueDing, but to no avail. Following the opening exchanges, both teams exchanged blows. The Timberwolves primarily focused on their interior players, Jefferson and Love. Jefferson displayed an exquisite footwork in the paint, frequently toying with the Blazers' big man once he gauged Pomeroy's capabilities. In contrast, the matchup between Love and Aldridge seemed rather mundane, as both were content to shoot from distance. Love, more extreme in his approach, refrained from entering the paint, opting to position himself in the corners to create space for Jefferson while occasionally launching a three-pointer. Given Love's considerable shooting range, Aldridge could not remain in the paint, resulting in the Trail Blazers' interior being effectively dismantled by the Timberwolves. Meanwhile, the Blazers relied on the duo of Aldridge and Roy, with Aldridge finding his rhythm. ChueDing occasionally emerges to seize the spotlight, awkwardly brandishing his assists and rebounds. Roy, from the outset, fully showcased his remarkable organizational talents. As the shooting guard ranked second in the Western Conference by ESPN, he did not prioritize scoring as his primary objective. In the initial 6 minutes of the game, Roy attempted only once, facilitating plays for Aldridge instead. Aldridge's impressive form also underscored his potential to be an all-star, consistently sinking mid-range shots. As the first half progressed, the score stood at a deadlock of 12-12. Sensing a lack of significant advantage on the court, McMillan promptly called for a timeout. "Brandon, Aldridge, you're out. Rudy, you're in. Xue, take charge of the offense." McMillan recognized the limited compatibility between ChesesDraft and the starting lineup, which hindered his tactical integration. Thus, McMillan resolved to attempt a breakthrough with the second unit. ChesesDraft's formidable prowess must not be squandered. In Chapter 63, The Wrath of the Divine Turtle, the Trailblazers, due to the disarray of their primary lineup, elevated 2 players from the second string to the starting roster. This alteration caused a shift in the original pairing with ChesesDraft, transforming the dynamics of the second string. Following the timeout, the Trailblazers on-court configuration was established as ChesesDraft, Fernandez, Cunningham, Drew and Howard, and Webster. ChesesDraft was incessantly pondering his offensive strategies. The Trailblazers second unit was not significantly superior to the Timberwolves second unit. The majority of the Trailblazers' young guard core thrived primarily in the starting lineup. The bench lacked absolute confidence. This season, Fernandez averaged 8 points per game, serving as the second scoring option behind ChesesDraft. While his scoring was decent, his inconsistency rendered him unreliable. This was the crux of Coach McMillan's reluctance to designate him as a core player. His signature style encompassed spectacular dunks, graceful flights, audacious three-pointers, an exotic flair, a striking hairstyle, a rugged stubble, and profound eyes. Once celebrated for his flamboyant play, Rudy Fernandez had, following his return from injury this season, dwindled to merely a solitary three-point threat, occasionally showcasing his talent with a dunk during fast breaks alongside ChesesDraft. At first, ChesesDraft believed that Fernandez possessed a remarkable array of skills, showcasing both versatility and finesse in his playing style, which left him lamenting the fact that Fernandez had yet to ascend to stardom. However, after participating in several matches, ChesesDraft began to discern the shortcomings of this player. Presently, Rudy has shown a reluctance to drive towards the basket, preferring instead to rely on three-point shots, which he executes with notable patterns. For instance, he seldom attempts shots outside the arc unless they are three-pointers, and when he does, his accuracy is often lacking. He rarely converts open three-point attempts. Crucial shots may also fall short, while he tends to succeed with challenging three-point efforts. Conversely, he consistently makes ineffective buzzer-beater attempts. In the recent matches, his three-point shooting percentage has languished at a mere 37. ChesesDraft could hardly believe that this was the same individual who had shattered a 12-year-old rookie three-point record just the previous year. Although there existed a certain competitive rivalry, his relationship with ChesesDraft, both on and off the court, remained amicable. As for Cunningham, being a rookie still in the adaptation phase, he was unable to offer substantial assistance. Then there was Webster, whose situation left ChesesDraft at a loss for words. Webster was not a microwave player. Rather, he was the type who needed to ease into the game gradually, which was quite tragic. Even more unfortunate was the fact that his poor ball handling relegated him to the role of a mere shooter. The most lamentable aspect was that his attempts to create separation lacked grace and finesse, rendering him ill-suited for the shooting role. This predicament exemplified how a once promising high school prodigy had devolved into a mediocre role player. Yet this was not the entirety of the story. A 23-year-old endowed with height and physique, possessing the robust musculature of a jaguar and an unwavering gaze that seemed intent on tearing opponents apart, should have aspirations that soar far beyond the confines of mediocrity. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that since being drafted 6th overall in 2005, Webster has never grasped the essence of consistency. He could deliver a tenacious and resolute defensive performance in a single possession, yet he struggled to maintain focus throughout an entire game. At the age of 21, he scored 24 points in a single quarter, yet he has never averaged more than 11 points per season. On certain nights, he appeared unstoppable, but such evenings were all too rare. Last season, Webster remained reliably inconsistent. His performances led fans to believe he was the pride of Portland, yet just as hope was rekindled, Webster would retreat into a protracted hibernation. One could interpret him as a role player infused with the blood of a privileged athlete, requiring numerous opportunities to ignite his energy. Thus, when the team faced a shortage of personnel and he became one of the top 3 offensive options, Webster's potential would finally be unleashed. albeit at the cost of conflicting ball handling with ChueDing. If Batum's defense was akin to enduring soil, Webster's was more like an unyielding wood. His prototype was Glenn Rice, a shooter who ought to have been a graceful assassin, yet now found himself reliant on the very defensive tenacity and attitude he once scorned to remain on the court. This individual was rather unreliable. However, ChueDing held a deep respect for Juwan Howard. Time would erode many of his attributes, such as his hair, athleticism, enthusiasm, and even ambition. Yet, time would also accumulate other qualities, such as fat, experience, skill, and a composed demeanor. Nevertheless, dignity would remain steadfast by his side, increasing monotonously with the passage of time. The elder statesman also possessed dignity and fervor. ChueDing would witness Andre Miller executing a powerful dunk against an opponent, or see Miller's frustration manifest after being blocked or missing a shot, his focus solely on the rim. Similarly, Juwan Howard would rather commit a flagrant foul than allow an opponent an easy layup over him. When he sensed his teammates' dignity was challenged, he would not hesitate to stand up for them, and when opponents resorted to underhanded tactics against him, he would retaliate without reservation. The only teammate who has never been subjected to a dunk by ChueDing on the training court is this seasoned veteran. Whenever Juwan perceives ChueDing's intention to attempt a dunk, he promptly pushes him aside. Furthermore, due to the veteran's expansive movements, ChueDing occasionally finds himself in conflict with him. Fortunately, the camaraderie within the Trailblazers is strong. Even when confrontations arise on the court, they quickly dissolve into nothingness. Despite any on-court tensions, there exists no animosity between the two off the court. The charm of this 37-year-old veteran has rendered him another respected leader within the locker room. Upon understanding this individual's temperament, ChueDing ceased his attempts to overshadow him during practice sessions. Juwan Howard imparted the techniques and wisdom he had garnered throughout his illustrious 16-year career, as well as those he learned from his predecessors, to the younger members of the team, including ChueDing. Additionally, he offered counsel to the team's leaders, Roy and Aldridge. Presently, Ju has honed his ability to execute a 17-foot jump shot and secure rebounds, and it is no longer feasible to expect him to undertake additional responsibilities. ChueDing cast his gaze over each of his teammates. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon him. ChueDing did not disappoint his teammates. He clapped his hands, signaling everyone to gather around. ChueDing firmly grasped the shoulders of his teammates on either side and exclaimed, "Gentlemen, let's take a few moments to dispatch them and send them back to Minnesota. Yes, let's eliminate them." The substitutes were acutely aware of the team's current predicament, and this arrangement of players was indeed a matter of necessity. Juwan Howard felt a sense of relief as he observed ChueDing stepping forward to lead the team. There is no need for acknowledgement. ChueDing serves as the morale engine for the Trailblazers, a true leader among the reserves. Juwan Howard is acutely aware that if this youthful guard unit remains unscathed by injuries, the formidable Los Angeles Lakers will undoubtedly encounter significant difficulties. As the game resumes, although the Timberwolves field what is considered their second unit, starters Love and Flynn remain on the court. In the initial 6 minutes of the match, ChueDing scarcely engaged offensively, missing both of his attempts from beyond the arc, leading Flynn to underestimate his combat prowess. With renewed confidence, Flynn fixates on ChueDing. Indeed, the first two plays following the timeout unfold precisely as Flynn anticipated. ChueDing's shooting touch today was rather lackluster, as he missed 2 consecutive jump shots. In contrast, Flynn exhibited a commendable shooting form. After ChueDing's unsuccessful attempts, Flynn skillfully utilized the screen to evade him and confidently sank a mid-range jumper from the free throw line. The score stood at 14-12, merely a couple of possessions into the game. ChueDing remained unfazed, yet Flynn could no longer contain himself. After scoring, Flynn deliberately approached ChueDing and declared, "Chue, tonight I shall utterly dismantle you," proving that Chinese players are ill-suited for the role of defender. Observing ChueDing's indifference, Flynn continued to hurl taunts. "Your defense is as flimsy as paper. Is this the level of weakness typical among Chinese players?" Flynn's incessant barrage of insults finally stirred a shift in ChueDing's demeanor. With a resonant chime, the system announced the activation of his innate skill, the rage of the divine turtle, reflecting the transformation in ChueDing's mood. He was incensed. "You shall regret provoking me." ChueDing merely responded to Flynn with a single remark before turning to his teammates and instructing them to pass him the ball. Chapter 64 showcases an extraordinary display. Unfortunately, Chue's shooting touch appears to be lacking today. Indeed, it will be interesting to observe how he adapts. especially considering the team is currently grappling with the injuries of three key players, making the situation quite challenging. The fans in the Rose Garden Arena are abuzz with discussion. From the moment the starting lineup was announced, they sensed that the home team was in for a tough match, reminiscent of last season's nightmares. Injuries have proven to be the greatest adversary for the Trailblazers. The wrath of the Divine Turtle has resulted in a 20 increase in scoring, rebounding, and assist-related attributes. XueDing watched as his overall score soared higher and higher. 165, 168, 170, 175, 180. He was aware that his performance was peaking. However, he had no time to dwell on it. The Trailblazers were on the offensive. XueDing advances with the ball. After dribbling to the top of the arc, he passes the ball to Fernandez for a seamless transition. After XueDing hurled the ball away, he sprinted to the right side of the free throw line, where he assertively positioned his arm to block Flynn behind him. Subsequently, XueDing extended his right hand, exuberantly gesturing with his fingers towards Fernandez, exclaiming, "Give it to me." Without a moment's hesitation, Fernandez lofted the ball high into the air. XueDing's back performance is a weak point, and it is not particularly flawless. After XueDing obtained the ball, he did not opt for a back-to-basket isolation play. Instead, he pivoted to face the basket and executed several deceptive movements in the triple threat position. XueDing's offensive tactics are exceedingly brutal, limited to just a few maneuvers. Flynn is well aware of this. However, Flynn's height, weight, and strength are all disadvantages. He feels an overwhelming pressure that he cannot withstand. In this moment, Flynn can only extend his long arms, striving to maximize his defensive coverage. XueDing was quite rude, brazenly indulging himself. This position has afforded him ample freedom to act as he pleases. XueDing lowered his shoulder, dribbling the ball with determination. XueDing, with his long strides, carried Flynn's body directly into the restricted area. XueDing, under intense opposition, rose to the challenge, while Love swiftly approached from the right corner to bolster the defense, leaping with great effort. In a formidable 1v2 situation, XueDing opted against passing the ball. With sheer determination, he used his shoulder to force Flynn to the ground. Subsequently, he executed a layup with a speed surpassing that of Love. The ball struck the backboard with a resounding thud, then swished through the net, bringing the score to 14-14. XueDing executed a successful layup, drawing a foul from Love, which warrants an additional free throw. XueDing cast a resolute glance at Flynn, then flexed his muscles for the camera. Subsequently, he spread his arms wide, inviting the audience to erupt in cheers. "Xue, you're incredibly cool. Truly intense." The fans responded to his gesture with enthusiastic applause. "What are you doing? Are you looking for a fight? That's an offensive foul." Observing Flynn's predicament, several imposing players from the Timberwolves roared at XueDing, seemingly ready to brawl. Juwan Howard, undaunted, pushed aside the Timberwolves players surrounding XueDing. Meanwhile, the fallen Flynn rose and charged forward, soon joined by Fernandez. Tension mounted as a confrontation between the two sides loomed. Beep, beep, beep. The three referees swiftly intervened, separating the conflicting players and preventing any further escalation. They promptly issued warnings to the instigators from both teams, yet no penalties were enforced. XueDing observed everything with remarkable composure, confident that his teammates would resolve the situation without his direct intervention. XueDing has never feared a brawl, yet he is not one to act recklessly. The team cannot afford the repercussions of his expulsion. Such collisions invigorate XueDing. Unable to provoke a confrontation, Flynn reluctantly conceded, while he pressed his hand against his chest. XueDing was in considerable pain. Once the two teams dispersed, the spectators were left without any spectacle. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. XueDing's aggressive play was directed at the ball, not the player, yet a collision in the 3-second zone was deemed an offensive foul. How could that possibly be called? As XueDing positioned himself at the free throw line, Fernandez fervently rallied the audience from the sidelines, urging them to amplify their cheers of encouragement. The intensity of XueDing's performance was truly electrifying. Engaging in a match with him inevitably involved physical collisions. It was intensely vigorous. The ticket prices were indeed justified. The discussions among the fans were relentless. One cannot deny that, at this moment, XueDing had secured the admiration of the Portland supporters. They relished such a thrilling display of athleticism. Although XueDing was struggling with his shooting accuracy, he demonstrated an exceptional ability to score even in challenging circumstances. That is true talent. XueDing positioned himself at the free throw line, inhaling deeply before releasing the ball. The shot found its mark. The score now stood at 15-14. "You played well on defense," continue in the same manner, strive to contain them, and I shall provide support from behind. Love reassured Flynn, not attributing blame for the previous play. Flynn, however, averted his gaze from Love and remained silent, focusing intently on ChesesDraft. As Flynn received the ball, he initiated another offensive maneuver. The Timberwolves' second unit was characterized by a potent offense, but a vulnerable defense, prioritizing scoring above all. Flynn displayed restraint, passing the ball to Love, who, after feigning a move at the free throw line, opted for a drive, squeezing past Juwan Howard. Before the defense could converge, he attempted a layup. Alas, the ball clanked off the rim. At that moment, Love was not yet performing at an all-star caliber. His scoring prowess had yet to be fully realized, and this offensive effort resulted in a miss. ChesesDraft leaped gracefully, seizing control of the rebound. ChesesDraft did not rush to launch a fast attack. Instead, he raised his hand to signal a tactical play. McMillan stood on the sidelines, arms crossed, observing ChesesDraft. Initially, McMillan had a strong preference for point guards of Paul's caliber, yet with the emergence of ChesesDraft, he found himself increasingly pleased with the style of his protege. Flynn closely shadowed ChesesDraft, pressing against him with his chest. However, ChesesDraft remained unperturbed, securely protecting the basketball as he skillfully advanced past the half-court line. ChesesDraft cast a glance at his teammates' positioning before opting to take matters into his own hands. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Juwan Howard to set a screen, effectively obstructing Flynn's path. ChesesDraft executed a swift change of direction, his footwork remarkably agile, effortlessly dismantling the Timberwolves' perimeter defense in an instant. He surged directly into the paint. ChesesDraft approached the free throw line. Love stepped up to provide defense, having already taken precautions to prevent ChesesDraft from easily penetrating the paint. Although Love positioned himself in ChesesDraft's path at that moment, ChesesDraft was fueled by anger in an exceptional form. ChesesDraft abruptly altered the tempo. Following a swift pause, he caused Lu Fu to miss his mark. ChesesDraft accelerated once more, employing a feint to effortlessly unbalance Love. Love, taken by surprise, had not anticipated ChesesDraft's capacity for a second rhythmic variation. He swiftly shifted sideways, bracing himself to obstruct ChesesDraft's path with his body. However, at that moment, ChesesDraft gathered the ball, executed a sweeping pivot, and gracefully glided past Love. Subsequently, he transferred the ball from behind his right hand to his left, taking 3 steps forward. With a powerful stride, he propelled himself off the ground. The Timberwolves' defense was feeble, leaving the paint wide open. ChesesDraft takes flight, soaring into the sky. ChesesDraft showcases his extraordinary core strength in midair. ChesesDraft transferred the ball from his left hand back to his right, seizing it with remarkable speed. The velocity was so astounding that it nearly grazed his head. With a sweeping arc of his right arm, he launched the ball towards the hoop. This time, he was perilously close to the rim, causing him to duck in an effort to avoid a collision. Boom! The score soared to 17-14 with a single-handed windmill dunk. Wow, oh my god, is this really a slam dunk contest I am witnessing? ChesesDraft's breakthrough move, akin to the flowing grace of a stream, involves a swift turn, a deft ball control, and an elegant behind-the-back switch, seamlessly maneuvering past opponents. Following the switch, the grand windmill move unfolds. ChesesDraft, my dear, I am utterly captivated. Let us vanquish them. The fans erupted in jubilant cheers, their voices resonating with fervor. ChesesDraft's spectacular dunk propelled the fans of the Rose Garden to a euphoric peak. The resounding applause and jubilant screams seemed poised to lift the entire arena. ChesesDraft has shown remarkable improvement. He now possesses the ability to halt and alter his rhythm. Indeed, he plays with newfound intelligence, no longer relying solely on direct assaults. The Timberwolves must be feeling the pressure. This dunk could easily secure a championship in a slam dunk contest. Anticipation builds for the All-Star event. Meanwhile, fans watching a live stream on Cena inundated the screen with comments. Chapter 65, General ChesesDraft is here. Quick attack. Love shouted at Flynn. We must score immediately. We cannot allow them to gain momentum. Although this dunk was thrilling, it only accounted for 2 points. ChesesDraft merely celebrated briefly before promptly returning to defense, preventing Love from finding an opportunity for a long pass attack. Consequently, Love was restricted to passing the ball over short distances. While the audience continued to cheer for ChesesDraft's play, the Timberwolves' Flynn initiated an offensive maneuver. Under Love's guidance, Flynn propelled himself across half-court with remarkable speed. Despite his lack of height, Flynn exhibited rapid footwork. Upon reaching the Trail Blazers' half, he assessed their defensive positioning and chose not to pass. Instead, He surveyed XueDing before executing a series of behind-the-back dribbles, stepping back to launch a quick three-pointer in an attempt to score against XueDing. Regrettably, the shot clanged off the rim. Love watched Flynn's one-on-one attempt with a resigned sigh, recognizing that, after all, he was still a rookie easily affected by the pressure. XueDing swiftly returned to secure the long rebound, and then quickly advanced forward. XueDing had no intention of passing the ball. Upon entering the state of the Divine Turtle's fury, he felt no desire to distribute the ball. At the arc, he initiated a one-on-one offensive strategy. His teammates quickly spread out. Having just scored consecutively, following the NBA's regulations, the ball remained in XueDing's possession. With 4 minutes and 14 seconds remaining in the first quarter, there were still 12 seconds left on the shot clock for this offensive play. XueDing remained unhurried, skillfully manipulating the passage of time at the apex of the arc. All the players of the Trailblazers focused their gaze upon XueDing. At this moment, Flynn was still tasked with guarding him. Sweat trickled down Flynn's forehead as he realized the predicament he had unwittingly created. He had provoked XueDing, and the situation had turned dire. Confronted with XueDing's explosive performance, Flynn found himself doubting his defensive prowess. "Let him shoot, guard the paint," bellowed Rambis, the head coach of the Timberwolves, from the sidelines. On the court, both Love and Petrov contracted towards the paint, leaving a vast expanse of open space in the center. It seemed that the time was ripe. XueDing did not set a screen. Instead, he executed a swift, slight change of direction to bypass Flynn. Few defenders possessed the capability to thwart XueDing's initial step. XueDing approached the free throw line and noticed that the Timberwolves had completely congested the paint. He immediately came to a halt, executing a jump shot from the free throw line with precision. A marksman of level 2, his shooting form was textbook. With his feet together and body slightly leaning forward, it appeared somewhat peculiar. However, the outcome was undeniably remarkable. Swish! The score stood at 14-19. XueDing's shot exuded confidence. He had complete faith in his current rhythm. After making the basket, he playfully nodded and taunted Flynn on his right, inquiring, "Where's your defense? Where's the pressure?" It was as if he felt no challenge at all. "Well done. Magnificent. Shoot him down." The fans on the sidelines erupted in joy as they watched the rookie celebrate by retreating and raising his hands. XueDing's mid-range game had significantly improved. A player who understood the art of shooting was becoming increasingly difficult to defend. Flynn, witnessing the shot, could only manage a rueful smile. He had truly given his all. But this guy could shoot. Rambis refrained from hastily calling a timeout and instead summoned Love to whisper some instructions. "Run the triangle offense. Execute the triangle offense." Love had long been eager to implement the triangle offense, but Flynn had failed to orchestrate the play, evidently caught up in a one-on-one duel with XueDing. The coach, however, seemed oblivious to the fact that it was a problem with the point guard. Love, being the affable person he was, could only resignedly reply, "Okay. Xue, I can't replicate that move." Fernandez exchanged high-fives with XueDing. XueDing Song shrugged his shoulders and indicated, "It's not that you cannot learn, but rather that you are unwilling to apply it." He chuckled. Fernandez hardly ever attempted to break through. Such a simple sudden stop and mid-range shot was hardly beyond his capability. Embarrassed, he could only awkwardly scratch his head. XueDing was aware that this individual was frightened by his injuries, thus he could not be blamed. This goal signified the complete eruption of XueDing's talent. During the latter half of this quarter, the Trailblazers relied predominantly on XueDing's extraordinary abilities to score the majority of their points. This left the Timberwolves head coach, Rambis, in a state of despair. Meanwhile, Love from the Timberwolves began to unleash his fury, consistently sinking long-range shots. The Trailblazers' interior defense remained helpless against this future king of the Wolves. Unbeknownst to them, the game had progressed to the last attack of the first quarter. The Timberwolves held possession. Flynn received the ball to initiate the final offensive play. He managed the clock, and after receiving another screen from Love, surged toward the basket with remarkable speed. After being overtaken, XueDing exerted all his effort to chase down Flynn, who drove the ball into the penalty area. Flynn leaped into the air, skillfully evading Pabizla's block, prepared to conclude this offensive play with a layup. "You shall not succeed." This was XueDing's thunderous shout. Bang! XueDing, having surpassed his opponent, unreservedly delivered a volleyball-style block to Flynn, sending the ball soaring out of bounds with a resounding slap. Breathless, Flynn gazed at XueDing. Ever since XueDing had been provoked, he had been utterly immobilized. With a score of 0, he found himself unable to score. This was XueDing's emphatic response to him. XueDing cast a glare at Flynn, then raised his hands wide, encouraging the audience to erupt in applause. Splendidly done. Magnificently executed. The fans, ever gracious, responded with fervor, their cheers escalating the ruckus in the arena. With only 0.8 seconds remaining, the Timberwolves inbound the ball, yet did not manage a shot before the conclusion of the first quarter. The score stood at 22-32. XueDing, leading the second unit of the Trailblazers, has secured a significant advantage. He has not disappointed us. During his time on the court, the Trailblazers took the lead, while the Timberwolves' Flynn was entirely subdued by XueDing, who could only rely on Love's long-range shots for scoring. Truly, as the frontrunners of the Western Conference, XueDing has performed admirably. His stats for the quarter: 14 points, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 blocks, and 2 steals, are those of a superstar, not merely a rookie. With 3 quarters still to play, we eagerly anticipate his forthcoming performance. The live commentary from Cena, provided by CoFan, praise him on camera. Fans flooded the comments section with their thoughts. XueDing's dunks were utterly mesmerizing. He consistently appears in the top 5 plays of the day. What a thrill. Beyond his three-point shooting, he truly outshines his opponents. Dashing and skilled, Xue, our great general, stands unrivaled. The statistics from this quarter are indeed impressive. During the break, McMillan expressed his ambitious strategy. Xue, continue to control the second quarter. Roy, you'll join in as well. Xue, push the pace, accelerate, and let us crush them in the first half. Okay, Roy replied with a keen squint. XueDing is in good form, and he deserves it. XueDing's forehead glistened with sweat as he showcased his commanding presence during the first quarter. The fans recognized that this rookie possesses the potential to become a future superstar, capable of seizing control of the game at any moment. The Trailblazers, in the second quarter, opted to forego a slow pace, choosing instead to intensify their offensive efforts in hopes of widening the score gap on their home ground. The stark contrast between weaker and stronger teams lies in the resilience of the former. Once the score begins to widen, the chances for a comeback diminish significantly. The youthful Timberwolves players would surely face mental challenges under such pressure. This was McMillan's gamble. Chapter 66. Let us dunk on them. The intermission flashed by in an instant. The second quarter commenced. The Timberwolves struggled to implement their triangular offensive strategy in the first quarter, compelling them to field their strongest lineup: Sessions, Flynn, Brewer, Love, and Jefferson. The Timberwolves' tactics lacked cohesion, resulting in chaotic play and prolonged scoring droughts. As long as the Trailblazers maintained a heightened defensive intensity at home, overcoming such a weak team would be far from difficult. The Trailblazers also secured center pole, with Aldridge stepping into the center position, showcasing a lineup that clearly aimed for a high-tempo showdown. Rambis understood that the Trailblazers seldom employed a fast-paced system. Now that the opponent had accelerated the game, he would not hold back. Oh, it seems both teams are gearing up for a shootout. I eagerly anticipate the ensuing match, said Kyufin, filled with excitement. The Timberwolves initiated their offense, with Sessions bringing the ball up. Flynn's performance as a ball handler in the first quarter had been subpar, so Rambis deployed a dual point guard strategy to alleviate some of the pressure on Flynn. Rather than opting for man-to-man defense, the Trailblazers chose a positional defense. Sessions matched up against XueDing. After crossing half-court, Sessions executed a swift change of direction and accelerated away from XueDing, creating some space. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches, Sessions found it manageable to face XueDing. He exemplified a floor general who seamlessly combined height and speed, adept at utilizing his stature to defend against shorter players. His court vision and ball handling skills were commendable as he diligently created scoring opportunities for his teammates. Unlike Flynn, he understood the responsibilities of a point guard and effectively capitalized on his strengths. Sessions delivered a long pass to Love in the corner. Aldridge, tasked with defending Love, was slightly sluggish in his footwork. Once Love received the ball, he coolly rose for a three-point shot from the right corner. Aldridge's leap was a moment too late. Swish! The score now stood at 25-32. This marked Love's fourth three-pointer of the night, showcasing his remarkable shooting touch. Aldridge promptly raised his hand to signal to his teammates that the lapse was his error. XueDing let out a sigh. While Love's defense may be mediocre, his scoring prowess is undeniably remarkable. When he finds his rhythm, every shot seems to find its mark. Love possesses a high basketball IQ, excelling as both a rebounder and a passer. His skills extend beyond the arc, complemented by exceptional footwork and the ability to attack from the low post, particularly adept at executing step-back jumpers. Although Love's athleticism is average, lacking dominance beneath the rim, and his speed is not particularly swift, His defensive capabilities in the paint do not quite reach elite levels. Yet, XueDing vividly recalls a game from Love's previous tenure with the Cavaliers, where, had Irving not neglected to pass him the ball, Love might have shattered the record for most points in a single quarter. When Love is on fire, scoring over 20 or even 30 points in a single quarter is entirely feasible. As the ball swished through the net, the sweat on Rambise's forehead diminished slightly, for there was still someone on the team capable of scoring. The Timberwolves have been performing dismally of late, and whispers of his potential dismissal have grown louder. Should the losing streak persist, the management may take drastic measures. Love possesses all-star potential and is a crucial component in Rambise's team-building strategy, if they wish to secure victories. All eyes will be on him. Jefferson, it seems, struggles to adapt to this tempo following that three-point shot. XueDing did not hesitate. He swiftly signaled to Ade to execute a fast break on the serve. Upon receiving the serve, XueDing immediately dashed forward to mount an assault. Roy, positioned on the right flank, also accelerated, although Roy found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this fast-paced style of basketball. His innate star quality and remarkable adaptability enabled him to keep pace with XueDing's rhythm. Roy is the type of player whose formidable skills allow him to seamlessly integrate with any style of play his teammates employ. As McMillan anticipated, in such a rapid tempo, the defensive line of the Timberwolves, a weaker team, was not yet properly organized. It was a 2v2 situation. Sessions and Flynn lingered in the Timberwolves' backcourt. XueDing's sudden surge in the midst of the race. Roy on the right. XueDing observed Roy's position. XueDing leaped towards the free throw line, rising against Sessions with striking realism. Everyone believed he was about to take the shot. In that moment, Roy made a decisive cut towards the basket. XueDing leaped with determination. Alas, as soon as the ball was passed, he sensed trouble. The pass was somewhat off target, lacking precision. However, Roy's adjustment skills were exceptional. He soared into the air and successfully caught the ball. Upon receiving it, Roy seamlessly executed a Euro step, skillfully maneuvering past the 183 centimeters tall Flynn to score with a splendid layup. The score now stands at 25-34. What a magnificent play by Brandon. XueDing hurried over to exchange a high five with Roy. "Hey, your passing is quite impressive." Roy said little more, his temperament exceedingly amiable. Upon receiving Roy's compliment, XueDing awkwardly scratched his head. Had it been anyone else, XueDing's previous pass would have either resulted in a mistake or squandered a scoring opportunity. Beyond Roy, no one on the Trail Blazers could score in such a manner. The fans at the Rose Garden responded with fervent applause for both the current and future pillars of the team. Their synergy was commendable. Roy is the present of the Trail Blazers. XueDing represents the future of the Trail Blazers. Fans have formed their own evaluations. This offensive sequence took merely 6 seconds. The players of both teams were just beginning to recover from Love's three-pointer when the Trail Blazers executed their offense once more. Aldridge had only just crossed half court, but alas, he was already retreating. Quickly launch the attack. Accelerate. Rambis insisted on maintaining a swift pace against the Trail Blazers. The former impression left by the Trail Blazers was profound. They were virtually impenetrable in half-court sets, yet they were not accustomed to a fast-paced game. Unbeknownst to Rambis, the original Trail Blazers indeed played at a slow tempo, with McMillan's strategies primarily focused on half-court play. However, when employing XueDing as the focal point of their offensive strategy, the Trail Blazers' approach transformed entirely. The key word here is speed. After all, with a top-tier fast-break maestro in the league, not utilizing rapid play would indeed be a squandered opportunity. Rambis firmly believed that one must not hesitate when engaging the Trail Blazers at a swift pace. Fully aware of the opposing team's advantages in terms of roster, he was determined to compete based on his previous impressions. Rambis called out to Sessions, urging him to run faster and not to stop. The Trail Blazers players, having nearly deciphered the Timberwolves' offensive patterns, sprinted back on defense. Sessions accelerated, dribbling past half-court without waiting for Jefferson and Love to join him in the paint. Following the coach's directives, he opted to drive the ball himself. Meanwhile, Flynn initiated his movement from the baseline, emerging from the left corner towards the free throw line, where he received a pass from Sessions following his drive. Upon receiving the ball, Flynn noticed that the Trail Blazers had already completed their defensive transition, prompting him to retreat with successive dribbles. Before long, he found himself beyond the three-point line. As Flynn reached the apex of the three-point arc, Love promptly stepped in to set a screen for him. XueDing sought to advance, yet was thwarted by Love. After providing cover, he swiftly initiated a pass. Flynn delivered a bounce pass to Love. Love, upon receiving the ball, executed a mid-range shot from the free throw line. This time, Aldridge was prepared, leaping forward in response. Love's shot was obstructed. The ball clanged against the rim, and the rebound soared high. "Chouette, my rebound!" Roy shouted. "XueDing instant y comprendait, ouais, intention." He refrained from contesting the rebound and swiftly pivoted, accelerating towards the Timberwolves' front court. Roy leapt high, securing the rebound. Without pausing, he executed a long pass. "Run, young man." The Trailblazers launched another fast break. XueDing accelerated past Jefferson with remarkable speed. Flynn was also evaded by XueDing near the midfield. Roy's long pass was perfectly timed. Upon receiving the pass, XueDing found himself in a 1-on-0 situation. This is it. Oh, here it comes. The moment of performance. Click, click, click. Countless cameras were now focused on XueDing. XueDing's speed was remarkable. Upon reaching the free throw line, he powerfully propelled himself off the ground. His leap was breathtaking, his body bending like a drawn bow, feet together, and with one hand he firmly grasped the basketball. He forcefully struck towards the hoop, a thunderous axe-handle dunk. The score stood at 25-36. The fans, fully aware of XueDing's intentions, could not contain the surge of adrenaline coursing through them. This was the unique, violent beauty that belonged solely to XueDing. XueDing landed gracefully, executing the quintessential stance of the dominant crab. XueDing, facing the camera, unleashed his emotions with a fervent roar, allowing all the fans watching the live stream and gazing up at the large screen to feel his passion for basketball. Chapter 67. Tactical Adjustments. Love's expression revealed little in the way of emotional fluctuation. After all, he is a future all-star with commendable psychological resilience. After retrieving the ball beneath the basket, Love promptly passed it to Flynn. XueDing had just finished shouting angrily at the camera when Flynn surged past the half-court with the ball. Defend. Roy and Ade had already positioned themselves in their own half. Flynn delivered a long pass to Sessions. Without hesitation, Sessions made a simple adjustment and launched a three-pointer from the right side at a 45-degree angle. The rim, although the three-point shot was not his forte. The rapid tempo, instigated by XueDing, compelled him to seize the opportunity to attack. The pace of both teams was frantic, resolving their offensive plays within 7 seconds. However, such a style was unsuitable for the Timberwolves. It was XueDing's rhythm, and the Timberwolves could not afford to panic. Kaffa was now strategizing for the struggling Timberwolves. On the court, Ade secured the rebound. He quickly passed to Roy, who then executed another long pass. XueDing received a pass from Roy at the top of the arc, executing a behind-the-back dribble that maneuvered between Jefferson and Love. He stepped onto the free throw line, leaping into the air for a powerful windmill dunk. The rim echoed with the sound of the ball hitting it, accompanied by XueDing's fierce roar. As the crowd erupted in waves of euphoria, the score stood at 25-38. A timeout was called. Rambis could no longer contain himself and shouted for a pause. The continuous fast breaks executed by the Trailblazers were simply intolerable. Those who have played the game know that fast breaks are the most effective way to widen the score gap. Scoring during fast breaks is far too effortless. McMillan wore a smile, aware that fast breaks could indeed accelerate the lead, yet he was pleasantly surprised by their current efficacy. With a player adept at fast breaks, there was little need for restrictions. During this timeout, the Timberwolves replaced their entire starting lineup, preparing to slow the pace. Fast-paced play heavily relies on individual player abilities, and the Timberwolves players were evidently outmatched by the Trailblazers. However, upon decelerating, the Timberwolves finally regained their rhythm. Love erupted in scoring, and soon Jefferson began to dominate with the ball as well. In contrast to the struggles of Flynn and Sessions from the perimeter, Love and Jefferson found themselves in much better form. The Timberwolves' two interior players drew consecutive fouls, forcing Aldridge to exit the game. With Aldridge sidelined, the Trailblazers' interior defense became vulnerable. The score gradually tightened. The Trailblazers could only rely on their outside shooting to propel their offense. XueDing took a break with 4 minutes remaining in the first half. Roy engaged the Timberwolves in a fierce battle with the Trailblazers lineup. Before long, the first half concluded with a score of 45-55. Observing the scoreboard, Rambis let out a deep breath. The score was acceptable, trailing by just 10 points. The Trailblazers were severely affected by injuries, losing 3 starters, making it no simple task to easily overcome a fully assembled opponent. Even though the Timberwolves were deemed an underdog, the explosive performances of their core players were sufficient to pose a challenge. Among the Trailblazers, Aldridge appeared most frustrated. His advantages in half-court play were not particularly evident in the fast-paced contest. In the offensive phase of the first half, he had few opportunities to exploit his back-to-the-basket skills. While defensively, he was overwhelmed by Love and Jefferson. The Trail Blazers' primary strength in the first half lay in the offensive capabilities of ChueDing and Roy. Whenever they were afforded one-on-one opportunities, they could almost effortlessly create scoring chances, leaving the Timberwolves' perimeter defense in distress. By halftime, ChueDing had amassed 24 points, while Roy contributed 16, sustaining the Trail Blazers' offense that evening. Since that timeout, the Timberwolves swiftly shifted their tactics from the perimeter to the interior. By utilizing Jefferson as the focal point for their offensive strategy in the paint, they quickly established stability, preventing the score from widening as the Trail Blazers had orchestrated in the second quarter. The halftime intermission passed in the blink of an eye. Amidst the cheers of the fans, the second half commenced with an altered lineup for the Trail Blazers, featuring their strongest ensemble: ChueDing, Roy, Fernandez, Aldridge, and Poirier. The Timberwolves initiate the offense. Flynn's pace of advancement is rather sluggish. ChueDing immediately discerned that the Timberwolves were poised to decelerate, much like they did in the latter stages of the first half. Despite Rambise's continued denial, they dared not engage in a fast-paced game against the Trail Blazers any longer. Rambis had witnessed firsthand the terrifying potential of the Trail Blazers when they were willing to sprint. During this offensive possession, the Timberwolves methodically circulated the ball around the perimeter. After several passes, Love lofted the basketball to the interior, finding Jefferson. Their offensive strategy mirrored that of the first half. This time, it was a low-post isolation for Jefferson. Known for his solid physique, Jefferson excelled as a power forward, possessing formidable post-up skills, robust footwork, and remarkable strength and wingspan that allowed him to hold his own in the paint. His offensive repertoire included a 12-foot jump hook, a convincing shooting feint, and a lethal step-back jumper. Facing Aldridge, who was burdened with 4 fouls, everyone anticipated that Jefferson would opt for a back-to-the-basket maneuver against him. Yet, to the surprise of all, he passed the ball to Love, who was making a backdoor cut. Love received the ball and charged into the Trail Blazers' restricted area. At that moment, it was not Poltel who confronted him, but the arriving ChueDing. Bang! ChueDing fearlessly charged towards Love. Beep! The referee's whistle sounded. Love's interior strength overpowered ChueDing, evading his block, and successfully made the shot, earning an additional free throw. 47-55. Rookie, don't overestimate yourself. Welcome to the NBA. Love remarked with a smile. ChueDing pressed his hand against his chest, remaining silent. The wrath of the divine turtle was awakened. ChueDing is a man deeply entrenched in a mindset of vengeance. When Kevin Love executed a 2-1 against him on the court, it was enough to ignite his fury. The efficacy of this skill hinges upon the duration of his wrath. Despite ChueDing's formidable physique, he finds himself at a disadvantage when confronting opposing interior players, especially during passive defense. The successful basket signifies that the Minnesota Timberwolves have effectively adjusted their tactics for the second half. Even amidst a string of defeats, they have never contemplated conceding a match easily. Swish! Love confidently sinks the free throw. The score stands at 48-55. The Timberwolves' tactical adjustments in the second half are evident. They have deliberately slowed their pace, prompting curiosity about how the Trail Blazers will respond. The injury to Odin has begun to reveal some vulnerabilities, while Poltel's form has faltered and Aldridge is burdened with 4 fouls, presenting significant challenges for the Trail Blazers' interior defense. Just in that possession, even ChueDing returned to defend the paint. McMillan has also recognized the Timberwolves' tactical shift. Rambise's timely adjustments have prevented the Trail Blazers from maximizing their advantage. Coaches in the NBA are exceptionally professional. As soon as they detect tactical flaws, they promptly modify their on-court lineups. In the NBA, the minutiae of the game dictate the ultimate outcome, and the margin for error is exceedingly slim. Chapter 68. The Death Dunk. On the court, the Trail Blazers players refrain from mutual complaints and instead engage in earnest discussions. You guys stay in the paint and do not venture out. Let us three-handle the perimeter defense. However, Kevin Love possesses a three-point range. Fear not. Rudy and I are swift in our lateral movements and can disrupt him. All right, let us proceed, as you suggest. ChueDing conversed with his teammates on the field as they collectively deliberated on defensive strategies. It was now the Trail Blazers' turn to mount an offense. ChueDing received the baseline pass from Ade and swiftly dribbled across half-court. The Timberwolves players were well prepared, having positioned themselves resolutely to deny ChueDing an easy opportunity for a fast break. The Trail Blazers' offensive players executed a series of intricate cross-cuts, setting screens and moving without the ball. Yet, despite their efforts, they failed to create any scoring opportunities. XueDing skillfully maneuvered the ball to the arc. Just beyond the three-point line, XueDing surveyed the situation of his teammates before raising his hand high to signal a tactical maneuver. Tactic number 3, he proclaimed. Everyone dispersed. Understanding the command, I will take them on alone. XueDing feigned a shout, pretending to coordinate with his teammates. Only the Trailblazers players could discern that XueDing was about to make a move. The Timberwolves' defense was effectively disrupted by the Trailblazers players. XueDing seized the opportunity as Flynn drew near, executing a swift change of direction to elegantly bypass him. He advanced to the free throw line. XueDing, observing the interior line's absence, swiftly executed a sudden halt followed by a leap. With a zombie-like jump shot, he leaned forward to release the ball. Alas, it clanged against the rim. The basketball ricocheted high off the backboard. This still belongs to me. After XueDing released the basketball, he instinctively knew it would not find its mark. With a furious shout, he executed a sudden burst of acceleration, striding directly toward the painted area with determination. Love, with his back turned to XueDing, was preparing to leap for the rebound. However, before he could ascend, a chilling sensation crept over him from behind. Damn! Love realized the gravity of the situation. He was in peril. Yet there was no evading it now. Behind him, XueDing had fully leapt into the air. XueDing pressed down on Lu Fu's shoulder with his left hand, utilizing the force once more. XueDing elevated his right hand to catch the rebounding basketball, his wrist curling around it. With an extraordinary display of agility, he stretched his body to soar above Kevin Love's head. As he gazed down at the hoop drawing ever closer, he unleashed a powerful slam. The score now stands at 48-57. XueDing suspended his arm entirely within the rim. This was a spectacular dunk, executed with a powerful leap that, while not quite as formidable as Carter's, still showcased remarkable skill. Oh my goodness, one astonishing display of athleticism. Xue, this is the epitome of a dunk, the dunk of death. My heart aches for Love. It is truly unbelievable. The roar of the fans ignited the Rose Garden, creating an electric atmosphere. Everyone was jubilant, gazing up at the large screen, replaying that breathtaking dunk over and over again. The bench of the Trailblazers was in complete frenzy. Every player was shouting, each trying to showcase their own theatrics. Particularly the injured Odin, who disregarded his own condition, springing up to wave a towel and chant XueDing's name. McMillan was beside himself, a mix of joy and anger. While he was frustrated that XueDing might be risking injury, he was elated at the sheer audacity of the dunk, which significantly boosted team morale. XueDing is truly dominating the rim at the Rose Garden. XueDing is incredible. The Xue overlord has conquered the NBA, and the CBA humbly acknowledges his prowess. Domestic fans are expressing their admiration in waves. XueDing had been hanging on the rim for quite some time, his excitement palpable as he tugged vigorously at the hoop. His feet even grazed the opposite side of the backboard. The referee, showing no mercy, immediately called a technical foul on XueDing as he landed and shouted exuberantly toward the camera. The duration of XueDing's suspension is excessively prolonged. Hush! The fans present at the venue are voicing their discontent on behalf of XueDing. XueDing quietly explained to the referee, I am merely attempting to maintain my balance. If I do not do this, I shall fall. He added, step aside. If you wish to avoid a second technical foul, then remain silent. Regrettably, the referee dismissed XueDing's pleas and issued yet another warning. XueDing, in a state of resignation, raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Flynn stepped up to the free throw line, yet the technical foul shot was met with jeers and ultimately missed. Love remained outside, bewildered, as his teammates consoled him. With a look of incredulity, Love regarded XueDing. He had merely intended to secure the rebound, so how had he become the victim of such an emphatic dunk? Was it truly necessary to humiliate him for a mere 2-1? Love could already envision himself as a mere backdrop in what would undoubtedly be remembered as one of the most remarkable dunks in NBA history. The inevitability was palpable. The crowd's raucous cheers for the death-defying dunk underscored just how electrifying that moment had been. This rookie seemed to have gone completely wild. Fortunately, Love possessed commendable mental fortitude, and after a brief adjustment, he brushed it off without further concern. After XueDing concluded his conversation with the referee, he returned to deliver a resounding high five to Roy. Witnessing such fervor from the youthful XueDing, Roy instinctively wiped the sweat from his forehead. The Timberwolves launched an offensive. Love set up a play for Jefferson. Despite executing a series of elegant footwork in the paint, failed to shake off Aldridge. Inspired by XueDing, Aldridge displayed remarkable defensive zeal. Jefferson hurriedly took a shot, which missed its mark. Roy secured the rebound. The Trailblazers pressed forward once more, with Roy dribbling the ball past half-court. Pass it to Xue, the fans urged, their voices echoing. In that moment, XueDing was the star of the Rose Garden, with the audience still enraptured by his recent dunk. Generously, Roy passed the ball to XueDing and called for all his teammates to create space for him. The teammates obliged, with even Aldridge retreating to the corner. XueDing received Roy's pass while standing at a 45-degree angle to the left of the three-point line. As he faced Flynn, XueDing assumed a triple threat posture. The moment XueDing caught the ball, Flynn was filled with intense apprehension. XueDing, however, did not let this opportunity to breach Flynn's psychological defenses slip away. Perhaps your mother never taught you the art of defense. XueDing's silence in response to Flynn's pre-match remarks does not imply that he has forgotten. Rather, he has now commenced his own barrage of trash talk. XueDing sought nothing less than to utterly vanquish his opponents on the court. Flynn's eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled to respond to XueDing's declaration. Each time XueDing initiated a breakthrough, he effortlessly surpassed Flynn with his first step, leaving him in a state of utter despair. If he failed to concentrate on his defense, he would inevitably be outmaneuvered once again. Suddenly, Roy made a decisive cut towards the paint, momentarily disrupting the Timberwolves' defensive formation and drawing attention from the defenders. Seeing Roy's advance, Love closely followed him, unwilling to leave him unguarded. Under XueDing's direction, Purvis stepped up to provide a screen for him. XueDing accelerated once more, skillfully utilizing cover to penetrate the paint. He pushed off the ground, securing the ball, and took flight. With remarkable speed, he evaded Jefferson's block, soaring through the air to execute a layup. Swish! The score now stood at 48-59, with a double-digit deficit. XueDing's powerful layup was remarkably dominant, though he himself lost his balance and fell to the ground. However, he emerged unscathed. After XueDing rose to his feet, he resumed his signature stride with renewed vigor. "Keep it up. You were almost able to thwart me," he bellowed at Flynn, embodying Jordan's playful banter that perfectly matched his current mood. Flynn looked at XueDing with a sense of helplessness, finding him utterly formidable. In the subsequent round, Flynn finally seized an opportunity. With a ground pass, he set Love up for yet another three-point attempt. Aldridge was obstructed by Jefferson's solid frame, while XueDing extended his arms to provide supplementary defense against Love. With a deceptive shot fake, Love maneuvered past XueDing, drawing Pulis-Burla out once more. This time, Love swiftly passed to Sessions. His imposing presence had captured the attention of several Trailblazers players, allowing Sessions to find an opening. However, Sessions, whose three-point shooting percentage for the season was a mere 6.7, hesitated before attempting a three-pointer. The ball clanged against the rim once again, another missed opportunity. XueDing secured the rebound, marking a 1 for his efforts. Pulis-Burla, well acquainted with the unwritten rules of the game, understood that when playing alongside XueDing, he could not hope to claim rebounds for himself. Positioning was key. Should he inadvertently snatch a rebound from XueDing, he would unmistakably sense XueDing's displeasure, though it would manifest in subtle ways rather than overt actions. As the Timberwolves faltered once more, the fans at the Rose Garden erupted in cheers, sensing that the game was slipping away. The Timberwolves roster was markedly more complete than that of the Trailblazers, yet the disparity in player ability was quite pronounced. The gap in talent made it evident that emulating the Trailblazers' rise would be a formidable challenge for them. Observing XueDing's performance that night, it was likely that the Timberwolves management felt a tinge of regret for not securing him with a 5th or 6th pick. Given the draft climate at the time, the Timberwolves had a genuine chance of acquiring XueDing, yet they failed to seize the opportunity. "What a pity," Kafar remarked with a hint of regret. XueDing is acutely aware that the current Timberwolves are not the formidable team led by Karl-Anthony Towns and the Goji Boy from 1991. That team was replete with talent, whereas the present iteration, spearheaded by Kevin Love and Al Jefferson, is lamentably lacking in skill, and they will face a prolonged period of darkness. In this era, the Thunder's exceptional draft prowess has yet to gain widespread recognition. While the majority of struggling teams are looking to the recently ascendant Trailblazers for inspiration in their rebuilding efforts. With Roy, Odin, Aldridge, XueDing, and Fernandez, the Trailblazers management has skillfully crafted a championship-caliber squad. In this match, both of the Timberwolves' core players are performing exceptionally well. Had it not been for Roy's consistent output coupled with XueDing's explosive form, the Trailblazers would not have been able to establish a double-digit lead. However, one must remember that this is a depleted Trailblazers roster. The Timberwolves coach, Rambis, wears a grave expression. While his stars are holding their own, the fact that the Trailblazers are ahead by 11 points is quite alarming, especially considering their three key players are sidelined. The talent disparity remains profoundly significant, which poses a daunting challenge for them. As an assistant coach, Rambis is experiencing the difficulties of being a head coach for the first time. During the trial for XueDing, Rambis fervently urged the management to select him, yet they foolishly hesitated to use their 5th or 6th pick, opting instead for a late second-round selection. How could such a talent fall to the end of the second round? It is utterly baffling. Presently, Rubio's return remains uncertain, while Flynn can barely meet expectations but is unfit to be a cornerstone player. The 5th and 6th picks this year have been squandered. Just look at XueDing, who was the 22nd pick. What a stark contrast. Rambis let out a heavy sigh. Comparing oneself to others can be deeply disheartening. On the court, the Trailblazers are on the offensive. This time, Purdy set a screen for XueDing as he crossed half-court. The purpose of this screen was clear, to draw the Timberwolves' interior defense out to guard against XueDing. XueDing would find it somewhat easier and less strenuous to contend with Lu Fu and Jefferson. XueDing's approach to singles is distinct from that of Roy. While Roy employs 100 different techniques to engage you in singles, XueDing relies on a singular method, executing it 100 times. XueDing's approach is characterized by speed. When faced with a mismatch in the paint, he seizes the opportunity with unwavering resolve. The pace of Love and Jefferson is evidently sluggish in comparison to XueDing. Once the switch occurs, beads of perspiration instinctively trickle down Love's forehead. Confronted by XueDing, Love recalls his one-on-one encounters with Westbrook during their time at UCLA. He remembers the urgency of Westbrook's swift changes of direction, capable of breaking through with either hand. It is a scenario where one is acutely aware of the impending action, yet utterly powerless to thwart it. Now, Love can only endeavor to employ the most effective techniques he utilized in defending against Westbrook to counter XueDing. XueDing skillfully maneuvered the ball in front of Love, who hesitated to attempt a steal, fully aware that any attempt would render the likelihood of a successful breakthrough a certainty. XueDing, observing Love's stance, discerned that this individual possessed a modicum of experience in defending against him. He surmised that Love was employing the same tactics he used against Westbrook to guard him. However, does one truly believe they can successfully defend against him? Just as Love anticipated, XueDing executed a feint to the left, deceiving Love's instinctual response, and then swiftly changed direction, accelerating past him effortlessly. Such a seemingly simple maneuver rendered Love utterly helpless. While Love's mind was quick to react, his body cannot keep pace. XueDing has begun to comprehend why his current talents evoke such envy in others. XueDing effortlessly accomplishes feats that others cannot. Confronted by Jefferson in the 3-second zone, XueDing, with the ball in hand, boldly drives toward the basket. Jefferson, resigned, raises his arms to meet him. XueDing pushed off the ground and soared into the air. XueDing pressed Jefferson's shoulder firmly with his left hand. The impact of XueDing was nothing short of extraordinary, a formidable force that compelled a look of frustration upon Jefferson's face. He yearned to resist, yet he found himself firmly subdued by XueDing. Once again, with his head low and braced for collision, XueDing seized the moment to strike. With a resounding thud, he executed a powerful dunk over his opponent, leaving the Timberwolves' interior defense utterly humiliated. Jefferson, in a gesture of futility, attempted to argue with the referee, claiming an offensive foul against XueDing, but his protest fell on deaf ears. XueDing's subtle movements were rather discreet, although the referee noticed them. They did not perceive these actions as significant. XueDing did not linger this time. He descended promptly. XueDing's overlord step takes another stride forward. XueDing flexed his bicep toward the camera, drawing attention to his muscular arm. Jefferson could endure it, but the head coach of the Timberwolves could not contain his frustration, exclaiming, "Referee, that is an offensive foul. It must be an offensive foul. If this continues, I will lodge a complaint with the league." However, Rambis's outcry did not alter the outcome. XueDing was acutely aware that he had indeed imposed pressure, yet the determination of a foul rested with the referee. This was not a mere playground where one could arbitrarily call a foul to gain possession of the ball. XueDing is hardly a paragon of virtue himself. This is merely the nature of the game. When a referee calls an offensive foul against him, he does not resist. Players like Kobe, Paul, and James each possess their own subtle maneuvers, and even the amiable Roy instructs him to nudge a defender after pivoting in the low post. Those who refrain from employing such tactics are simply at a disadvantage. He is not resorting to anything like tripping an opponent. The spectators in the arena watch intently. Their eyes widened as they observe the instant replay on the large screen. Tonight, It seems the rookie ChueDing has lost his mind. Although Love and Jefferson are known for their softer interior play, being humiliated in such a manner must surely concern them. Does he not fear retaliation? With a score of 48-61, one wonders if Xue harbors any resentment towards the Timberwolves for not selecting him. Otherwise, why would they all be relentlessly dunking on him? Xue ought to exercise caution. He should temper his ferocity for fear of injury. Such a style of play may be brutal, but it certainly takes a toll on the body. After the initial cheers, the fans began to express their concerns for ChueDing. Despite their worries, Xue remains unfazed. Executing that dunk is hardly challenging for him. The fans simply lack familiarity with the kind of aggressive play exhibited by Westbrook. In time, they will acclimate to this brutal aesthetic. It is merely fundamental technique. Chapter 70. Is it merely hype? The athletic prowess displayed by ChueDing is remarkable. In this match, he seems intent on claiming all 5 plays of the week. Having dunked over both Love and Jefferson, the 2 interior players of the Timberwolves, the commentator, visibly trembling, narrates the unfolding drama. On the court, Love and Jefferson can only exchange helpless glances, resigned to their roles as mere background figures in this spectacle. Meanwhile, back in China, the exuberant cheers of yes. That was spectacular. Echo. Far away in America, ChueDing is unaware that Yiya, having just returned home from Hongyan, has pulled her manager to watch the game. Typically, Yiya does not follow basketball, but her curiosity piqued when she stumbled upon the live streaming link while navigating. ChueDing possesses a profound understanding of her works, and it takes merely a few minutes for her to grasp the essence of his endeavors. Currently, Yaya can only be regarded as a third-tier celebrity, not particularly renowned, which affords her ample time to rest at home. This respite does not stem from a lack of opportunities, but rather from her discerning taste in scripts. She is reluctant to accept subpar television dramas, prioritizing quality over quantity, a principle that governs her approach to acting. Good heavens, what is there to admire in this basketball game? Remarked her manager, Sister Lee, who accompanied Yaya. Yaya's refusal to engage in what she deems inferior productions has resulted in an unfilled work schedule. And now she finds herself drawn into watching this so-called basketball, oblivious to her own concerns regarding her next project. Look, Sister Lee. Do you think that man is handsome? Yaya exclaimed as she caught sight of ChueDing performing a slam dunk over Jefferson, eagerly pointing with her finger. The live broadcast on Cena timely showcased a close-up of ChueDing. Sister Lee glanced at him and calmly replied, "Of course ChueDing is handsome. He is undoubtedly the most popular sports star in the country at the moment. A manager must always remain attuned to the pulse of external information. ChueDing's illustrious name has recently dominated the headlines. How could Sister Lee possibly be unaware? ChueDing has undoubtedly snatched countless headlines and trending topics for various artists. Oh, how popular he is." Yiya mistakenly believed that ChueDing's fame was on par with hers, only to discover that his popularity far surpasses her current standing. Indeed, he is even more renowned than Lu Xiang. "Yiya, are you acquainted with him?" Li Jia perceptively noted. "I suppose we are friends." Yiya replied nonchalantly as she played with her hair. "Oh, I see. No wonder you inquired about the city of Portland." Li Jia soudain dirigeait Yiya's previous question. Li Jia's mind was agile, immediately considering the possibility of publicity stunts. At present, Yiya's reputation is rather mediocre. She cannot secure quality scripts, and she refuses to accept subpar ones. Li Jia was already troubled about her future. In the realm of stardom, without media exposure, one is swiftly supplanted by younger talents. Although Yiya possesses striking beauty, the entertainment industry is replete with attractive faces. And Li Jia held no absolute confidence that Yiya would rise to prominence. Noticing Li Jia's silence, Yiya gently touched her arm and said, "I was merely asking, it's nothing to worry about." Li Jia quickly regained her composure and proposed, "Yiya, could we perhaps create some buzz around a romantic rumor? Such matters of publicity must be discussed with Yiya." No, Jia fermi declined. She was not fond of garnering attention through such means. Li Jia would get, "Yaya, consider this. ChueDing is currently the foremost figure in Chinese sports, even more famous than Yao Ming. His image is commendable, and he is quite handsome. If you were to greet him, your fame could rise, and with sufficient exposure, your acting opportunities would flourish. Moreover, it would benefit him as well. The entertainment and sports worlds are intertwined, a win-win situation for both of you." Upon hearing this, Yiya's expression revealed her reluctance. "Li, I still prefer to let my work speak for itself. He is merely a casual friend, and he is 5 years my junior. Besides, how do you know if he has a girlfriend?" This would not be appropriate. He wouldn't appreciate such antics. Dядя Mandraschinid, understanding that while such publicity could yield fleeting attention, ultimately, one must return to the merit of their work. Furthermore, XueDing likely does not appreciate this type of publicity. All right then. Seeing the stubbornness of Yaya, Sisterly had no choice but to temporarily relent. Observing the somewhat naive Yaya, Sisterly couldn't help but sigh. If other third-tier female celebrities in the entertainment industry were given the chance to stir up rumors with such a prominent star, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to establish connections. Yaya was indeed quite oblivious. At that moment, Yaya gazed intently at the handsome figure of XueDing on her computer screen. He was undeniably striking, with well-defined features and an impressive physique, exuding a high level of attractiveness. However, to say that she was infatuated would be an exaggeration. Yaya was not someone who valued looks alone. She merely regarded XueDing as a congenial friend with whom she enjoyed interacting. Today, witnessing XueDing's commanding presence on the basketball court filled her with a sense of insecurity. His exceptional talents attracted countless admirers, both Americans and people from all over China, far overshadowing her own fame. Yaya even found herself questioning whether XueDing's messages were genuinely intended for her. At that moment, the timeout on the basketball court had just concluded, compelling Yaya to refocus her attention on the screen. XueDing is acutely aware that a player's ability to perform is often dictated more by their mindset than by tactics. Undoubtedly, XueDing possesses an exceptionally robust mental fortitude. In comparison to Westbrook, he surpasses him in both his past and present incarnations. This formidable mindset is indeed the cornerstone of XueDing's ability to fully harness his own potential. An extraordinary talent, complemented by the wrath of the divine turtle and a resilient mentality. At a certain juncture, XueDing ruled the game without question. His consecutive dunks over Love and Jefferson decisively shattered the Timberwolves' momentum. The Huskies felt utterly powerless against XueDing's relentless personal assaults, their confidence in overcoming the deficit severely shaken. As the Timberwolves mounted their offense, the previously composed Jefferson began to display signs of impatience. Following his humiliation at the hands of XueDing, he was eager to reclaim his dignity. In this offensive play, Sessions delivered the ball with a bounce pass to the tenaciously positioned Jefferson. As Jefferson battled for position against Poltol, the latter, a competent blue-collar player, steadfastly maintained his ground. Bam! Crack! In the process of receiving the ball, Jefferson inadvertently raised his elbow, striking Poltol. The latter staggered back, blood evident on his lips. Whistle. The referee's decision was swift and unequivocal. Offensive foul on Jefferson. Dejected, Jefferson resignedly handed the ball to the referee. On the sidelines, Coach Rambis fervently leaped in protest, yet he could not stem the tide of his team's dwindling spirit. The Trailblazers pressed on with their offense. After XueDing maneuvered the ball past the front court, he opted not to engage in a solo play this time. Instead, he began to facilitate the ball's movement. After orchestrating a full rotation, the ball ultimately returned to XueDing's hands. XueDing feigned a breakthrough, drawing the attention of the defenders with his ruse. XueDing hesitated not for a moment, delivering a precise pass to the cutting Roy. Roy, exhibiting remarkable composure, took a quick step after receiving the ball, drawing the defensive attention within the paint before deftly handing it off to Aldridge in the 3-second zone. Aldridge, in a fluid motion, banked a shot in, and, in the process, drew a foul from Jefferson. "Brandon, my assist," XueDing remarked with a hint of exasperation at Roy. It was evident that Roy could have easily scored, yet he opted to facilitate instead. This choice cost XueDing an assist while granting Roy an additional one. "Hey, Xue. My apologies," Roy chuckled awkwardly, his playful demeanor evident. "Haha, no worries, Xue, one team mine missing out on a triple-double," Aldridge chimed in with a grin as he approached. "If you missed that free throw, I might start a care," XueDing jested, playfully patting Aldridge's back. The Trailblazers were growing increasingly relaxed as the game progressed, and the trio engaged in lighthearted banter. Aldridge's free throw was steady, and he converted the additional attempt. Chapter 71, Do Not Anger Him. Following Aldridge's successful 2+1 play, the Timberwolves were left without the means to resist. Beep. The referee's whistle signaled the conclusion of the match. 98-116. Rambis stared blankly at the scoreboard, realizing that they had been entirely outmatched in the second half. The Trailblazers delivered a resounding victory, handing the Timberwolves their 6th consecutive loss. In this game, XueDing's statistics finally eclipsed Roy's, earning him the title of the best performer in the eyes of the media. Trailblazer statistics. XueDing, 34 points, 13 rebounds, 9 assists for steals, 6 turnovers, narrowly missing a triple-double. Roy, 24 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists. Fernandez, 12 points for rebounds. Aldridge, 17 points, 8 rebounds. Poole Bizla, 4 points, 1 rebound, 3 blocks. Despite Poole Bizla's impressive 35 minutes on the court yielding modest stats, the Trailblazers fans exchanged knowing smiles. Timberwolves statistics: Love, 32 points, 18 rebounds. Jefferson, 18 points, 10 rebounds, 2 blocks. Flynn, 7 points, 3 assists. Sessions, 13 points. ChueDing's performance in this game was nothing short of stellar. In the face of adversity, he dominated opponents with sheer force. As the game concluded, McMillan did not immediately escort the players back to the locker room. Instead, he approached Rambis. "You have many promising young talents, and that Chue possesses an extraordinary gift. We simply weren't as fortunate," Rambis replied with a hint of envy. ChueDing's 2 astonishing dunks serve as a testament to his uniqueness, marking a pivotal turning point for both teams. Despite the media's accolades for ChueDing, Rambis remained skeptical until he witnessed the player's prowess firsthand, leading him to lament his initial failure to secure ChueDing with a draft pick. Rambis articulated his belief that his coaching skills were not inferior to those of McMillan, attributing ChueDing's superior talent, alongside Roy and others, as a significant advantage over the Timberwolves. Consequently, their defeat was only to be expected. Upon hearing this somewhat acerbic tone, McMillan retorted that Chue's mentality far surpasses his innate talent. He noted that while their aspirations may revolve around acquiring the 5th or 6th draft pick, they merely stumbled upon a hidden gem left behind by others. Furthermore, he remarked that coaching a cadre of prodigies poses far greater challenges than guiding a team of mediocrity. McMillan implied that the Timberwolves had an opportunity to select ChueDing but squandered it, thus should refrain from casting blame elsewhere. He also suggested that coaching the Trailblazers was not as effortless as Rambis might presume. Should the Timberwolves fail to reach the playoffs, they would likely escape criticism from fans, whereas the Trailblazers, if unable to secure a postseason berth, might force McMillan to face the consequences of dismissal. The disparity in player talent naturally leads to varied expectations, yet the challenges faced by coaches remain relatively consistent. Both head coaches, dignified in their demeanor, exchanged words with smiles adorning their faces. Following a brief exchange, they clasped hands in mutual respect. Their relationship bore no significant animosity, as McMillan had opted to withdraw ChueDing during the fourth quarter's garbage time, sparing Rambis some embarrassment by not allowing him to achieve a triple-double. After exchanging simple pleasantries, both returned to prepare for the impending press conference, where an abundance of reporters awaited. ChueDing, accompanied by Roy, represented the Trailblazers alongside McMillan at the interview. On the Timberwolves side, Flynn and Love joined head coach Rambis for their session. The interviews were conducted sequentially, not collectively, with the Timberwolves being the first to speak. Rambis immediately took responsibility for the loss, stating, "Our team is undergoing an unpleasant journey. It is challenging. This defeat lies squarely on my shoulders. I underestimated the Trailblazers' formidable aggression, and I did not anticipate their resilience despite missing several key players. Their style has completely transformed. I should not have engaged in a fast-paced defensive game against them. Chue's presence rendered us quite passive. Traditionally, the Blazers are perceived as a slow-paced team. Yet ChueDing unleashed a rapid storm that shattered the media and fans' preconceived notions during this match, a stark contrast to earlier games." A Fox Sports reporter pressed, "How do you evaluate Chue?" Rambis sighed, "He is a phenomenal point guard. I cannot believe this young man is only 20 years old. Beyond his talent, I admire his maturity in ball handling. He understands his strengths, knows when to drive and when to pass. His confidence on the court is palpable. Without him, I believe we would not have lost so easily." The reporter continued, "The Timberwolves did not select Chue with their 2 draft picks this year. I heard he even tried out in Minnesota and expressed a willingness to play for the Timberwolves. Do you regret that decision?" Rambis cast a wistful glance at the reporter, internally lamenting, "I wanted to select him, but the management's decision was beyond my control." Rambis certainly felt regret. A phenomenal point guard capable of averaging near triple-doubles would have alleviated his concerns about job security. Timberwolves fans were not overly concerned about the loss itself, but rather the bleak outlook for the team's future. Had ChueDing been on the roster, even a disappointing first season could have provided fans with a glimmer of hope, as he is undeniably a superstar in the making. However, Rambis could not voice these thoughts. Instead, he remarked, "We do not regret our decision. His NCAA statistics were poor, and he had limited game footage. Our understanding of him was minimal, and the management made a sound choice. They have their own considerations. He unhesitatingly deflected the blame onto the management, thinking it is not my concern. As the reporter sensed that Rambis had little more to offer, he shifted his inquiry to Flynn regarding his assessment of ChesesDraft as an adversary. After all, the rivalry among rookies of the same year is always intriguing. Flynn had previously boasted about Ches's weaknesses. Flynn, clearly candid, responded, "Do not attempt to provoke him." An ESPN reporter immediately probed, "Why?" Flynn candidly remarked, "Tonight, I angered him. I unleashed a barrage of trash talk at him, and, as you all witnessed, it turned into a lengthy night for me. I was ill-prepared for his retaliation. Regarding Ches's, I shall not provoke him into a fury again." Upon hearing Flynn's admission, the journalists erupted with excitement, particularly those from the domestic press. The 6th overall pick had been thoroughly subdued. A reporter from Hoopu inquired, "What advice would you give to other rookies encountering Chses?" Flynn responded with utmost sincerity, "It's the same. Do not provoke him. Ever since I did, I haven't scored a single point. Love and Al both suffered from his emphatic dunks. He completely dominated the game. Therefore, when facing Chses, focus on your own game and refrain from trying to incite him." As Flynn recalled the intensity in Ches's gaze directed at him, he felt a twinge of apprehension. The domestic media sprang into action, diligently recording his words. On the side of the Trailblazers, during interviews, Chses once again became the focal point. Roy, a person of great humility, preferred to remain understated. Under the guidance of the team's public relations and coaching staff, he had no choice but to thrust Chses into the limelight. Chapter 72, Lend Me a Hand. ChesesDraft donned his rimless glasses as he faced the interview. In response to the reporter's congratulations, his demeanor was rather lukewarm. Is vanquishing the Huskies truly a matter of pride? The prospect of losing was never within ChesesDraft's contemplation. He regarded the match as nothing extraordinary, as it wasn't akin to defeating the Lakers. A reporter from Oregon Sports inquired, "Chses, you were just one assist away from a triple-double. Do you feel any regret?" ChesesDraft earnestly declared, "As long as the Trailblazers secure a victory, I find joy in that. The focus is not on me. My statistics are inconsequential. The essence of my concern lies solely in our triumph." A reporter from Hoopu inquired of Roy, "Brandon, how do you evaluate Chses?" Aware that he was speaking to the Chinese media, Roy graciously responded, "Chses is an extraordinary player. He prepares diligently for each game and trains relentlessly every day. Hard work is rewarded by the heavens. His contribution tonight is pivotal. He is the reason for our victory, exhibiting exceptional competitiveness. I'm truly pleased for him." The reporter continued to question Chses, asking, "What was it like to dunk over Love and Jefferson?" Although Chses wished to remain humble, he could not suppress his amusement and replied, "I must apologize to them for my actions. I acted impulsively. I imagine Jefferson and Love might wish to take a swing at the current version of me. My expression was rather provocative." An ESPN reporter pressed on, "Chses, regarding your consecutive scoring streak during that period, what were your thoughts?" He replied, "I was merely proving myself. Someone provoked me, which is part of the game. Out of respect for my opponents, I had to give my all." With a smile still gracing his face, Chses continued. And to the ESPN reporter's persistent inquiry, "You went 0 for 5 from three-point range in this game. Do you think that will pose a problem for you?" ChesesDraft cast a sidelong glance at the reporter and replied, "Three-point shots do not trouble me. I have always maintained that as long as I find my shooting rhythm, it matters not where I shoot from. You will witness this in due time." The ESPN journalist, undeterred, pressed further, "Do you feel any tension when shooting three-pointers?" ChesesDraft furrowed his brow, stating, "No, I do not feel there is any need for concern." As ESPN sought to probe further, ChesesDraft decisively interjected, "That will be all for today." With that, he prepared to depart, his movements imbued with a certain nonchalance that left Roy momentarily stunned. Upon the conclusion of the press conference, the entire Trailblazers team boarded their private jet en route to Memphis. Their match against the Grizzlies was scheduled for November 10th, just 2 days hence. Last season, the Grizzlies began with moderate expectations from their fans, managing to upset the Magic in their second game and achieving a record of 9 wins and 15 losses in the first 24 games, which was not entirely dismal. However, the young Grizzlies soon encountered a developmental plateau, struggling to maintain a consistently formidable defense. Accountability was sought, and when their record stood at 11 wins and 31 losses, Coach Everoni was dismissed. Memphis appointed Hollins as a successor, and the Grizzlies finally showed signs of improvement in the last 12 games, winning 7 of them, which rekindled a glimmer of hope for their supporters regarding the team's future. Ultimately, the Grizzlies finished the previous season with a record of 24 wins and 58 losses, missing the playoffs and securing the second overall pick in the draft. This summer, the Grizzlies underwent significant roster changes and bolstered their lineup through the draft, primarily addressing their deficiencies in interior scoring and enhancing their offensive capabilities. The new additions, including Randolph and Iverson, have compelled the Trail Blazers to approach the matchup with caution. From this perspective, the Grizzlies' competitiveness has indeed been markedly enhanced, and their offensive prowess in the upcoming season promises to be formidable. Nevertheless, the current iteration of the Grizzlies still faces considerable challenges in securing a playoff berth, despite the acquisition of Iverson, as numerous issues remain unresolved within the team. ChueDing is acutely aware of the fierce competition in the Western Conference this year. Without at least 50 victories, playoff qualification seems precarious. Furthermore, he understands that the Memphis Grizzlies are not as feeble as the public perceives, with both the Black and White Bears now in contention. If this team were to truly commit, they could face any opponent on equal footing. In a previous era, the formidable Thunder and Spurs suffered greatly against this very Grizzlies team for several consecutive seasons. Surprisingly, the focal point of this matchup is ChueDing versus Tabit. It is noteworthy that Tabit appears to be showing signs of regression, while ChueDing's increasingly dominant performance has led Grizzlies fans to direct their frustration towards the management, especially given the team's dismal record of 1 win and 6 losses recently. The local media and fans harbor a palpable envy towards the Trail Blazers. According to the first rookie rankings updated in November, ChueDing is far ahead of other newcomers, while Tabit does not even appear on the list. Were it not for Tabit being the second overall pick, or if ChueDing's performance were not so exceptional, perhaps the Grizzlies fans would not feel such jealousy. Yet, this is the reality they face. This has led ChueDing to turn on the television in his hotel room in Memphis, only to find multiple channels discussing whether the Grizzlies made an error in selecting Tabit with the second pick, speculating on how the summer would have unfolded had they chosen ChueDing instead. ChueDing was also aware that as his performance continued to excel, he would need to acclimate to the discussions surrounding the high-ranking teams this year. After turning off the television, ChueDing began to peruse his mobile phone. ChueDing's mobile inbox had long been in a state of overflowing messages. Upon opening it, he discovered that Yaya had taken the initiative to send him a message. Yaya wrote, "I watched your match, and your performance was remarkable, truly impressive." ChueDing chuckled in response. Had I known you were watching again, I would have certainly executed a few more dunks." After a brief pause, he added, "But perhaps it's best not to. It can lead to injuries." "Why do you have such a fondness for dunking?" Yaya replied swiftly, "Dunking is a trivial matter. I won't get injured. It is the most exhilarating action that ignites the passion of the fans. They love watching me dunk, and I am merely striving to showcase my abilities. Indeed, that is quite commendable. I never expected you to be so dedicated." ChueDing's dedication to his career is something that Yaya genuinely appreciates. "Well, you're not as devoted as you seem. Haha. Are you taking a break today?" "How fortunate you are to have the leisure to watch my performance," ChueDing said, intentionally shifting the topic. "Indeed, my schedule is rather sparse. I currently have only one drama in hand," Yaya replied with a hint of resignation. ChueDing contemplated for a moment and quickly grasped Yaya's current predicament. She was not yet particularly famous, leaving her with limited options. Since time was on her side, could she assist him with a small favor? ChueDing replied, "What kind of favor?" "I have several television scripts, and I wish to collaborate with a production company to adapt them into dramas. I have specific actors and directors in mind, and I need to estimate the costs in preparation for filming, considering your familiarity with the entertainment industry." "Are you joking? What scripts are we discussing?" Yaya, who had been biting into an apple, suddenly paused, taken aback by ChueDing's unexpected transition from athlete to television investor, a rather significant leap. "I am not jesting. Scripts like The Legend of Zhen Huan, Story of Yinchi Palace, The Journey of Flower, and 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms." ChueDing, a fervent enthusiast of television dramas, had already proactively acquired the copyrights to these online literary works through his investment company and had engaged the original screenwriters to adapt them into scripts. This ensured a high fidelity to the originals from his past life. These inevitable hits were golden opportunities for profit, and ChueDing could not afford to miss out. He intended to secure the copyrights. Currently lacking sufficient funds, he planned to invest in them one by one. The titles of these scripts sounded rather peculiar. "Send them to my email later, and I will consult my company for an estimation." "Thank you. As long as it yields profit, that is fine. No need to be polite. Are there roles for me in these scripts?" "No, but I can offer you a stipend for your assistance, a stake in the venture." I have no money. No problem. Just invest your time with me. Get lost. The conversation between Yaya and ChesesDraft grew increasingly relaxed and casual, oscillating between professional matters and personal exchanges. Yaya agreed to help ChesesDraft estimate costs with her company, as it was merely a small task for her. ChesesDraft only needed to prepare funds for investment thereafter. Is this what you call a romantic subplot? This is merely a normal interaction. The protagonist's investment in television dramas was a fleeting detail. Why make a fuss over it? It was entirely reasonable for an athlete with wealth to engage in investments. The protagonist persona enjoyed watching dramas, thus investing in a personal passion was justifiable. Did not LeBron James purchase a soccer team to establish a business empire? Kobe Bryant sold beverages too. This narrative is not merely an entertainment piece, yet even part-time endeavors are scrutinized. An online romance? Who suggested such a thing? There is no romance here. The protagonist is not in love. Perhaps there are too many assumptions at play. Chapter 73. Scandals? With scripts in hand and an awareness of their impending success, ChesesDraft's decision to invest in television dramas was akin to picking up money from the ground. Would he not seize the cash lying about? For ChesesDraft, the abundance of money was evident. It merely depended on how he chose to collect it. ChesesDraft has no intention of delving deeply into this industry. He merely intends to purchase popular scripts and engage directors and actors to bring them to life. A process that is rather straightforward. Naturally, he will pay taxes when profits are made. ChesesDraft intends to withdraw after reaping the benefits of this venture, which is but a minor branch of his overall career. The process of investing in television dramas domestically is not as intricate as one might imagine. It primarily consists of a few key steps. 1. Crafting the script. 2. Assembling the production team. 3. Collaborating with licensed production entities for co-production. 4. Submitting applications for approvals. 5. Appointing the director. 6. The director and production manager selecting the cast. 7. Market operations, planning, advertising, sponsorship. 8. Commencing filming for a 20-episode drama. Approximately 30 to 50 days of shooting. 9. Wrapping up production. 10. Post-production. 11. First round of distribution. 12. Second round of distribution. This process involves numerous entities such as film companies, television stations, and regulatory bodies, as well as a multitude of professionals including producers, writers, screenwriters, directors, production managers, and procurement supervisors from television networks, amounting to several hundred individuals in total. However, ChesesDraft delegates these tasks to specialized companies, as his sole responsibility is to oversee the financial aspects as an investor. ChesesDraft possesses an inherent advantage of foresight. One who is aware of their destination will swiftly reach the most favorable endpoint. ChesesDraft's maturity inevitably sets him apart from the youthful naivety and confusion often found in those around 20. He possesses a clear understanding of his aspirations. Playing basketball is ChesesDraft's dream. However, it does not preclude him from envisioning a personal business empire. This is akin to the journeys of LeBron James and Michael Jordan. The greatness of an athlete transcends mere technical prowess. It also encompasses their influence beyond the court. Numerous examples abound in the NBA of players who, due to poor financial management, have faced bankruptcy post-retirement. The cases of Allen Iverson and Francis serve as stark reminders. A player must often exercise restraint and cultivate financial acumen. This is the undeniable truth. After nearly 2 hours of engaging conversation with Yaya, ChesesDraft found himself parched from speaking. ChesesDraft has always approached tasks with remarkable simplicity and efficiency. In the past, he would scoff at the notion of someone engaging in lengthy phone conversations for 2 hours, deeming them frivolously idle. However, he now finds himself in a similar predicament, astonished by the experience. He begins to comprehend the allure of such interactions, particularly when conversing with an intriguing woman. Time indeed slips away when discussing captivating topics with a girl like Yaya, who possesses a stubborn yet genuine demeanor, refraining from both petulance and extravagance. Their exchanges are delightfully engaging. Reclining on his bed, ChesesDraft reflects on the previous situation in the Western Conference. Although the Trailblazers currently sit atop the league standings, their position is far from secure. The Lakers and Cavaliers are unlikely to allow the Blazers to maintain this lead for long. Following Shaquille O'Neal's trade to the Cleveland Cavaliers, the much-anticipated Shaq-King duo has not performed as expected. The Cavaliers' record in October has been lackluster, with 2 wins and 2 losses, beginning their season with back-to-back home defeats. O'Neal's presence in the paint has not proven as effective as that of the veteran center Zydrunas Ilgauskas. LeBron James and head coach Mike Brown find themselves continually rallying the team and O'Neal in various situations. On the other hand, the Lakers welcomed the return of the young and formidable Andrew Bynum. The combination of a peak Kobe Bryant and a dual-tower presence in the paint is undoubtedly championship caliber this season. The Timberwolves' interior players have been capable of overwhelming the Blazers' front line. One can only imagine the challenge posed by the Lakers' formidable big men. After facing the Grizzlies, the Trail Blazers must head to Los Angeles to confront the Lakers, where their underdog status will be put to a rigorous test. ChesesDraft felt a profound anticipation at the thought of facing the legendary Los Angeles Lakers, a team that had once claimed the championship title. That night, after enduring over 2 hours of intense competition, followed by post-match interviews and a press conference, he finally concluded his evening routine, including a shower and preparing for the away game. By the time he arrived in Memphis, it was already 2 a.m. After engaging in nearly 2 hours of phone conversations, ChesesDraft found himself wearied. As the clock struck 4, he resolved to retire for the night. Meanwhile, at Kobe's South Private Court, a solitary figure commenced his practice. The familiar motion of his signature fadeaway echoed repeatedly. Clang, 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 swish. A mere 1 out of 4 successful attempts. Kobe's shooting was off tonight, and the sound of the missed shots began to irritate him. Winning the championship last season against the Magic had not brought him the exhilaration he had anticipated. He believed this lack of excitement was tied to the identity of the opponent. Had it been the Celtics rather than the Magic, he would have felt a sense of fulfillment in his career. Thus, this season, the Lakers' objective was to defend their title, with the Celtics as their preferred adversary. As for securing the top seed in the regular season, Kobe deemed that less significant. However, being overshadowed in the Western Conference was undeniably unsatisfactory. The Lakers' next opponent was the Trail Blazers. A victory over them would allow the Lakers to reclaim their position at the summit. Kobe relished such challenges and was fervently eager to triumph in this match. The following day, ChesesDraft slumbered through the morning, only regaining his vibrant energy in the afternoon to head to the temporary training facility rented by the team. Upon entering the locker room, he found that, apart from a few injured players who were required to recuperate at home, the rest of the Trail Blazers had arrived. As he made his way to the locker, ChesesDraft sensed an unusual glimmer in the eyes of his teammates. Several of the younger players gazed at him with envy, while the veterans wore faint, almost imperceptible, lewd smiles. Although ChesesDraft felt somewhat perplexed, he refrained from voicing his inquiries, for he was aware that someone would soon come to enlighten him. He approached his wardrobe, seated himself, and changed his shoes. "Chue, you seem to be quite fortunate in your romantic endeavors," he heard. As anticipated, Outing limped over with Fernandez and settled beside him, an unmistakably lascivious expression adorning his face. "What?" ChesesDraft, perplexed, inquired. "Hey, are you still unaware?" "What is it?" ChesesDraft nodded, noticing ChesesDraft's genuine confusion. Odin retrieved his phone and displayed the trending headlines on Twitter for ChesesDraft to see. ChesesDraft took the phone and briefly skimmed through the news. ChesesDraft exudes an irresistible charm, captivating the affections of South Korean star Kwon Yuri. The news primarily highlights ChesesDraft's breathtaking performance in the death-defying move, which, coupled with his occasional displays of muscular physique and the striking beauty characteristic of Asian men, has garnered him a multitude of admirers. Among them is Kwon Yuri, a member of the renowned girl group Girls' Generation. Recently, she revealed her ideal type of man on her personal social media, candidly expressing her admiration for the dashing ChesesDraft of the NBA's Portland Trail Blazers. Furthermore, Kwon Yuri expressed a heartfelt desire to share dinner with ChesesDraft. Standing at 167 centimeters, Kwon Yuri is regarded as a goddess among otaku, both for her exquisite looks and her enviable physique. ChesesDraft possesses a limited understanding of Girls' Generation, having only listened to a few of their songs. Upon reflection, he pondered whether such events were not meant to befall Thompson, but rather, why they had occurred to him instead. In Chapter 74, the provocations preceding the match unfold. The adult film star, Jessica Drake, occupies a similar esteemed position in the minds of Americans like Odin, as Maria Ozawa does in the heart of ChesesDraft. With her ample curves and reputed F-cup size, she bears the significant responsibility of imparting sexual enlightenment to the youth of their generation. This transpired last night. ChesesDraft's performance seemed to ignite a fervor among his female admirers, particularly after he executed an epic death-defying act, prompting them to emerge in droves to bask in the aftermath. Who claims that only men possess carnal desires? In truth, women harbor similar inclinations. ChesesDraft frequently finds himself the subject of flirtatious glances and teasing remarks from certain women. Were a man to engage in such behavior toward a woman, it would undoubtedly be deemed harassment. However, when women direct their advances towards ChueDing, he finds himself at a loss for words. He cannot possibly resort to legal action against them. Can he? Xue, perhaps you should invite her out. We could engage in a four-way, Odin suggested. I believe she would be amenable. You might struggle to handle her alone. Upon hearing Odin's proposal, Fernandez's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he nodded vigorously in agreement. ChueDing helplessly exclaimed, "Damn it. No, you all play by yourselves." ChueDing felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. He promptly began to usher people away, distancing himself from these two individuals. ChueDing finds it difficult to accept such an open perspective on sexuality. How can Fernandez and Rubio share such a disposition? Is it truly the case that Spaniards are so audacious? Furthermore, does Odin resemble Claude in this regard as well? The audacity is astonishing. I would rather challenge 3 women instead. At this moment, ChueDing's gaze towards the 2 men transformed. Odin and Fernandez, upon meeting ChueDing's eyes, realized the gravity of the situation. You Chinese tend to be more reserved, but Xue, when you wish to indulge, be sure to call me. I know many female university students who admire you. They would also want to join. Odin and Fernandez made such a remark to ChueDing before departing. ChueDing sighed and shook his head. Money, sex, and women are all indispensable elements in the lives of NBA players. ChueDing is also aware that perhaps in their eyes, he is the true oddity. However, ChueDing does not envy such a life of mating. ChueDing's perspective closely mirrors that of his parents. As a child raised in a traditional Chinese family, he consistently places great importance on family and love. It is quite difficult for ChueDing to embrace such a lifestyle. ChueDing believes that, in a certain sense, James and Westbrook serve as his finest exemplars, embodying unwavering commitment. During the afternoon training session, ChueDing continued to hone his shooting skills and low-post techniques. ChueDing's numerous techniques are gradually being refined and are approaching a state of stability. McMillan has also devised a series of plans aimed at enhancing ChueDing's capabilities and facilitating team cohesion. Currently, had it not been for Roy's presence, McMillan would undoubtedly have constructed the lineup around ChueDing as the focal point. ChueDing's style of play deviates significantly from the traditional approach of the Trailblazers. If ChueDing's skills had not been sufficiently remarkable, McMillan would have demanded adjustments from him to better integrate into the team. However, ChueDing's exceptional abilities have reached a level where the entire Trailblazer squad is willing to adapt to accommodate him. Consequently, the second-unit teammates partnering with ChueDing have begun to engage in a series of technical drills, such as catching and shooting, to align with ChueDing's tactical style of play. The tactical core position of ChueDing's second lineup is evidently prominent. The Grizzlies' strategy is straightforward: to amass young talents and await their collective emergence. For a team in the midst of a rebuilding phase, this approach is both economical and sensible. Several years ago, the Portland Trail Blazers transformed from a struggling team into a formidable force in the league through this very method. And the current Memphis Grizzlies appear to be making significant strides along this promising path. While the management may draw comparisons, it is undeniable that Trail Blazers general manager Pritchard has outperformed expectations by leaps and bounds. Nevertheless, in terms of the absolute number of promising young players, the current Grizzlies roster does not fall short of the 2006 Trail Blazers. Coupled with a few seasoned veterans, the present Grizzlies seem to evoke a sense of hopeful anticipation. ChueDing was acutely aware that Allen Iverson's arrival in Memphis resulted in a surge of ticket sales for the Grizzlies. However, aside from his drawing power, Iverson failed to fulfill the role expected of him. The competition within the NBA is exceedingly fierce, and in such a cutthroat league, numerous speedy, diminutive guards find themselves discarded each year. Even the legendary Answer is not immune to this reality. Last season, at the age of 33, Iverson showed no signs of aging. Yet, as summer wanes, he approaches the age of 34. Theoretically, his presence could render the Grizzlies' backcourt nearly indefensible, as he, alongside Mayo and Gay, forms a triumvirate of offensive prowess that appears nearly invincible. However, reality tells a different story. Iverson did not impart the lesson of toughness to these young players. He failed to blend his experience and charisma with the raw talents of Gay, Mayo, and Conley, rendering him merely a fleeting presence for the future-minded Memphis organization. ChueDing was fully cognizant of this. Furthermore, there were numerous concerns regarding their second overall pick apart from Iverson. During the Summer League, the Beat's performance was nothing short of disappointing. The scouting report on the first overall pick, Griffin, contained no mention of needing time to develop potential, whereas the Beat's report was replete with references to boundless potential. Everyone spoke of the beat as a rough gem requiring time to be polished. Yet similar players often fade into obscurity during the early seasons of their professional careers. XueDing believes that the Memphis Grizzlies already possess a cornerstone player in Marc Gasol. And with the addition of the statistical powerhouse Zach Randolph, the arrival of the beat here seems destined to yield little impact. The allocation of playing time is crucial for establishing the confidence of a rookie. XueDing remains perplexed by the considerations behind the Memphis Grizzlies selection of Tabit as the second overall pick during the draft at the end of June. However, it appears that the current management of the Grizzlies possesses an abundance of talent across all positions, rendering any selection both right and wrong. A notable subplot in the upcoming match between the Trail Blazers and the Grizzlies is Randolph, who harbors a complicated history with the Blazers. Following his departure, the Blazers began their ascent. Yet, Randolph has struggled with discipline, facing numerous off-court controversies, and the current media sentiment towards him is rather unkind. On the afternoon of the 10th, in the Grizzlies media interview area, Randolph boldly declared to the press that he intends to dominate the Blazers' interior defense. He remarked that their top position has been largely unchallenged by formidable teams, attributing their success to mere luck. However, he vowed that this would end today, promising to demonstrate what true toughness entails. In Randolph's view, Aldridge is merely a soft player, and overpowering him would be a simple task. He also expressed frustration over being cast aside by the Blazers. Encouraged by his teammates, Tabit joined XueDing in issuing a declaration of war, asserting that while Xue is impressive, he intends to showcase his prowess tonight. Despite his bravado, the media discerned a lack of confidence in Tabit's eyes, suggesting that he may have already surrendered internally, compelled by the pressure of the team to adopt such a stance. Chapter 75, Tabit. With the Trail Blazers now sitting atop the league standings, numerous teams are eager to dethrone them. This position undoubtedly ignites ambition and zeal in their adversaries. Unlike traditional powerhouses, such as the Cavaliers and Lakers, the Blazers' rise has come with minimal resistance from elite teams. And Roy has yet to reach the caliber of Kobe or LeBron. Beyond Roy, the team's reliance on XueDing, still a rookie, and Aldridge, who is merely an above-average player, renders them seemingly more vulnerable. The primary belief is that with the Trail Blazers' three key players sidelined, their current roster lacks sufficient depth. The league's bottom-dwelling Grizzlies, however, lack self-awareness regarding their inferiority to the Blazers, and the entire team is fervently determined to topple the current leaders. As the home team players were being interviewed, XueDing of the visiting Blazers entered the interview hall first, naturally enjoying the privileges afforded to a superstar. XueDing has now become a sensational figure within the league, with the media's cameras instinctively gravitating towards him wherever he goes. Today, XueDing opted for a rather understated ensemble. His outfit, comprising sunglasses, form-fitting red trousers, and a pattern-striped shirt, perfectly encapsulated the fashionable essence of the clothing brand he endorses. In this moment, XueDing resembled not a competitive athlete, but rather a model. His choice of attire was influenced by a contractual agreement with his sponsors, which stipulates that he earns a certain amount of money for each appearance on the front page. Tom also envisions transforming XueDing into a style icon within the fashion industry. This initiative stems from both the sponsors' rewards and the cultivation of XueDing's personal brand image. Naturally, he himself enjoys experimenting with various styles. The camera shutters clicked incessantly, capturing XueDing's image. Reporters bombarded him with a flurry of questions, all pertaining to recent hot topics. Xue, a female fan has professed her love for you. How do you respond? Are you currently single? How many dunks do you plan to achieve tonight? The media fervently surrounded XueDing. Witnessing this scene, Mayo and Conley were left speechless. As XueDing entered, he effortlessly captured the spotlight of the entire venue, inciting envy among the onlookers. The two whispered their disdain, feeling overshadowed. In a gathering of youthful exuberance, how could one individual exude such flamboyance in their own domain? Nevertheless, the media remained astutely aware of the audience's preferences, disregarding the discontent of others as they surged towards XueDing. As he became completely encircled, Roy, Odin, and others gradually made their entrance. The Trailblazers teammates understood the situation well. With XueDing present, interviews would likely not involve them, leaving them to focus on the game. Roy remarked to the lone journalist beside him, "There are far too many media and fans surrounding Xue now. Even our own team reporter is constantly by his side. Some behaviors have transcended the realm of basketball, yet I relish being in such an environment as he shields me from the spotlight. While some may feel discontent, they must understand that this is not Xue's fault. We need to learn to navigate this atmosphere and concentrate on playing pure basketball." He pondered, Isn't Xue quite unfortunate? He should be rather content, came the reply, though his expression appeared strained. Fernandez and Odin jovially passed by ChesesDraft, yet the reporters paid them no mind. ChesesDraft is currently besieged by reporters. After evading numerous gossip inquiries, he finally begins to receive some legitimate questions. Xue, what is your perspective on tonight's match? ChesesDraft has a particular affinity for such inquiries, which reflects his inherent kindness. Victory seems easily attainable for us. Do you harbor any disdain for the Grizzlies? Not at all. I hold them in high regard. While others envy ChesesDraft's exposure, he, in turn, admires their ease. For most of these media personnel do not approach with benevolent intentions. Thus, ChesesDraft must tread carefully while speaking in front of them. Fortunately, he is not an ordinary managing to cope, albeit with some fatigue. The local Memphis media poses quite challenging questions for ChesesDraft. Another journalist inquired, "Do you consider yourself the strongest among this year's rookies?" Although ChesesDraft was aware that this might incite animosity, he felt compelled to respond, "Without a doubt, I am the number one." When asked if he believed he would be this year's top pick if given another chance, he replied, "No, that is not certain. The management has its own considerations during the selection process, which is unrelated to the draft order." Regarding the Grizzlies, he commented, "Their interior strength is formidable, but they require time to develop synergy. In the future, they will undoubtedly pose a significant challenge to us. As for now, we are stronger, as evidenced by the rankings." When questioned about Jaren Jackson Jr., he stated, "You can discern my thoughts by observing the game." Finally, he was asked to evaluate his matchup with Mike Conley that evening. ChesesDraft was gradually becoming somewhat impatient. Why were all these reporters incessantly inquiring for evaluations? Had they lost their minds? Noticing ChesesDraft's displeasure, the domestic media hastily began to present a series of flattering questions, which gradually improved his expression. The Memphis Grizzlies, established in 1995, are part of the NBA's Southwest Division. Originally named the Vancouver Grizzlies, the team was based in Vancouver, Canada. In 2001, the franchise relocated to Memphis, Tennessee, and was rebranded as the Memphis Grizzlies. Following the acquisition of Spanish star Pau Gasol, the team began to gain competitiveness, making several playoff appearances. Yet they have tragically never secured a playoff victory, a disheartening record that remains unbroken to this day. After the warm-up concluded, ChesesDraft emerged from the locker room. Although the Grizzlies might be considered a small market team, their arena is reputed to be only slightly inferior to the Staples Center. Constructed at a staggering cost of nearly $300 million. Memphis may lack in entertainment compared to Portland, but the environment is pleasant, quite suitable for players seeking a tranquil retirement. The attendance is rather low, roughly around 60, and the vastness of the arena lends a somewhat desolate atmosphere. Following the entrance ceremony, Tabit, whom ChesesDraft had met during the joint training, made a point to greet him. "Hey, buddy, I want to clarify that my comments prior to the game were not intended maliciously." Tabit approached with a friendly demeanor, apologizing for his previous remarks made in front of the media and teammates. "Yes, I understand. How have you been lately?" ChesesDraft responded nonchalantly. After all, there are times when individuals are compelled to act out of necessity. "Hey, it's not great here. I've been rather unlucky," Tabit sighed. His tone had lost its earlier bravado, and ChesesDraft could discern a hint of disappointment on his face. "It would be more beneficial for your growth if you joined a team that requires a strong presence in the paint," ChesesDraft casually remarked. Considering that in a past life, Tabit had somewhat floundered with the Grizzlies, perhaps a different path would yield different results. "Yes, I will carefully contemplate my future." "It's still too early," Tabit replied, showing no inclination to leave. During the joint training, Tabit was the golden child, the focal point of media attention, while ChesesDraft remained an obscure player. Now, their standings had undergone a dramatic transformation. Tabit averaged merely 15 minutes of playing time with the Grizzlies, and his statistics were thoroughly eclipsed by ChesesDraft, especially in rebounds, where ChesesDraft's figures were more than double his own. ChesesDraft serves as a defender, while Tabit stands as a towering figure, which indeed creates a somewhat awkward situation. Chapter 76, The Next Stop. Paul Bisla and Gasol during the jump ball. ChesesDraft was energetically bouncing and stretching his body, while Conley observed him with quiet astonishment, thinking to himself that this fellow truly resembled LeBron. Such a thought was quite natural for Conley, as ChesesDraft's style of play indeed mirrored that of James. Although Conley was not a diminutive guard, he appeared rather frail in comparison to ChesesDraft. The starting lineup for the Trail Blazers consisted of ChesesDraft, Roy, Webster, Aldridge, and Przybyla, while the Grizzly starters were Conley, Mayo, Gay, Gasol, and Randolph. At first glance, The Grizzlies' starting lineup seemed formidable, with a well-balanced age structure and tremendous offensive prowess. Furthermore, Allen Iverson willingly assumed the role of sixth man, significantly enhancing the bench strength of the Grizzlies. It was also rumored that under Iverson's leadership, the Grizzlies would transform into a fast-paced team, showcasing individual offensive talents from Randolph, Gay, Mayo, and Iverson. Few teams in the league could withstand the relentless onslaught of the Grizzlies, especially with young talents like Marc Gasol and the beat fortifying the interior defense. However, this formidable presence was largely theoretical. In practice, the perennial weakness of fast-paced teams lay in their defensive shortcomings, a flaw that the Memphis Grizzlies embodied this season. Unlike predecessors such as the Suns or the Warriors, only the Beat and Marc Gasol demonstrated a willingness to defend, while the rest of the team lacked any proactive commitment to defense. It is difficult to envision a team without defensive capabilities achieving remarkable success. Fortunately, the Grizzlies faced no significant pressure regarding their performance this season, although it had been a considerable time since they had felt any pressure to win. Remaining at the bottom of the Southwest Division was likely not the aspiration of Memphis fans. As the game commenced, the struggling Grizzlies displayed signs of resurgence. Randolph and Gasol showcased commendable individual performances in the paint. The absence of Odin due to injury had a considerable impact on the Trail Blazers, forcing Aldridge to shoulder more responsibilities, while Prizabilla's rapid decline in form was evident. The Grizzlies, having suffered 3 consecutive defeats, desperately needed a victory at home, and they required Gay to shake off his recent slump to provide greater assistance to the team. Aldridge quickly found his rhythm, scoring 8 consecutive points to help the Trail Blazers establish a 12-6 lead. Following this, Gay contributed 5 points, leading the team on a 9-2 run to reverse the score to 15-14 in favor of the Grizzlies. Subsequently, Roy also found his groove, sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers, allowing the Trail Blazers to finish the first quarter ahead at 22-17. As the second quarter commenced, Mayo and Gay each added 2 points, sparking a 7-3 mini-run that brought the Grizzlies within 1 at 24-25. ChueDing's mid-range jumper found its mark, followed by Conley's successful three-pointer, bringing the score to a tie at 27. The two teams continued to battle evenly, with ChueDing and Aldridge each contributing 4 points, leading their team to an 8-2 run, allowing the Trail Blazers to take a 48-43 lead. The Grizzlies promptly called a timeout. Upon resuming, Conley drew a foul and converted both free throws. Subsequently, both teams struggled to find their rhythm. In the final moments of the first half, Fernandez of the Trail Blazers sank a buzzer-beater three-pointer from the right wing, concluding the half with the Trail Blazers ahead at 51-45. Roy recorded 14 points and 3 assists in the first half, while Aldridge added 12 points and ChueDing amassed 16 points along with 8 rebounds. For the Grizzlies, Mayo scored 11 points, and Gay contributed 10 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists. After the halftime intermission, the teams resumed play on opposite ends of the court. Mayo began the third quarter with consecutive three-pointers, one from the top of the arc and another from the corner, while Randolph powered through the paint for 4 points. However, Aldridge responded with 7 consecutive points in the paint, keeping the Trail Blazers ahead at 58-55. The subsequent exchanges saw both teams alternating in offense and defense, with the score fluctuating. Despite the Trail Blazers possessing a slight edge over the Grizzlies, their incomplete lineup hindered their ability to maintain a solid advantage on the road. After ChueDing scored 5 consecutive points, the Trail Blazers established a 5-point lead. Randolph, through a combination of shooting and free throws, added 3 points, narrowing the gap to 2 points for the Grizzlies. ChueDing turned and immediately attacked the basket successfully, followed by Conley, who made a 3-point shot, leaving the Grizzlies trailing by 1 point with a score of 70-71 at the end of the third quarter. As the fourth quarter commenced, Gasol scored with a layup, while ChueDing's 3-point attempt missed its mark. Randolph then made 1 out of 2 free throws, allowing the Grizzlies to reclaim a 2-point lead at 79-77 shortly after the fourth quarter began. As the score lagged, the ball was temporarily handed over to Roy, who scored 4 consecutive points. ChueDing then executed a one-on-one steal from Conley, finishing with a fast break layup, putting the Trail Blazers ahead at 83-79. Both teams exchanged scores 3 times thereafter. With 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, the Grizzlies found themselves trailing by 1 point at 88-89. The score continued to fluctuate. After Gay successfully made a 3-pointer to tie the game at 93, ChueDing initiated another fast break, scoring with a layup. Roy sealed the fate of the game with a turnaround jumper. With 21 seconds remaining, The Trail Blazers led 97-93, prompting a timeout from the Grizzlies. Following the break, Conley's jump shot missed, and the Grizzlies resorted to a foul strategy, allowing Roy to sink both free throws. With 9 seconds left, the Trail Blazers held a 6-point lead. After another timeout, Gay hit a three-pointer, and Allen committed a foul, leading ChueDing making 1 out of 2 free throws. With 6 seconds remaining, the Trail Blazers led 196. In the final possession, Conley made a buzzer-beater three-pointer, but the Grizzlies narrowly lost 99-100. Thus, the Trail Blazers achieved a hard-fought victory over the Grizzlies. Despite Miller's absence, ChueDing, stepping in as a starter, scored a team-high 30 points along with 5 assists, 8 rebounds, and 8 turnovers. Aldridge contributed 23 points and 4 rebounds, while Roy added 24 points and 9 assists, along with 5 steals and 5 turnovers. Fernandez scored 6 points and grabbed 6 rebounds, and Przybilla recorded 6 points and 13 rebounds. The Grizzlies' formidable interior defense limited ChueDing's rebounding opportunities. On the Grizzlies' side, Rudy Gay scored 20 points with 8 rebounds and 5 assists. Zach Randolph contributed 19 points and 14 rebounds. O.J. Mayo added 17 points. Mike Conley scored 16 points with 6 assists, and Marc Gasol had 9 points and 4 rebounds. The Beat played for 8 minutes, managing just 1 rebound. Although ChueDing achieved the highest score, his 28 shot attempts drew criticism from fans, as this number exceeded Roy's attempts. With a shooting percentage around 30, ChueDing faced harsh backlash online, labeled a data patter. The discontent with the Trail Blazers' narrow victory also sparked dissatisfaction among fans, leading to a surge of criticism directed at ChueDing. However, he remained unfazed as he boarded a flight to Los Angeles with the team, ready to face their next opponent, the Los Angeles Lakers. Chapter 77, Indifference Towards You. 7 wins, 1 loss. The Trail Blazers have commenced their season with an impeccable record. This achievement currently positions them at the pinnacle of the league, overshadowing both the Lakers and the Cavaliers. Although only the Nuggets among the 7 teams faced could be regarded as formidable opponents, it must be acknowledged that triumphing over weaker teams is a skill in itself. Following a narrow victory over the Grizzlies, the entire Trail Blazers squad flew to Los Angeles. NBA teams possess their own private jets, and with Paul Allen, the owner of the Trail Blazers, being one of the wealthiest among the 30 franchises, their aircraft is nothing short of luxurious, allowing the players to rest to the fullest extent possible. However, this level of respite was insufficient to completely restore the players' stamina. The match against the Grizzlies proved to be a challenging contest, with both teams locked in a fiercely competitive struggle. Roy Aldridge and ChueDing each logged over 40 minutes on the court, resulting in significant fatigue for the trio. The Trail Blazers' sweet schedule has come to an end. What lies ahead is the true test of endurance. ChueDing believes that those responsible for scheduling the league matches are undoubtedly conspiring against the Trail Blazers. It's infuriating. Back-to-back games against the Lakers, and then facing them again merely as the second match of a 5-game road trip. Following the encounter with the Lakers, there are still 3 away games remaining. This stretch for the Trail Blazers can truly be described as a grueling ordeal. 11th. At 6 in the morning, ChueDing rose to commence his fitness regimen at the training facility adjacent to the hotel. Following a nutritious breakfast, he delved into reviewing game footage of the Lakers alongside the scouting reports provided by analysts. Last season, the entire Lakers team was fueled by a singular ambition to clinch the championship, having narrowly succumbed to their arch-rivals, the Celtics. With a score of 2-4 in the finals of 2008, the Lakers entered the previous season with an indomitable spirit. Analyzing the team composition, it was evident that the roster was exceptionally well-rounded, featuring stars, substitutes, and seasoned veterans alike. While no single player stood out as overwhelmingly dominant, the team's chemistry was remarkable, allowing each member to excel in their respective roles and maximize their contributions. As ChueDing perused the scouting reports, he gained insight into the Lakers' formidable performance during the regular season, details he had previously overlooked as a mere fan. On December 25, 2008, the Lakers ended the Celtics' 19-game winning streak. On February 5, 2009, they halted the Celtics' 12-game run. On February 8, 2009, they ended the Cavaliers' 23-game home winning streak. Then, on March 11, 2009, they put an end to the Rockets' 12-game winning streak, followed by stopping the Spurs' 13-game winning streak against Western Conference teams on March 12, 2009. Thus, The Lakers became the fifth team in NBA history to terminate an opponent's winning streak of 12 games or more twice in a single season. Moreover, during the last regular season, Kobe Bryant was afforded ample rest, ensuring his readiness to exert himself in the playoffs. The Lakers dispatched the Jazz in the first round and engaged in a grueling 7-game series against the Rockets in the second round, which propelled the team further. The most formidable challenge arose in the Western Conference Finals against the Nuggets, a series even more taxing than the finals itself, where Kobe delivered numerous miraculous shots to secure victory for the team. Ultimately, they advanced to the finals and secured the championship with a decisive 4-1 triumph. This season, the Lakers' prowess has seen a slight uptick compared to the previous year, albeit not markedly so, as their championship roster has undergone minimal changes, retaining the majority of its players. In contrast to the departed Ariza, Ron Artest brings a more robust and tenacious defense, alongside a superior offensive capability. In the comparison of the forwards, Artest, now entering his 30s, holds a slight edge over the just 24-year-old Ariza. Furthermore, this year the Lakers retained Shannon Brown through the biannual exception, securing their third point guard, which allowed them to comfortably part ways with the benchwarmer Sun Yu. In summary, the young players of the Lakers have emerged from the crucible of the finals with newfound maturity. After assessing the status of each Lakers player, XueDing focused his research on his opponent for the night, Derek Fisher, a player standing at 185 meters and weighing 93 kilograms, who epitomizes the role player archetype. While his ball handling and shooting abilities are commendable, Fisher's passing technique leaves much to be desired, and his organizational acumen is similarly lacking. As long as he is present, he will undoubtedly execute the coach's assigned tactics with utmost seriousness, controlling the ball past the halfway line, and then meticulously positioning himself at the top of the arc, awaiting his teammates' movements, whether to lob the ball inside or to pass it to the star swingman, thus completing an offensive play. However, tonight he faces off against XueDing. Apart from experience, Old Yu possesses hardly any advantage, and XueDing is fully capable of overpowering him. According to McMillan's strategic plan, XueDing and Roy will take turns isolating against the Lakers guards. This is an unavoidable choice, as the formidable interior duo, coupled with Artest and Kobe, presents a significant challenge for the Trail Blazers offense. XueDing aspired to effortlessly penetrate the defense for a slam dunk, yet the task proved to be far from simple. Roy's success rate against Kobe would inevitably decline. After reviewing the footage and the scout report, XueDing resolved to refine his shooting skills further. Suddenly, his phone buzzed incessantly. Upon recognizing the caller as Yiya, XueDing promptly answered the phone. Yiya informed XueDing that the most suitable investment opportunity for him at present was Empresses in the Palace, with an approximate investment amount of around $60 million. After concluding the phone call, XueDing readily acquiesced and sincerely invited Yiya to assume the role of the female protagonist. What? Weren't you supposed to deny me a role? You previously mentioned that Sun Li would be quite suitable. XueDing's invitation left Yiya both astonished and somewhat taken aback. An investment of $60 million is considered a substantial production in the domestic realm. Having only graduated 2 years prior, she felt her qualifications and acting skills paled in comparison to those of Sun Li, whom XueDing had previously mentioned. How could she possibly be considered for such a role, with such a significant investment at stake? Was he not concerned about the possibility of her performance leading to financial loss? Could it be that XueDing harbored personal intentions towards her? As this notion crossed her mind, Yiya felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, her thoughts spiraling into a whirlpool of uncertainty. The prevalence of investors engaging in unspoken rules with female stars and pursuing romantic interests weighed heavily on her mind, leaving her feeling quite apprehensive. XueDing was acutely aware that the current value of $60 million was significant, yet the investment costs in film and television were still quite reasonable. After all, in a few years, the prices could escalate to the point where hiring an actor for merely 4 days would require $60 million. Moreover, Yiya's remuneration was not exorbitant, and her acting skills were commendable. Though still somewhat inexperienced, she was not far behind Sun Li, and most importantly, she was affordable. By maintaining a good relationship with her while she was still emerging, he could ensure that when she gained prominence, she would be inclined to collaborate on several more television dramas and films at a reasonable cost. Why would he relinquish such a popular show to someone else? I genuinely enjoy watching you act, he replied earnestly. Upon hearing XueDing express his admiration for her performances once more, Yiya felt a sudden flutter in her heart and softly stated, XueDing, let me clarify, I do not accept any unspoken rules. Unspoken rules? What on earth? ChueDing was momentarily taken aback. The thoughts of women in the entertainment industry were indeed peculiar. In an unvarnished manner, ChueDing replied, "Rest assured, I am attracted to those younger, with an S-shaped figure, preferably with ample bosoms and curvaceous hips. Your invitation to assume the lead role is a testament to your acting prowess, devoid of any ulterior motives." After ChueDing finished speaking, he noticed that Yi did not respond, so he added, "Honestly, I have no interest in your figure. You jerk, you fool." Upon hearing this, Yi promptly hung up the phone on ChueDing. She swiftly dashed to the mirror, scrutinizing her reflection once more. Serves you right for being single. You scoundrel." ChueDing. Yi was indeed quite affected by ChueDing's words. ChueDing listened in bewilderment to the beeping sound emanating from his phone. Meanwhile, as ChueDing was drenched in sweat, the Los Angeles Lakers convened for a strategic meeting. The plan to contain Roy with the combined efforts of Kobe and Artest, alongside the imposing presence of the Twin Towers in the paint to stifle ChueDing's performance, was firmly established. Chapter 78, The Los Angeles Lakers, November 10th. The Trailblazers visit the Staples Center to challenge the Lakers. ChueDing stepped onto this hallowed ground, once revered as a sanctuary by fans of the Lakers. The team commenced their season with a commendable record of 6 victories against 2 defeats, closely trailing the Trailblazers. Should they triumph over the Blazers tonight, they would reclaim the top ranking. Thus, the entire Lakers organization mustered an effort to validate their status as contenders for the Western Conference crown. Although the Trailblazers are currently beleaguered by injuries, their morale remains exceptionally high, with even the injured Greg Oden exuding confidence that they can conquer the Lakers, the reigning champions. In the Western Conference, nearly every team takes pride in besting the Lakers, with players eager to showcase their talents in Los Angeles. This highly anticipated clash for supremacy in the West was broadcast live across the United States and China by both TNT and CCTV. Charles, who do you believe will emerge victorious in tonight's showdown between the Trailblazers and the Lakers? Kenny, I firmly believe the Lakers will hold a definitive advantage. Oh, pray tell, why is that? The Trailblazers are not at full strength. Their lineup is incomplete, and they will undoubtedly struggle against the Lakers' formidable interior game. Roy finds little edge against Kobe, and Xue will face significant limitations against the seasoned Fisher. Additionally, they are contending in a back-to-back road game. Hence, I estimate the Lakers' chances of victory at a remarkable 80%. Charles Barkley's tone was resolute, echoing the prevailing sentiment surrounding this matchup. The pre-game hype generated by the media in Los Angeles had adequately set the stage for this encounter. Whether it was the duel between the Yellow Mamba and the Black Mamba, or the headlines touting ChueDing's dominance in shot attempts within the team, the narratives were fervently circulated. Among fans and media, there was considerable debate regarding whom ChueDing's style most closely resembled. On one hand, some argued that his fervor for basketball surpassed all else, likening him to Kobe as a court zealot. On the other hand, others contended that ChueDing's playing style bore a striking resemblance to that of LeBron James. This divergence of opinion fueled further contention. When a journalist from the Los Angeles Times specifically inquired of ChueDing, "Xue, do you believe you resemble Kobe more or LeBron?" ChueDing replied disdainfully, "I resemble ChueDing in some ways. Regardless of how formidable my opponent may be, I shall never perceive myself as inferior." "What do you mean by resemble? Do you look down upon me? I am simply who I am." The reporter, sensing that ChueDing was not easily swayed, quickly followed up, "So, do you prefer watching LeBron James play, or do you favor Kobe Bryant's style?" ChueDing replied, "Kobe." He felt somewhat hesitant to mention Westbrook, given their similar ages, and he noticed that the current performance of the god Turtle paled in comparison to his own. The reporter nodded knowingly, silently noting that yet another admirer of Kobe had emerged. This weekend, the Staples Center was graced by numerous celebrity families, all gathered to watch the game. The Stallone family, the Beckhams, young Leonardo with his model girlfriend, and even Jet Li made an appearance. During warm-ups, ChueDing took the opportunity to greet Jet Li. As one of the few elite teams in the NBA, the Lakers were determined to defend their championship title this season. Upon stepping onto the court for the opening ceremony, ChueDing immediately felt the weight of pressure. Prior to the game, he observed Kobe, who was diligently training. It must be said he was quite handsome, aligning with Easter aesthetics. His appearance was striking, and his shooting form retained the elegance of yesteryears. However, the shooting percentage was lacking. Clang, 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 swish. A mere 1 out of 4? It seemed Kobe's shooting touch was rather mediocre today. Analyzing the opponent, ChueDing was well aware that the current Lakers were a top-tier team in the league. Their height in the paint posed a challenge that other teams struggled to match. The adage, "He who dominates the paint dominates the game," remains relevant in this era. Last season, the Celtics, lacking Garnett, and the Cavaliers, with a weak interior, both fell victim to the formidable front line of the Magic, underscoring the crucial role of a strong interior presence. Typically, a quality big man is enough to instill fear in opponents. This was the very reason the Trail Blazers opted for Odin over Durant. In terms of their interior combination, the Lakers boasted not only the young and robust potential superstar Andrew Bynum, but also Pau Gasol, who had just led Spain to victory in the European Basketball Championship, poised to surpass Yao Ming and become FIBA's premier center. The muscular beast and the lanky Odom could also contribute significantly in the paint. Coupled with the efficient blue-collar players Powell and Benga, the Lakers had a perfect interior setup with their twin towers as starters and reliable bench support, making them a force to be reckoned with, even in the presence of Odin on the Trail Blazers. Moreover, with Kobe at the pinnacle of his career, relentlessly striving for greatness, it is indeed rare to find a player standing at the zenith of basketball in the current NBA. Over the past 13 years, Kobe has proven himself as one of the best active players. A player like Kobe, with such an unyielding competitive spirit, is invaluable. Ashakidi Onio Himarket. What impresses me most about Kobe is that throughout my career, I have never seen a player as fiercely competitive as him. He possesses an extraordinary killer instinct that compels him to embrace critical moments in games, never shying away and making no excuses. At the age of 31, Kobe Bryant possesses 4 championship rings, yet he continues to rise early each day for rigorous training, even traveling to Houston to learn the illustrious Dream Shake from Hakeem Olajuwon, enriching his repertoire of scoring techniques. Olajuwon himself has remarked that Kobe need not learn the Dream Shake, for his innate footwork is already among the finest in the league. It can be asserted that Kobe is the Lakers' most significant asset, serving as the benchmark that the Trail Blazer star Brandon Roy aspires to match. The Lakers' triumvirate of core players fosters a remarkable team cohesion, and Kobe, widely regarded as the preeminent player in the league, is undoubtedly the rightful leader of the team, embodying determination and competitive spirit. After 13 years of relentless effort, he has evolved into the most charismatic leader in the league. Moreover, the Lakers possess the invaluable advantage of 2 additional pillars of morale, amplifying the strength of their trio. Veteran Derek Fisher stands as a spiritual leader. It was his 2 crucial three-pointers in Game 4 of the previous season's finals that propelled the Lakers to victory. Following the game, Fisher reminded the younger players in the locker room of the importance of humility and composure as they prepared for Game 5. Although his statistics may not shine, his unwavering resolve in critical moments and unique ability to rally the team in the locker room have established him as the squad's second leader. Additionally, the coaching staff features the esteemed Phil Jackson, holder of 10 championship rings, who excels not only in tactical acumen, but also in adeptly managing player psychology, earning him great respect. These formidable figures are the adversaries that the Trail Blazers must contend with. As ChueDing beheld the formidable lineup of Bynum, Gasol, Artest, Kobe, and Fisher standing before him, an exhilarating surge of fervor coursed through his veins. Having witnessed their matches countless times in his previous life, he was now poised to battle against this championship team. "Gentlemen, let's give our utmost to vanquish them." As the referee approached the center circle, Roy addressed the gathered Trail Blazers with fervent determination. "All right." ChueDing's voice rang out the loudest. In that moment, Roy exemplified his unwavering resolve not to succumb to the Lakers, fueled by a fierce desire to outshine Kobe. ChueDing is no exception. At times, human nature is indeed peculiar. One can afford to be lax and succumb to weaker teams, yet when confronted with formidable adversaries, they invariably unveil their finest prowess. In the face of opponents who surpass them in skill, each individual harbors the desire to vanquish them. Chapter 79, featuring a reference to Kobe's nostrils. As the whistle blew to signal the commencement of the match, ChueDing's heart sank swiftly. The match commenced. Bynum won the tip-off. Fisher gestured as he began to dribble forward. "Offense! Offense!" The home crowd in Los Angeles erupted with a roar. ChueDing clapped his hands and welcomed Fisher from the past. Having played 8 NBA games, ChueDing has fully acclimated to the rhythm of the league. His understanding of basketball and his ability to read the game have reached an entirely new level. ChueDing was acutely aware that each match he played was a crucial step towards enhancing his professional career. As Fisher dribbled to the rhythm of the music reverberating through the Staples Center, the atmosphere grew increasingly electrifying. Upon reaching the arc, Fisher opted not to pass to Kobe, instead calling for a screen from Gasol. Fisher's breakthrough was sluggish, making it impossible for him to outmaneuver his opponent. He executed a reverse layup, delivering the ball to Gasol in the paint. Gasol, receiving the pass, leaned into Aldridge, powering towards the basket. Poole swiftly stepped up to provide support. Gasol then fed the ball into the paint to the waiting Bynum, positioned in the key. With a resounding slam dunk, Bynum executed a stunning two-handed finish. Well done. A spectacular play that ignited the crowd. The fans were well aware that the Lakers' opening offensive strategy was to exploit the Trail Blazers' interior defense. The Lakers boasted the premier twin towers in the league. The score stood at 0-2, without allowing the Lakers players to celebrate. The Trail Blazers promptly initiated a quick inbound pass. After receiving the ball, XueDing decisively surged forward. Faced with the formidable Lakers, who excel in traditional defensive strategies, the Trail Blazers must adopt a rapid pace in this match. The Lakers have evidently prepared for XueDing's onslaught, establishing 3 defensive lines along his path. It is exceedingly challenging for XueDing to catch the Lakers off guard, as he would against weaker teams. A direct assault proves impossible as he approaches the arc. XueDing faced a mismatched Kobe, continuous interior screens, and intricate maneuvers. Following a seamless handoff, XueDing urged his teammates to create space. XueDing skillfully dribbled to the right side, while Roy positioned himself in the corner. His stance was unfavorable, as the seasoned veteran, Lao Yu, adeptly maneuvered Roy to that location, while Ade established a firm presence in the paint. XueDing cast a glance at Roy, but did not pass the ball to him. Instead, he took the initiative and requested a screen. Aldridge relinquished his struggle in the paint and moved up to intercept Kobe. XueDing, with a shield, broke through to the right side, arriving at the high post between the free throw line and the three-point arc. Gasol provided support on defense. XueDing faces off against Gasol in a one-on-one showdown. XueDing executed a series of under-the-leg dribbles, alternating his pace with finesse. The mismatch between him and his larger opponent had become apparent, and his teammates were well aware that he was destined to take the shot himself. Gasol extended his arms wide. XueDing continuously executed his dribbling maneuvers with deft changes in direction. XueDing suddenly feigned a breakthrough to the right. The execution was so lifelike that Gasol was deceived, causing his center of gravity to shift. XueDing once again altered the rhythm, oscillating between acceleration and deceleration. XueDing deftly maneuvered, nearly causing Gasol to lose his footing. This moment marked one of the rare instances where XueDing refrained from resorting to brute force. He gracefully retreated while securing the ball, showcasing a commendable rhythm. XueDing Lee stands resolutely at the free throw line, with the precision of a standard mid-range jumper. He releases the ball, completely unguarded. The shot swishes through the net. His shooting touch is splendid today. Swish. The score is now tied at 2-2. The pace of the game accelerates. The Trail Blazers face the reigning champions, and they cannot afford to be complacent. XueDing was acutely aware that the championship team of 2010 was none other than the Lakers. This implies that the Trail Blazers were facing a team of championship caliber today. Furthermore, the Lakers' overall roster was more balanced compared to that of the Trail Blazers. In a matchup against such a formidable team, even a fully equipped Trail Blazer squad would possess minimal advantages. Their once prized edge and talent was now diminished. Not to mention factors such as mentality, experience, strategy, and coaching. Should the Lakers perform at their usual level, the Trail Blazers would undoubtedly find the contest arduous. The Lakers' performance also hinged on Kobe, who served as a barometer for their offense. Clearly, Kobe was in commendable form today. As the Lakers initiated their offense, Kobe received the ball at the free throw line, effortlessly displaying his triple threat stance. With a swift maneuver, he evaded Roy and executed a jump step to sidestep Aldridge's block, successfully sinking a shot from the paint. The score now stood at 2-4. After making the basket, Kobe triumphantly waved his arms, encouraging the crowd to ignite with fervor. Witnessing Kobe's ease on the court, XueDing felt an unsettling discomfort within himself. XueDing advances with the ball. It seems that Kobe is in excellent form today, exhibiting a remarkable rhythm. Indeed, prior to the game, Kobe made a resolute statement about reclaiming the top position in the Western Conference. In contrast to Kobe, XueDing is still in the bloom of youth. He need not rush into a rivalry with Kobe and would be wise to pass the ball to Roy. We hope today's match will be both captivating and exhilarating. The commentators, Director Zhang and Director Su from ChasesDraft, are offering XueDing their insights. The two announcers are equally enthusiastic as they watch the game. The atmosphere in the venue is vibrant, with the commentators continuously stoking excitement, aiming to elevate the emotions of fans watching from home. ChueDing swiftly advanced across the court with a commanding presence. Following the opening, he was eager to dictate the pace of the game. However, the Lakers' defense proved to be a significant challenge, as their positioning was astutely strategic, occupying critical areas. Particularly at the top of the arc, ChueDing executed a deft change of direction to evade the veteran player Lao Yu. He slowed his pace at the free throw line, while the impending defender was the agile Bynum, nicknamed Little Shark. ChueDing passed the ball to the right side to Roy. Roy evaded Kobe's defense and, receiving the pass beyond the three-point line at a sharp 45-degree angle, took the shot. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a lofty arc alas. Roy's initial attempt clanged off the rim. The ball bounced high into the air. ChueDing aimed to seize the rebound, yet he found himself thwarted by Arteist. While Bynum successfully safeguarded the board, ChueDing gazed at the ball with a sigh of longing. ChueDing's ability to seize opportunities has been scrutinized by his opponents. In the context of the Lakers' formidable interior strength, securing offensive rebounds has become a daunting task for him. Bynum passes the ball to Kobe, who dribbles past the half-court line. The Trail Blazers aim to accelerate their tempo today, seeking to increase their offensive possessions rather than engaging the Lakers in a half-court battle. Conversely, the Lakers are determined to play a half-court game, eschewing fast-paced exchanges. The Lakers have thoroughly analyzed the Trail Blazers, recognizing that their previous string of victories was closely tied to their enhanced offensive and defensive rhythm. To put it candidly, if the Lakers were to engage in a fast-paced game with the Trail Blazers, they would not fare well. At the top of the arc, Kobe remains unhurried in his decision-making, intent on controlling the situation. Roy, wary and vigilant, keeps a watchful eye on Kobe while continuously attempting to disrupt him. The Lakers initiate their triangle offense. Kobe signals to Gasol, who promptly positions himself for a screen. The screen is set, causing Roy to be momentarily delayed. ChueDing relinquished his defense against Fisher to assist in guarding Kobe. Little did Kobe anticipate that the Trail Blazers' help defense had accelerated to such a degree, significantly swifter than the previous season. He intended to set a screen to facilitate a drive and dish to Gasol, allowing Gasol to pivot at the free throw line for a give and go. However, confronted with ChueDing's support, Kobe found himself unable to penetrate. At that moment, Bynum positioned himself firmly against Poindexter, reaching out for the ball towards Kobe. Kobe cast a glance at Bynum, but declined. With ChueDing's defense pressing against him, Kobe decisively leaned back and executed a jump shot. ChueDing extended his arms as far as possible to create a disturbance. ChueDing believed he should have been more cautious, as his fingers had already grazed Kobe's nostrils. Kobe's face was evidently contorted in response, yet his movements remained undeterred. Whoosh! Reality dealt ChueDing a severe blow. 2-4. Damn it, rookie, be mindful of your actions, Kobe admonished ChueDing. ChueDing remained unresponsive, unsure of how to react. Should he insert himself more comfortably into the situation? It was not intentional on his part. In Chapter 80, he scored a strong 6 points. The camera had already captured ChueDing's movements, likely to be utilized in humorous video. It appears that today, Kobe's offensive desire is exceedingly strong. Just moments ago, Bynum had positioned himself well, yet he opted to take the shot himself rather than pass the ball. ChueDing had positioned himself effectively on defense, but Kobe managed to score regardless. This basket cannot be blamed on ChueDing, who deserves commendation for his tenacious defense. On the court, it seems Bynum has taken the initiative to communicate with Kobe, likely regarding the previous play. While Coach Zhang praised Kobe, he also took a moment to commend ChueDing. Coach Zhang expressed his exhaustion, having to officiate 2 players simultaneously. Roy's overall defensive prowess is more seasoned than that of ChueDing. Moreover, Roy is quite familiar with Kobe's maneuvers, and ChueDing can already anticipate that Kobe might seek to exploit his mismatches. The thought of facing Kobe in a one-on-one confrontation caused ChueDing to furrow his brow. ChueDing believes that his strength is an advantage. However, Kobe possesses a myriad of offensive techniques, and his physicality is formidable, rendering him unperturbed by Chue's power. While Chue's speed is also an asset, it is evident that Kobe is a rhythm player, and his rapid pace may expose him to deceptive maneuvers. ChueDing felt a twinge of frustration. Sensing that ChueDing was struggling against Kobe, Roy approached and whispered in his ear, "Chue, when defending, do not stay too close to Kobe. Be mindful of his rhythm. Additionally, I will assist you with the coverage." "All right, I will be attentive," ChueDing replied. ChueDing received the ball and advanced, raising his hand to signal the tactic. Poole and Bisla were being thoroughly challenged in the paint by the Lakers' Twin Towers, struggling to establish any positioning, making one-on-one plays exceedingly difficult. Aldridge actively moved up to set a screen for XueDing, implying that it was now the guard's turn to take charge. As XueDing arrived at the arc, he promptly passed the ball to Roy. Positioned near the left three-point line, Roy received XueDing's pass, still 2 steps away from the arc. Kobe, standing just beyond the three-point line, extended his arms and fixed his serpentine gaze upon Roy's next move. Roy refrained from signaling a play or dribbling. Instead, he launched himself off the ground with a powerful leap. The shot was taken. Kobe leaped forward, but it was too late. With the precision of a bowstring drawn taut, the basketball soared through the air like a bullet discharged from a sniper's rifle. It seamlessly found its way into the hoop. Swish! The net trembled with the impact. The score stood at 5-4, as Roy showcased the versatility of his offensive prowess. XueDing gazed enviously at Roy's unwavering precision. This is the essence of a superstar. During training, XueDing's three-point shooting percentage was commendably high. Yet on the court, he often exhibited a degree of inconsistency. Oh, how formidable Roy is! XueDing aspires to learn from him. The Black Mamba versus the Yellow Mamba, a battle of legacy among shooting guards. Roy is undeniably impressive. The rightful leader. The Trail Blazers fans engaged in discussions. Regardless of XueDing's popularity, the true leader of the Trail Blazers remains Roy. XueDing also approached to exchange a high five with Roy. Kobe, with this, you cannot guard me. Your defense is virtually non-existent. After the high five with XueDing, Roy began to taunt Kobe incessantly. Kobe glared at Roy with a face that was a stormy shade of fury. It's just one shot. I shall return the favor. XueDing gazed in astonishment at the departing Roy. Today, Roy appeared to be quite different. Normally, he refrained from engaging in trash talk, embodying a demeanor of humility and modesty. Even in the face of his opponent's malicious fouls, he seldom exhibited anger. XueDing seldom witnessed Roy so audaciously provoking an adversary. Yet, he understood that such assertiveness from Roy indicated that the opponent was indeed formidable, rendering him incapable of maintaining his usual composure. Steady the rhythm, the Zen master whistled, vociferously urging Fisher to maintain the tempo. Kobe, to the paint. Offense. Offense. The Lakers' established strategy was to penetrate the interior, but the Zen master was acutely aware of Kobe's relentless drive. When Kobe decided to attack, he disregarded all else. Naturally, successful shots were commendable, yet the multitude of missed attempts rendered him foolish in equal measure. On the court, after the referee had taken a considerable time to wipe the sweat from the ball, Gasol finally commenced the inbound pass. Fisher lowered his gaze as he received the ball, preparing to pivot beyond the three-point arc. Be cautious, Gasol called out loudly to Fisher. A sense of urgency surged within Fisher, and as he turned, he beheld XueDing lunging towards him like a tiger. Damn it! Smack! XueDing, quick-witted and agile, successfully intercepted the ball, snatching it from the grasp of the veteran player. Upon losing possession, Fisher instinctively sought to commit a foul. Yet he found himself unable to even manage that. XueDing's speed was akin to that of lightning, allowing him to extricate himself in an instant. XueDing exhibited no hesitation, swiftly advancing a step within the three-point line before executing a second burst of acceleration. At that moment, Kobe had already accompanied Roy across half the court. Upon turning around, he beheld the silhouette of XueDing surging forward with fervor. Kobe could only shake his head in resigned disbelief. XueDing surged into the unguarded interior of the Lakers, advancing to the brink of the 3-second zone before leaping gracefully into the air. As XueDing launched into the air, his head nearly parallel to the ground, a sudden thunderclap erupted. With a swift motion, Gasol, positioned beneath the basket on the right, deftly tapped XueDing's arm as he ascended. XueDing reached the pinnacle of his athleticism high above the ground. As the astonished crowd gasped in disbelief, his extraordinary physical prowess erupted in a breathtaking display. Everyone was acutely aware of the spectacular performance that XueDing was about to deliver. XueDing's right hand firmly grasped the basketball, his waist bending like a drawn bow. His head was aligned parallel with the rim, suspended in midair. With a brutal, axe-like motion, he struck towards the basket. Crack, crack, crack. The first highlight of the day was born. The hoop and backboard reverberated with a thunderous sound. Beep. The referee's whistle echoed, signaling Gasol's foul. 7-4. And the additional free throw was successfully made by N1. XueDing took a powerful stride, leaving the fans at the Staples Center utterly astonished by his ferocious dunk. Are you seriously telling me that this Trailblazers #1 is a point guard? Yet our old fish is also a point guard. The disparity is staggering. XueDing let out a fierce roar directed at the camera, while the players on the Trail Blazers bench were already waving their towels and shouting with enthusiasm. XueDing. The players of the Trail Blazers were well aware that among them, only XueDing, the guard, could deliver a dunk that achieved such a stunning visual effect. Roy's dunks were rather simplistic. Fernandez had lost much of his aerial prowess. Aldridge could at most manage a straightforward dunk, devoid of any flashy maneuvers. Odin seldom dunked, primarily due to limited game time. It was madness, sheer madness. Unbelievable. How brutal. This Portland point guard soared to incredible heights. I have never witnessed a guard with such remarkable talent. The fans at Staples were fervently discussing the spectacle, each one appearing utterly astonished. XueDing, having completed his showy display, turned directly to joyfully collide chests with Roy before continuing to stand at the free throw line. XueDing took a deep breath, performing a calming gesture. With a standard shooting posture, he released the ball. Swish. 8-4. Timeout. Immediately after XueDing scored this point, the coach called for a halt. The momentum of the Trail Blazers was overwhelming, having scored 6 consecutive points. Chapter 81. Dominance on both offense and defense. Who stands tall with a sword in hand? Only I, the great XueDing, truly remarkable. XueDing's steal followed by a thunderous dunk has stirred a wave of cheers across the internet. On the Lakers bench, the atmosphere is tense. Stay focused. Everyone be cautious. We will execute the triangle offense next. Do you understand? The Zen master, amidst the cacophony of the arena, roars at his players. Kobe wipes his forehead with the towel draped around his neck. Although there is little sweat, this has become a habitual gesture. Okay, Kobe responds, leading the team in unison. Coach, I will guard that number 1. Artez steps forward, eager to take on the challenge. No, let Derek handle it first. You can exert yourself in the second half. The Zen master has a strategy in mind. The distinction between Kobe, wearing number 24, and the younger version in number 8 lies in maturity. In the past, when confronted with adversity, the number 8 Kobe would resort to personal attacks to resolve conflicts. However, the current number 24 Kobe has learned the value of rallying his teammates, understanding that this synergy is vital for clinching the championship. The Lakers are acutely aware that despite the Trail Blazers' incomplete roster today, they're brimming with creativity and determination. The resolve demonstrated by the Trail Blazers is formidable. They aim to launch an aggressive offensive from the outset to create a significant lead against the Lakers. They're undeterred by the fact that they are playing away from home, nor do they concern themselves with the depth of their roster to support such a bold assault. It's simply about taking action. Under Roy's leadership, the Trail Blazers have showcased an unprecedented spirit. Having just suffered a setback, Old Fish glances anxiously at XueDing after hearing the Zen Master's strategy. The pressure from the Blazers' number 1 weighs heavily on him, reminiscent of the times he was mismatched against James. On the Blazers bench, McMillan shouts, guys, play like this. Don't hold back. Keep applying pressure on the Lakers' point guard. Roy, increase your individual offensive efforts and ensure solid screens for them inside. Sure, Aldridge responds, feeling exhilarated at the prospect of not having to battle in the paint. XueDing, upon hearing this, rubbed his head. McMillan's approach was indeed extreme. After he and Roy had monopolized the offensive efforts, what more could be done to enhance their performance? Nevertheless, he adhered to the coach's directives with commendable diligence. The offensive prowess of Poirier was negligible, and Aldridge faced significant restrictions today, an unavoidable circumstance. Following the timeout, both teams commenced a series of missed shots, and the accumulation of fouls continued. After several exchanges, the score remained unchanged, yet a considerable amount of time had elapsed. Fisher cautiously dribbled the ball toward the arc, his posture careful and deliberate. XueDing's reactions and speed were a notch above his own, compelling Lao Yu to summon every ounce of his spirit and focus. XueDing raised his arms, attempting once more to intercept the veteran player, Old Fish. However, with his defenses in place, Fisher adeptly used his robust physique to fend off XueDing on 2 consecutive attempts, all the while securely cradling the ball in his right hand. Given his vast experience, Old Fish was not easily susceptible to XueDing's antics. As they approached the top of the arc, the Lakers' offensive triangle swiftly took shape. Gasol positioned himself at the free throw line. Bynum engaged in a battle for positioning in the paint. Artez stationed in the right corner, while Kobe maneuvered along the left corner in the diagonal 45-degree angle. Fisher executed a bounce pass to Gasol at the free throw line before sprinting to create space. Gasol assessed Aldridge's defense, which was commendable. Aldridge possessed remarkable physical attributes, capable of single-handedly defending against Bynum. In comparison to the seasoned Duncan, who, despite his defensive prowess, sometimes struggled to keep pace against elite big men. Aldridge's effectiveness largely hinged on his personal resolve. His defensive capabilities were often underestimated, while he occasionally lagged in rotations. Aldridge was in essence a top-tier defensive presence, hovering around the fringes of the all-defensive team. The frequent lapses in the Blazers' interior defense were partly due to Aldridge's reluctance to assume the center position, as he preferred not to engage in physical contests with more muscular opponents. Presently, Aldridge remained relatively obscure, yet Gasol sensed the pressure on both ends of the court. Rather than opting for an isolation play, he chose to survey the situation. Upon receiving the ball, Kobe began cutting inward from the diagonal 45-degree angle. Roy found himself obstructed by the passing ChueDing and Fisher, whose movements were impeccably timed. ChueDing obstructed the pursuing teammates. ChueDing, struck by inspiration, decisively abandoned Fisher and swiftly soared towards Bynum. The offensive triangle of the Lakers in the paint was completed. Gasol distributed the ball to Kobe. Upon receiving the pass, Kobe initiated a stride, while Poole's defense from the Blazers approached. Remaining composed, Kobe observed the Blazers' center drawing near. With a deft behind-the-back pass, he set up Bynum in the paint. The Mr. Wash and Blow caught the ball with both hands, poised to leap for a thunderous dunk. However, he remained oblivious to the Blazers' number one, who had already launched into the air behind him. Theoretically, Bynum's dunk in the paint should be indefensible. Yet, the little shark is certainly not the great shark. Had it been the latter, ChueDing's aerial maneuver would have proven futile. ChueDing's astonishingly rapid shot speed played a pivotal role. Dunking is out of the question. ChueDing deftly restrained Bynum's ball with one hand from behind, forcefully pushing it away. Though Bynum managed to execute a two-handed dunk, it was merely a fleeting embrace with the rim. The ball had vanished. Poole picked it up, swiftly passing it to the sprinting Roy, who executed a dazzling layup. The score stood at 10-4. Hooray! Chue, splendid work. What a play. The substitutes erupted in cheers from the sidelines. That block was invigorating. Off the court, Odin's animated gestures made it appear as though he had been the one to swat Bynum's shot. Meanwhile, Kobe wore a dark expression, having realized that Chue had discerned his intention to distribute the ball. Bynum could only continuously signal to the referee that Chue had fouled him. However, even the fans at Staples were acutely aware, as the large screen displayed Chue's block in pristine fashion. This rookie was undeniably dominant. The fans instinctively turned their gaze towards ChueDing. Such is the essence of dominance. The referee dismissed Bynum's protests. At this moment, the Trail Blazers' composure and defensive counterattacks began to chill Kobe's confidence. He understood that this iteration of the Trail Blazers bore no resemblance to last season's team. Their seamless transition from defense to offense was more efficient than the Lakers' approach. A sense of concern crept into Kobe's mind, not just for this game, but for the impending playoffs. The Lakers seemed to be lagging behind. ChueDing's astute defensive judgment, while akin to gambling, had proven successful. The Lakers were in trouble. His remarkable block revealed Bynum's sluggishness. Not that he was slow, but rather that Chue's leaping ability was astonishingly quick. The rookie showcased his prowess on both ends of the court, an unimaginable feat. He surpassed Tyreke Evans of the Kings by a considerable margin. One might ponder the disparity in their respective team records, as well as Chue's statistics, which approached a triple-double average. Indeed, the contrast was substantial. In Chapter 82, the fervor was palpable. Kenny Smith and Charles Barkley briefly compared the recent sensation Tyreke Evans to ChueDing. Despite their differing positions, their overall skill sets bore similarities. Yet, their levels and impact on their respective teams were not equivalent. At this juncture, the diminutive Shark ranked among the league's elite centers. Merely receiving the ball in the paint typically signified a score. However, Chue delivered a heavy blow, an unexpected turn of events indeed. ChueDing excitedly patted his chest. The Lakers launched another offensive. This time, Fisher advanced, delivering the ball to Kobe, who was persistently demanding it in the low post. Roy defended him one-on-one. Kobe, with his back to the basket, executed two powerful maneuvers before turning and shooting a fadeaway. Roy's study of Kobe had reached an almost obsessive level, mastering this particular sequence of moves with remarkable finesse. A formidable interference. The rim. The melodious sound of Kobe's missed shot resonated clearly. The rebound soared high, and ChueDing calmly secured it. The Trail Blazers initiated their offense. ChueDing advanced the ball with determination. In this offensive maneuver, Roy, utilizing the off-ball screen set by Poole Bizla, deftly evaded Kobe's relentless pursuit and emerged from the right baseline to the left side at a diagonal angle beyond the three-point line. As soon as Roy positioned himself, XueDing executed a precise lateral pass, synchronizing both the player and the ball seamlessly. XueDing's court vision significantly improved during the absence of Miller in several games, as he consistently identified teammates in advantageous positions. The impact of court awareness on organizational capability is profound, and XueDing has also attempted numerous audacious passes. Of course, a successful pass translates into an assist, while an unsuccessful one results in a turnover. Although XueDing can observe many favorable positions, his passing technique requires refinement, which accounts for his high error rate. His skills lag behind his awareness. Nevertheless, XueDing executed a commendable pass this time. The delivery was precise, allowing Roy to catch the ball and immediately perform a deceptive feint, sidestepping the approaching defender. Roy then took a decisive step into the paint. Gasol's defensive support came swiftly. Just as Roy reached the halfway point of his drive, he halted abruptly, leaping into a mid-range shot. Gasol attempted to interfere, yet the basketball arced gracefully through the air. Swish, 12-4. This was Roy's sweet spot. With such a prime opportunity, it was nearly impossible for him to miss. Damn, if Roy could make that shot, the Zen master on the sidelines sensed an ominous turn. The Lakers' performance today could only be described as lackluster. In the past, they could compensate with their defense, but today, they seemed unable to contain their opponents. How had the Trail Blazers become so formidable? However, the Zen master's concerns were soon alleviated. During the Lakers' offensive possession, Kobe launched a bold three-pointer from the arc, effortlessly overcoming the defenses of XueDing and Roy. 12-7. The Zen master shook his head. The perception of the Trail Blazers' strength was likely an illusion. In his eyes, true contenders were only championship-caliber teams, and playoff teams hardly differed from ordinary squads. After being challenged by Kobe, XueDing and Roy exchanged resigned glances. The Black Mamba could be quite unreasonable at times. Kobe's three-pointer reignited the crowd's energy. As the Staples Center fans witnessed Roy and XueDing's impressive performances, they initially feared the Lakers were on the verge of collapse. However, Kobe timely stepped up. Defense, defense, defense. The fans' chants reverberated in XueDing's ears, creating a palpable intensity. XueDing skillfully controlled the ball on the right side of the perimeter, maintaining his position against the seasoned opponent, Old Fish. He created space on one side and initiated a one-on-one play. XueDing adeptly maneuvered and surged forward, leaving Old U behind his wake. Confronted by Gasol and Bynum, XueDing opted for an audaciously executed pull-up. Regrettably, the shot did not find its mark. However, displaying remarkable quickness, XueDing seized the offensive rebound. Rebound +1. XueDing leapt to pass the ball to the right. Roy received it and launched a three-pointer. It hit the rim. The rebound soared high into the air. XueDing deftly maneuvered past Gasol and Bynum, executing a precise putback. Rebounding to the hoop. Yet, the shot too failed to find its mark. XueDing gritted his teeth and leaped once more, skillfully retrieving the rebound amidst the tumultuous crowd in the paint. Rebound 3. The spectators on the sidelines were left in utter bewilderment as they witnessed XueDing's consecutive offensive rebounds. Where's our defensive rebound? Where are our twin towers in the paint? Not only were the audience perplexed, but even Kobe, Gasol, and Bynum shared the same sentiment of confusion. Kobe had attempted to initiate a fast break on multiple occasions, only to find that as soon as he turned, the defensive rebound had slipped away. Bynum and Gasol were equally at a loss for words. XueDing glided through the paint like a fish, evading his defenders with ease. They were unable to contain him, and coupled with his fortuitous luck and keen rebounding instincts, he dominated the boards. The Lakers' backcourt was utterly overwhelmed as XueDing seized the rebounds with relentless fervor. XueDing initially passed the ball to the perimeter to Paul Bazila, then circled back to receive it. At this moment, XueDing's mind was a bit impulsive. He was determined to take on the offense himself. Frustration engulfed him. How could he miss a rebound so close? At the top of the arc, XueDing once again faced off against Old Fish, executing a series of ground-hugging dribbles with remarkable finesse. XueDing exerted his strength to the right, maneuvering between Kobe and Fisher. Confronted by Bynum, who sought revenge with a block, XueDing fervently believed in a single throw. Umaba, parting the clouds to reveal the azure sky. The basketball soared in a high arc swish. 14-7, it finally went in. XueDing's throw has already developed a lethal quality. Astonishingly, XueDing has managed to dominate the boards against the Lakers. Attention, fans, do not overlook this classic rebounding moment. Gasol and Bynum's positioning is truly remarkable, effectively containing the situation. With Odin absent, They serve as ChueDing's two formidable protectors. Is the Xue Emperor about to achieve another triple-double? This round of rebounds is impressive. Kobe, brimming with dissatisfaction, approaches while dribbling with a stern expression. The once proud interior of the Lakers has been thoroughly humiliated by ChueDing, who has repeatedly snatched backcourt rebounds. Ultimately, they failed to defend adequately. Gasol and Bynum exchanged glances filled with frustration, muttering complaints to one another. This time, Kobe chose not to take the shot himself, but instead acted as a facilitator at the arc. While Kobe's playmaking skills may not be top tier, they're certainly competent. It's merely that he is somewhat reluctant to pass the ball. Kobe executed a bounce pass to the interior, finding Gasol, who positioned himself against Aldridge. At this moment, several seasoned Lakers players actively maneuvered to draw the Trail Blazers defense away. Fisher, utilizing Bynum's screen, deftly extricated himself from ChueDing's grasp, securing an opportunity just beyond the left side three-point line at a sharp angle. Gasol's playmaking abilities are commendable. He is not one to seek revenge for the humiliation he has faced from ChueDing. He has long since matured past such youthful impulses. Gasol passed the ball to Fisher. The pass was not particularly well executed, and by the time Fisher received it, ChueDing had already navigated past Bynum's screen and was closing in. Old Fish, while facing ChueDing's defense, swiftly released a shot from beyond the arc. The trajectory was high, but ChueDing managed to interfere. The sound of the ball clanging against the rim once again silenced the Staples Center. The home team is truly in a precarious position. Observing the missed shot, Kobe, filled with urgency, charged in to reclaim the rebound, but ended up committing a foul against Roy. The referee called Kobe for a foul, awarding the Trail Blazers an out-of-bounds throw. Chapter 83. The Triangle Offense. The focal points of the Trail Blazers offense remained ChueDing and Roy. With no other options, over 3 minutes into the game, Aldridge struggles to establish a position in the paint. Facing the Twin Towers, Aldridge appears uncomfortable as Bynum closely shadows him, while Gasol's lengthy arms loom nearby. In the time they have been on the court, Aldridge has recorded 0 points, 0 rebounds, and 0 assists. As for Przybilla, he could be disregarded. He is merely a physical presence, only seen during inbound plays. Przybilla inbound the ball to Roy, who crossed half court and passed it to ChueDing at the high post. Positioning Old Fish, ChueDing, holding the ball with his back to the basket, surveys his surroundings before executing a series of probing steps. The entire Trail Blazers team has spread out. ChueDing's offensive skills have indeed progressed. It appears he intends to utilize a post-up against Lao Yu, which is quite rare for him in the past. Indeed, post-play requires a multitude of skills. Yao Ming's back-to-the-basket game exemplifies excellence. Perhaps ChueDing could take a moment to consult with the great Yao for guidance. Let us observe whether he can succeed this time. As the commentators, Zhang and Su, have noted, ChueDing decisively backs in on Lao Yu. Although Lao Yu possesses a robust physique and a low center of gravity, he hesitates to confront ChueDing with full force, having witnessed the latter's explosive pivot and acceleration. Should ChueDing maneuver past him, he could potentially drive straight to the hoop. Lao Yu, retreating continuously, grants ChueDing the necessary space to execute his turnaround jumper. Confident in his own judgment, Lao Yu believes that ChueDing's mid-range shooting and turnaround jumpers leave much to be desired. As ChueDing approached just in front of the free throw line, in accordance with Lao Yu's astute judgment, he suddenly pivoted with remarkable amplitude, seemingly preparing for a turnaround shot. Lao Yu remained composed as he lunged forward, yet ChueDing executed a feint. His pivot foot remained stationary, and after deceiving his opponent's center of gravity, he swiftly returned to face forward, demonstrating exceptional footwork. ChueDing's feint sent the Old Fish soaring into the air. At that moment, ChueDing had transitioned from a roll into a forward shooting posture. With a precision shot of level 2, his shooting form was impeccable. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish! The score was now 16-7, and following the timeout, the gap had widened once again. The league-leading Trail Blazers exerted a formidable control over the reigning champions playing at home. Kobe and Gasol conversed quietly as they approached the bench. "Shua, your post moves have improved remarkably. Of course, with your guidance, handling that old fellow is a breeze. You're the quick learner here." ChueDing chatted and laughed with Roy as they exited the court. The match has entered an official timeout. The Lakers need to exercise caution. The current situation has been entirely dominated. The Lakers' interior presence appears to lack significant advantage. What could be the reason? Foolishness. Just observe ChueDing's rebounds. 3 out of 5 are offensive boards. The Lakers' interior is in disarray due to his influence. Is it possible that Odin's injury is connected? A chilling thought arises. XueDing's demeanor seems ominous. With such implications, one cannot ignore Miller's injury, nor Batum's. It appears that XueDing is eliminating rivals for the sake of his statistics. The research conducted by netizens is quite thorough, often intertwining with conspiracy theories surrounding XueDing, though much of it is taken in jest. After a brief pause, both teams commenced a back-and-forth offensive exchange. The Zen Master reiterated the emphasis on attacking the paint. Kobe concurred, leading by example as he consistently fed the ball to the interior. The Trail Blazers' disadvantage in the paint was continually magnified, with the Lakers' twin towers scoring repeatedly, which left Odin on the sidelines feeling anxious, yet he remained powerless. Injuries can indeed be quite taxing. Fortunately, Roy's shooting touch was commendable. Even against Kobe, who had been defended 9 times, it was challenging to contain the surging Roy. He showcased his prowess with drives, mid-range shots, and three-pointers, carrying the offensive mantle for the Blazers. Under the fire drawn by Roy and XueDing, Aldridge began to find his shooting rhythm as well. However, XueDing's shooting noticeably declined, with a series of missed attempts leading to a drop in accuracy. Kobe, leading the fully unleashed Lakers, relentlessly attacked the fragile defense of the Trail Blazers. The triangle offense reigned supreme. In the first quarter, both teams exhibited commendable offensive efficiency, concluding at 28-24. The Blazers maintained a slender lead of 4 points, having been chased down by the Lakers in the latter half of the quarter. During this period, XueDing fully experienced the potency of the triangle offense, originally conceived by his college coach Sam Barry at Winter College, who imparted its foundational concepts to the players at Kansas State University. With the initial emergence of the triangle offense, Barry's team had reached the NCAA quarterfinals 8 times. The triangle offense consists of 3 players forming a triangle on one side and 2 players on the opposite side, characterized by fluid movement rather than rigid patterns. It adapts to various defensive strategies, providing a plethora of responses. However, it is not entirely freeform. It is a meticulously structured system requiring precise spacing and positioning. Each player must understand every position on the court. Despite a full quarter of play, XueDing had yet to grasp all the tactical variations of the triangle offense, which the Zen Master's system had matured significantly. The triangle offense initiates from a 1-2-2 alignment, with each player's spacing set at 15 feet, effectively stretching the Blazers' defense while preventing double teams and facilitating clean passes, thereby minimizing the risk of turnovers. There are numerous configurations for forming the offensive triangle, whether through point guard Fisher passing to small forward Arteist, who then cuts from the interior to the corner, or Fisher passing to Kobe, who subsequently cuts from the perimeter to the corner. The triangle offense permits guards to occupy low post positions, leading to various methods of establishing the offensive triangle. Once the triangle is formed, a clear line for passing into the low post is established, forcing the Blazers' interior defenders to remain between the basket and the center. As long as this line exists, they cannot stray, creating an evident pathway for the small forward to deliver the ball into the paint or to the center. The Lakers' interior prowess was top tier, leaving the Blazers in dire straits. Following the commencement of the second quarter, McMillan attempted to counter the triangle offense, but to no avail. The triangle offense boasts countless methods for delivering the ball to the triangle point, making it exceedingly difficult to defend or disrupt. Proper spacing significantly increases opportunities for low-post catches and creates one-on-one chances. Moreover, any player within the triangle offense can facilitate open shot opportunities for teammates. Kobe's all-around game, combined with Gasol's playmaking, profoundly impacted the overall formation of the Trail Blazers. XueDing began to make a series of blunders. In Chapter 84, we have not yet lost. As the second half of the game commenced, the Lakers found their rhythm, leaving the Trail Blazers struggling to keep up. Regardless of the tactical adjustments made, it ultimately falls upon the players to execute. The disparity in talent and skill between the Trail Blazers and the Lakers is substantial. As the match progresses, their shortcomings become increasingly pronounced. XueDing experienced for the first time the overwhelming pressure of elite defense. It was a situation he had never encountered before, as he felt the formidable strength of his opponents like never before, and his struggles seemed futile. Roy, too, found himself unable to resolve the current plight of the Trail Blazers. Gradually, the Lakers' interior players, alongside their perimeter shooters, began to find their rhythm. Kobe and Fisher successively sank long-range shots, while the Trail Blazers players found themselves ensnared in a cycle of missed opportunities. XueDing began to play with increasing urgency, and as his anxiety mounted, he became more prone to errors, resulting in numerous mistakes. Roy and Aldridge's sporadic scoring helped the Trailblazers accumulate points. In a remarkable turnaround, the dynamics of the game shifted dramatically in the second quarter, with the Lakers outscoring the opposition 33-19. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 47-57, leaving the Trailblazers trailing the defending champions by 10 points. Halftime statistics revealed Trailblazers, ChueDing 12 points, 11 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals, 6 turnovers, Poole Bizla 2 points, 2 rebounds, Aldridge 8 points, 3 rebounds, Roy 16 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists. Lakers, Gasol 13 points, 4 rebounds, Arteas 6 points, Bynum 13 points, 7 rebounds, 2 blocks, Kobe 14 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, Odom 6 points, 3 rebounds. If this trend continues, the Trailblazers' winning streak will be brought to an end by the Lakers. Initially, the Trailblazers performed commendably, but their performance deteriorated significantly in the second quarter. The absence of Odin is sorely felt, as the interior defense of the Trailblazers has been severely compromised. The Lakers have made few three-point shots, predominantly attacking the paint, resulting in free throws or easy baskets. Indeed, Aldridge has already accumulated 4 fouls, and Roy has been effectively neutralized by the Lakers' defense. ChueDing's turnovers are particularly glaring, proving detrimental to team morale. Recording a halftime stat line of 10 points and 10 rebounds would typically warrant a lucrative contract for a big man. Yet this is merely ChueDing's performance, which we must learn to accept. Fans are also analyzing ChueDing's situation. ChueDing attempted 20 shots in the first half, setting a personal career high, yet he only succeeded in making 5 of them, resulting in a shooting percentage of merely 25. McMillan, observing the panting ChueDing, felt a sense of helplessness. In the first half, ChueDing's turnovers stem from his audacious passing attempts. ChueDing's passing is not particularly problematic. It primarily involves distributing the ball after drawing in defenders. While his passes are commendable, it is evident that his teammates are not in sync with his rhythm, compounded by a touch of misfortune that leads to a higher frequency of errors. As for his shooting percentage, many only observe the number of attempts ChueDing takes, failing to recognize that nearly all of these opportunities arise from his own offensive rebounds, which totaled an impressive 7 in the first half. While fans may not fully comprehend, everyone within the Trailblazers organization is acutely aware of ChueDing's significance on the court. At the very least, with ChueDing present, every player can shoot with considerably less apprehension. ChueDing's ability to secure rebounds is indeed quite reliable. Sitting on the bench in the locker room, he continuously nibbled on a banana while sipping Gatorade. The impact of back-to-back games weighed heavily upon him. In a previous life, the Trailblazers and the Lakers were not teams of the same caliber. The Lakers' dominance was far beyond what the current roster of the Trailblazers could contend with. If the Trailblazers had their full lineup, a 50-50 chance could be anticipated. However, with so many players missing, this opponent remains exceedingly formidable. Roy's locker stood beside ChueDing's, and observing his silence, he approached him. "Chue, do you feel the pressure?" ChueDing raised his gaze to Roy. Roy's performance in the first half was relatively steady, yet he did not exhibit the same impatience as ChueDing. Indeed, there was a hint of it. The Lakers are formidable, and their interior strength is equally impressive. We must devise a strategy to counter them. There are still 24 minutes remaining in the game, and we have ample time. Let us not concede defeat easily. Roy did not offer an abundance of motivational platitudes, yet ChueDing grasped his intent. Roy, the captain, possesses a warm-hearted nature and extends considerable care towards ChueDing. ChueDing also believes that as long as the game has not concluded, anything is possible on the court. This sentiment resonates with both of them. In the locker room, trailing the defending champions by 10 points on their home turf was enough to make McMillan feel that his strategies in the second quarter had been rather unsuccessful. The morale among the Trailblazers players had diminished somewhat. Observing this scene, McMillan felt a sense of helplessness. Back-to-back games, key players sidelined, trailing at halftime. In an overwhelming psychological pressure, it seemed the outcome of the second half was already predetermined. McMillan turned to Roy and said, "Brandon, go out there and change the course of the game in the second half. Chue, take a breather while Steve steps in." Roy nodded in agreement. The Trailblazers were prepared to unveil their final trump card. When it comes to superstars, they play by their own rules. ChueDing felt a tinge of reluctance upon hearing the coach's arrangements. Though he contemplated voicing his thoughts, he hesitated and ultimately remained silent. Actions in the second half would serve as the best explanation. Despite ChueDing possessing numerous justifications, his low shooting percentage and excessive turnovers had significantly impacted the team. McMillan had not denied ChueDing opportunities, yet he had failed to seize them. In this moment, McMillan opted to place his trust in Roy, intending to revert to last season's successful lineup in hopes of reclaiming their former glory. In stark contrast to ChueDing's inefficiency, Roy's performance proved to be markedly effective. The decision to deploy Steve Blake, a traditional point guard, was also made to ensure that Roy's scoring and ball handling would not be hindered. Roy's first-half efficiency was commendable, with a shooting record of 7 out of 10, producing more points than ChueDing despite taking half as many shots. There was no denying that ChueDing's presence and numerous attempts had severely obstructed Roy's performance. Observing the low morale, Roy promptly rose to the occasion, clapping his hands and speaking with unwavering conviction. "Guys, the game isn't over yet. Let's lift our spirits. Just imagine how exhilarating it will be to see our victory over the Lakers splashed across the headlines tomorrow." He turned to Aldridge, Shwe, and the others, declaring, "The second half is mine. We shall unleash a relentless offensive." All eyes were on Roy. Regardless of how many players fell, as long as Roy remained, there was hope for the Blazers to triumph. Time and again, Roy had proven this. His confidence became infectious, and the team began to emerge from the oppressive atmosphere. ChueDing nodded solemnly and took the initiative to say, "The first half was my fault. In the second half, I shall play with greater caution to ensure our continued victory." ChueDing stated that he would take responsibility for this predicament. Such a challenging situation was unprecedented for him. In contrast, Roy, having encountered numerous adversities, was acutely aware of the necessary actions to undertake at this moment. ChueDing has also gleaned a valuable lesson in leadership from Roy. Upon hearing ChueDing's words, his teammates, though somewhat disgruntled, chose to be forgiving, recognizing that he is still a novice. While Mike McMillan's talent may not be particularly exceptional, he possesses a commendable rapport with the players and, to a certain extent, allows Roy to assume some of his coaching responsibilities. The confidence that Roy and ChueDing exude indeed has a motivating effect on many. The halftime break is rather lengthy. After Roy concludes his speech, the players gradually disperse into small groups. However, the atmosphere has slightly improved, and laughter begins to fill the air. ChueDing did not linger in the changing room for long. Instead, he emerged promptly. He returned directly to his seat on the substitute bench. ChueDing is contemplating the strategy for the second half. Although he initially found himself on the bench, the coach is certain to summon him back into the game. Facing the Lakers starting lineup, ChueDing feels quite challenged, as the opponents have meticulously analyzed his playing style. They're acutely aware of when he passes the ball and which hand he favors. This level of scrutiny leaves ChueDing feeling rather frustrated. McMillan's intention is also to have ChueDing lead the second unit. ChueDing, being a novice, finds it quite challenging to excel under the special attention of a championship-level team. Engaging with the substitutes proves to be less strenuous. Before long, ChueDing resolves to exploit the second string as a focal point for his offensive strategy. Once he establishes his rhythm, it will be impossible for the Lakers to thwart his advances at will. ChueDing needs to first restore his condition. His sense of touch is currently lacking. Reflections on Sanjiang. This weekend, I will be presenting at Sanjiang. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to ChesesDraft and to the editor, Hui. Most importantly, I thank all of you. Dear readers, your generous donations and recommendations are sincerely appreciated, as well as your comments and clicks. When Cruel was born, it coincided with the new year, resulting in a rather chaotic and unclear beginning. However, the main storyline is gradually becoming more defined now. ChueDing's development is destined to be less smooth than that of Lee Sun-lin and Lin Xian. Their styles differ significantly. The Trailblazers lack the fortunate circumstances that the Thunder enjoy. The initial phase has indeed been somewhat oppressive, yet is expected to become increasingly exhilarating as time progresses. I extend my gratitude for everyone's support. Chapter 85, The Combatant. As the match was about to commence, ChueDing heard the system's notification sound. Ding! According to the system's assessment, the host's strength has ascended to level A, unlocking the skill combatant. After a summer of rigorous training, coupled with the trials of the preseason and regular season, ChueDing achieved this upgrade. The activation of the combatant skill allows the host to exert greater physical dominance over opponents during clashes, including rebounding situations, where he can effectively push adversaries aside, perform strong back-to-basket moves, engage in off-ball shoving, and disrupt shooting attempts. With this skill, the host can deplete the opponent's stamina significantly more than without it, increasing their energy consumption by 40 during confrontations. The combatant, a divine technique indeed, stamina directly influences offensive and defensive capabilities, ranging from 90 to 100. When stamina wanes, the ability diminishes to merely 90 of its normal state. NBA players often struggle to execute offensive maneuvers as their energy diminishes throughout the game, leading to a marked decline in shooting efficiency when fatigue sets in. XueDing is acutely aware that this combative individual is extraordinarily formidable. Within the realm of the game, it is regarded as an essential skill for any interior player. This is practically a glitch within the game. In reality, it may not be a glitch, but its effects would undoubtedly be impressive, particularly in terms of defense. XueDing can already envision the torment others would endure when matched against him. However, as a perimeter player, he is aware that no matter how much physical contact he experiences with his opponents, it will never compare to the intensity faced by those in the paint. XueDing is fortunate that his playing style emulates that of Russell Westbrook. Had he chosen to follow James Harden, he might question whether the brawler trait could even be activated. One can imagine that if Harden attempted to engage an opponent, they would likely evade him. In contrast, Westbrook's approach is undeniably aggressive, inviting even the most physically robust players to confront him. Now, XueDing is unafraid to engage. With the match yet to commence, he closes his eyes and opens the system panel to swiftly examine the alterations in his attributes following his elevation to Grade A. Name: XueDing. Gender: male. Age: 20 years. Height: 197 centimeters. Wingspan: 212 centimeters. Hand size: 24 centimeters. Weight: 92 kilograms. Profession: NBA player for the Portland Trail Blazers. Salary: $980,000 per annum. Professional attributes: speed: 182. Strength: 150. Close shot: 140. Mid-range shot: 165. Long-range shot: 140. Dunking: 182. Passing: 184. Ball handling: 180. Defense: 168. Rebounding: 170. Blocking: 78. Overall rating: 170. Attributes increase when enraged. NBA Star Comprehensive Evaluation: a current talent. Russell Westbrook, Rookie Level 3. Existing skills: Dunking Master, Level 6. Precision Shooter, Level 2. Brawler, Level 5. Star Points, 200 points. XueDing discovered that many of his attributes had experienced a slight enhancement, with his overall rating, derived from a 2K score divided by 2, now standing at an impressive 85. Gazing at the attributes within the system, XueDing felt a surge of excitement. The training had indeed yielded remarkable results, showcasing a notable improvement. As the frequency of his professional NBA training sessions increased, XueDing was confident that his physical metrics had significantly progressed compared to the time of the draft, a transformation clearly reflected in his attributes. In addition to these attributes, XueDing had also grown taller, with an increase in both his wingspan and hand size. At the age of 20, he was undoubtedly still in a phase of growth. Even though XueDing is already 20, he still perceives himself as young, believing that he will continue to grow taller in the future. He chuckles to himself, thinking that when that time comes, securing rebounds will become even easier. XueDing has grown stronger in every aspect. XueDing turned his gaze back to the court. As the halftime intermission was nearing its conclusion, he eagerly anticipated his entrance onto the field. With the sharp sound of the referee's whistle, both teams switched sides, marking the commencement of the second half. The starting lineup for the Trail Blazers consisted of Blake, Roy, Fernandez, Aldridge, and Przybilla, while the Lakers fielded Farmar, Kobe, Artest, Odom, and Bynum. The Trail Blazers prepared to initiate play from the center court. XueDing swiftly adjusted his mindset, meticulously analyzing the Lakers' roster deficiencies from the sidelines. After careful contemplation, he concluded that the point guard position remained the Achilles heel of the team. The number one position has perpetually been a source of anguish for the Lakers. In the Western Conference, there are elite young point guards like Deron Williams and Chris Paul, alongside seasoned veterans such as Tony Parker and Chauncey Billups. In stark contrast, the 35-year-old Derek Fisher and the still-maturing Jordan Farmar inevitably emerge as the team's weaknesses. However, it is worth noting that the Lakers have never relied heavily on their point guards. The role of their point guards does not necessitate extensive playmaking. Rather, their primary responsibility is to advance the ball into the front court and act as a lurking assassin. Nevertheless, on the defensive end, if this position fails to withstand the onslaught of top-tier point guards, it will directly impact the team's competitive performance. XueDing performed admirably in the first quarter, utilizing his formidable impact to challenge the seasoned veteran Old Fish, thereby granting the Trail Blazers a notable advantage. However, in the second quarter, when the team allowed Kobe to handle the ball, XueDing's attempts to confront either Kobe or Artest resulted in a decline in his efficiency. It is not that ChueDing is incapable of competing against Kobe and Arteist. Rather, their defensive prowess compels him to resort to numerous ineffective maneuvers, rendering his offensive strategies less effective. ChueDing expended considerable physical energy and time attempting to maneuver past opponents or engage in one-on-one plays, which inevitably impacted the overall fluidity of the team. Consequently, with an increase in ChueDing's own errors, it became a foregone conclusion that the team would find itself at a disadvantage. Although the deficit in the second quarter cannot solely be attributed to ChueDing, he believes he could have performed better. The injuries to key players are not an excuse for ChueDing to concede defeat. Injuries are a ticking time bomb for every team. The Trailblazers are not exempt, just as the Lakers are not. The Lakers, too, are burdened with veteran injuries. Kobe, having taken a summer off, has yet to undergo the necessary surgery on his finger, while his back and knee ailments remain lurking threats, merely sidelined for the time being. Prior to this year's European Championship, Gasol suffered an injury to his left finger, dedicating yet another summer to the national team after the previous Olympics. Bynum's knee has left him incomplete for 2 consecutive seasons, and Odom, having sustained a back injury during last year's playoffs, adds to the Lakers' concerns, which uniquely includes worries about the health of their head coach. The Zen Master's summer health report indicates he is fit to undertake the coaching responsibilities this season. Yet his health issues remain a source of anxiety for the Lakers. The Trailblazers may suffer from significant injuries, while the Lakers contend with minor ailments. Both teams find themselves at a stalemate. The deficiencies for the Trailblazers extend beyond the interior to the forward positions. Batum's absence nécessitait de Webster's élévation. Yet his offensive capabilities fail to exert sufficient pressure on Arteist, allowing Arteist to frequently assist in defending against Roy and ChueDing, a rather challenging predicament. The acquisition of Arteist has emerged as the most significant transformation for the Lakers in the new season. With greater experience and a more diverse offensive arsenal, Arteist indeed serves as a crucial piece in the Lakers' quest for a championship repeat. On the court, the Lakers' defense suddenly appeared lax. Roy's consecutive three-pointers rapidly narrowed the score to a mere 4 points, with his shots taken from absolute open positions. Regardless of how fervently the Zen Master might shout, it seemed the players on the court exhibited a lackadaisical attitude. Simultaneously, ChueDing also recognized another potential flaw within the Lakers. While the point guard position is an apparent weakness for the Lakers, their mental state poses another underlying vulnerability. The Lakers' issues with mentality have become glaringly evident, with several games this season lost due to a lack of focus, granting opponents opportunities. It is apparent to many that after securing the championship, Kobe and his fellow Lakers have tasted their long-awaited aspirations, yet have shed the sense of redemptive purpose. When discussing mental state, one cannot overlook Odom, who had faced criticism for his distractions in previous years. However, during his contract year last season, Odom excelled. Yet this summer, the protracted negotiations over his contract lingered on, as he expressed a desire for a more secure long-term deal. After finally securing a lucrative contract, Odom found success in his personal life as well, marrying Hollywood celebrity Khloe Kardashian. ChueDing was acutely aware that this marked the beginning of Odom's decline. The league's premier defensive player, Kardashian, was beginning to showcase her dominance within the NBA. Following Odom, there would also be Harden. Chapter 86. The absence of any player is awkward. On the court, the Lakers' individual defensive prowess was truly formidable. Kobe and Arteist were renowned defensive specialists. They opted for an aggressive double team against Roy. While Roy possessed a plethora of scoring methods, faced with such a high-caliber defense, he could only assume a playmaking role. With the double team, he was forced to pass the ball. The Blazers' star isolation strategy was once again expertly unraveled by the seasoned Zen Master. One could tell how pleased Phil Jackson was from the sidelines. McMillan found himself thoroughly outmaneuvered by the Zen Master. In a desperate shift, the Blazers' primary offensive focus turned to Aldridge. However, Aldridge was struggling with his shooting. His high mid-range attempt clanked off the rim. Farmar received the ball, dribbling to the top of the arc. After surveying the scene, he passed it to the position Bynum. Kobe worked to create space for the interior. Powell boldly approached Bynum. Bang! Bang! Bynum initiated his isolation play. The distance was too great. After a couple of attempts to push further in, he realized it was impractical. Consequently, Bynum distributed the ball to the corner where Kobe awaited. Little Shaq never concerned himself with where Kobe would receive the pass. For no matter the position, that man could always find a way to shoot, rendering the opponent's defense largely ineffective. Thus, even when Kobe was positioned for a near-impossible corner three, Bynum still delivered the ball. XueDing gazed with great curiosity at how Kobe would navigate the situation. If Kobe were to make a misstep while dribbling, the ball would undoubtedly go out of bounds. He hunched over, cornered by Roy's tenacious defense. Just as Bynum had anticipated, Kobe managed to create a shooting space despite the lack of opportunity. In front of XueDing, who was seated on the bench, Kobe faced Roy's relentless guard. He executed an extraordinary fadeaway jump shot, releasing the ball with remarkable flair. The angle of his lean was considerable, though the motion appeared somewhat awkward. The basketball arced gracefully and found its mark in the hoop. The score now stood at 53-60. This difficult yet precise three-pointer ignited a wave of excitement throughout the Staples Center. MVP, MVP. The fans' chants for MVP echoed loudly. Kobe's fadeaway jump shot left XueDing in profound awe. Who would have thought that such a maneuver could be executed with such elegance and dominance? As soon as the match concluded, XueDing resolved to alter his shooting posture, opting for a leaning jump shot. Roy, in a moment of exasperation, gestured helplessly to McMillan. There was truly nothing he could do. The deficit had widened to 7 points, and the situation began to deteriorate further. After sinking a basket, Kobe fell to the ground. Upon rising, as he made his way down the court, he cast a determined glance at XueDing, who was still intently observing the game. The audience at the Staples Center erupted into a cacophony that persisted for quite some time before it finally subsided. Phil Jackson, lowering his glasses, found himself feeling rather disinterested. Was this truly the current top team in the West? It seemed that his rivals this year were still in the East. The Zen master turned to reclaim his seat, pondering how a cigar might enhance his enjoyment of the moment. The Lakers had entirely seized control of the game. On the court, Kobe and Arteist continued their relentless assault on Roy. "Brandon, pass the ball. You're still too weak," Kobe taunted, hurling trash talk at Roy. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Roy chose not to respond to Kobe, but instead began to dribble the ball himself. Recognizing that his teammates were struggling to find their rhythm and that he needed to initiate the offense. With a swift change of direction, Roy surged between Arteist and Kobe, taking a powerful stride toward the paint. Accelerating once more, Kobe stayed closely aligned to him. The diminutive shark in the paint was poised to challenge Roy within the 3-second area. At that moment, Roy abruptly decelerated, altering his rhythm. With a sudden pivot, he changed his offensive trajectory, leaving Kobe behind on his left. Without hesitation, Roy seized the ball and surged directly into the key. At this juncture, Bynum was still not fully prepared. His footing unsteady, Roy edged past him. Bynum could only react instinctively, extending his long arms to swat at the ball. With a resounding slap, he made contact, yet Roy's motion remained unimpeded.